Winter of 1974. Hurry and take her away. Such bad luck. Don't move around, don't move around. The baby was born dead. Now, be good, okay? Mother, you asked sister-in-law to cook and wash clothes. How can she stay still? A slap landed on Qin Xiaolan's head. Shut up. Zhang Yuying urged her husband. Throw her into Donggo. There are many wild dogs there. Let her have an early birth. Is that the mother-in-law's voice? Donggo? Wild dogs. Has she been reborn? Reborn on the day she struggled through childbirth and was separated from her daughter? Years ago, Yi Xiaohui had 2 days of stomach pain. When she gave birth, she was exhausted. Her mother-in-law told her the baby was stillborn and ordered her father-in-law to throw the body away in Donggo. Her daughter died early, her husband passed away young, and her life was marked by the blame of being unlucky for her family. She never dared to remarry or have more children. She thought she would live alone forever, dying in a hospice. One day, Uncle Mao and a woman suddenly came to find her, claiming she was her daughter. It turned out her baby was not a stillborn. Her father-in-law and mother-in-law had lied to her. She had given birth to a healthy, lively baby with all limbs. Decades of separation, and just as she was reunited with her daughter, she died suddenly from grief. Don't throw her. Yi Xiaohui's voice was soft, but Zhang Yuying was startled. She couldn't let the big troublemaker see the little troublemaker. Zhang Yuying ordered Qin Yuanshan, her father, hurry and go. If the baby is dead, we have to throw her away. Don't let the older ones see. It will hurt their feelings. In this life, Yi Xiaohui would not be controlled by these wolves in human skin. Seeing her father-in-law about to leave, Yi Xiaohui, supporting herself on the bed, quickly rushed to Zhang Yuying and slapped her hard. If she could kill without breaking the law, she would have already fallen to the ground. In the next moment, she reached into her father-in-law's bamboo basket and took out the baby, wrapped only in a tattered shirt, despite the cold winter. Yi Xiaohui peeled back the shirt. The baby's lips were purple and she could no longer make a sound, but her eyes were wide open, as if trying to prove she was still alive. Yi Xiaohui removed the shirt, ignoring the dirt, and held her tightly in her arms. Only those who have experienced it can understand the feeling of regaining what was lost. Two old beasts, are you still human? My daughter didn't die. You were so eager to throw her away to feed the dogs. What are you thinking? I will report you. You are guilty of taking a life. Neither your eldest son's soldiers nor your youngest son's teacher will be able to keep their jobs. You are a bad omen. Zhang Yuying raised her hand, ready to hit. I really can't understand it. This usually easygoing daughter-in-law. Today she seems to have lost her mind. She's shouting and hitting. How dare she? Yi Xiaohui looked like she had just come out of, her eyes fixed on her. Unless you want to kill me, try it and see. Her 2 sons were the pride of the family. For 7 or 8 years, they had never gone hungry or worried about food and clothes. Their allowances and wages were sent from the eldest son. If the eldest son came back, the whole family would be happy. Qin Xiaolan helped Yi Xiaohui onto the bed and covered her with a quilt. Mother, my little niece isn't dead. You all got it wrong. Shut up. How can someone who's dead come back to life? She's just a debt collector. I wonder which living person's energy she borrowed. If we don't send her away, our family won't have a good future. Come on, this superstitious nonsense again. Are they hoping the child will die? Get out. If you don't leave now, I'll call someone. I'll report your Qin family for practicing superstitions. In this era, all superstitions are supposed to be abolished. Even burning paper at graves is forbidden. If Zhang Yuying's words got out, she would definitely be criticized and persecuted. Her 2 sons would be affected too. Xiaolan, stay. Zhang Yuying could only ask her husband to leave. She was unwilling but couldn't be confrontational. The neighbors' houses were close, with walls touching, and even a could be heard. Sister-in-law, what can I do? Help me find a clean outfit. I need to wipe off the dirt, prepare some warm water, and help the girl wash up. Make her warm. Her sister-in-law Qin Xiaolan was only a year younger than Yi Xiaohui. She was already married. Zhang Yuying arranged her son's marriage, asking the groom's family for 100 yuan. They couldn't pay, so Zhang Yuying called Qin Xiaolan over and refused to let her leave. The real reason was that Yi Xiaohui was about to give birth. She was supposed to stay at her mother's house for a few days to help. But the truth was, without paying 100 yuan, the daughter-in-law wouldn't be allowed to take her back. Qin Xiaolan was a good person and experienced, so Yi Xiaohui decided to keep her. Qin Xiaolan went to get warm water and helped Yi Xiaohui wash the girl. Now she was warm and cozy. The little hands and feet, helpless, kicked and grabbed, and finally, she cried out, just a soft whimper, not much louder than a mosquito. Yi Xiaohui held the girl in her arms, kissed her repeatedly. She couldn't get enough. Qin Xiaolan happily said, "The girl is fine now. Thank goodness we didn't throw her away. We almost made a mistake." Whether it was a mistake or intentional, only Zhang Yuying's child had such a special treatment. Yi Xiaohui didn't care about her appearance anymore, cleaned herself up quickly, and lay back on the bed to rest and save her strength. Qin Xiaolan filled the stove with firewood to warm the bed and help Yi Xiaohui and her daughter. "Sister-in-law, let me get you some food. You haven't eaten much these days." Yi Xiaohui was very hungry. 2 days and nights without proper food or drink was hard, and she was exhausted. "Okay." Qin Xiaolan looked around and found a sweet potato. She couldn't find any eggs because Zhang Yuying and Qin Yuanshan weren't home. "Sister-in-law, this is all I have. As long as it's edible." Yi Xiaohui didn't care. She didn't expect proper postpartum meals or fancy things. She just needed food. She had to find a way to produce milk to feed her baby girl. "Xiaolan, I need your help." "Sister-in-law, just tell me what you need. Don't hesitate. Write a letter to your brother. Tell him I had a girl and have nothing to eat or drink. Ask if he will come back. If he can't, then just wait for him to come and take care of us when he's free." Qin Xiaolan was panicked. "My brother is in the army. He can't just come back whenever. Besides, you and the baby are doing fine. It's harsh to talk about taking care of the body. If I hadn't woken up early, the baby might not have survived. Your mother left me alone as a new mother, with nothing to eat. In a few days, it might be too late." Her parents had been too harsh, and Qin Xiaolan couldn't stand it. It would be good if her brother came back to see his own daughter and to support her sister-in-law. "Are you sure you want to write that? It would shame her own parents and hurt their reputation. If you write that the mother and daughter are safe, and that the mother-in-law is kind and the daughter-in-law filial, and that they are well taken care of, your brother might feel more at ease staying in the army." That made sense. The letter was simple. Just ask Uncle's son to deliver it to the commune. He was a reliable young man. The baby girl was still too small. Yi Xiaohui didn't feel safe in this home. She wanted to move out, or better yet, split the family. This was a matter that would affect Zhang Yuying's reputation. She wouldn't agree openly, so she needed someone who could control them to help her succeed. Yi Xiaohui thought of someone. In her previous life, Yi Xiaohui was timid and concerned about her reputation. Her mother-in-law often ordered her around, and she kept everything hidden, so Zhang Yuying's good reputation was maintained. Everyone thought she was a good mother-in-law. This life, she couldn't bear it anymore. She refused to pretend or cooperate. Yi Xiaohui gained some strength, put on her cotton-padded jacket and pants, and decided to leave her daughter behind. She felt uneasy, so she cut her blanket in half, wrapped her daughter with one half, and carried her away. Qin Xiaolan came back outside and was shocked when she saw Yi Xiaohui. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" "I will visit Grandpa San's house and come back quickly." "But you can't hold Nan. Maybe we can leave her at home with me watching." Yi Xiaohui didn't dare let Nan leave her sight. The child was so young and had no self-protection ability. It would be very easy for bad people to cause her harm. "I'll take her and be back soon." Qin Xiaolan shook her head helplessly, unable to understand what her sister-in-law was doing. Grandpa San is Qin Yuanshan's uncle, the grandfather of Nanan's father Qin Shi. He is the third in line, fought against the Japanese soldiers when young, is honest and highly respected in the family. Whenever there was a conflict or a disagreement, people would go to him to settle things and clarify the truth. As soon as they entered, Yi Xiaohui knelt down with Nan Nan in her arms. Grandpa San, you have to decide for us. Yi Xiaohui, who had just been reborn, immediately saved her daughter. She was both sad and happy, tears uncontrollably flowing, her voice choked with emotion. Grandma San sat on the Kong, a traditional bed, quickly jumped down, and helped Yi Xiaohui up. Qin Shi's wife, what happened? Take your time and tell me. Grandma San gently took Nan Nan onto the Kong, opened the blanket, and asked, is she born yet? Girl or boy? Yi Xiaohui wiped her tears. It's a girl. Her grandparents don't like her and want to abandon her. Grandpa San sat by the table, smoking, and said, all children are from our Qin family. Who would do such a cruel thing? People outside would think it was impossible. Grandpa San, Grandma San, do you think I am talking nonsense? When Nan Nan was born, I fainted. When I woke up, my mother-in-law told the grandfather to throw Nan Nan into Dongo, where there are many dogs. Dongo is a place where children are abandoned, and everyone fears to speak of it. Nan Nan didn't die. When I stopped them, I wrapped her in a single coat. Her lips were purple, but her eyes were open. My mother-in-law even lied that Nan Nan borrowed the energy of outsiders, which was unlucky. Grandpa San, I didn't say a word that wasn't true. Xiaolan knows too. Grandpa San patted his thigh twice. This is too much. A life. And she dares to do such a thing? Grandma San remembered something earlier. Yuan Shan's wife once told someone that her niece, who studied at a university in a big city, was doing well everywhere but had no children. Her father, do you think she might have had such thoughts? The answer was obvious. Grandpa San put away his pipe. I'll go ask. If they really are worse than animals, I won't forgive them. Grandpa San, you should ask now, but they might not admit it. I came today to ask Grandpa San to help settle the family division. We live in the same yard, and I can't sleep well. If today doesn't work out, there's tomorrow and the day after. I will find moments to rest. Yi Xiaohui's words made sense. Grandpa San, with his hands behind his back, was the first to leave. Let's go. I'll go with you. Qin Shi specifically wrote a letter asking Grandpa San for help. His wife is pregnant, and if anything happens, he hopes for some support. Manhwa is very pitiful. Qin Shi is in the army, holding an official position and earning a salary every month. Because of this, Qin Yuanshan's family has become well off. But Manhwa is wrapped in a blanket, with nothing inside, and the blanket is covered in lint. Grandma San took her grandson's old clothes and even searched for his childhood hat. Yi Xiaohui was grateful beyond words. Let's go. When Qin Shi returns, it's best to ask for more money to keep in hand. Then you and your mother won't have to suffer so much. Zhang Yuying outside was bragging about her daughter-in-law having a girl. The girl was thin and small, and she wouldn't be able to survive on her own. She was so worried she couldn't eat. She wanted to find a secret remedy to help her. After gaining some praise for her efforts, Zhang Yuying returned home and heard Qin Xiaolan say that her sister-in-law went to see Grandpa San. Zhang Yuying scolded her again, still not satisfied, and slapped her twice. You're useless. You can't even watch people properly. When did I ask you to watch people? Yi Xiaohui pushed the door open and went straight to her room. Nuan seemed to be asleep. Yi Xiaohui gently tested her nose with her finger. She was breathing, so she relaxed. Zhang Yuying was about to scold her again when Grandpa San's shout made her stop. Yuan Shan, come out here. Qin Yuan Shan was sitting under the bright sun. There was nowhere to hide, so he had to stand up. Third uncle, come inside and have a hot drink to warm up. No need. Come out here. Grandpa San, with his hands behind his back, walked out. Qin Yuan Shan hurried to follow. Yuan Shan, I ask you, is Qin Shi your child? Of course he is. Why do you ask, third uncle? I see you're showing favoritism so much that it looks like you don't think Qin Shi is yours. Why did you give your newborn granddaughter to your wife's niece? Qin Yuan Shan, with his hands in his pockets, shrank his neck. Third uncle, I didn't mean. Grandpa San knocked him with his pipe. You keep saying you didn't? Are you even a man? If Qin Shi finds out, Will he still recognize you as his father? You've already wronged his mother and him once. Uncle, it's all the family's decision. Qin Shi is the eldest son. His wife had a useless girl in her first pregnancy. It's better to give her away and have another son. Qin Shi is doing pretty well. Only a son can carry on the family line. Grandpa was very angry. It's definitely you two who did this. You let a woman fool you. If she farts, do you also have to lie down and smell? She always considers her family first. You're just an old fool helping her. If it were his own son treating his grandson like that, Grandpa would definitely break his legs. Go inside and divide the family. When Zhang Yuying heard about dividing the family, she refused. How could she take Qin Shi's salary if they split up? Uncle, what did I do wrong as a mother-in-law? Are we splitting the family? Zhang Yuying glared at Yi Qiahui. What nonsense are you stirring up now? All right, your plan to give Qin Shi's child to your niece can't be hidden anymore. Zhang Yuying refused to admit it. Nonsense. I am Qin Shi's mother, the child's grandmother. Don't falsely accuse me just because of splitting the family. What Zhang Yuying said and did would be ignored if she didn't admit it herself. Yuan Shan has already admitted it. Stop pretending. Don't you know what you're doing? I know you too, Yi Qiahui said, teasing Qin Yuanshan. He was a terrible man. When he chased her, he was very obedient. Now that he's old, he's stabbing her in the back. Men really can't be trusted. Qin Yuanshan's face was bleeding from the scratches, and his pocket was torn. Yi Qiahui's goal was to split the family. To do that, she first had to ruin Zhang Yuying's reputation. Yi Qiahui sat on the ground, crying loudly, without caring about her image. The child didn't die, and Grandma said he did. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Is Nanny Qin Shi's child? Are you trying to make him childless and grandsonless? Zhang Yuying's stepmother had a good image. She didn't want to lose face. Yi Qiahui's crying attracted neighbors from both sides. This was exactly what she wanted. No one would know if she closed the door. What's going on? Qin Shi's wife. You just had a baby. You can't sit on the cold ground. A woman's health is very important. The neighbor was a woman in her 40s. Yi Qiahui called her second aunt. Second aunt, my girl has been targeted by her grandma. She wants to give the child to her niece. I've given up on life. Do I still need to worry about my health? Oldest daughter-in-law, don't spread false accusations and stir trouble between us. Old witch, even if you praise dirt as a flower, I no longer believe you. You take Qin Shi's salary to enjoy good food and drinks, while I only have a cold sweet potato to eat. I ask you. Nanan was clearly awake. So, why did you let her grandfather throw her away? If you have no guilty feelings, why won't you let me see her? I brought her back, and you said Nanan only survived because she borrowed someone's energy. Isn't that unlucky? Do you want to send her away? Is someone outside the village waiting to pick up Nanan? All I can say is, Yi Qiahui is revealing the truth. Nonsense. You bad luck charm, pouring dirt on me. No wonder the second son doesn't like you. You just came to cause trouble for our family, full of bad intentions. I am a bad luck charm, full of bad ideas. Why are you still asking me to be Qin Shi's wife? Don't you treat him like your own son? Turns out a stepmother is just a stepmother, no matter how much she pretends. Zhang Yuying was about to explode with anger. She couldn't understand why Yi Qiahui, who only had one child, seemed like a different person altogether. Furious, Zhang Yuying rushed over, tearing at Yi Qiahui's hair, grabbing and pinching her. Yi Qiahui didn't resist. She just cried, returning to her usual submissive wife role. People around hurriedly pulled them apart. Zhang Yuying pounded her chest and stomped her feet, crying out that she didn't want to live anymore. Inside the house and in the yard, a crowd gathered to watch. Even on the neighboring stone wall, a row of heads peeked over. Enough, everyone stop. The young ones don't act like children, and the elders don't act like elders. Are you still ashamed of yourselves? Grandpa San pounded the table loudly, his voice strong and commanding. Zhang Yuying wiped her tears and said, Third uncle, you must stand up for me. A stepmother is still a mother. I only entered the house when Qin Shi was 2 years old. I haven't done much, but I've suffered a lot. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't even be able to call me mother. Then stay out of it, see less of each other, and it's best to split the family. Zhang Yuying refused wholeheartedly. What if we announce that Qin Shi's child is being given away? That's all lies made up by Yi Xiaohui, this bad luck charm. Third uncle, you can't wrongly accuse me. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Outside, there was a commotion. Yi Hongcheng, Yi Xiaohui's brother, squeezed through the crowd, dragging a woman behind him. I've caught someone. Look, do you recognize her? He released her hand, and the woman knelt on the ground. Her basket dropped, scattering its contents everywhere. There were small cloth bags, cotton bandages, a child's hat, and a fashionable baby bottle filled with white powdered milk. The onlookers started talking excitedly. All for children? Are they planning to steal a kid? I know this person, Qin Mu's second sister-in-law. She used to come often, but her daughter has no children. Could it be? Zhang Yuying can only lower her head and say, Third uncle, since we can't be together, let's split the family. Family issues should not be shared with outsiders. The Qin family has driven her away and closed the door to discuss splitting the family. Yi Hongcheng pulled his sister aside. Why split the family? Everything is fine. What's fine? I had a daughter, but they didn't want her. They lied about my child dying and planned to send her away. Can't you see? The people coming to pick up the child are already here. Yi Hongcheng angrily looked at the second sister-in-law, grabbed her, and raised his fist to hit her. The three women rely on each other to get through life. Can just any passing stray cat or dog step on them? The second sister-in-law shouted loudly, her aunt, we did this willingly. You took the money, and I can't take the blame. Zhang Yuying is stuck with a bad teammate, wishing she could shut her mouth. Enough, just a few hits. Let's handle the main matter first. The elders understand proper manners. They need to let the victim vent, but also can't let the Qin family's reputation suffer too much. After hitting this second sister-in-law, they can't hit the mother-in-law, as that would be inappropriate and disrespectful. Now, the facts are clear for everyone to see. Denying it would only make Zhang Yuying look foolish and shameful. The Qin family has 5 main rooms and 1 side room. Yi Xiaohui wants to live in 2 of the main rooms now, plus the side room. Zhang Yuying disagrees. She has a son, so Yi Xiaohui can only have 2 rooms. 2 rooms are not enough for her. You've already prepared nearly 1,000 yuan for Qin Mu, and you want to leave him 4 rooms. You can't take all the good things, right? How about giving me 1,000, and I'll take 2 rooms? Grandpa Third made the decision. Let's follow what the eldest daughter-in-law says. Qin Mu's wife is from the city, and she probably won't come home once a year. 2 people in the distant mountains are enough for them. Next come the pots, bowls, and utensils. The family only has 1 pot, but Grandpa's house has a broken pot with a hole in it. It can still be used after patching. They divided 2 bowls, 2 pairs of chopsticks, and a large ceramic basin, which have been patched twice and look fragile. 1 broken-legged stool, and a wooden barrel. Finally, the most important things, money and grain. Yi Xiaohui suddenly suggested splitting the family, catching Zhang Yuying off guard. The grain wasn't even stored properly, and was all locked in the small cupboard. There are 4 family members, so the division is into 4 parts. Zhang Yuying has 100,000 questions. Where are the 4 people? Recently, not working means not earning money. Where does she get her share from? Yi Xiaohui said, Nanan doesn't have a share. Her father earns money and gives his wages to the family. As long as he's a person, he has to support the children. Yi Xiaohui's words make sense. The grain is divided into 4 parts, 2 on each side. Yi Hongcheng helped move to that house. Zhang Yuying's head was buzzing, and she felt distressed. Is the family division finished? Are you satisfied now? Not yet. There's still money to be divided. Nanan's father's wages are ours, both me and her. That hurt Zhang Yuying deeply. Does the family not spend money anywhere? The second son is getting married, and there are bride price, furniture, house decorations, and wedding celebrations. You don't have any of that either. Why should Nanan's father's earnings be used only for his wife and children. Why should he support his brother's marriage? Qin Shi served as a soldier for 10 years. Now he earns only a few dozen yuan a month. Just think about how much he has given to the family. Zhang Yuying's head ached. This unlucky star just wouldn't stop causing trouble. All the money has been spent. Zhang Yuying's small braids were grabbed by Yi Qiaohui, who said sharply, "If you don't want to give, fine. I'll write letters. One to your eldest son's boss, accusing him of being unfilial for not supporting his wife and children, and instead supporting his brother. Another letter to your youngest son's boss, saying he's a teacher who exploits his sister-in-law and niece, making his brother support him. Look at you, you can write, but do you know how to read?" Yi Qiaohui was not embarrassed. She had a low education, only finishing 6th grade for half a year because her father died and the family was poor, so she couldn't continue. But after Qin Shi sacrificed himself, she attended literacy classes and night school while working. She could read and write. "I don't know how to read, but someone who can read is enough. As long as they have a mouth, they can write a letter. Also, I will accuse you of favoring boys over girls and of human trafficking." Yi Qiaohui pointed at the second sister-in-law. "You, your daughter, and son-in-law, none of you will escape." The second sister-in-law's family grave had been emitting blue smoke for 500 years, and only then did they have a daughter who was supported by the state. They couldn't let that be ruined. "Second aunt, you should speak up. This is all your idea. Otherwise, I can't hit Qin Shi's head with a child." Zhang Yuying's legs were tired of being dragged by this foolish second sister-in-law. "Second sister-in-law, you can eat your food, but you can't say whatever you want." "What do you mean, say whatever?" "You said that Chang's son must be born to Qin Mu's wife. You're just thinking about the old lady's longevity lock." One problem after another was making Zhang Yuying so angry, she almost cried. Dogs biting dogs, but they shouldn't keep biting each other. "Okay, I will give you the money. If it's more than 400 yuan, take it and leave it. No need to argue." Yi Qiaohui calculated a small amount. Qin Shi should have handed over 2,000 yuan. Zhang Yuying is not generous with others, but very generous with her own son. She doesn't tolerate any complaints. Qin Mu spent some money on school and dating, so he has a bit more money, about 1,000 yuan. 600 yuan and it's settled. If she doesn't give it, she will cause a big fuss. I will accompany her anywhere. You don't need to feel bad. Think carefully. This money was earned by Nanu's father. It belongs to me and the children. They started a tug-of-war. Under Grandpa San's supervision, Zhang Yuying handed over 450 yuan. Yi Qiaohui nodded in agreement, knowing Zhang Yuying wouldn't give so easily, so she set a bargaining space in advance. The family was divided. The matter was settled. Grandpa San walked away with his hands behind his back. Yi Hongchun helped move all the pots and utensils into that room, then lay on the Kong bed, watching Nanu. Such a little one. It's only the first day. If it were a 10-pound chubby baby, wouldn't you be scared to death? "Brother, why did you come?" Yi Qiaohui climbed onto the Kong. She had just given birth, her body was weak, and she was very tired. Yi Hongqing took a bundle off his back and handed it to his sister. "Our mother made a little outfit for the baby, including a hat and diapers. There might be a few other things too." Yes, there were a few other things, a pound of millet and 6 eggs. "Mother is the best. She always pulls things out of her mouth and her belly. Our mother didn't know you had given birth, or she would have come too. By the way, you argued with your in-laws. What about the confinement period?" Qiaohui was indifferent. "I have hands and feet, and I have money. Can a living person worry about meals? What's going on with Qin Shi's second wife?" She was eavesdropping outside and asking others if the baby was born. "The basket cover wasn't tight. I saw some things inside, and I heard others say your mother-in-law gave the baby away." "I guessed it. Now, she still shares a yard with her mother-in-law. Yi Qiaohui feels uncomfortable and wants her brother to help build a fence. When dividing the family, it should look like a proper separation. "All right, tomorrow I'll bring bamboo. Whatever you want to eat, I'll make it." Thinking her brother wouldn't cause trouble, Yi Qiaohui asked him to make egg drop soup, thick or thin, enough to fill her stomach. Yi Hongcheng isn't a typical manly man, but he does housework too. Before long, a bowl of egg drop soup was ready. Eat while it's hot. Yi Hongcheng placed the bowl on the edge of the Kong, so his sister didn't need to get down. Nanu made two small sounds, not much louder than a mosquito. Maybe she's hungry. Big brother, give her some water. Try not to make it too hot. No, you don't want to feed her? I don't have milk right now. Oh, then just give her water. Is plain water okay? Isn't she hungry? Yi Xiaohui felt helpless. There's no other way. I'll eat more, and in a few days, I should be able to feed the baby. Yi Hongcheng's eyes widened. The baby will drink plain water for 2 or 3 days. 1 or 2 meals are fine, but for such a long time, how can that work? Yi Hongcheng went to boil water again. Xiaohui couldn't bear to hear her daughter cry, so she lifted her shirt to suckle her empty. In the dim light, the baby lay quietly in Yi Xiaohui's arms. Her skin looked pale and unhealthy, and her tiny limbs seemed fragile enough to break with a light touch. The child was too thin, and she blamed herself as the mother. But her eyes were surprisingly bright and beautiful. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, adding a touch of liveliness to her weak body. Yi Xiaohui gently stroked the baby's delicate face with her fingertips, full of love and tenderness. Baby, are you happy with this family? Of course, the baby wouldn't answer her. You must be unhappy, having such a father who works hard to support his brothers and parents, but doesn't care about his wife and children. And having me as your mother, making you suffer even before you were born. Honestly, it's her own fault. In the past, Yi Xiaohui cared too much about her reputation, hiding her feelings and bottling up her grievances, wrapping herself in a cocoon of silence. Baby, I promise to protect you in this life. Far away, on a training ground, someone sneezed loudly. Company commander, do you think your wife misses you? Qin Shi pretended to kick Guazaheo. You're so talkative. Go back to training. Guazaheo wailed. I want to go too. Qin Shi looked at Guazaheo with a raised eyebrow. Are you special? No, I just sprained my ankle. I can't train. Even with a sprained ankle, you have to stand in line and watch your soldiers. Yes, company commander. Did women think about themselves? Impossible. Yi Xiaohui and Qin Mu were engaged for 5 years. She had always liked Qin Mu, the same mother-son. Unfortunately, Yi Xiaohui's youth was wasted. After Qin Mu got into a university for workers, peasants, and soldiers, he started dating a female classmate during college. She was from the city. Qin Mu even went to meet her family. Her father was a minor official at a certain organization, and he liked Qin Mu as a hard-working and ambitious young man. After graduation, he helped Qin Mu find a job. Yi Xiaohui has been waiting for the stars and the moon. She waited from age 17 to 22. She never expected Qin Mu to come marry her, but instead, she received news that Qin's family wanted to cancel the engagement. Angrily, Yi Xiaohui jumped into the reservoir. Fortunately, Yi Hongcheng was worried about his sister and followed her, preventing a serious accident. At this time, the common people had proper values. Qin Mu's behavior was like a version of a scoundrel who hasn't married yet. When people talk about him, they all shake their heads and say he's no good, someone who wouldn't do such things. Ironically, Qin Mu was the one who initially pursued Yi Xiaohui. When the engagement was called off, Qin Mu was visiting his family. At 26, he was already of marriage age. Seeing the public opinion turning against him, his good father, Qin Yuanshan, tried to persuade him to marry Yi Xiaohui. Yi Xiaohui didn't like him, and Qin Mu knew this well. He agreed to the marriage mainly because of his own reasons. According to the timeline, the baby should be born soon. Thinking about becoming a father soon, Qin Mu felt both excited and touched. He planned to write a letter to his mother-in-law, asking her to take care of the postpartum period and to have his eldest brother-in-law look after her more. He also planned to send some money. The money was sent to his mother-in-law's house. At home, there was not even a spoon. Yi Xiaohui fed her daughter warm boiled water directly from her mouth. The little girl struggled to swallow, which made Yi Hongcheng feel very distressed. This won't do. We need to think of a way, he said. Any ideas? Unless we find someone still nursing a baby, Yi Hongcheng sighed. He, a grown man, would be embarrassed to go ask for milk while holding the baby. Qin Xiaolan brought half a bowl of cabbage and a pancake, saying Qin Yuanshan sent them. He wasn't sure if he was feeling guilty or just worried about how to explain himself to his son. Never mind, might as well eat. It's better than nothing. It has some meat flavor and a small piece of meat the size of a locust seed. Qin Xiaolan leaned over to look at her daughter. The baby had a little something in her belly now. She didn't cry or fuss, just looked around aimlessly. Such a pretty girl, just like your aunt, she said. If she looks like me, she'll definitely be beautiful. Big brother isn't ugly either. The baby looks like you, so our future nephew will probably look like my brother. They wouldn't have more children. By the end of the year, Qin Mu would be a martyr. Qin Xiaolan wanted to help wash the diapers, but couldn't find any. No milk, just took a few sips of water.
No movements.
If it really can't be helped, you can take her to see your sister-in-law. Her baby is still nursing, right? The sister-in-law Yi Xiaohui mentioned was the wife of Qin Mu's eldest uncle. Still nursing, then I'll go now. Just after lying down, little Nan Nan was pulled out of the bed by her mother, wrapped in a blanket and small quilt, and carried away by Qin Xiaolan. Yi Hongcheng measured the yard, planning how much bamboo to use. Just building a wall isn't enough. We need to make a big gate. Without a gate, if your mother-in-law locks the door, you won't be able to get in or out. Then let's make a big gate. Brother, you should also build a sturdy fence gate, one that mice can't crawl through. Okay, just to block the big mice over there. Yi Hongcheng was eager to go back and work on the bamboo. He was also thinking about going up the mountain to gather some herbs. Better to try than not to try at all. It took Qin Xiaolan about half an hour to return. She hurriedly placed Nan Nan on the bed. Yi Xiaohui asked in confusion, what happened? Did someone chase you away? No, Nan Nan farted, probably had a movement. I had to rush back quickly. Nan Nan, hiccuping and looking uncomfortable, seemed about to cry. Sure enough, she had a movement. Dark, sticky feces covered Nan Nan's bottom. The sisters-in-law hurriedly cleaned her up, making her red in the process. Finally, they managed to clean her thoroughly. Nan Nan was so upset from all the fuss that she cried loudly. Her mother comforted her, then her aunt also held her to soothe her. On her first day after birth, it was chaos everywhere. That night, Yi Xiaohui held Nan Nan close, kissing her again and again. She felt she could never get enough of her. This was her little girl, and she was willing to risk her life for her safety and peace. In the morning, Yi Xiaohui, still asleep, was awakened by knocking on the door. Then came Zhang Yuying's voice, I'm coming. Don't knock so early. Who's knocking so loud? It's me, Xiaohui's mother. Zhang Yuying almost blurted out Mom, but remembered the argument from yesterday. She was genuinely scared, afraid of being beaten. As soon as she partially opened the door latch, it was pushed open with a bang. She couldn't dodge in time, and the door hit her forehead and nose. She saw stars, and blood spattered from her nose. Who are you? Old dog, you deserve it. Talking nonsense, and not doing proper things. Eating food but not doing your duty. That's mild. Why don't you sell your old bee on the street? Why don't you sell your son? Did you see me sell my granddaughter with your own eyes? I was just trying to be kind, worried about disturbing the old Qin family's luck. Nan Nan was born unable to breathe properly. That's not made up. Say another word, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Yi Xiaohui quickly dressed and ran out of her house. Mother, it's cold outside. Come inside and warm up. Justice is in people's hearts. Those who do wrong will face their punishment. Lu Damei shook off her burden and glared at Zhang Yuying. If you dare to bully my daughter again, just wait. I'm not someone easy to mess with. If I didn't have some skills, I wouldn't be alive now. A widow with 2 children, she had to be strong, or she would have died many times over. Zhang Yuying instinctively took a step back and turned into the house. Yi Xiaohui linked arms with Lu Damei and asked, Mother, why did you come so early? My daughter was bullied, she had a baby, and now there's nothing to eat or drink. I'm worried about you. Yi Xiaohui said, Mother, you're always the best. Now you realize that? Lu Damei went inside first to check on her granddaughter. The little girl had caused trouble twice last night and was still not awake. She's just a bit thin, but she'll grow. By the way, you're still not producing milk, right? I brought some goat milk. Yi Qiahui was surprised. Mother, what did you bring? Lu Damei took out a jar from her bag, filled with milk about thick. It was good stuff. With it, feeding the girl wouldn't be a problem anymore. Mother, you brought goat milk? Your brother stayed up all night messing around. He bought a pack of cigarettes for the sheep herders and squeezed milk from a ewe that just had a lamb. Goat milk can't be drunk straight. It needs to be heated. Lu Damei told her daughter to lie down while she boiled water and filtered out the wool. Soon, the smell of goat milk filled the air. Zhang Yuying sniffed and asked, "What's that smell?" "The house is starting to smell good again, spending the money we gave them." Qin Yuanshan puffed on a cigarette and scolded, "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Since we've divided the family, she can spend her money however she wants." "It's not your business anymore," he added. Angrily, Zhang Yuying threw down a water scoop, which cracked badly. The broken piece, sticking to Qin Yuanshan's hand, nearly hit his forehead, as if it had cut him. "Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I'm just angry at that woman," she said, patting and blowing on her hand.
Men.
"Well, that's how it is. Your father should talk to the eldest and ask him to come back and take charge. We already have issues. Are you afraid the eldest will come back and scold us?" Qin Yuanshan, despite being a bit confused around women, still had some sense. "Since he's your son, and he doesn't trust you, he trusts outsiders? That woman's heart is with the second son. The eldest knows that. Do you think he'll believe her? Men can get jealous too. When they don't get a response, they might turn to hatred. That can be used." Qin Yuanshan agreed. Letting the eldest daughter-in-law keep acting like that isn't a good idea. Constant fighting makes outsiders laugh at us. Send a telegram. "Father is in danger. Come back quickly." Qin Yuanshan was unhappy. "Are you cursing me? I'm living well, so why do you say you're in danger?" "I'm in danger.
Who am I?
What right do I have? Can Qin Shi come back?" Knowing her own worth, Zhang Yuying was clear. Her good life today was all thanks to the support of men. What if the eldest son doesn't come back? Qin Yuanshan wasn't sure his son would see him as the main person. Their relationship was just so. Not coming back is even better. Sending money over is the best. Qin Yuanshan silently agreed. The first thing Nan did when she woke up was to feel hungry, making hungry noises. "Come on, be good. Drink your milk first." The goat milk was kept warm in a pot. The new small spoon was useful, but Nan didn't seem to like the taste, looking very unmotivated. Lu Damei laughed and scolded, "Little one, you're picky again. Isn't this better than plain water?" Unable to resist her hunger, Nan kept circling the spoon near her mouth, eventually opening her mouth and falling in love with it. Lu Damei also cooked millet porridge for her daughter and boiled an egg. The most urgent thing was to produce milk quickly. There weren't enough mother sheep to milk. After feeding the mother and daughter, the door opened. Yi Hongcheng carried a big bundle of bamboo and handed a cloth bag to Lu Damei. Lu Damei weighed it and asked, "Did you really catch something?" "Yes, just a rabbit, but it's quite fat. Enough for Hui to eat for 2 or 3 days. I'll go again when I have time. If I can't catch a big one, a dove will do." Yi Qiahui had money, but no meat coupon. Lu Damei went inside to get a knife and basin, quickly cleaned the rabbit, and started cooking it. Yi Qiahui spoke through the window, "Mom, don't tear the rabbit's skin too much. Make a pair of shoes for Nan. You can also make a pair of gloves. You don't need to worry. I'll sew some cloth straps to tie the legs. People can't be old before their time. My knees are always cold." Rural older women did a lot but ate little, had to give birth, couldn't sit properly during the confinement period, and worked in the wind and rain. As they aged, they only had illness left. Yi Hongcheng cut the bamboo into 1.8-meter poles and crossed them to make a fence, which also caught Zhang Yuying's eye. "Qin Yuanshan, why don't you go see what those 3 women are up to? It's just a fence, and the house has already been divided among them. Why are you still worried about the yard?" Of course, Zhang Yuying was worried. A yard was convenient, and not only that, she also wanted the 400 plus yuan. What made Zhang Yuying angrier than this was the smoke from the neighboring chimney again, along with the smell of meat drifting over. Yesterday, you even brought her some vegetables. I wonder if you could share a little with her. Even if Qin Yuanshan is very fond of her face, he doesn't want to listen to her nagging. He got up and went to stand on the street. Zhang Yuying was also busy. She changed into decent clothes, wrapped a headscarf, and prepared to send a telegram from the commune post office. Yi Qiaohui's lunch was meat broth with a spoonful of rabbit meat. Lu Damei and her son just had a little meat broth with soaked pancakes. Mom, you and Big Brother should also have some meat. The two of you are working, I'm just waiting and eating.
Stop joking.
You're the girls' meal ticket. Otherwise, where would you get this treatment? The rabbits are all cleaned out, only about 2 gene left. You can keep it and eat it slowly. Lu Damei said these words with dislike, but did the warmest thing. In the afternoon, Yi Hongqing tore down a big door and started making a fence gate. Lu Damei washed the diapers, even the dirty clothes her daughter had taken off, and washed them all. Nothing could stop her. Mom, how are my brother and the girl from Qianzhuang doing? Yi Hongqing is already 26. In the countryside, he's considered difficult to marry. It's not because he has poor conditions, but because his marriage prospects have been delayed. When he was 20, he got engaged. They paid the bride price and everything. 2 years later, they were supposed to get married, but it fell through. The reasons were strange. Sometimes they said Yi Hongqing had no father, and his mother was busy with daily life. Other times they said the mother-in-law was too strong, and they worried life would be hard after marriage. Lu Damei was upset for several months, feeling she had burdened her son. Later, someone who knew the situation revealed that the girl had married someone else. She married a pig butcher, who was also her stepfather, because he was rich. The Yi family finally understood they lost because they were poor. People in this era were conservative. Being rejected in marriage was a big shame for the man. Lu Damei even stopped matchmaking. Recently, someone came to talk about Yi Hongqing's bride. Both families are from Qianzhuang. They know each other. The girl is tall and looks decent, but not very smart. Lu Damei thought, since her son is already so old, he might as well settle. Having a wife is better than not. Your brother doesn't want to. He says it's better not to find someone like that. If he really has no chance of marriage, he will accept it. Mom, I support my brother. You want the next generation to do well, but you also have to be responsible. If the child doesn't want to follow me or his mother, what will you do? Lu Damei has come to understand. She's still alive and can help a little now. But when she's gone, all the responsibilities will fall on her son. And he has to carry 2, or even 3 burdens. Just thinking about it makes her heart ache. It was past 9 o'clock at night, and Qin Shi still hadn't returned to the dormitory. The squad leaders held a small meeting about the importance of diligent training and not slacking off. The radio operator handed a telegram to the guard, pointed at Qin Shi, and whispered something to him. The guard's face changed color, and he immediately reported, "Squad leader Qin, please come out." Seeing how serious the guard was, Qin Shi stood up and stepped outside. "What's the matter?" he asked. "It's about a telegram from your family." Qin Shi took it, thinking about what could be wrong at home. The most likely reason was that his child had been born. He was still hopeful whether it was a girl or a boy. But the 5 words on the telegram pushed his thoughts aside. "Father critically ill. Return quickly." Qin Shi returned to his seat with a complex expression. His old partner Xiao Weijie nudged him. "What's wrong? Who was looking for you? Let's talk after the meeting." After the meeting, the attendees left in small groups. Xiao Weijie and Qin Shi walked side by side. "What's really going on? You look distracted. Even during the meeting, you seemed lost in thought." "Father critically ill. Must return quickly." Xiao Weijie was startled. "How is your father usually? Is he in good health?" "He's fine. I haven't heard of him being unwell all these years." "What do you plan to do?" "This is a big matter. You should either send money or go back yourself." "I want to go home." "I think she might have already given birth." Xiao Weijie joked. You should go back. As a father, even if you're just involved, you need to make yourself known first, prove you're the father. You're joking again. During these days I was away, you keep an eye on things. Don't let any trouble happen. Keep a close watch on those who aren't fit for physical tasks, and try not to let anyone fall behind. Don't worry. We've fought side by side in the trenches. You don't trust me to handle things? That night, Qin Shi went to see his leader, explained the situation at home, and took half a month off. The next day, Qin Shi took a train back to his hometown in Zhao County. Before leaving, he bought a rattle for the baby on the way. After hesitating, he also bought a plain silk scarf for Yi Qiahui. He actually preferred a pink one, but the thought of his father's critical condition made him put it down. During the mourning period, a pink scarf wouldn't be appropriate. As the train started moving toward the unknown distance, Qin Shi felt the same. He didn't know what awaited him at the end of the train journey. Yi Hongcheng spent 4 days building a fence and a gate. They were well made, very neat and sturdy. When it was finished, they even set off a small firecracker to celebrate. All right, go buy a lock and lock the door at night. If someone knocks, don't open it. Who knows what your stepmother-in-law is hiding inside her stomach? When they were trying to break down the door, the old woman still complained about disturbing the feng shui of the old Qin family. Yi Hongcheng immediately responded, "This is my sister and brother-in-law's yard. That side is yours. Go there if you want to manage it. This is originally my property."
Of course I want to take care of it, she replied.
Yi Qiahui didn't want her brother to stand up for her. He was still single, and she didn't want to ruin his reputation. Is it really originally yours? You came halfway through. The true owner is Nanan's biological grandmother, my mother-in-law, said Zhang Yuying, rolling her eyes. I helped build the house, she added. You should go bother the father-in-law and Qin times. No family marries into wild land, Yi Qiahui told Yi Hongcheng. Brother, just keep working. This is my home and yard. I'll do as I please. As long as you say that, go inside. It's cold, he replied. Zhang Yuying was angry, but didn't dare to show it. Her daughter-in-law seemed to have taken the wrong medicine, like she had a grudge from a past life. Yi Qiahui thought, you guessed right. No one paid attention to Zhang Yuying. The fence and gate were all fixed. After her brother left, Yi Qiahui used a piece of wire to secure the door. She hadn't bought a lock yet, so she made do for now. That night, it started to rain and snow. Yi Qiahui reheated the bone soup from noon, added a cooked egg, and soaked a pancake in it. The meat broth was tasteless without salt, but she forced herself to eat. 3 days had passed, and she still hadn't produced milk. She was anxious. She poured water into the pot, added firewood to the stove, then went to bed with her daughter. Her daughter was a foodie and a sleep lover. Just after dark, she drank some goat milk and went back to sleep. Yi Qiahui felt satisfied just watching her daughter sleep. Suddenly, she felt her chest was wet. She quickly lifted her clothes to check. Oh no! Her daughter's milk supply finally started. After walking for 2 days, Qin Shi got off the train. It was completely dark now. He faced 2 choices. Walk over 50 miles home or find a guest house for the night and go back tomorrow. Qin Shi decided to go home. 50 miles wasn't a challenge for him. He carried his backpack and started measuring the 50 miles. Yi Qiahui didn't sleep well. Her chest was swollen. She was really annoyed. Either she shouldn't have come, or she should have given a heads up before arriving. The girl woke up several times during the night. Yi Qiahui let her, and after 2 times of fussing, she felt a bit better. Yi Qiahui untied her hands and wanted to sleep again.
Pada.
The sound was not loud, not quiet enough to disturb others, but Yi Qiahui still heard it. She didn't turn on the light and peeked outside through the door. Besides the white ground, she saw nothing else. She rubbed her neck, climbed back onto the bed, and continued to sleep.
Pada again.
Yi Qiahui had to be more careful. She grabbed the red tassel spear in front of the bed and tiptoed to the door. If someone broke in, she could only stab them with her spear. Outside, someone was walking, their head covered in snow, footsteps crunching in the snow. The person passed by, leaving 2 long footprints. It was Qin Shi. He had been walking for several hours and finally reached home. He looked more energetic and moved more lightly. Qin Shi went closer, but then stepped back, carefully examining the scene. This was indeed his home. When did a fence gate appear? The fence gate was still half open. Qin Shi noticed another suspicious detail. There were messy footprints outside the door. If they were left by Yi Qiaohui, the snow had fallen for hours and the footprints should have been covered. But the footprints didn't look like Yi Qiaohui's. At least, they were from a size 43 shoe. He took off his backpack and gently pushed the door open. Inside, Yi Qiaohui was extremely nervous, her palms sweating. She watched as the person outside was about to open the latch, her heart pounding in her chest. She clenched her red tassel spear tightly. The sound of the latch dropping, pada. Then, with a thud, a shadow entered. Yi Qiaohui's spear was also ready. The person turned their head aside, raising an arm, and the spear was snatched away. Next to her, there was a kitchen knife. She turned around and grabbed it quickly. It's me. I know it's you. Breaking into the house in the middle of the night and still announcing yourself? The person was skilled. Yi Qiaohui, being weak and lacking strength, couldn't compete with a grown man. She couldn't hold her ground for long. The knife was taken from her. Stop fighting. It's me, Qin Shi.
Who are you?
I'm your husband, Qin Shi. Yi Qiaohui sat heavily on a stool.
You scared me to death.
You're not mute. If you came back, why didn't you say a word? Qin Shi fumbled for a match and lit the kerosene lamp. Under the light, Yi Qiaohui carefully looked at the man in front of her. It was indeed Qin Shi. Thinking back, they hadn't seen each other for decades in both lives. Yi Qiaohui still had a deep impression of him. His portrait has been displayed at home for many years. Why are you back now? Yi Qiaohui's eyes were full of tears, not because she was touched. A foolishly filial man has nothing to be moved about, but because she was frightened by what just happened. I took leave to come back and see you both, Qin Shi explained. Seeing that Yi Qiaohui didn't look pregnant, Qin Shi was surprised for 5 seconds. Have you given birth? Qin Shi quickly went to the bed to check. A grown man was so excited that he was walking unsteadily. Nan was sleeping soundly. Qin Shi wanted to touch her face but didn't dare, mainly because their hands, used for guns, were rough. Is it a boy or a girl? Did you not receive the letter I sent? Qin Shi was even more surprised. You wrote a letter? What did you say? If you didn't receive it, forget it. I'll tell you later. Sorry to disappoint you. I gave birth to a girl, and her name is Nan. What are you talking about? A girl is also good. Go lie on the bed now. The ground is cold. I'll handle the person first. The person on the ground had already been knocked out. Qin Shi turned him over and removed the heavy noose from his neck. Is it him? You know him? He's the nephew of the old lady in that house. No wonder. Looks like he received a letter from the old lady and came to steal money. Don't look at me like that. I took the money from your stepmother. I can't return it. Once you marry and have children, you have the responsibility to support us. Qin Shi said, Did I say anything? I was going to transfer the money to you, but you didn't want it. Yi Qiaohui was silent. Yes, before rebirth, Yi Qiaohui had a good impression of Zhang Yuying because she was Qin Mu's mother. Even after Qin Mu became a traitor, Zhang Yuying never spoke ill of Yi Qiaohui, and she was the matchmaker for Qin Shi. But once Zhang Yuying gained control of the finances, her attitude changed faster than flipping a book. Yi Qiaohui just wanted to curse herself, slap herself twice, and she was always the one who couldn't stand up straight. Qin Shi the man's hands and feet and dragged him to a side room. All right, I'll hand him over to the police tomorrow morning. Have you eaten? There's bone soup in the big pot and some pancakes on the table. Do you want to eat a little?
Don't worry about me.
I'll handle it myself. Yi Qiaohui really stopped caring. Qin Shi added some fire to the big pot and tore the pancakes into pieces, tossing them inside. Add some salt. I didn't put any because I can't eat it. Qin Shi asked, You don't eat salt? It's not that I don't eat it. I just can't now. You haven't had a child, so you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Qin Shi ate while asking, Why is the house so quiet? Yi Xiaohui rolled her eyes at him. I just caught one. What more do you want to cause trouble for? Qin Shi looked serious.
I didn't mean that.
I received a telegram from home saying my father is critically ill. I don't know if he's better now. Yi Xiaohui was almost speechless. It's starting to snow, and you're still coming out to tidy up the courtyard. Do you even know if that's considered critical illness? Qin Shi paused, then after a moment, he started eating again. Yi Xiaohui moved Nan aside to let her sleep in the middle. Even though he was her husband, they hadn't seen each other in many years, so it was naturally awkward. Sleeping close still felt a bit uncomfortable. Qin Shi washed the dishes, soaked his feet in warm water, and then lay down outside. I turned off the lamp. It was barely audible. The room fell silent, but a strange, tense feeling filled the air. Yi Xiaohui was very sleepy but couldn't fall asleep at all. She rolled over, facing the earthen wall. Can't sleep?
I'm asleep.
I'll go to sleep now. Thanks for your effort. You're welcome. As your mother used to say, every woman can have children. Besides, I gave birth to a girl. Let me correct you. My mother died a long time ago. Besides, she is her, I am me. My child doesn't eat her rice. If you want to care for her, go take care of her own son. Yi Xiaohui didn't expect Qin Shi to say that. Did you know? Your daughter almost got sent away, and you lied to me that Nan was dead. In the darkness, Qin Shi clenched his fists tightly again and again. Qin Yuanshan was old and had little sleep. Just before dawn, he was sweeping snow in the yard. He always felt uneasy, and when he turned around, he saw his eldest son staring at him through the gap in the fence. Old man, when did you come back? Last night. Dad, what does critically ill mean? Qin Yuanshan felt extremely awkward. He and his wife guessed wrong. His eldest son didn't have much feeling for him, and he was very dedicated to his work. Most likely, he wouldn't come back often, just send money. Losing 450 yuan still bothered his wife. Their son was young, and it was right to give him money to show respect. But he didn't expect. Qin Shi, a few days ago I wasn't feeling well and missed you. I wanted you to come back. Dad, do you think the army is run by our family? You lied to the army with false reasons. I'll be punished. Zhang Yuying came out of the house when she heard the sound, smiling like a flower. Eldest, your dad really missed you. He was just talking about you yesterday. Even if he misses me, can he lie about it? The army has discipline and cannot be allowed to act recklessly. There's one more thing. Last night I came back and caught a thief, and it was someone I knew. Zhang Yuying looked visibly nervous. A thief? At this time? Hearing Nanny's crying, Qin Shi went back inside. Zhang Yuying nudged Qin Yuanshan.
Go check.
Did you really catch the thief? Qin Yuanshan looked embarrassed and refused. I won't go. If I caught him, I caught him. Can the boss really be lying? You, after all, are his father. Don't you care if your daughter-in-law is scared? How do you think the boss feels? I'll wash my face first and then go. Yi Xiaohui changed Nanny's diaper, threw the dirty cloth into the corner of the Kong bed, and lifted her clothes to feed the baby. Is Nanny awake? Qin Shi's dark head peeked in. Unprepared, Yi Xiaohui quickly tugged at her clothes, wishing she could hide Nanny inside too. Really, walking without making a sound. Qin Shi smiled slightly. What do you want to eat this morning? I'll start cooking.
Yi Xiaohui was surprised.
You can cook? I learned from my grandma. She's not like other grandmas.
She didn't spoil me.
She taught me everything while she was alive, so that when she's gone, my life won't be harder. Yi Xiaohui realized she didn't really know much about Qin Shi in her previous life. I've had enough of pancakes.
Can you make a dry pancake?
And cook some millet porridge with meat broth? Yi Xiaohui really wanted to eat. Her taste had adapted to modern times, and going back decades made her a bit uncomfortable. Okay, I'll go knead the dough first. Qin Yuanshan washed his face and slowly went to push open the gate of his eldest son's house. Grandpa, wait a moment. He looked up to see a bicycle approaching from the east, and a police officer in uniform jumped off. Qin Yuanshan's heart pounded. He stammered. You're looking for me? No, there was a burglary at Qin Shi's house. I'm here to investigate. Elder, please don't disturb the scene. The police officer took photos for evidence before pushing open the gate and entering the yard. Qin Shi. Here. Qin Shi shook hands with Fei Hongjun. The person is in the side room. You can see for yourself. Qin Shi opened the door to the side room. Inside, there was dry grass on the floor, and a person was with ropes. Zhang Yuying had been frozen for hours. He was desperately trying to call out, but his mouth was sealed shut. His mouth had just been freed for 2 minutes. Let me go. I won't dare to do it again. Fei Hongjun patted his shoulder and said, just tell the truth. Maybe you'll be treated leniently. What are you doing sneaking into someone's house at night? Zhang Yuying's dead fish eyes caught sight of Qin Yuanshan, and he kept shouting, Uncle, please help me. The flood washed away the Dragon King Temple, and our family no longer recognizes each other. I am Qin Shi's cousin. Qin Shi snorted. Don't just claim relatives randomly. My mother's surname is Lin, not Zhang. Qin Yuanshan felt ashamed in front of his own son and denied. I don't know you. Don't make up relatives. Fine. If my aunt hadn't called me here, I wouldn't even know that Qin Shi's wife stole 450 yuan. When trouble happened, she didn't recognize me. And she still has the surname Zhang? Since the old lady actively approached her, she wouldn't blame her. Qin Shi, what are you going to do? If you hadn't come back and run into this, forget about the money. My daughter, and I might not be alive. He's holding a knife. He's not wrong. A house without internal traitors can't keep out outsiders. It's up to you. Qin Shi didn't hesitate and said to Fei Hongjun, I have no other demands. Let's handle this officially. Zhang Yuying had been leaning against the fence, clearly hearing Zhang Yuying's words. Her nephew couldn't be sent to the authorities, or her brother and sister-in-law wouldn't forgive her. Zhang Yulan went inside, wrapped her headscarf, and said to her daughter, make some spicy scrambled eggs. I need to go to that room. Mother, it was cousin's fault. You shouldn't go. You don't understand anything. It's none of your business. Qin Xiaolan lowered her head and said nothing. She already felt insignificant in this family, unlucky, and her husband was no help. Zhang Yuying arrived late, but finally came. Wejin, what's wrong? Why are you? Big aunt, please say something. You're my real aunt. Zhang Yuying asked Qin Shi bravely. Qin Shi, what did your cousin do to upset you? Qin Shi said, you came just in time. Your nephew admitted he sneaked in the middle of the night to steal. The accusation was based on your information. Otherwise, he wouldn't know that Nuanwan's mother had money. Zhang Yuying cursed her foolish nephew inwardly, but kept smiling outwardly. Sigh, this child. I just got angry and said a few harsh words. As a mother-in-law, how could I eat the money? Nuanwan's mother also heard some rumors and demanded a split of the family for money. Yuejin has been raised by me since he was young, and he just wants to stand up for me. Honestly, this whole thing is my fault. I shouldn't have lost my temper. Qin Shi, these are close relatives. I think we should just forget about it. Comrade Public Security Officer, I apologize for bringing family matters to you. Yi Xiaohui listened inside the house. No matter how angry she was, she didn't rush to get off the bed. It was a test for Qin Shi. If Qin Shi had gone along with Zhang Yuying's wishes and downplayed the issue, she would have completely lost hope in this man. Fei Hongjun looked at Qin Shi for his opinion. If he agreed to define this as a family conflict, there would be no need to arrest anyone. This isn't a family matter. I have no blood relation with Zhang Yuying. He broke into the house with a knife. Comrade Fei, I still stand by my decision. Official matters should be handled officially.
All right.
Fei Hongjun took out handcuffs from his waist and clicked them on Zhang Yuying's wrists. Zhang Yuying was stunned and shouted at Zhang Yuying, Big Aunt, the idea was yours. If you see me in trouble and do nothing, don't blame me for telling everything. Fei Hongjun turned to Zhang Yuying and said, I'll take him back for investigation. You need to cooperate too. Let's go. Zhang Yuying panicked, grabbing Qin Shi's hand, her voice full of pleading, Qin Shi, I am your mother. If I get taken away, what will others say about you and your wife? Our affairs don't concern you. You should worry about what others think of you. Zhang Yuying pinned her last hope on Qin Yuanshan. Old man, call the second son. The phone. Her second son was the only thing she could use to bargain. Qin Shi sent Fei Hongjun away, then turned back to the house. The pancakes were still not cooked. Are you just scaring them, or are you serious? Yi Xiaohui was confused. Qin Shi's actions and attitude were completely different from her usual impression. But then again, in her previous life, Yi Xiaohui left with the army after giving birth. Qin Shi was killed on a mission at the end of the year. They had been together for less than 3 months in total. Both of them had built a wall in their hearts and didn't really understand each other. I'm not going to scare my wife and kids with family matters. I let him go this time, but what about next time? Yi Xiaohui relaxed a little. It seemed Qin Shi was someone she could work with. Brother, Zhang Yuying, being Qin Xiaolan's real mother, still couldn't act as if nothing was wrong, eating and drinking normally. Qin Shi didn't say he liked his sister very much, but she was better than those other people. Why are you here? I've been living at home for over a month. Qin Shi didn't speak. Qin Xiaolan went to see Wanwan and her sister-in-law. Little girl, Andy has arrived. The girl has finished eating and drinking, her bottom is dry and comfortable. She is counting her 10 fingers, maybe counting wrong, so she repeats. Sister-in-law, the girl has grown again. Her face is soft and smooth, just like egg whites. Yi Xiaohui laughs and says, you really have a way with words. She's just a little kid, is she really that good? Anyway, I like her. I think she's great no matter what. Qin Xiaolan smiles, and then looks at Qin Shi. Brother, what do you plan to do about that? We can't really let mom go to jail, right? Qin Shi looks expressionless. I don't want to make a big fuss, but Zhang Yuying came into the house with a knife. This is no longer just a family argument. If we don't teach them a lesson, your sister-in-law might never have a peaceful life. Qin Xiaolan nods. I understand, but... No buts, Qin Shi cuts her off. I'll handle this. If you try to change my mind, there's no point. Even if you talk, it won't help. Seeing Qin Shi's firm expression, Qin Xiaolan feels sad, but also a little comforted. She feels sad because her brother is so cold, especially since they are family. She admits her own mother was worse. She also envies her brother's indifference. If only she had his courage. Dad went to the commune. It seems he's going to the post office to call second brother. Go ahead. Dad has been biased all his life. Nothing surprises me about what he does. Qin Shi has returned now. After the morning meal, he takes out some sugar, a jar of malt extract, a bottle of Beijing Ergotu, and 2 boxes of Yushi cigarettes. He plans to visit his mother-in-law to share the good news. Sharing good news is a tradition left by ancestors. In the 1960s and 70s in poor rural areas, it had changed a lot. If a boy was born, people would prepare a generous gift to visit the mother-in-law. If a girl was born, the more particular families would make a small gesture, but most would just pretend nothing happened. Why celebrate for a girl? But Qin Shi is different. He takes it seriously. I'm leaving now. I'll lock the door and come back soon. Okay, no need to rush. Nothing serious will happen. The mother and daughter live 3 miles from the bride's family, in Dongzhuang. They don't have a bicycle, so they have to walk. In the short time they slept, Qin Shi returned with a few things: an old hen, over 10 eggs, 2 small crucian carp shells. The old hen was bought from the village for a yuan. The crucian carp shells were caught from the river by our brother. He said they're good for making soup to help with milk. And there's a pancake. If you're hungry, just say so. Got it. During the day, Qin Shi looked at his daughter and teased her. Little girl, are you awake? Daddy will get you a rattle, okay? The little girl couldn't voice her opinion, but her mother could. She's so young. She probably can't hold a rattle. Even so, Qin Shi still took a rattle and a piece of cloth that hadn't been given away yet. Qin Shi shook the rattle in front of his daughter, while slipping a piece of cloth to Yi Xiaohui. What's this? Yi Xiaohui opened it and saw it was a piece of cloth. At this time, clothes were mostly black or gray, and she was given a black scarf with gray dots. The man's taste was truly exceptional. I'm only in my 20s, not 45 or 50. Can I have something a bit brighter? Qin Shi said seriously. I wanted to buy a red or pink one, but they said she was seriously ill. I thought I'd buy bright colors, but now I can't wrap it. So, there was a reason for that. As a sign of appreciation for Qin Shi always standing by her side, Yi Qiahui wrapped the cloth around her head and looked in the mirror. This color is okay, not too bad. As long as you like it. I'm not very good at shopping, never bought much. Tonight, I plan to go up the mountain with my brother to catch a rabbit or a wild chicken to feed you.
Qin Shi didn't go that night.
Just as it was getting dark, Qin Mu returned with his fiancée from the city. Qin Xiaolan brought her pillow and blanket and said, "Brother, sister-in-law, I'll sleep here tonight." Qin Shi looked at the only bed. There's no bed at home. Where will you sleep? Yi Qiahui knew how hard it was for a daughter-in-law to come back and be dependent on others. The bed is big enough. We can squeeze in. There's no outsider here. Since his wife spoke, Qin Shi just followed her lead. Qin Mu called from behind the fence, "Big brother, I need to talk to you." Qin Shi stood at the main door. "Come over if you have something to say." "It's not convenient to talk over there." "There's nothing inconvenient. Good news doesn't scare people, but bad news does." Seeing Qin Shi not coming over, Qin Mu had no choice but to come to this side. He looked at Qin Shi helplessly and said, "Big brother, I've heard from Dad that Mom was taken to the police station. Our mother, she's not a hero or a villain. She's just worked so hard for this family." Qin Shi looked at him coldly, full of dissatisfaction. "Do you really believe what you're saying? I've lived with my grandmother since I was young and joined the army at 17. Qin Mu forced a smile and explained, "Even if she didn't worry about you, she's still an elder. Respecting the elderly and caring for the young are traditional virtues." Qin Shi snorted coldly, disrespecting elders, but not respecting the young.
What wrong did the newborn child do?
She doesn't need to raise the baby, and now she wants to send it away. If my mother were alive, she would never do such a thing. It's truly beastly behavior. Qin Mu quickly said, "Big brother, don't be angry. I'm just sharing my opinion. After all, this is only what sister-in-law said." Qin Shi was somewhat reasonable, so Yi Qiahui didn't interrupt. When someone is falsely accused, she couldn't help but feel upset. "Qin Mu, how many people have you asked? Isn't it just your father's word? I think it's more likely one-sided." Qin Mu replied, "I grew up with my mother. I know what kind of person she is." "You know very well, but you can still lie." "Xiaolan, I don't see you as a sister-in-law. I see you as a sister. Just tell the truth. What really happened? Did you see it with your own eyes?" Qin Xiaolan hesitated, feeling torn. Zhang Yuying was her biological mother, after all. Yi Qiahui added, "If you don't want to say, you don't have to. I will tell you. Second brother, our mother wanted to sell Nuan to the daughter of second aunt's family. Second aunt even admitted it. She also had her cousin come to steal money in the middle of the night, and when big brother caught her." Qin Mu rudely interrupted, "I've already heard from our father. Mom was just upset and said a few harsh words. Cousin wanted to stand up for Mom, but did something wrong. We're all family. When one suffers, we all suffer. Why cling to this so tightly?" Here we go again, moral coercion. What does Zhang Yuying have to do with Yi Qiahui? We've already split up the family. We're two separate households. It's not all one for all, one for all. When your mother sells your child or colludes with outsiders to harm your wife, see how you'll react. I forget, such things wouldn't happen to you. You're her eldest son, and she gives you all benefits. Those who gain shouldn't be preaching here. It's disgusting. Yi Qiahui, you really have no manners." Qin Shi stepped forward and pushed Qin Shi into the corner of the wall. "Keep your mouth clean. It's hard enough to have a city woman. I advise you to stay low profile and not ruin everything." "You." Qin Mu's face turned red with anger, but he didn't dare say more. Qin Shi took Yi Qiahui into the house. "Ignore him. Just focus on living your life." Yi Qiahui nodded, knowing Qin Shi was on her side. That was enough for her. With Qin Xiaolan present, Qin Shi still went out late at night to find her eldest uncle, Yi Hongcheng. During the day, it was too obvious. "Why are you only just coming? I've already returned from the mountain. Don't mention it. Qin Mu is back. That little brat is not a good person. Is he back for his mother?
Qin Shi nodded. Yes.
How do you think? Luckily you came back. Otherwise, my sister would definitely suffer. If you can't step in, my mom and I will go and curse her, thoroughly. Qin Mu's ancestors are also his, but Qin Shi says ancestors shouldn't take the blame. No matter what tricks he uses, I won't agree. This is a matter of principle. Yi Hongcheng went up the mountain alone. At night, rabbits came out to forage and he set 3 traps and caught one. I'm leaving. Let's go together tomorrow night. The Zhang family didn't sit still. Zhang Yuying's mother and wife brought their child to demand Qin Shi release someone. Qin Shi didn't waste words. He went to the brigade and the militia patrol team arrived. All sorts of people can come to cause trouble at Qin. Do they think they're just decorations? Qin Shi made it clear. It's fine if he doesn't go, but all old and new accounts will be settled together. The Zhang family has no blood relation with Qin Shi and can't control him. Qin Mu's fiancée, Yi Qiahui, finally saw the true face of Lushan. She came with Qin Xiaolan holding a small bag of things. Is this the sister-in-law? My name is Su Yanni. I'm here to see you and the baby. Yi Qiahui had no grudge against her and politely let her in, then asked Qin Xiaolan to pour a glass of water. Don't bother, I'm not thirsty. Yi Qiahui already saw Su Yanni's disdain and decided not to pour water. Su Yanni pushed Qin Xiaolan out, wanting to have a good talk with Yi Qiahui. Does sister-in-law hate me? Yi Qiahui chuckled softly. This is our first time meeting. Where would hatred come from? Did it come from in the ground? But Su Yanni still held a grudge. You knew Qin Mu earlier than I did, and even got engaged. Well, there's nothing I can do. I didn't force myself on him. Our 2 villages are next to each other. Qin Mu sent a matchmaker to find me, not the other way around.
No.
This is different from what Qin Shi said. Su Yanni thought Yi Qiahui was lying. Love is really mysterious. Once it comes, you can't stop it. Yi Qiahui. It's quite strange to be arguing here with her. From a timing perspective, I came later, but Shakespeare said, love has no first or last. The one not loved is the third party. Yi Qiahui smiled and asked, I heard you're also a teacher. Are you preparing to participate in a debate about third parties or fourth parties? Or do you want to write an article about third parties for the newspaper? Su Yanni seemed to have thrown a big mess, originally meant to offend others, but it ended up hurting herself. You can understand if you have opinions about me and Qin Mu, but there's no need to involve others. Is it really a good thing to have your mother-in-law taken to the police station by her son and daughter-in-law? Stop. Are you saying I sent your mother-in-law to the police because I have issues with you and Qin Mu? Yi Qiahui genuinely found it funny. May I ask, are you really a university graduate and a teacher? You can't even get a 10-year-old to say such things. Did I open the police station? I can arrest whoever I want. Su Yanni's face turned slightly red. She cared about her reputation. I'm just speaking about the facts. Don't get upset, Su Yanni said with a look of discomfort. I'm not upset. Then tell me, why would I send your mother-in-law to the police? Yi Qiahui looked directly into Su Yanni's eyes.
Well,
I don't know, Su Yanni whispered, clearly lacking confidence. If you don't know, don't talk nonsense, Yi Qiahui said seriously. Moreover, this matter was originally done wrong by Zhang Yuying. She almost handed over my daughter and even ordered someone to break into a house at midnight. I just hope she gets the punishment she deserves. But they say different from what you said. One side's words are not enough to believe, Su Yanni replied. I know you might like Qin Mu, but as a teacher, I hope you listen and observe more. Don't teach the future of our country badly. Qin Mu isn't the truth. Liking isn't about indulgence, and it doesn't mean ignoring right and wrong. If you can't be fair, and just don't blindly protect. You and Qin Mu are overestimating yourselves. Also, Qin Mu and I are just old stories. Don't put us together anymore. Haven't you seen my husband? He is a soldier, and in appearance, he's not worse than Qin Mu. In character, he's 10 streets ahead. Su Yanni felt she was only bringing herself shame. She originally wanted to help her fiancé solve problems, but now she was the one being criticized. It seemed she could only ask her father to step in. Qin Shi went to see Grandfather San and told him everything about Zhang Yuying's actions. He was willing to overlook her harshness in the past, but what she did to his wife and daughter, as a husband and father, he had to hold accountable. Grandfather San's respect and reputation weren't just for show. The family trusted and accepted him. Qin Shi, young and without a mother, had lived a hard life with his grandmother, and everyone knew how he treated those two. Growing up, he was filial to them. That was Qin Shi's generosity. But he couldn't always let others be so generous, especially when it involved hurting his wife and children. Do whatever you want. If someone talks behind my back, let them say it to my face, not secretly behind my back. Grandpa San clearly showed his stance. He suddenly remembered something else. Wife. Qin Shi now has children. What about the things left by second sister-in-law? It's about time to give them to him. Grandma San went to the bottom of the cabinet and almost fell in. Qin Shi quickly went over and said, Grandma San, tell me what you want to give, I'll take it. There's a cloth bag at the bottom. Qin Shi, with long arms and legs, reached out and took it. Grandma San opened the cloth bag and poured out a small pile of jewelry. Qin Shi only recognized a longevity lock and silver bangles. Grandpa San said, your grandma knows she's old and can't protect things anymore. When she's not feeling well, she handed them over to me. I'll give them to you after you get married and have children. Things change, and Qin Shi felt emotional holding them. He then went to visit the secretary's house. He knew how to handle social relationships. If his wife didn't follow the army, he'd ask the secretary to arrange some light work for her. He usually didn't visit others, so it was hard to ask for favors when needed. After visiting everyone he needed to, Qin Shi headed home and happened to meet Su Yanni coming out of his house. Why are you here? Su Yanni looked at Qin Shi. The two brothers looked somewhat alike, one refined, one mighty, just as Yi Xiaohui said, no less than Qin Mu. Is this the elder brother? I'm Qin Mu's partner. If you're here to lecture, forget it. We're all adults and know what to do. Qin Shi didn't bother to give Su Yanni face. He didn't even pretend. He pushed the door open and went inside, leaving Su Yanni outside. Su Yanni complained internally. He looked good, but unfortunately, he didn't respect women and was far worse than Qin Mu. Qin Shi really didn't care about other women. He wasn't a currency note. He didn't expect everyone to like him. Here. Qin Shi took out the cloth bag and handed it to Yi Xiaohui. What is this? Grandma left it for her granddaughter-in-law. The longevity lock is for the great-grandson.
Ye Xiaohui understood.
It was something Zhang Yuying had been thinking about. She wanted to give the girl away and wanted Qin Mu's children to grow up happily, which was one reason she wanted to send the girl away. Inside the cloth bag were a longevity lock, a footprint bracelet, and an old silver-gilded bracelet. Yi Xiaohui liked them very much, especially the longevity lock with 4 characters. Long life and 100 years. She happily put it on the girl, hoping that in this life, the girl would be safe and live a long life. Does it look good? Did her daughter look bad? Qin Shi didn't hesitate.
Good.
Whatever my daughter wears looks good. Nanan was woken up after being fussed over. Her little face was flushed red, as if she was about to cry. Qin Shi quickly changed her diaper, then held her and comforted her. He was getting better at it. Was your family rich before? Or was your family wealthy? Our family was poor. When I was very young, I was sent to work as a maid for a wealthy family, to serve the young lady there. Later, after the land was divided in a big game of cards, the young lady gave my grandmother some silver jewelry. The family then moved south to escape. I see. Try on this bracelet and bangles. Yi Xiaohui put on the jewelry and waved her hand at Qin Shi. Does it look good? Yes, it looks nice. Did you see it? Qin Shi's ears turned red. He looked up and said, it really looks good. Silver jewelry wasn't very expensive, but in the rural areas of the 1970s, it was quite valuable, especially items from the old Republic era. They looked simple, but carried a sense of history. Yi Xiaohui took off the jewelry after a few minutes and put it away. It's too eye-catching. If the neighbors see it, they might get jealous. My grandma really takes good care of you. Thinking of her grandma, Qin Shi felt a bit emotional. She's the best to me. An old lady with bound feet, who supported me and gave me hope. It's a pity good people don't live long. I didn't even get a chance to thank her before she got seriously ill and passed away. Yi Qiahui thought about how Qin Shi might also sacrifice himself during a mission in a few months, and she felt a tightness in her chest. The grandma who desperately tried to protect her grandson couldn't do it in the end. Why did Qin Mu's partner come here? Did you see her? Did you meet her at the door? Yes, she gave me orders, criticizing me for sending the mother-in-law to the police station. I asked if she knew what her mother-in-law had done. She said my words weren't trustworthy and that I should ask with a respectful attitude. She really thinks she's something special. Qin Shi was silent for a moment, then asked, "What do you think?" Yi Qiahui felt a bit nervous. "What do you mean?" Qin Shi wanted to escape and leave Zhang Yuying behind, but he wouldn't let Qin Shi go. "I'm just asking your opinion. I remember you're on good terms with her." Yi Qiahui was speechless. She used to see Zhang Yuying through her mother Qin Mu's eyes, thinking she was kind and harmless. After all these things, if I don't start thinking clearly, I'll be sold and still help count the money. I'd be hopeless. For Nan, I can't be so stupid anymore. Then I'll go to the commune tomorrow and find out what they decide. That night, Qin Xiaolan came again. Since her second brother and his wife wouldn't leave, she had nowhere to sleep. Qin Shi finally asked about her. "You are already married, so why do you keep staying at your parents' house?" "Mom wants 100 yuan, but my mother-in-law won't give a cent, so Mom won't let me go back." Qin Xiaolan's voice was soft. Her brother was serious and stern, which made her nervous. "You're not a little kid anymore. You're married, so shouldn't you listen to your family? I don't want to go back either. He spends money gambling and is involved with a widow. When I go home, he picks fights with me. My mother-in-law favors her son and doesn't care when he hits me. If life is too hard, then don't stay. If you want a divorce, I can help you get one quickly." "Divorce?" Qin Xiaolan waved her hand. "I never thought about divorce. How can a woman live after divorce? Besides, my parents wouldn't agree. I can't afford to lose their respect." Qin Shi sighed. Times have changed. Divorce isn't something to be ashamed of. If you don't leave, you'll suffer later. Qin Xiaolan lowered her head and said nothing. She felt conflicted inside. Yi Qiahui comforted her. "Xiaolan, you're only in your early 20s. You need to think about your future. If your husband really won't change, staying isn't a good idea. When will it end? Are you going to risk your whole life for one person?" Qin Xiaolan looked up at Yi Qiahui and Qin Shi. "I'll think about it." That night, the three of them each had their own worries and couldn't sleep for a long time. After breakfast, Qin Shi went to the commune. Yi Hongcheng brought 6 eggs and a few crucian carp shells. "Is there enough milk now?" Yi Qiahui pointed to Nuan on the Kong bed. "Go see for yourself. Has that little one grown? Is she chubbier?" Yi Hongcheng really went to check. Nuan was playing with her fingers. Her face was rounder and plump, looking healthier and a bit bigger than a few days ago. "Oh, and there's something my mom asked me to bring you." Yi Hongcheng took out a roll of money from his pocket and handed it to Yi Qiahui. "I have money, over 400 yuan I got from my grandma. I haven't spent it yet. Our family doesn't have money to give you. This was sent by your brother-in-law. He said it's to help your mom with her confinement. Take good care of yourself." Qin Shi had been back for a few days, but never mentioned the money transfer. Had he sealed his lips? Yi Qiahui counted the money, 200 yuan. Wasn't all his money supposed to be handed over? She didn't know how he managed to save it. After seeing off her brother, Yi Qiahui started washing Nuan's diapers. She was a bit particular about cleanliness and needed to wash the diapers frequently, or she would feel uncomfortable. Yi Qiahui's energy was all on her daughter, watching to see if she cried or showed any signs of trouble. Her current strength was no more than that of an ant, and there were too many dangers around her. She was so focused that she didn't even hear Qin Mu entering the room.
"Qiahui."
Yi Qiahui looked directly into his eyes. Xiaohui is a name you can call? What are you even? If she didn't know about Qin Mu's disgusting behavior, he still looked like a decent person on the outside. Qin Mu squatted down nearby. I know you hate me. I wasn't trying to stand out, was I? It's so hard to leave the countryside. You wouldn't understand. Yi Xiaohui felt disgusted. Why did she have to understand someone who abandoned her? Qin, say what you want or get out. I don't care how hard it's been for you. Qin Mu was about to leave, but suddenly stood up. Yi Xiaohui thought he was leaving, so she didn't pay attention and just continued washing the diapers. Suddenly, he grabbed her. Qin Mu, you let me go. I'm your older brother's wife. Behave yourself. Qin Mu ignored her and leaned in, saying, Xiaohui, it's been a year. I missed you so much. I don't care if you married someone else or had a child. You're still the same you. Yi Xiaohui felt sick. She struggled fiercely, kicking over a stool and a basin, causing her daughter to cry loudly in fear. Little, stop crying. Qin Mu was annoyed. I didn't check the almanac today. Things aren't going well.
Xiao Lan, Qin Mu cô vơi kia ở mau thở.
Stop yelling. Let's talk nicely. Let me go. A woman was no match for a man. Qin Mu didn't let go and whispered in her ear, promise not to yell. Let's talk calmly. First, release Mom. Don't interfere with me. Once I settle in X city, I won't look at Su Yanni. He had a big temper and treated her like a granddaughter. Still, he said, I still have feelings for you. Yi Xiaohui gathered her strength and stepped on his toes. Ow, you woman. You're really cruel. She grabbed a stool and threw it at Qin Mu. He dodged just in time, but his head hit her left shoulder. She threw with all her might. Are you crazy, woman? Yes, I am. I'm crazy from how your family makes me sick. The stool was snatched away. Yi Xiaohui then looked behind the door for a red spear, intending to stab him. If she couldn't kill him, she could maim him. Qin Mu finally believed what his father said. Yi Xiaohui was no longer the same and was no longer easy to deceive. All right, I'm leaving. Qin Mu now regrets it deeply. If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have acted like a proud peacock, showing off his supposed male charm right away. Yi Xiaohui took 2 more steps forward, saw Qin Mu hurriedly run away in embarrassment, and then stopped to turn back. A fist suddenly hit Qin Mu's face, quickly turning his face into a twisted, uneven mess. Brother, I'm not your brother, and I don't have a brother like you, an animal. We have different views, so we can't work together. From now on, don't appear in front of me or our family again. If there's a next time, it won't be just a punch. Get lost. Qin Mu covered his face, hardly believing it. You won't even recognize your own brother for a woman? Fine, go ahead. Don't forget, if you kneel and lick her, she likes me, not you. There are people asking for money, but I haven't seen anyone asking for a fight. Qin Shi decided to help him. Bang, another punch made Qin Mu sway, and he hurriedly ran away, covering his face. Qin Shi straightened his collar and looked calm again. You're back?
Yes.
Why did you get wet again? I told you to leave it alone. I'll wash it. Qin Shi rolled up his sleeves and pulled Yi Xiaohui up. Men often don't realize their own strength, and he made Yi Xiaohui stumble. Qin Shi quickly held her steady. Are you okay? Yi Xiaohui complained, do you hate me? Using such force. Yi Xiaohui went to check on Wan, changed her diaper and fed her milk. The little one looked like she hadn't slept enough, rolled her eyes, and then fell asleep again. Yi Xiaohui threw the used diaper into the basin. Follow me to join the army. Qin Shi suddenly said this. Yi Xiaohui hesitated a bit. Let me think about it. Qin Shi would be sacrificed by the end of the year. The mother and daughter would follow the army, but they would have to come back in less than 2 months. It was better not to go and keep bothering. Qin Shi misunderstood. His wife wasn't focused on him anymore. It felt like hitting cotton, completely powerless. Don't you want to go with me? Qin Shi's tone carried a hint of undisguised sadness. Yi Xiaohui quickly explained, No, I'm just worried about Wan. She's still too young. Going to your side is over 1,000 miles away. It's too hard for such a small child. Hearing this, Qin Shi's displeasure eased considerably. And me, I will definitely protect you and your daughter. Yi Xiaohui looked at Qin Shi and finally understood. At worst, she would work harder. After Qin Shi left, she would learn more skills or find a more stable job to support herself and her child. She firmly believed that a mother must be strong. How is Grandma doing? As long as we pursue it, she will be detained for at least 6 months as an instigator. Then let's pursue it. This wound can't be left open, or they will take advantage again. Qin Shi nodded. That's what I think too. I haven't withdrawn the complaint. Just now, Qin Mu came, asking for mercy for his mother. He also tried to manipulate me, spouting a lot of nonsense and even made a move to touch me. I smashed a stool at him, hitting his shoulder. When Qin Mu was leaving, Qin Shi noticed his strange posture, as if he was holding his shoulder. If I had known, I wouldn't have let him go. By the way, my brother came by.
Did you send the money?
My brother gave me 220 yuan. At that time, I didn't know when you would give birth. I thought of sending money to your mother-in-law to help her care for the postpartum period. That woman can't be trusted. Who that woman was, both understood without words. Your salary is all handed over, isn't it? I don't trust her. I give 50 yuan each month, and I save the rest. I also have rewards from tasks. When you join the army, I will give them to you. Yi Xiaohui realized she had misunderstood Qin Shi too much. She had secretly scolded him for being blindly filial, but in fact, it was she who was foolishly filial. Since she had decided to follow the army, Yi Xiaohui began preparing. First, she informed Lu Demei. You're finally waking up. I don't understand how your mother-in-law's meddling can turn you around and make you blindly listen to her. After rebirth, Yi Xiaohui also couldn't understand how she had been so foolish, so ridiculously foolish. The past was too painful to recall. Her son-in-law was as strong as an ox. Lu Demei didn't feel sorry for him. She wanted to bring some sweet potatoes, pumpkins, and potatoes, anything available at home. When they went out, they bought what they needed. She didn't spend money on unnecessary things, and her son-in-law didn't spend much either, even with a higher salary. Mother, there are still a few days. No need to rush. Qin Shi said, I already admitted to the leaders that my reason for leave was wrong. The half-month leave is only 7 days. We will leave soon. Actually, there wasn't much to pack. When the family split, they only took a pot, 2 pairs of chopsticks, and 2 bowls. So, there wasn't much to bring. They packed bedding and clothes, and whatever was missing could be bought later. Qin Shi started to get ready. He went to see his eldest uncle and gave his aunt 2 packs of brown sugar, thanking her for her care for Nuan. Grandpa Sen also visited. The old man is quite old now, and Qin Shi doesn't know when he'll return next. Grandpa Sen cares for him almost as much as his grandmother did. The year his grandmother passed away, Qin Shi was only a teenager. He had a stepmother and a stepfather. He was well-fed and cared for, but outsiders didn't know this. Grandpa Sen knew and often asked Grandma San to bring him a bun, which he would give to Qin Shi when working. Growing up with some hardships, Qin Shi reached 17. Grandpa Sen asked an old comrade to help send Qin Shi into the army. Now, Qin Shi's success is partly due to his own effort and partly because of Grandpa San's support. Grandpa San watched Qin Shi grow up, and he was no less than his own grandson. Qin Shi, now that you're married and have children, live a good life. Work hard in the army. Qin Shi nodded. Qin Mu was afraid his older brother would scold him, so he took his fiancée and hurried back to the city, showing he was a bit timid. Qin Yuanshan, in name, was still Qin Shi's father. He talked to him about his wife accompanying the army. It's good you're leaving. Now, with all the chaos, outsiders will just laugh at us. Is this something a real father would say? Are outsiders laughing at grandpa and grandma selling their child, or at the daughter-in-law not allowing it, or at the stepmother encouraging theft, or at the son and daughter-in-law not letting people steal? Qin Yuanshan couldn't find a good answer and quickly changed the subject. Your wife is gone, but don't forget to send money home every month. How much? Send the same amount as before, and keep doing it. Even the usually serious Qin Shi was amused and said, Why? Because you're my father? Because you married a stepmother right after my mother died? Because you didn't raise me for years? Qin Yuanshan knew he was in the wrong but argued, I am your father, so you should be filial to me. Qin Shi sneered, when my mother was alive, did you fulfill your duties as a husband and father? The 50 yuan I used to send was for supporting my wife and children. Now we're moving out, and you still want me to send 50? That's bold. 5 yuan a month, only when you turn 60, he added. Now you're trying to guilt-trip me.
Dream on.
After saying this, Qin Shi turned and left, leaving Qin Yuanshan standing there in silence. Before leaving, Nanu's grandmother and uncle wanted to prepare a traditional gift for her. They didn't invite others but asked Grandpa San and the eldest uncle. Grandpa Qin Yuanshan also invited but didn't come. Maybe he felt ashamed or was upset with Qin Shi, so the young couple didn't mind. Qin Xiaolan helped prepare 6 dishes, and Qin Shi brought out a bottle of Beijing Erbotu, a type of strong liquor, to pour for the elders and his eldest brother-in-law. Thanks to several elders and the older brother, the 2 young women were well taken care of. I wouldn't say thank you politely. I'll toast you first. Everyone drank. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaolan quietly asked Yi Qiaohui's sister-in-law, can you leave me the house keys? I want to stay in this room. Yi Sihui had no opinion about her sister-in-law, but she disagreed with her sister-in-law's parents. Would her parents-in-law take over the house and turn it into their own? Sister-in-law, if it's difficult for you, forget it. Let me discuss with your brother first. I'm mainly worried about your dad and mom. In the end, everyone ate together. Nan, like a little pig, wouldn't wake up no matter how much she was called. Qin Shi held his daughter. Yi Sihui protected her head, and Yi Hongcheng gently stroked a small lock of her hair.
Yi Sihui karefuliketter.
Using Nan's name, Qin Shi and his wife received many gifts, a tiger head hat and shoes from the 3 elderly grandmothers, a floral hat and a set of cotton autumn clothes from the grandmother, a red envelope from the eldest uncle, and a pair of open-crotch pants from the aunt. The couple also dyed over 30 red eggs, along with some from neighbors and relatives, each giving a different amount, sharing the joy. Of course, Qin Yuanshan also gave gifts. The grandfather might not be perfect, but his grandchildren were. Others thought that having a girl was not worth making a big fuss over, but Qin Shi and Yi Qiaohui didn't think so. All children, boys or girls, are their own. Are children graded into different levels? That day was a bit tiring. After feeding Nan, Yi Qiaohui didn't bother with changing or washing her diaper and went to bed early. Qin Shi whispered to his daughter, your mom is asleep now. Let's be quiet, okay? Nan paid no attention to her new father, as they weren't very familiar yet. She was busy her fingers. The little girl was greedy. Her mouth was small, but she wanted to put in instead of 1, drooling all over. Since she slept a lot during the day, she was lively now, staring with her little black eyes. Qin Shi quickly changed her bib. Because of all the drool, he changed it again soon after. The bibs weren't very many, and if he kept changing them, there wouldn't be any left. Qin Shi hesitated but finally took her little hand out. Nan was happily playing, drooling happily, and wanted to put her fingers back in her mouth. But her dad held her tiny hand tightly, unable to let her do so. Qin Shi thought she would give up, but the little girl was persistent. Finally, she cried out loudly. Yi Qiaohui turned over and mumbled sleepily, you should comfort her. Are you even letting people sleep? Qin Shi gently put his daughter's small hand back into her hand. Eat, just don't cry. But times have changed. Now, nibbling on fingers is no longer the little girl's favorite. The annoyed little princess refuses to follow her father's way. Yi Qiaohui finally couldn't hold back and sat up. Is she hungry? Bring her over, and I'll feed her. Yi Qiaohui let the little girl drop her pacifier, and then she fell asleep again. After the girl was satisfied and finally asleep, poor Qin Shi was bombarded visually and only slept for part of the night. Unsurprisingly, Qin Shi's biological clock was off, and he woke up late. When he woke, Yi Qiaohui had already gotten up, fed the girl, changed her diaper, washed her face and hands, and was preparing to make noodles. Someone in that room is making noise. Why don't you go see what's going on? Qin Shi knew exactly which room he meant. They've separated the family.
We don't need to get involved.
If we do, it's just meddling. Qin Shi washed his hands and took over from Yi Xiaohui. What shall we have for breakfast? Handmade noodles.
I feel like eating that.
Then you go check on the girl. Suddenly, outside, Qin Xiaolan's voice was heard. Big brother, sister-in-law, come out quickly. Qin Shi washed his hands with both hands, and Yi Xiaohui said, I'll go see. Qin Xiaolan was standing on the other side of the fence, looking anxious. What's wrong? My husband has died. My mother-in-law, and her people want me to go back. Yi Xiaohui wasn't surprised. In her past life, Qin Xiaolan also became a widow. That was one reason she advised Qin Xiaolan to divorce. Qin Xiaolan's mother-in-law was not an easy person to deal with. Honest Qin Xiaolan was no match for her. Should your brother go with you? They said my husband's death was my fault, and I have to wear mourning clothes. That was a bit much. How can a wife wear mourning for her husband? Qin Xiaolan's lips trembled. She would go back alone, but she might as well be peeled like an onion. They couldn't count on Qin Yuanshan now. Don't blame Yi Xiaohui for speaking harshly. That man was born from his wife's family, and without Zhang Yuying, he was useless. Don't worry, I'll go back with you. Qin Shi came out. Let's eat the noodles first. After that, we'll go together. Qin Xiaolan looked at Qin Shi gratefully. She knew her older brother was reliable, the only person who could protect her. Yi Xiaohui pulled Qin Shi aside and whispered, First, find out the cause of death. Maybe he died in his widow's bed, and we can blame his sister-in-law. Qin Shi was surprised. His wife said such things? Was she the same woman who trembled on their wedding night? She had been sitting silently all night. Did you hear me? I'm telling the truth. I understand. There are many people. I think we should also invite our cousin. With more people, we have more strength. The little sister-in-law won't suffer any loss. Yes. Qin Shi truly called their cousin, and the four of them didn't leave with the Wang family, but followed behind Qin Xiaolan's in-laws' home, Wang Xiaozhuang. Qin Shi remembered his wife's words. His pocket was filled with candies. At the village entrance, he saw a group of children and started to get close to them. I want to ask you something. If anyone knows more details, I'll give them a piece of candy. Children see candies as rare and good things. A few of them gathered around. What do you want to ask? Maybe I know. Me too. Qin Shi whispered, Don't worry. I heard that someone in your village died? A tall, thin child said, Yes, someone died. Wang Peiliang died. Wang Peiliang was only in his 20s. How could he die so young? My grandma told others that he died inside a widow's house. I overheard it. Everyone in our village knows that. Qin Shi thought his wife was very perceptive. She was right again. He took a piece of candy and said, Later, should we go to Wang Peiliang's house and call out? Just say that if there was no widow, Wang Peiliang wouldn't have died. Let the Wang family go find the widow to settle the score. The children looked at each other, unsure.
This wasn't a small matter. Who dares to call out?
Don't worry. Just cover your face with a parasol leaf, and no one will recognize you. If you do it, I'll give you a bullet casing. Listening is one thing, but seeing is believing. Qin Shi even took out a bullet casing to show off. For children, everyone has a police officer or soldier dream. Who doesn't want to carry a gun and fight monsters? Even if not, bullet casings are something they yearn for. Okay, deal. After it's done, Uncle, we'll meet here again. Okay, deal. When the four of them arrived outside Wang's house, Qin Xiaolan was pressed down by several women, dressed in mourning clothes, which in rural areas is called wearing mourning attire. Qin Shi pushed the women away. What are you doing? How can a woman wear mourning clothes for her own man? Doesn't the Wang family have any sensible people? If there are, come out. Wang Peiliang's mother stood at the door, pinched her waist, pointed at Qin Xiaolan, and said, Peiliang was killed by her. She's been married here for over a year and hasn't even had a child. She should be the one in mourning. Qin Shi reasoned with her. When Wang Peiliang died, my sister wasn't even living at home. How could she have caused Wang Peiliang's death? Because she was not at home, Peiliang was upset with her, feeling unhappy, drinking, and on his way back, he fell and died. My son is gone. If I don't look for her, who will I turn to? Madame Wang sat heavily on the ground, patting her thigh and crying loudly, her cries touching everyone. At this moment, several children's voices rang out together. Paelyong died in the South River, on the belly of a widow surnamed Pan. Everyone in the village knows that. They repeated it 3 times because one time wasn't enough. After shouting, they ran off, each like a black eel. The Wang family chased after them but couldn't catch them, and they came back angrily. Did you see clearly which child it was? They're clever kids, with tongue leaves tied on their faces, just showing 2 holes for eyes. It was clear what it meant. Since they didn't catch the person, there was no point in doubting further. Now it was Qin's turn to speak. If what the children say is true, this involves a criminal case. We need to call the police and clear my sister's name. There was no wine left in the wine jar, so there was no way to keep the guest. Since the son had no heirs, Madame Wang was thinking of having Qin Xiaolan send him off, hoping to extort some money from the Qin family. She was more interested in saving face than fighting over bread. As a mother-in-law, isn't that what she would do? If they called the police, wouldn't the cause of her son's death be known to everyone? No one wants to die and leave a bad reputation. Paelyong truly embodied the saying, better to die beneath the flowers than to be a ghost without style. Old sisters, the Qin family is unreasonable, throwing dirt on the child.
We can't tolerate this.
I only have one son, Paelyong. It was as if they had reached some silent agreement. Before Madame Wang finished speaking, a few older women rushed forward, grabbing and scratching at Qin Shi and the others. Since ancient times, good men don't fight with women. If you do, you lose. The men from the Qin family didn't dare to fight back. With so many women, they were inevitably grabbed and scratched. Qin Shi protected Qin Xiaolan, getting scratched on his arms and wrists. Everyone stop. A loud shout interrupted. Everyone looked up and saw an old man walking slowly toward them. Grandpa is here, someone said. After Qin Shi left, Yi Xiaohui couldn't sit still. The Qin family was mostly men, the only woman was still a girl, and now the Wang family was sending women. How should they respond? Yi Xiaohui couldn't sit still anymore, so she went to find Grandpa. Grandpa personally took charge, bringing along several of Qin's aunts and older women. Seeing the scene before him, Grandpa's brow furrowed, and he scolded angrily. What are you all doing? Is there no law anymore? Wang Posey and others saw what was happening and refused to back down. We're just punishing you, Qin family. You gave us a useless hen that doesn't lay eggs, and you even caused my son's death. Several women from the Qin family were about to step forward to fight, but Qin Shi stopped them. Sisters-in-law, listen to me. We shouldn't fight just like them. One aunt was a bit angry. Qin Shi, even you, a soldier, are so cowardly. What are you afraid of? The women looked at Qin Shi as if he were helpless. They were relatives, yes, but they came to defend the Qin family. Great-grandpa? Great-grandpa nodded at Qin Shi. Do what you think is right. Qin Shi cleared his throat. Call the police. The Wang family attacked a soldier. I want the authorities to investigate. Great-grandpa agreed. If you want to call the police, go ahead. If it's true, the police will give justice to Qin Xiaolan. The village head of Wang's small village ran over. What's going on? Why is there trouble again? Qin Shi looked at the injured men. None of them escaped unhurt, especially Qin Shi, who was in the worst condition. I am a soldier. We were innocent and attacked. This can't be ignored. What if they apologize? Wang Posey's narrow-mindedness made her fail to see how serious the situation was. Village head, don't be biased. If we don't apologize, they should have hit us. Qin Shi added after Wang Posey, village head, since some people don't think she's at fault, we have to call the police. We also heard children talking at the village entrance, saying someone died at the widow's house. That needs to be checked. The village head handed over a ladder. Some people refused to accept it, but he didn't care anymore. Do as you see fit. Qin Shi nodded. Thank you, village head. Wang Posey finally realized the truth. She knew very well how her son died. If it was brought into the open, it wouldn't stand up to scrutiny. It would clearly be a case of fraud and cheating. Wang Pozi got anxious. Village head, this. The village had interrupted her. What's this? If you have a reason, what are you afraid of? The police? Wang Pozi was speechless. In the end, Wang Pozi softened and agreed not to let Qin Xiaolan wear mourning clothes. She just wanted to send her husband off and then stay quietly in the Wang family. Later, they could adopt someone suitable. Wang Pozi's hopes were unrealistic. Her son was gone, and she thought her daughter-in-law and the cheap grandson could take care of her and her old man. It was like 2 moving blood bags. Qin Shi wanted to stand up for his sister, but first needed to ask her opinion. Brother, I don't want to stay. My mother-in-law is very mean, and I have no future with her. Qin Shi insisted on investigating the Wang family's attack to report to the authorities. The Wang family had no choice but to find the village chief. Under the village chief's mediation, both families reached an agreement. Qin Xiaolan attended the funeral as a daughter-in-law, then took her belongings and returned to her parents' home. From now on, the 2 families had no further relations. Qin Shi decided not to pursue the Wang family's responsibility for the beating. Additionally, the Wang family paid 20 yuan for the injured person's expenses. In the evening, Qin Shi cooked himself, preparing 4 dishes and a big bone soup with cabbage and vermicelli. He invited the 3rd grandfather and others who went to the Wang family to eat. This time I really thank the 3rd grandfather, his wife, and the brothers and sisters. My wife, sister, and I can't repay your kindness. We prepared some light wine, and I hope you won't mind. Everyone politely declined, saying they didn't help much, just assisted with the arrangements. Wang Pozi was truly afraid of the soldiers and the mysterious death of her son. She felt she was being controlled. 4th aunt said, Xiaolan, you really should thank your brother. It's only because of him that we, the rough old women and men, can stand here. 3rd grandfather coughed and said, Xiaolan is Qin Shi's sister. He only has this one sister. If he doesn't help, who will he help? Since he wasn't a real mother and had no real parents, 3rd grandfather didn't want to cause trouble for the siblings. 3rd grandfather is right. I'm returning to the army soon. Xiaolan is too honest and I worry about her. Xiaolan, if you encounter trouble and can't decide, go to 3rd grandfather for support. If you really can't handle it, come to me and your sister-in-law. This is a new society now. I understand, brother, Xiaolan replied. Because they needed to leave early, Qin Shi and Yi Qiahui got up around 4 o'clock. They followed the routine of making dumplings before boarding and eating noodles after getting off. Yi Qiahui strictly followed this. The filling had been prepared last night, and the dough was ready. Qin Shi and Qin Xiaolan made the dumplings together. Before leaving, Qin Shi handed the house key to Qin Xiaolan. If they couldn't stay at home anymore, they could move in with her. Xiaolan leaned on her sister-in-law's shoulder and cried. Yi Qiahui patted her and said, All right, you're even younger than Nanu. Do I need to coax you? Xiaolan finally smiled through her tears. Qin Shi's old comrade drove to pick them up and take them to the train station. Around 5 o'clock, a jeep stopped in front of the house. A young man in his 20s got out. Brother, sister-in-law, are you ready? Ready. He Chao, this is your sister-in-law Yi Qiahui. Sister-in-law, hello. Welcome to join the army. My brother won't be eating in the canteen every day anymore, and he can hang out with us bachelors. During the scene, Qin Shi pushed He Chao and said, You've already changed careers. Hurry up and find a wife, then you won't be single. He Chao replied, It's easy to say, but hard to do. Marrying a wife isn't like buying vegetables. It's not that simple. He Chao helped carry things, Qin Shi held his daughter, and Yi Qiahui was wrapped up tightly, only leaving 2 nostrils for breathing and 2 eyes to see the road. The Qin family sat in the back seat, saying goodbye to Qin Xiaolan through the car window. The car slowly left the village, and Yi Qiahui didn't have the courage to look back. Are you tired? Qin Shi asked. She shook her head and said, No, I'm not tired. It's just riding in the car, not walking myself. How could I be tired? Riding in a car can be tiring too. You'll see later. He Chao was originally a soldier under Qin Shi, but due to arthritis, He was discharged and now helps drive for a local government leader. Old comrades met and chatted happily, and the drive to the county town didn't feel long. They arrived at the train station without noticing. He parked the car, then helped carry luggage, bought tickets, and finally saw the family onto the train. "Brother, I bought a gift for my little niece. It's in your backpack. Don't forget to open it and take a look. You're not married yet, so don't spend money freely. Little Nan can't play with everything. It's just my good wishes as her uncle." Qin Shi was about to open the gift when stopped him, saying, "Brother, wait until after we get off the train to open it." They bought 2 hard sleeper tickets. Luckily, one was a lower berth. After sitting down, Qin Shi took off Yi Xiaohui's scarf and handed Nan to her. "Should we change her diaper first? I'll try to see if she peed." His mother's hands could be used as a scoop at critical moments. "She peed. Get a clean diaper." Qin Shi quickly searched his backpack for a diaper. He opened the bag, and Nan was finally free. Her little hands and feet kept kicking, so the couple carefully held her tiny paws and quickly changed her into a clean diaper. It seemed she caught a cold, and there was a little bit of stool on the diaper. Find a bag to pack it up. They could only wash it after getting off the train. A girl's head peeked out from the upper berth, covering her nose and asking, "What's that smell? What are you doing?" Yi Xiaohui felt a bit speechless. Was the child's stool and really that smelly? Changing the child's diaper. Ugh. Can't you change the diaper outside? This is my private space. Yi Xiaohui found it a bit funny. This is a public place. If the smell is too strong for you, you can wear a mask. The girl glared at Yi Xiaohui sharply, saying, "Do you have any manners?" Manners depend on the person. Without patience and understanding for others, manners mean nothing. She is your child, not mine. I understand you, but who understands me? Yi Xiaohui casually glanced at the girl. Then there's no need to understand. I'm sitting in my seat, so you don't need to talk nonsense. We're talking about manners, not nonsense. You have no manners. Qin Shi couldn't stand it anymore. Why do you speak so harshly? Didn't you grow up like this? Were you born this way? Enough. Can I stop talking? The girl shrank back. Outnumbered 2-1, she couldn't fight back. An elderly man on the other side added, "Maybe we should switch seats. I'm far from the young girl. Young people haven't become parents yet. They might not understand us." Yi Xiaohui shyly said, "Parents tend to see their children through rose-colored glasses. We spoke too harshly. In the future, be careful. When changing diapers, go to the bathroom." Hearing this, the young woman also apologized. "Grandma, you don't need to change seats. I'm not causing trouble. I just upset my boyfriend. He insists I take a 3-day train ride to see him. I don't know the area well. Can't he take leave to pick me up?" The old lady smiled. "You seem to have a young person's temper. Your boyfriend is probably busy too, or he wouldn't be unable to come pick you up. People should show some sincerity when they invite others." "Grandma, I'm not a child. I'm 21 years old. In my eyes, you're all still children," the old lady said. The girl brushed her short hair. "You're right." The train slowly started moving. Yi Xiaohui soothed the baby to sleep and leaned on the edge of her bunk. Finally leaving, Qin Shi urged her to sleep. "You woke up early. Nan is with me, so don't worry." Yi Xiaohui wasn't sleepy, just a little tired. She climbed onto the middle bunk opposite, lying down to rest her eyes. The old lady was talkative and started chatting with Qin Shi. "How old is the child?" "Just 10 days. Such a small baby, and you're taking her on a long trip? Can she handle it?" "Let me see." "She's too tiny." Seeing Qin Shi hesitating, the old lady said, "I was a doctor before I retired." This was truly lucky. Hard to find such good fortune. Yi Xiaohui quickly got off her bunk, picked up Nan, and showed her to the old lady. "This baby only has a bit of jaundice. Other than that, she looks fine." Qin Shi grew nervous. "May I call you Grandma? Is jaundice a serious illness?" "Don't worry. Just get some sunlight, eat well, and go to the bathroom often. She'll get better quickly." Qin Shi finally relaxed and picked up Nan to leave. "I'm taking Nan to the bathroom. The young man across looked like he was about to cry. Big brother, I was wrong, isn't that enough? I really didn't mean to chase you away. Yi Xiaohui already understood Qin Shi. She confidently said, he took the child out to get some sun. All three of them started to laugh. Big sister, my name is Muzi. What's yours? Yi Xiaohui replied confidently, my name is Yi Xiaohui. Muzi then asked the old lady in the lower bunk, Grandma, what's your surname?
I'm young. Just call me Grandma.
At my age, you might not even be older than me. Once they got to know each other, the journey didn't feel so tiring or boring. There was plenty to talk about. Qin Shi really took his daughter out to get some sun. Nan was lazily sunbathing, dozing off. The two of them came back. Everyone, go ahead and sleep peacefully. I'll watch over you. I am a soldier. Before they knew it, it was lunchtime. Qin Shi went to buy food and asked the other two if they wanted anything. He bought food for all three. Young man, could you please bring me a lunchbox? I eat vegetarian and don't want meat. Thanks a lot. Grandma Yang was very polite. Muzi was very open and didn't hesitate. Brother Qin, I eat meat, so please include a chicken leg in my lunch. Yi Xiaohui felt a bit upset. Qin Shi turned around and left without asking what she wanted to eat. She thought it was a bit disappointing. By the way, Nan was still nursing, so her options were limited. Qin Shi took a long time to come back, so long that Muzi kept mentioning it and Yi Xiaohui thought they had been left behind. Qin Shi returned with 3 aluminum lunchboxes. He first handed one to Grandma Yang, then handed Muzi her chicken leg lunch, and finally opened the one in front of him. It had rice topped with stir-fried meat slices and cucumber, plus a chicken leg wrapped in oil paper. It was very to Yi Xiaohui's liking. Have you eaten? I ate a little during mealtime. Yi Xiaohui felt relieved. Grandma Yang came over, flipped the lid of the lunchbox, and scooped some rice and greens. Young man, I'm too old to eat so much. It would just be wasted. Did Yi Xiaohui still have questions? Most likely, Qin Shi hadn't eaten yet. Grandma's kindness shouldn't be wasted. Please eat. Nan's spoon was with her, and it was just the right size to use. Yi Xiaohui scooped some meat slices. I can't eat too greasy. Why is this dish so bland? Muzi was surprised.
My dish isn't bland.
Sister Hui, I'll share some with you. During the journey, Qin Shi said, the child is still breastfeeding, and she can't eat too salty food. I specifically told the master about this. Qin Shi always put his daughter first, so he had to stand aside. Yi Xiaohui knew her thoughts might not be right, but she still felt a bit jealous. If she were in his place, she would also prioritize her daughter. People can be very double-standard. The chicken leg wasn't salty enough, but Qin Shi said he washed it in hot water. After eating, Qin Shi returned the lunchbox, and Yi Xiaohui asked him to rest for a while she looked after their daughter. Aren't you tired? She asked. I'm awake now, he replied. Qin Shi then lay down on the middle bunk and closed his eyes for a moment, feeling very tense. The train stopped at a station for 15 minutes. A woman in her 50s and a boy around 11 or 12 climbed into the compartment. The woman looked at everyone and asked, It's not convenient for me to sleep on the top bunk with the child. Can someone swap with me? Grandma Yang smiled and said, I'm older, so I bought the lower bunk. Yi Xiaohui didn't need to say much. She had their daughter to take care of and couldn't climb up and down easily. Mu Sisi chose the middle bunk herself. The top was too high, and the bottom was too noisy. The woman hoped Qin Shi would switch with her. Yi Xiaohui politely declined, saying, He's the child's father, my husband. I'm still in postpartum recovery and both adults and children need his care. It's not convenient for him to climb up and down. The middle-aged woman pouted and said, Young people these days can't handle any hardship. After that, she ignored everyone and climbed onto the bed with her child. The child was chubby and felt the bed shake when climbing up. Yi Xiaohui worried the bed might not hold his weight, which could disturb others. The train continued moving, and Yi Xiaohui and Qin Shi took turns watching their child. Mu Sisi and Grandma Kong also helped a bit. Despite some difficulties during the trip, everyone got along fairly well, except for the mother and her grandson on the top bunk. They were hard to judge. The boy kept climbing up and down, going to the bathroom, fetching water and moving around. During the day, everyone tolerated him, thinking he was just being playful and that he wouldn't sleep well anyway. At night, after the train lights went out, everyone prepared to rest. But the boy on the top bunk kept fussing and making loud noises, as if performing acrobatics. Their daughter woke up from the noise. Yi Qiahui quickly held her and softly reminded the boy to be quiet. However, the grandmother and her grandson paid no attention and even retorted, "Isn't this how it is when you're away from home? If you want quiet, don't go out. You're so delicate." During a moment of frustration, Qin Shi said, "When you're outside, you need to control yourself and try not to trouble others. Isn't that something everyone should do? I want to ask this teenager, why are you tossing around on the bed instead of sleeping? If you don't change seats, I'll cause trouble. Since I was young, no one has dared to stop me from getting what I want." Qin Shi stopped arguing with them. It was a waste of words. He went to find the train attendant to help mediate. After talking, the attendant came to the compartment and warned the grandmother and her grandson that if they disturbed other passengers' rest again, measures would be taken. The old woman was still unhappy, asking, "He's not an adult. Can you tell me what measures will be taken? You're an adult. The measure is a warning. If you don't listen after the warning, the train police will handle it and fine you." Finally, the carriage became quiet again, and everyone could sleep peacefully. The next evening at sunset, Qin Shi and his wife and daughter finally got off the train. Yi Qiaohui's legs felt a bit weak. "Captain, over here, this way." Guozaheo waved and ran over, looking awkward as he snatched Qin Shi's backpack from his back. "Is that your sister-in-law?" Yi Qiaohui responded confidently, "My name is Yi Qiaohui. Sister-in-law, I'm Guozaheo, a soldier under the company commander." Qin Shi added, "Private Guozaheo, the squad leader. He sprained his ankle during training." They had met in the past, but back then, Yi Qiaohui and Qin Shi didn't have much connection, and he had little contact with her soldiers, so they only knew each other. The jeep at the army base was spacious. After getting in, Qin Shi told Yi Qiaohui to lie down and rest for a while. They still had over half an hour to reach the base. Guozaheo smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, the commander has never been so caring with us." Yi Qiaohui smiled but said nothing. She knew Qin Shi was a very responsible person and would definitely treat his soldiers well. After his sacrifice, his soldiers even sent her money and asked her to burn a stick of incense during the memorial. "Drive your car. A bunch of rough men, trained to fight and kill enemies, and you still have to coax you? How can they go to battle if they keep whining?" About half an hour later, Yi Qiaohui saw flickering lights. The vehicle entered the base. In the night, she faintly saw rows of family housing, with smoke and lights rising. After getting off, Qin Shi took Yi Qiaohui and their daughter directly to the 3 rooms assigned to them. The rooms were simple but tidy. Guozaheo helped put down their luggage, and Qin Shi said, "Thanks, brother. I'll stay here with them for a while.
Call me if you need anything."
Guozaheo saluted and said, "Commander, don't worry. Just tell me if you need anything." During the morning, Qin Shi helped Yi Qiaohui pack her luggage, along with the small gift from Hachao, a 10 yuan bill, and a small manual rooster. Qin Shi held Non, teasing her to make her smile. "Hachao is quite thoughtful. I like this toy." Yet Qiaohui watched the warm scene between father and daughter, feeling a bit sad. There aren't many moments left when a father is so caring and a daughter so filial. Qin Shi went early to get rice porridge for steamed buns and asked the cafeteria to fry 3 eggs. He carried everything home. While Non was still asleep, Ye Qiaohui tidied up the house. From now on, it would be their small home. Even if only for a few months, they couldn't settle for less. "Qin Shi, why aren't you eating at the cafeteria?" A woman's voice came from outside. "Sister-in-law, my wife and child have moved in. I brought food back for us to eat together." "Oh, your wife has given birth? What kind of child?" When mentioning Non, Qin Shi rarely smiled. "It's a girl." "That's great. Girls are thoughtful. Boys tend to be rough and careless, which is quite different." Whether it's true or not, Qin Shi believed it was true. He pushed the door open with his elbow and saw Ye Qiaohui wiping the table. He said, let's just get by this morning. We'll cook postpartum meals at noon or tonight. You don't need to tidy up anymore. I'll wipe the table while Non is busy enough. You want to train, but you're busy at home. How many bodies do you have? Yet Xiaohui went to wash her hands and sat down to eat. Our family doesn't have cabbage. How can we cook? Qin Shi liked it when Ye Xiaohui said our family, giving him a sense of belonging and shared goals. Let me ask the cafeteria if they can sell some. In spring, we'll have a vegetable garden and plant everything. But don't mention spring again. Ye Xiaohui's nose started to sting. No need to buy too much. If we buy too much, it won't stay fresh, and there's no place to store it. In 2 months. Yes. Qin Shi went to cancel his leave, preparing to officially rejoin the team. Non woke up, and taking care of her was her main task. Non, do you want a nurse? Non stretched lazily, her features puckering like a bun, as if to say she would throw a tantrum, if not picked up soon. Yet Xiaohui held her and began to feed her. Young sister-in-law, are you home? I'm here, Yet Xiaohui replied. The door opened, and a cool breeze blew in. Yet Xiaohui quickly covered Non to keep her warm. The woman who entered was around 30, dressed plainly. My name is Qin Shi. My husband is Xiao Weijie, from the same company as Qin Shi. I know you just moved in, and don't have any vegetables. I brought some cabbage and radishes. Qin Shi is honest and straightforward, never speaking ill of others. In her past life, Yi Xiaohui had a good impression of her. Older sister-in-law, please sit down. The house has 2 chairs, even more comfortable than their old home in Zhao County. Older sister-in-law, you're welcome to visit anytime. Why bring anything? Yi Xiaohui said with a smile. It's all from our own vegetable garden. Not worth much. Qin Shi waved her hand. I heard Lao Xiao say Qin Shi took a leave today. Since you just arrived, if you have any questions, just ask me. Thank you in advance, sister-in-law. Yi Xiaohui felt warm inside. No need to thank me. We're neighbors, helping each other is what we do. By the way, someone from above will come to check in the next few days, so be careful. Don't talk about anything that could cause trouble. Got it, I understand. Yi Xiaohui nodded. Qin Shi sat down by the bed, leaning forward to look at Wan. Such a lovely girl. My 2 kids only look better after they turn a month old. Before that, they were both red and ugly. Even their own mother couldn't stand to look at them.
Yeshua similet softly.
The children are all beautiful. Each one is their parents' treasure. That's right. Ugly or not, they have to accept it. A good son needs a good mother, and good seeds produce good harvests. Yi Xiaohui didn't like such talk and changed the subject. Older sister-in-law, I see there's a Kong bed. How do you plan to get firewood? When Qin Shi has time, he'll go up the mountain to cut some.
We live on the edge of the mountain.
That's good. We're used to sleeping on the Kong at home. It's more comfortable for the kids. Qin Shi sat for a while longer before getting up and leaving. Lunch was also brought back by Qin Shi, walking briskly. If the room weren't quiet, you wouldn't hear him. He cooked boiled cabbage and steamed buns. There's a sister-in-law named Qin Shi who brought us cabbage and radishes. Just accept it when someone gives you something. Xiao Weijie isn't a stranger. I need to tell you something. Qin Mu wrote a letter to the camp headquarters, and it's probably not good. They might investigate you. Be prepared. Yi Xiaohui looked at Qin Shi. Why should I prepare? I'll just tell the truth. Does he think only he can talk? Others can too. I've been idle in winter, so I'll consider writing a letter to his superiors. Don't think the little people are invincible. Qin Mu was always looking for trouble. As long as he behaved himself at school, Yi Xiaohui didn't care much. But if he kept provoking her, she wouldn't hold back. Still, evidence is a double-edged sword. It could also hurt her. Qin Shi regretted letting Yi Xiaohui find out. Sure enough, in the afternoon, the comrades responsible for women's work and the battalion leaders came to my house. Little sister-in-law, I am Ding Xianghong from the Women's Federation, and this is Officer Chao. Yi Xiaohui was holding Nan in her arms, with a scarf wrapped around her head. Hello, please sit down. I am still recovering from childbirth, so please forgive me if I haven't hosted well. Ding Xianghong smiled and explained, "Don't worry, little sister-in-law. We're just doing our job. When someone gives us materials, we have to investigate." Commander Qin also seemed resistant. He said if there was anything, they should find him and not come to you. But since you're involved, even if you are married, he can't speak for you. Comrades Ding and Chao, just say what you need to say plainly. Only by talking openly can we understand each other. Officer Chao took out a letter from his military bag, and Ding Xianghong handed it to Yi Qiahui. The handwriting looked familiar. It was written by Qin Mu, and it was official. The main idea was, "My name is Qin Mu, from village in Jiaxian County. Qin Shi is my half-brother. Although he has lived with our grandmother since childhood, the expenses for food, drink, and daily needs were supplied by my parents. When I was 17, my brother lied about his age to join the army. Yi Qiahui and I were arranged to marry by our parents, and we liked each other, so we became engaged. After 2 years of work, I was recognized for my good performance and was recommended to attend a university for workers, peasants, and soldiers. During this time, Yi Qiahui and I were separated temporarily, but we kept in touch through letters. I never expected that while communicating with me, Yi Qiahui was also accepting Qin Shi. When I graduated, I broke off the engagement and married my brother. My mother was so angry she scolded my brother, saying he was worse than a beast for kidnapping her daughter-in-law, which made them hate us and slander my mother for theft. I hope the authorities can investigate clearly. Bad elements must be dealt with. Blah blah blah." After reading the letter, Yi Qiahui returned it to Officer Chao calmly and said, "What is written in the letter is not true. Yi Qiahui and Qin Mu did get engaged, but not by our parents' arrangement or matchmaker's words. He wrote the letter voluntarily. Also, he later pursued another female classmate and proposed to break off the engagement." Ding Xianghong and Officer Chao exchanged glances and asked, "Then why did you marry Qin Shi later?" "Why did I marry Qin Shi? My personal reasons can I not say? As for external reasons, I was single and he was single. We had a good impression of each other, so I married him. I can't just stay single forever for that one thing, right?" Qin Mu said his mother was falsely accused. The police have already made a conclusion. It's not just what he says. If he wants to clear her name, he needs to provide reasons. Yi Qiahui took out several letters from a cloth bag behind her and handed them to Officer Chao. "These are letters Qin Mu wrote to me. Once you read them, you'll understand what really happened. Qin Shi didn't do anything wrong. I don't want anyone to tarnish his reputation." After verbally breaking off the engagement, Qin Mu might have written a harsh letter to make Yi Qiahui stop bothering him, even adding some personal attacks. Yi Qiahui was deeply hurt by this letter. Officer Chao nodded, took the letters, and said to Yi Qiahui, "We will investigate further. If what you say is true, we will give you justice.
I have one more request.
Since these letters might affect Qin Shi's reputation, I hope only you know about them. Please don't let many people find out."
All right.
After that, they both left. It was clear these letters were a double-edged sword. They could hurt Qin Mu or themselves. Qin Shi was a hero, and they couldn't let someone like Qin Mu tarnish his name. The workday was over, but Qin Shi hadn't returned yet. Instead, a young soldier brought food back. "Where's the company commander?" "Sister-in-law, the company commander went up the mountain to chop firewood. He told you to eat first and not wait for him."
He's already eaten.
Wasn't it easy to just say so? There was nothing much to do in the evening. After dinner, Chen Xiangju came over to sit and chat. "Has Qin Shi returned yet?" He said he went to chop firewood. "It's so cold that they're using a big pot. The Kong heated bed is icy." Chen Xiangju reached out to feel it. "Yes, the adults can handle it, but the kids can't. It's not even winter yet, just a little bit of frost."
Exactly.
"I can only add more quilts. Tomorrow, I plan to go to the medical office to get 2 bottles of saline to warm the bed for Nuan. The medical office. I think you should ask Qin Shi to go. He's not familiar with the people there, so he might not get what he needs. Nuan is still young and probably doesn't deal with doctors often. The more they go, the more they get used to it. You can't keep relying on others forever." Chen Xiangju was also from another province. She had been with the army for 3 years. Yi Qiaohui asked her what kind of work she did. In this remote mountain area, there's not much work. I don't have much education. I've been here 3 years. Just taking care of the family's daily needs is my biggest job. What about other family members of soldiers? Some with education work as teachers, some work in the army canteen, service stations, or clothing factories. The city also needs people, but it's far away, and few are willing to go.
예샤오훈 어땠?
That's true. It's better to work in the army, where you can also take care of the children. There aren't many jobs, and many people are waiting in line. Since I joined the military late, I still have to wait. Old Xiao works alone, and my family spends all the money he earns. We have to be careful with our spending. Whenever there's a problem back home, we have to borrow money. Being a family member of a soldier is really hard. I've never come before. I thought being a family member of a soldier would be better than living in a remote mountain area. But it turns out it's just moving from one mountain corner to another.
Haha.
Just as I was saying that, Qin Shi came back, carrying a big bundle of firewood, with some branches in his other hand. Chen Xiangju quickly stepped forward to help. Qin Shi, why do you have so much firewood? Just in case, so we don't get cold at night. Qin Shi spread out the firewood and brushed off the dust from his clothes. Then he went inside to wash his hands and face. Sister-in-law, I'm going back now. Sister-in-law, come visit again when you have time. Yes, no one is as free as I am. I will definitely come. I want to go to the clinic to get 2 saline bottles to warm the kids' feet. Sister Chen just said that you need to ask for the saline bottles at the clinic because they might not recognize me and refuse. Yi Qiaohui said this, while pouring a glass of water for Qin Shi. Qin Shi nodded. Okay, I'll ask for them tomorrow. Have you eaten yet? Yes, I ate at the canteen. I also want to tell you something. In the afternoon, Ding Xianghong and Chao Ganshi came. Did Qin Mu write a report? Qin Shi paused while wiping his face. I know about it. And one more thing. Is Nan Nan awake? I think I heard her crying. Yi Qiaohui went to check on Nan Nan. Sure enough, she was awake. Nan Nan had also wet and soiled herself. Yi Qiaohui wrapped her up, and Qin Shi took her outside to wash. When Qin Shi finished tidying up and came back, Yi Qiaohui was already holding Nan Nan, who was sleeping. Qin Shi pulled back the blanket on the other side and lay down, taking off his clothes. Why does she still keep the letter? Qin Shi was still thinking about the saline bottles. The next morning, he specially went to the clinic. Hey, Qin Shi, you're back? Wait a moment, I'll get medicine for others first. Yang Wolin is the doctor at the clinic. Usually there's only one doctor and one nurse.
Take your time.
If you have any unused saline bottles, ask Nurse Lee to bring me 2. I need them. The people coming to get medicine are family members of soldiers. Someone asked Commander Qin, you've been chopping firewood and cooking again these days. Did your wife and kids come? Qin Shi didn't delay at all. Yes, they came. The bottles are for warming the kids' beds. Yang Wolin thought for a moment and said, we don't have any now, but if I find some, I'll keep them for you. I'll also notify you when you can pick them up.
Okay.
Qin Shi turned and left. Yang Wolin. After finishing the examination, Yang Wolin rummaged through the box of sharp tools and indeed found 2 bottles of saline solution. She took them out. Big sister, you really kept these for Qin Shi? Nurse Li Yu, who has a good relationship with Yang Wolin, asked. I promised. Anyway, I can't stand it. He treated you like that. Don't say that. Qin Shi is a good comrade. He's a good comrade, but he let you go without choosing. His mind must have been distracted. Yang Wolin said helplessly. Currently, Yi Qiaohui's main task is to take good care of the baby, make up for the past few days' losses, and properly sit the month. When the baby sleeps, she sleeps too. In a daze, she hears someone talking. Is anyone home? If someone is home, I will come in. Yi Qiaohui steadied herself, sat up from the Kong, and whispered, Yes, I am here. A young woman entered. She looked very delicate, with short black hair, wearing a clean white coat. The woman introduced herself. My name is Yang Wolin, a military doctor. I heard Qin Shi say the baby needed bottles, so I brought 2 over. She handed the 2 saline bottles to Yi Qiaohui. Yi Qiaohui was a bit surprised, thinking Qin Shi had forgotten about this. She quickly thanked her. Thank you, Dr. Yang. He can bring them back himself. Why did you have to deliver them? Yang Roland smiled. No need to thank me. It's just a small matter. By the way, how is the baby? Any discomfort? Yi Qiaohui shook her head. The baby is fine, just a bit jaundiced. They said it's not serious, just needs some sun exposure. Yang Roland approached the Kong and looked at the sleeping girl with love in her eyes. So cute. Looks like her mother.
Comrade Yang, please sit down.
Yang Roland looked at her watch and said, I need to go back now. There are many patients at this time. We can chat more another time. Dr. Yang, take your time. All right, you don't need to come out either. Women should pay more attention to their health. Yang Roland bumped into Chen Xiangju, who was coming in and out of the door. Chen Xiangju moved aside. Dr. Yang, who is unwell, your sister-in-law or the baby? Neither. I came to deliver some things. Chen Xiangju muttered in her heart. Why are you wearing a white coat to deliver things? It makes people nervous. She watched Yang Roland walk away, then patted her chest and entered. I was so scared. Can't you just take off the white coat? Chen Xiangju made shoes for her son. Feeling bored at home, she came to talk to Yi Qiaohui. Wasn't it about the bottle yesterday? Qin Shi told Dr. Yang, and she sent it over. Dr. Yang is quite kind and helpful. Oh, Chen Xiangju said while making shoes. I need to go to the city tomorrow. Does your sister-in-law need anything? Is it convenient, sister-in-law? You probably need to buy some things too. Chen Xiangju patted her face and her leg. Looking at your body, you don't need to worry about a little extra weight. Just carry it. Then help me buy 2 large bone sticks and cut 2 jean of lean meat. It's cold now. It will keep well.
All right.
Yi Qiaohui took out money and meat coupons from her bag. Why are you in such a hurry? It's fine to wait until you come back. I have a bad memory, and worry I'll forget to give it to you. You might feel shy to ask. Chen Xiangju accepted it. Sister-in-law, your house is the east neighbor, right? Is there anyone living in the west neighbor? I've been here 2 days, and it's very quiet. That's because the old lady isn't here. She went back to her hometown. When she returns, you'll know. I even told old Xiao that Qin Shi's wife and children might be in trouble. She sleeps with earplugs, but she might not sleep well. Yi Qiaohui felt a chill. Really that serious? Can Qin Shi change it? After hearing this, I don't even want to stay here. Just don't listen to it. And try to get used to it. The family housing is tight, and it can't be changed. Just as Chen Xiangju finished speaking, a sharp scream came from outside. You useless hen. What right do you have to eat? Are you trying to let old Feng's family have no descendants? Chen Xiangju sighed.
See?
As soon as I mention it, it happens. Old Feng's mother has returned. We just had a peaceful few days. She was sewing lice into cloth, but Yi Qiaohui didn't know the whole story. She needed to ask clearly. She couldn't just eat gossip without understanding. What exactly is going on in that family? Old Feng was young and capable. Before he was 30, he was promoted to officer, which qualified him to follow the army. His wife went with him. His wife was tall and good-looking, but there was one problem. They had been married 3 years, and he had been following the army for over a year, yet she was still not pregnant. After autumn, Old Feng's mother came to supervise her son and daughter-in-law's efforts to have children. At first, she thought her son was focused on work, so he didn't have much time or opportunity. But after observing for a while, she noticed her son came home every night. She listened to their needs and frequency, which seemed fine. So, why hadn't she gotten pregnant yet? Grandma started thinking of ways to solve the problem. First, she went to see a doctor. Several traditional doctors checked her, and they all said her daughter-in-law was healthy. But if she's healthy, how come she can't have children? Not having children is the biggest problem. Grandma then began asking her daughter-in-law for home remedies. The exact remedies were a secret between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, and outsiders didn't know. Grandma was very assertive and often pulled her daughter-in-law aside to scold her to vent her anger. Right after returning from her hometown, Grandma started arguing nonstop. Chen Xiangju put down her shoe and said, I won't talk anymore. I need to go see the kids. I'll tell you everything when I come back. Yi Xiaohui agreed briefly and hurried to see her daughter, Nan Nan, who was very timid and had cried from fear. Next door. It was called a quarrel, but it was mostly one-sided. Grandma was scolding, while daughter-in-law Han Jiyun sat on the doorstep, crying with her head down. People watching nearby were talking loudly. Auntie, please don't scold your sister-in-law. She doesn't want to be like this. We just need to treat her illness. Even if you scold her, it won't help. Mother Foam crossed her arms with a proud look, saying, My family's matters are none of your business. Nobody outside knows the full story, so just mind your own business. Her words were quite harsh. Our Foam family only has 3 generations. Now, with her, the family line is broken. She's just a hen that can't lay eggs. What's the point of marrying her? My son is just delayed because of her. Mother Foam got more and more excited, raising her voice. In the older generation's view, disobedience was the worst sin, and Han Jiyun was almost as bad as a criminal. People around tried to calm her down, but she wouldn't listen and kept arguing. Han Jiyun cried even more sadly. She knew her position in the family was fragile. Because she couldn't have children, she had suffered a lot. Mom, I'll listen to you. I'll drink the medicine, okay? At this moment, Ding Xianghong, a woman's affairs officer, came to resolve the dispute. She quickly stepped forward and helped Mother Foam, trying to ease the tension. Annie, what are you doing? Let's go to my office to talk. Fighting here isn't good for anyone, Ding Xianghong said helplessly. She had tried to mediate many times, but it was all in vain. The only solution seemed to be for her to give birth to Feng's grandson immediately. Thinking about it, if it was possible to have a child, she wouldn't be standing here arguing. Mother Feng glared at her daughter-in-law. You still know how to shame us? My son married a wife who can't have children. Do you want our family to have no descendants? Han Jian could guess her mother-in-law's thoughts. She was being forced to divorce and step aside. If she divorced, she wouldn't be able to have children anymore.
How could she live then?
The more Han Jian thought about it, the more hopeless she felt. She sat on the ground and cried loudly. You are occupying the toilet without using it and still have the nerve to cry. Mother Feng blocked Han Jiyun, who was grabbing and twisting, causing him to cry even louder. Yi Xiaohui was also starting to lose patience with Nan Nan. Just after calming her down, Nan Nan shouted again, fully alert, clutching her small fists and beginning to cry. Her face was red, her voice hoarse, and her lips trembling. Yi Xiaohui couldn't bear it anymore. This was too much to endure. After a while, her voice was hoarse from crying, and as a mother, she felt even more distressed. The wall in the yard was not tall. Yi Xiaohui could see the neighbor from her chair. Say what you need to say, reason with reason. Why are you fighting? The kids are so scared they're crying loudly, but you don't even notice? Apart from Ding Xianghong and Qin Xiangju, everyone else didn't recognize Yi Xiaohui, who suddenly appeared.
Who are you?
If you can't take care of the kids, it's your own fault. Don't cause trouble for no reason. Mother Feng was tough back home and also in the army. No one could handle her. Who I am isn't important. If you want to argue, close the door and do it yourself. But now you're affecting the children. You either shut up or I'll go to Feng's supervisor. If you disturb others, it's no longer just family business. This is the army, not a market. Mother Feng didn't pay attention to Yi Xiaohui. She looked unfamiliar and young, and her man probably wasn't higher in rank than her son. Look at you, thinking you can just call the boss? They're busy with important work, they won't bother with you.
Dream on.
Ding Xianghong finally spoke up. Leaders serve the people. If there's a conflict you can't resolve, you can find someone to help. Mother Feng, help? I want my grandson.
Who can handle that?
Can I tell you something?
Don't worry about it now.
Listen carefully. My daughter was scared by you, her voice is hoarse, and she won't listen no matter what. Who raised you to be so insensitive? I just want you to stop fighting, isn't that reasonable? It's not a big deal. No one's committing murder or arson. Why all the fuss? Fighting every day makes it hard for others to live. This is the army. Be mindful of your influence. Mother Feng, confident because she was older, had been here nearly 2 months and had never been scolded so directly. She turned her anger on Yi Xiaohui over her own family matters. Your words sound nice, but what if your daughter-in-law doesn't have children? What will you do? Here's what I suggest. Since modern medicine is advanced, why don't you take your sister-in-law to a big hospital for a checkup? Maybe they'll find the cause. Isn't that better than arguing blindly? Going to a big hospital doesn't cost anything. It's easy to talk when you're not the one suffering. Besides, if you can't raise a son, don't talk big. This was a personal attack. Yi Xiaohui picked up Nan Nan and went to the neighboring yard. She pushed through the crowd and saw Han Jian sitting on the ground crying painfully. Feeling sorry, she went over to comfort her and said, "Big sister, get up first. The ground is cold, and crying won't solve anything." Han Jian sniffled. "I'm crying because of my own fate. Why is life so hard?" Mrs. Feng looked suspiciously at Yi Xiaohui and asked, "Who are you? Why are you interfering in our family's matters?" "I just moved in nearby. We're neighbors. I'm busy enough taking care of my own children, so I don't have time to worry about others' problems. Just don't disturb us." Yi Xiaohui answered calmly and confidently. Mrs. Feng looked her up and down and said, "You're kind, but you don't need to get involved in our family's issues. No one wants to cause trouble. I told you not to disturb my daughter. She's lost her voice from crying. Don't be bossy. If you bother us again, I'll talk to your son's boss. Don't think I'm joking." Mrs. Feng opened her mouth to argue, but didn't dare to make a scene. She wasn't sure if Yi Xiaohui was just brave or reckless. Ding Xianghong turned around and said to the people behind her, "Everyone go back. There's nothing to see. Didn't you see the women arguing?" The family members weren't blind. Since the leader had spoken, everyone dispersed quickly. Chen Xiangju hugged her daughter and ran home. "Young sister-in-law, hurry up and follow. Your confinement period." At this moment, Officer Feng finished work and saw what was happening. She hurried to help Han Jian up and asked, "What's going on?" Mrs. Feng immediately complained, "Your wife won't take her medicine and is making a scene here." Officer Feng frowned and said, "Mom, who's making a scene? We'll find a way.
Just stop worrying."
Ding Xianghong took the chance to say, "Yes, Officer Feng, I think it's better to go to a big hospital. Jiyun, if your mother-in-law hears about good remedies, she can try them." Mrs. Feng suddenly perked up. "That's right, I like what the leader said." Han Jian looked sad and whispered, "I can't take the remedies my mother-in-law found." She went to the city's toilet and used blood-stained tissue, then burned it to ash and flushed it. Ding Xianghong was frightened and stuck out her tongue. Officer Feng got angry and said, "Mom, if you keep acting like this, go home. Stay out of our affairs." Second, Aunt said this might work. It seemed like things were calming down here, so Ding Xianghong turned around and went to find Yi Xiaohui. Qin Shi cooked rice, and the couple was eating peacefully. No one was bothering their daughter, who had fallen asleep. "Young sister-in-law, am I bothering you and your family by coming? Why bother? There's no need for such formalities." Qin Shi took a wooden jar and handed the original chair to Ding Xianghong. "Sister-in-law, you sit. Do you want to eat something together? Eat quickly. I work in this line, so I don't have a fixed schedule." Lunch was late. Qin Shi and Yi Xiaohui continued eating, but they were getting tired of eating cabbage all the time. "Tomorrow, I'll ask the kitchen staff to bring some meat. Nuan doesn't eat much oil, so she needs it." Qin Shi has been busy with work these days and neglected their meals. "Sister-in-law from the East Room is going to the city tomorrow. I asked her to bring some bone sticks for soup. No need to talk about the meat. If someone overheard, they might think she was greedy, which isn't the case. On a day when Qin Shi has a day off, he can go up the mountain to catch wild rabbits. A few days ago, someone caught a roe deer in the village. Isn't that better than bones without meat?" Ding Xianghong's words made sense. There are plenty of such animals in the mountains. Yi Xiaohui had a feeling that Ding Xianghong often had a reason for everything. After tidying up the table, Ding Xianghong sat down with Yi Xiaohui and asked, "What is your educational background, sister-in-law?" "I didn't go to school much. Just finished elementary school." "Your behavior doesn't seem like it. You understand a lot, and speak timely. I was thinking of inviting you to join the Women's Federation as a female officer. Yi Xiaohui understood it as a role similar to a rural women's director, mainly mediating conflicts between women and between couples. Honestly, doing this job might look prestigious, being an officer, but it's often thankless and can be difficult to please everyone. Sister-in-law, Nuan is still young. We're not considering this now. My wife's health isn't good enough for it either. Qin Shi, don't rush to refuse. Some people look down on this work, and others want to do it, but can't. It's a job after all, easy or not. We get paid monthly, which can help with the family expenses. With Yi Xiaohui's low educational level, finding a good job is almost impossible. She's not allowed to do small business now, but earning a couple of months' wages wouldn't hurt. Sister-in-law, Nuan is still young. If I want to do it, Nuan has to be over a month old. If you think my education isn't enough, that's okay. Education is just one part of the assessment. A college graduate might not do well, but what matters is ability. This work isn't easy. It's tiring and requires effort. Qin Shi still had some worries. It's okay, it's only busy for a while. Once everyone gets used to it, it'll be fine. We don't have to work there all the time. We can do it from home, Ding Xianghong quickly said. What sounds lofty as a women's organization is basically a women's mediation committee. Yi Xiaohui thought about it and felt it was a good opportunity, so she agreed, "Thank you, sister-in-law. I'll give it a try." Ding Xianghong smiled and said, "It's settled then. After the month of confinement, come find me and report." After Ding Xianghong left, Qin Shi said, "I'm not incapable of supporting my wife and child. If the work is thankless, I won't do it. You're just a latecomer. Why didn't you say that earlier?"
Ye Xiaohu retorted.
"I've been saying it all along, but you didn't listen." Yi Xiaohui looked serious and said, "I don't want to be like them. Only watching the kids and cooking, with no time for myself. I also want to earn money and prove my ability." Qin Shi knew his protection for her and their daughter wouldn't last long. For Nanhua, Yi Xiaohui had to quickly become strong in the shortest time because she was her support. Qin Shi didn't know what Yi Xiaohui was really thinking, but he still respected her and supported her decision. At the dinner table, Mother Feng scolded Han Jiyun harshly in front of her son. Not only was she unable to earn money and relying on her son to support her, but her tall stature and good looks were useless, since she couldn't lay eggs. Han Jiyun shrank back, trying to reduce his presence, not daring to make a sound while eating. Mother Feng couldn't hold back anymore. She put down her chopsticks and said, "Mom, can you stop nagging? Calling me a hen that doesn't lay eggs. Are you afraid it will reach the leader's ears? What will they think of me? I can't even control my own mom. Why am I still in the army? Just take off your uniform and get lost." Mother Feng hesitated to say more. "I'm just worried about you. Our family is a 3-generation line." Feng Gan was a bit impatient. "What are you worried about? The 2 broken houses? Or our height of over 1.6 meters? What else is worth mentioning?" Mother Feng was unhappy. "We used to be poor, but now you're successful. How can there be no future? Mom, with a grandson, can you live forever? I can walk tall and straight on the farm now, but I can't stand up properly anymore." "All right, I understand." Feng Gan got up and went outside, saying he just wanted to take a walk. After the man left, Han Jiyun quickly finished eating, tidied up the dishes, and took them to the kitchen. Mother Feng pointed at her daughter-in-law's back and cursed, "If you don't get pregnant again this year, I'll make my son divorce you sooner or later." Han Jiyun felt her legs weaken. She wasn't picky now. Even if she had a girl, it would show she could get pregnant and shut her mother-in-law's mouth. Feng Gan didn't go far. He was wandering outside the gate, smoking 2 cigarettes, still feeling very annoyed. A flashlight shone on him, and Qin Shi's voice asked, "Who?" "This is Qin Shi speaking. It's me, old Feng." Qin Shi is carrying a bundle of firewood and places it down nearby. "Guazaheo robbed from Chio camp. Warm bed, old Feng. In this cold weather. What are you doing outside?" "My mom. Sigh. She's troublesome. I just wanted to go out for a walk." Old Feng pulls out a cigarette and offers it to Qin Shi, who declines. "I remember you used to smoke? I've quit. I have a little one at home and smoking and drinking aren't good for her." Old Feng puts away the cigarette. You're quite disciplined. Now that you're a dad, you're more careful. Qin Shi, do you avoid all that messy housework? Every family has its own problems. I'm a stepfather, and I do things worse than your mom. If you want no conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, just send your mom back to her hometown. You two can live your lives and let the elders stay out of it. Who's gossiping? Do you have no shame, man? Trying to persuade my son to chase his mother away? Are you human? Mom, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll send you away now. Find a hotel to stay in first. Tomorrow morning, I'll take leave to send you off. You unfilial son. He's stirring trouble between us. He's not human, he's a beast. Yi Xiaohui is rocking her little girl to sleep. She was already drowsy, just about to fall asleep, but her grandmother's loud voice scared her, her eyes wide with shock, and her hands clenched tightly. Yi Xiaohui quickly covers her daughter's ears and holds her close to breastfeed. Gradually, the little girl calms down more slowly, and after a few minutes, she falls asleep. Yi Xiaohui gently pushes her daughter inside, puts on Qin Shi's military coat, and wears a cotton hat, then steps outside. Old Feng's mother keeps calling Qin Shi not human. It really hurts. At her age, she's throwing a tantrum like a child. Yi Xiaohui opens the door and says, Qin Shi, you're not going home? Just listening to dogs bark here? What's so nice about it? Aren't you afraid of being bitten by a mad dog? You're the mad dog. Your man is stirring trouble, trying to make my son chase me away. Is he human? Mom, if you keep cursing, I'll really send you away. Qin Shi isn't stirring trouble. He just said that if the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law want no conflicts, they shouldn't live together. That's just trying to chase me out, a beast. Old woman, watch your mouth. How did you come here? My man is just like you. Anyone in the world is born the same way. Cursing Qin Shi is like cursing yourself, unless you weren't born by your parents. Old Feng's mother pounds her chest and seems about to collapse, acting as if she can't go on. Little X also bullies people, and you little X also bully people. At this moment, Qin Shi was very angry. He looked at Officer Feng seriously and said, Old Feng, this is the army. Your mother is insulting a soldier. If she doesn't apologize to me or my family today, don't blame me for not considering our brotherhood. Qin Shi, I understand. You and your younger siblings go back first. I will give you an explanation. Officer Feng pulled his mother and headed toward the gate. Feng's mother looked panicked and struggled to pull back. I won't go back, I won't go back. You ungrateful person, your father is gone, and if I go back, I'll just be bullied by your two uncles. It's good if you don't bully others. Which of my two aunts hasn't slipped away when they saw you? Son, your mother has had it hard. I lost my mother when I was young. The mother and son argued as they walked to an open area. Feng's mother looked around and, seeing no one, stopped. Mom, listen carefully now. The reason my wife can't have children is because of me. I was injured once and hurt. Feng's mother was deeply shocked. Son, no, that can't be. The doctor told me. I didn't believe it at first, thought there was still some hope. I'm a grown man. I can't even make my wife pregnant. But it turned out to be true. Feng's mother hugged her son and cried loudly. Mom, now you understand? If you keep scolding my wife to death, she won't be able to have children either. It's my fault. And Commander Qin is a soldier, a hero defending our country. Insulting soldiers will get you into trouble. I am willing to take the blame for you. You should go back to your hometown tomorrow morning. Someone like you is not someone I want to keep, and the army won't keep you either. Feng's mother finally felt a little regret. That woman can provoke, but that man must be avoided. Over there, Yi Xiaohui was also giving Qin Shi a lesson in morality. You, standing there, aren't shorter than anyone. Lying down, sitting, aren't shorter than anyone. That terrible woman insulted you so badly. Just listen quietly. Qin Shi rarely made a playful remark. Didn't you stand up for me? How can it be the same? Can't let that terrible woman insult you. Qin Shi then explained, Old Feng and I used to go on missions together. We are brothers who fought side by side. He has today because he risked his life. I want to give him a chance to handle it, rather than escalate to higher authorities, which would make things worse. And there was one thing Qin Shi didn't say aloud. His wife's way of scolding was actually quite attractive. It was the first time he felt loved by his wife. Was it before that he misunderstood her? Are you asleep? Yes, I am. Even if you're asleep, you can still talk? Isn't that what you asked? So I woke up quickly to answer. In the darkness, someone chuckled softly. Yi Xiaohui turned around, looking in the direction of the man. The outline was blurry, just a silhouette of a person. Why are you laughing? Qin Shi didn't reply. He moved the boundary between them, Nan, to the top of her head and lay down beside Yi Xiaohui. Yi Xiaohui supported herself with her hand on the man's chest. Why are you doing this? What can a couple do? Are you a beast? I just had a baby, and I'm still in confinement. Qin Shi lowered her hand and reached his arm toward her neck. Don't be nervous. I'm not a beast. I'm just sleeping. Go back quickly. I'm not used to this. Although he clearly didn't like her, there was no need to act so intimately. Yi Xiaohui was afraid that if they shared the same blanket and hugged like that, and if the man couldn't hold back, she wouldn't be able to refuse or stop him. I said I'm just sleeping. Yi Xiaohui was silent for 2 seconds. Fine, let her hug him. She wasn't made of much flesh, and she could even get a free warm bed. She was earning her keep. There were consequences. Her biological clock was delayed by an hour. When she woke up in the morning, she yawned and looked groggy. Qin Shi held Nan and only handed her over after seeing Yi Xiaohui wake up. Nan's diaper has been changed. She seems to have an upset stomach. Her stool is a bit thin. Yi Xiaohui rolled her eyes at him. That's your fault. You probably left her lying cold on one side. Qin Shi didn't argue. Even if it wasn't entirely his fault, it was still his fault. I'll tell the nurse from the medical room to come and check on Nan. Okay. Qin Shi went to get food. As he opened the door, he saw Officer Feng and his mother waiting outside. Qin Shi, my mom insists on coming to apologize to you and your sister-in-law. Qin Shi glanced at his mother, who looked half reluctant, half forced. Let's go inside. Feng's mother helped her into the room. The two men waited outside. She looked at Yi Xiaohui with a guilty expression and said, Dear niece-in-law, yesterday was my fault. I shouldn't have scolded you and Qin Shi like that. I'm old and confused. I can't tell right from wrong, and my words are harsh. Please don't take it to heart. Yi Xiaohui wasn't surprised. After all, she had cultivated for thousands of years. Who couldn't see through this act? Anyone can pretend, whether professional or not. It's okay, Auntie. I don't take it to heart. Qin Shi is a soldier and wouldn't argue with an unpolite old lady. I just hope you will think more about Feng's work when you speak or act. It's not easy to get here today, so don't cause trouble or hold us back. After all, this is the army, not your own bed or a village. You can't just say anything or act recklessly, like a king in the village. Feng's mother was very angry inside. She cursed Yi Xiaohui and Qin Shi many times, but still had to smile outwardly. It's all Auntie's fault for being confused and not careful with her words. From now on, she won't talk nonsense. If she does, she can tear my mouth apart. Based on Feng's mother's character, Yi Xiaohui just ignored her words as nonsense and didn't take them seriously. Outside the room, Feng's officer said to Qin Shi, My mother lives alone at home. I'm worried because she sometimes gets headaches and confused. When she was at home, my 3 sisters took turns writing to me, afraid she would become a burden if she stayed alone. It's impossible to send her back now. Feng's officer's meaning was clear. They would still be neighbors in the future. His mother's words were unpredictable, and no one knew what she might say next. Qin Shi felt deep sympathy for him. After Yi Xiaohui finished feeding Wan, Qin Shi brought the doctor over. Yang Roland examined the baby, asked about her eating and sleeping, and found no major issues. Children have weaker stomachs, so keep them warm, and the indoor temperature shouldn't be too low. Hearing the doctor, Yi Xiaohui was more convinced that Qin Shi had let Wan freeze at night. She looked at him with some dissatisfaction. Qin Shi felt a bit helpless. He just wanted to get closer to his wife and child. Why was that a problem? But seeing that Wan was fine, He felt relieved. They needed to seal the door cracks and close the windows to keep warm. Yang Roland gave some pills for the mother to take. Thank you, Dr. Yang. You're welcome. Qin Shi and I have been comrades for many years. Plus, healing people is my duty. Qin Shi put on his hat and said to Yi Xiaohui, when Wan sleeps, you should go to bed too. I'll bring back lunch.
Okay.
Yang Roland also picked up her medicine box. I won't disturb you anymore. Rest well. Dr. Yang, take care. Outside, Qin Shi, Yang Roland hurried to catch up. Do I have anything that Yi Xiaohui has? Qin Shi looked straight ahead and kept walking. Stop acting crazy. Can a woman ask such a question? I just don't understand. Where did I go wrong? Maybe you just didn't see eye to eye. Is that a good enough reason?
Get lost.
I heard that your wife didn't fall for you at first sight, and it wasn't love at first glance. Qin Shi stopped, almost causing Yang Roland, who had been following him, to bump into him. Dr. Yang, we are both soldiers. Please watch your image. Whether my wife and I looked at each other or not, we are already married. Military marriages are protected by law.
Yang Roland sruged.
I didn't say anything wrong, did I? You've said enough.
Take a break.
Qin Shi quickly walked away. Yang Roland stood quietly for 5 minutes before heading in another direction. Chen Xiangju led her daughter over with a big pork bone. Yi Xiaohui washed it clean, added water, and started boiling it immediately. It's still early in the evening. We need to cook a big pot so Qin Shi can have it when he returns. Sister-in-law, I see you and Qin Shi are always together. You two must have a good relationship. When Qin Shi got married, there were many unkind comments. Some said he was just cleaning up his brother's mess. Others said he was being taken advantage of. Now it seems the couple is very happy, and I wonder where those rumors came from. Sister-in-law, if Director Xiao hears you say that, will he get mad at you? Chen Xiangju is cheerful and laughed loudly. I've forgotten as I got older. Did I ever have some sweet moments with her dad? They joked and discussed what to eat that night. Yingzi wanted to see her sister, so Chen Xiangju carried her onto the bed edge. Just look, don't poke her with your hand. Sister is too small, and it will hurt her. I won't poke, sister will get hurt. There's some lean meat and the big cabbage your sister-in-law brought. I plan to make dumplings. Honestly, since I had my daughter, my mom only made them once, and I've been craving them ever since. Chen Xiangju smiled. That's not craving, that's just Nanyan wanting to eat. We women are like cows. We have to milk the calves well. Chen Xiangju is very proactive. When Yi Xiaohui said she wanted to eat, she helped knead the dough and chopped the filling. Sister-in-law, Officer Feng's mother isn't a kind person. Stay away from her in the future if you can.
Don't get involved.
But I have to say, you handled her well last night. I couldn't stand what she said. That beastly woman, she came from that dark place, and she has children too. Since Mother Feng arrived, her impression on the military family residence has not been good. The man is in the army, so he can't always be at home. In the dry northwest climate, the women carry water to water the vegetable garden. It's not exactly precious, but it's not bad either. Some families have vegetables that don't grow well. There are people who deliver vegetables, but have never stolen any. Since Madame Feng came, vegetables in the garden have been stolen frequently, and once someone even blocked the garden entrance. Madame Feng is also very good at arguing. She argues as fiercely as if she has a burst of energy. She insults her daughter-in-law, saying her words are dirtier than toilet waste. Two people sit on the kong, a traditional bed. Chen Xiangju rolls out dough, and Yi Xiaohui wraps. There is no curtain, and Chen Xiangju calls out to her son from behind the wall to bring food. Qingshan, about 5 or 6 years old, has a face sunburned like an African child's.
Mom, here. Call your auntie.
The Kong is your younger sister. When she can walk, you can play with her. Qingshan confidently replies, boys don't play with girls. Then, do you want a wife in the future? Is your wife a girl? Qingshan scratches his head, unsure how to answer. Yi Xiaohui takes 2 pieces of candy from a box on the Kong and gives them to Qingshan and Yingzi. These are leftovers from a family gathering. Go out and play. Come back in the evening for dumplings. Qingshan looks at his mother and then at Yi Xiaohui, then turns and runs away. Just a little rascal. Good-spirited little troublemaker. Nuan, curled up, makes a few sounds, catching her mother's attention. Auntie, Nuan is awake. Yes, she's awake. I didn't see her. Thanks to Yingzi. Nuan said Sister Yingzi is really kind. Yingzi rubs her small hands, happy and shy. Nuan rubs her eyes and pouts her little mouth. Sister-in-law, you should hold Nuan. I'll finish up here. Yi Xiaohui slips down from the Kong to wash her hands and then comes back to hold Nuan. Qin Xiangju looks at Nuan and says, Nuan's eyes are so beautiful, double eyelids, very handsome. But at first glance, she still looks more like Qin's family, with her forehead and ears. Yi Xiaohui jokes with her, Sister-in-law, you're fair to everyone. No one gets special treatment. Qin Xiangju smiles and works faster. Nuan eats and plays, not seeming very hungry, her eyes fixed on Yi Xiaohui. Yi Xiaohui gently holds her daughter's small hand, soft and delicate, with tiny pink nails. Soon, the dumplings are all wrapped. Qingshan plays outside for a while and then runs in shouting, Mom, Dad is coming back soon. You haven't cooked yet. Will he scold you? Ask your dad if he dares. All three of you are under my care. If you upset me, I'll go back to Grandma's house and not bother with you little turtles. Qin Xiangju says as she pours dumplings into the pot. Qingshan is really scared. If Dad scolds you, I'll team up with my sister and you. Soon, Qin Shi and Xiao Weijie walked into the yard together. You all eat first, I'm going back, said Qin Xiangju, then pulled her man and left. Big sister-in-law, you've packed enough food. We planned for 2 families to eat together. Qin Shi was just mentioning yesterday that once I finish my confinement, he wants Xiao Guiding to come over for a drink. Today is a good day. Since you finished the main dish, let's eat together. Yi Xiaohui spoke sincerely, taking care of everything. The 2 families sat together, eating hot dumplings. Yi Xiaohui also fried a plate of eggs and added a few cloves of garlic. Honestly, before Yi Xiaohui joined the army, her reputation wasn't good. No one knew who spread those rumors, but everyone believed them. But now, it seems that Yi Xiaohui's words and actions are quite good. Qin Shi has quit smoking and drinking. Xiao Weijie asked his son to bring back a half bottle of white wine, which he planned to drink a few sips of. Xiao Weijie poured himself a glass of wine and looked at Qin Shi. Really not going to drink? No more, I've stopped. I won't pick it up again. Your injury isn't fully healed yet. Qin Shi kicked Xiao Weijie. Eat your meal. Try these dumplings. Don't just drink wine. Sometimes, men don't need snacks with their drinks. Dumplings are the best accompaniment. Yes, they taste good. Sister-in-law's cooking is really great. You should teach your wife. Cooking is like boiling water. Qin Xiangju snorted angrily. I was feeding pigs. Pigs don't need fancy food, just enough to fill their stomachs. Today's dumplings, sister-in-law added a lot of oil and meat. How could they not taste good? If I weren't so careful, our family wouldn't even be able to eat warm food.
Ugh.
Yi Xiaohui quickly covered her mouth and ran to the bucket by the stove, feeling like she might. Like a young master from a noble family, she said, Mom, it's all your fault. What did you say during dinner? Did it make Annie feel sick? Xiao Weijie also started to scold, even worse than a child. Qin Xiangju felt a bit embarrassed. I'm just talking nonsense. Sister-in-law, just pretend I didn't say anything. Enough, stop talking. There's nothing else to say. Qin Shi handed Yi Xiaohui a bowl of water. Rinse your mouth first. Are you feeling better?
Yesha ohu sitid her emotions.
Much better. Qin Shi patted her gently, finally calming her down. All right, eat quickly. Don't wait for me, it'll get cold. Qin Xiangju didn't dare to speak carelessly anymore. She didn't expect that Yi Xiaohui, also from the countryside, couldn't stand certain words. A person suddenly ran inside from outside, running too fast and almost bumped into Qingshan and Yingzi sitting at the door. Guaziheo, why are you in such a hurry? Company commander, there's an emergency. Qin Shi immediately put on his military cap and asked, "What's the situation?" The old secretary of Lu Shubei asked for help. "Wild boars have dug up the fields at the village entrance. Some young people went to catch the pigs on their own, but they didn't catch them and were chased into the village. The wild boars bite anyone they see and have already injured 2 people. They are still chasing people. Wild boars are very strong." Qin Shi didn't dare to delay. He and Guazaheo walked and talked. "Pick someone good at shooting and you too. The 3 of us will go together. Old Xiao, you stay in charge of the army unit." "Okay, don't worry." After that, everyone, big and small, finished eating and went their separate ways. Yi Xiao Hui was restless. Since it was a wild boar with sharp teeth and claws, and when they are angry, they might hurt someone. No one could guarantee Qin Shi's safety. Nan nodded and moved her little mouth as if she wanted to speak.
Are you worried about Dad?
Dad is very brave. Yi Xiao Hui held her daughter and paced back and forth inside the house. She felt anxious and kept praying for Qin Shi's safety. It had been a few hours when footsteps sounded outside the door. Yi Xiao Hui hurried to the door. Qin Shi pushed the door open and came in. Maybe Yi Xiao Hui was too sensitive, but she sensed a smell of blood. Her lips trembled as she asked anxiously, "Are you hurt?" Qin Shi chuckled softly. "No, don't scare yourself."
I'm fine.
Yi Xiao Hui sniffed again. "Why do I smell blood?" "It's from brushing against something. It's wild boar blood." Qin Shi didn't want to explain too clearly to avoid frightening his wife. There was definitely danger. The wild boar wouldn't give up easily. It was fighting back fiercely. The first shot only wounded the boar. It, along with 2 piglets weighing about 100 pounds each, charged at them. There were also villagers nearby. Qin Shi decisively pulled the trigger. The mother boar fell just less than a meter away from them. Without this guiding shot, capturing the piglets would have been easier. They ran into a dead-end alley, and they closed the door to trap the pigs. The blood probably got on them during this process. The old secretary is kind. He had the villagers bring over half a pig, about 200 jin. We'll cut off 10 jin for ourselves. 10 days or half a month's worth of food. Qin Shi divided the pork into 2 parts, cutting off a jin or so of meat, planning to reward Qing Shan and Yingzi. The remaining wounds are hanging at the back of her buttocks. Whenever she feels like eating, she cuts off a piece. Yi Xiaohui still doesn't trust Qin Shi and asks him to take off his clothes. She needs to check personally to make sure he isn't injured. Qin Shi looks at her and smiles, asking, "Do you really want to see? Stop wasting time. Are you feeling guilty?" Qin Shi takes off his clothes one by one, ending with his white shirt. Yi Xiaohui lifts it up to check. There are no new injuries, but there are several large scars. One scar is purple, shaped like a bent worm, ugly, and making her feel sad. Yi Xiaohui gently touches it and asks, "When did you get this injury?" Qin Shi puts his shirt back on and replies, "About 3 or 4 months ago. It's mostly healed now. Why didn't you tell me? Small injuries happen often. There's no need to make a big fuss. Also, you never wrote a letter." Yi Xiaohui almost slapped herself. She really has neglected Qin Shi for too long. Just like a few days ago, Qin Shi embraces Yi Xiaohui from behind. "Qin Shi, do you have any wishes?" If he does, Yi Xiaohui wants to know now. If Qin Shi can't fulfill them, she will help him. Qin Shi's breath warmly brushes her neck. "Wish. Next Qingming festival, I want to build a monument for Grandma. Things are unpredictable. I'm afraid Nuan Nuan and the others don't even know where Grandma is buried. Without Grandma, I wouldn't be here. Mom gave me life. Grandma made me live. I'm doing well and have some achievements, but Grandma is gone. The saying goes, children want to support their parents, but they are gone before they can. No matter how hard I try, I can't repay her even a little." Yi Xiaohui feels suffocated and can't breathe properly. After a long pause, she pats Qin Shi's hand. "Then let's build a monument. If no one pays, our family will. Even if Qin Shi is no longer here someday, she will still be there." "Qin Shi, do you often go on missions?" "It depends on the situation. Not always. If you have a mission before the new year, can you skip it? Nuan Nuan is still so young. If you go on a mission, I can't handle everything alone. Qin Shi falls silent for a moment, speaking very seriously. Xiaohui, I am first a soldier, then a husband, then a father. Work must never take precedence over family. Yi Xiaohui feels she has been too naive. Who is Qin Shi? What ability does she have to change him to make him a little more selfish? Since she can't change him, she might as well stay with him. Be calm or powerless. What else can she do but accept? Outside the military zone, the sky is dry and dusty. Even Yi Xiaohui's nose bleed. She is just hoping for the next snowfall to come quickly. Yi Xiaohui felt she might have some spiritual insight. When she opened her eyes in the morning, she was surprised by the blanket of pure white outside the window.
Wow, it's snowing?
Qin Shi came back from fetching food, wrapped in Nanan's small cotton jacket. It's snowing. The roads are slippery, so don't go out. Make sure they walk carefully. Some women even deliberately slipped on the icy roads. I was hoping to go out for a walk now that I've finished my confinement. Not a big deal today. Qin Shi set down the food, then took out a jar of malt extract from under his arm and placed it on the table. Drink a cup when you have time. Sister-in-law said you haven't gained weight. Yi Xiaohui looked down at herself and felt a little annoyed. Her overall figure wasn't fat, but some parts. Well, in the past, a curvy figure was fashionable, but now it's not popular. How much more do I need to gain? Whatever people say, I believe it. I'm worried I won't fit into my old clothes anymore. Qin Shi peeled an egg for Yi Xiaohui, carefully taking care of her with his steady hands. If you can't wear them, then make new ones. You look good now, not fat. Even men can compliment someone now. I won't listen to you. I need to eat less meat from now on. And you can't keep pushing me to eat more. I just want to get back to how I was before. Qin Shi glanced at her subtly, as if checking a certain part. Don't let our girl go hungry. If you only think about your daughter, then you might as well lead a herd of sheep or cows. Nonsense. Eat your meal. First, shut your mouth. Yi Xiaohui rolled her eyes at him, but she stuffed half an egg into her mouth, effectively sealing it. She watched as the snow grew heavier. Before leaving, Qin Shi borrowed a broom from Xiao Weijie's house and swept the yard. Yi Xiaohui stood under the eaves, instructing him to leave a patch of snow in the yard so she could make a snowman for her daughter. In her previous life, she hadn't made one for Nan, and now Yi Xiaohui wanted to make up for it. She wanted Nanan's childhood to be not only complete, but also happy. Wait for me to come back from work to build it. Don't move. It's cold. Yi Xiaohui didn't plan to do it herself. She wanted to use tools, and it just happened to be convenient. Next door, Granny Feng and Han Jin walked past one after the other, their clothes thick with snow. Big snow today. Grandma, what are you and your daughter-in-law going to do? Qin Shi didn't even turn his head and said, when I went to get food, I heard Lao Feng say that his mother had found an old doctor. Early this morning, she took her daughter-in-law back to their hometown. They didn't even eat. Oh, Grandma finally woke up? Looks like she's worried about not having grandchildren and is trying to find a solution. Has she found a remedy? After Qin Shi left, Yi Xiaohui's only job was to take care of her daughter, change diapers, and feed her. When her daughter fell asleep, she also took a nap. Of course, she couldn't sleep well. I don't know if she's too sensitive, but I kept feeling like some noise was bothering her. After searching around, I realized it was the sounds from next door. The old house has poor soundproofing, and it sounded like arguing, maybe scolding, or even crying. Both mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, Yi Xiaohui, couldn't help but complain. One is stubborn, the other naive. Given old lady Feng's temper, loud arguments are normal. Not arguing would be strange. But the noise grew louder, and Yi Xiaohui was deeply affected. She decided not to sleep and moved the snow shovel aside. Little sister-in-law, Chun Xiangju leaned on the wall and called out to Yi Xiaohui. Here, I buried some sweet potatoes in the stove. I'll give you 2, yellow inside, very sweet. Yi Xiaohui raised her hand to take them. Is Nan asleep? Yes. Why aren't you sleeping? Qin Shi should be worried. Did Qin Shi tell his sister-in-law? He wouldn't say such things. I don't want to sleep. I just can't. I don't know what's going on, but there's always some noise.
Huh?
They're back? Yes, they came back. Qin Shi returned when you borrowed the broom to shovel snow. Chun Xiangju let out an "oh." I took Qin Shan to kindergarten, and on the way, I met those two. They said they were going to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy things for Han Jiyun to improve her health. Yi Xiaohui accidentally told the truth. Grandma Feng is so kind? I was wondering too. Usually, she's so stingy, and now she's so caring about her daughter-in-law. Just as the words left her mouth, two sounds came from next door. Oh, oh. That sound. It was hard to describe how strange it was. Chun Xiangju, who is not tall, stood on a small stool, then jumped down and ran over quickly, climbing over the wall. Let me see. Maybe something's wrong again. Both women were quite nosy. Chun Xiangju was too short, so Yi Xiaohui helped her move a stool, and she peeked over like a thief. Oh no. Chun Xiangju covered her forehead, almost stepping off the stool. Yi Xiaohui hurried to hold her and asked, "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" "There's a hidden weapon, it hit me." Yi Xiaohui looked at Chun Xiangju's forehead, which was red and even had a small cut. She touched it, and Chun Xiangju gasped from the pain. She quickly moved away. Stop, stop. I told you, don't touch me. Yi Xiaohui chuckled. Are you thinking I'm a man? Not touching you. I'm just here to check your wound. I can't just suffer this for no reason. I need to settle the score with that old woman. Chun Xiangju said and left quickly, not giving Yi Xiaohui a chance to stop her. Chun Xiangju strode angrily to the neighbor's door and knocked it. The door opened, and Grandma Feng peeked out. Seeing Chun Xiangju, her face immediately darkened. What are you here for? Grandma Feng asked irritably.
How dare you ask me that?
Why did you use a hidden weapon to hurt someone? Chun Xiangju pointed to her forehead, angry. Where did I hurt anyone with a hidden weapon? Don't falsely accuse me. I didn't know anything, Grandma Feng denied firmly. You're still saying you didn't? Just now, I heard noises from your house. I was leaning against the wall and got hit by something. What were you doing leaning against my wall? Trying to steal something? 2 cabbages from the cellar are missing. Did you take them? Grandma Feng argued stubbornly, turning the blame back on her. I was just curious why you suddenly treat your daughter-in-law so well. I didn't see anything inappropriate. Why do you care if I treat my daughter-in-law well? It's none of your business.
You.
Chun Xiangju was so angry she couldn't speak. Grandma Feng's words came just in time. She was quite eloquent, and Chun Xiangju truly couldn't match her. At this moment, Yi Xiaohui hurried over and grabbed Chun Xiangju. Forget it, sister-in-law. There's no point arguing with someone like her. Let's go home, Yi Xiaohui said. Grandma Feng was very annoyed with Yi Xiaohui, but her son had warned her, so she rolled her eyes and didn't dare to argue back. Back at Yi Xiaohui's house, Chun Xiangju was still upset. I got bitten again by a dog, and I can't bite back. Am I too weak? Yi Xiaohui comforted her. If we don't bite back, no matter how much they talk, they're older than us. If we start fighting, it won't look good for us. Plus, they're comrades. Don't let them put us in a tough spot. Yes, she knew she shouldn't spoil them, but she also couldn't completely ignore them.
Oh.
Again, that kind of sound. Both women tensed up. Xiaohui, what do you think that noise is? Yi Xiaohui shook her head. She really didn't know. No, I must find out. Chun Xiangju got up and left quickly. She was like the wind, swift and determined. Chun Xiangju refused to accept defeat. She went home, hugged Yingzi, and whispered to her behind the house. Every household had 2 small ventilation windows at the back. Standing beneath them, people inside could hear everything spoken outside. It was still snowing, blending the sky and earth, and few people were outside. Chun Xiangju asked Yingzi to listen at the wall, while she kept watch at the street corner. If someone came, she would pretend to look for her daughter and scold Yingzi for running around in the snow. Yingzi ran over and called out, "Mom, Mom, Mom. Stop bothering me. What did you hear? Someone is crying, someone is stopping them from crying, and if they cry again, they'll be hit." Although my daughter doesn't speak very clearly, she can mimic others, and combined with Grandma Feng's personality, Chun Xiangju doesn't dare to complain. She hugs Yingzi and goes to tell Yi Xiaohui. Both of them are guessing that Grandma Feng is hitting her daughter-in-law again. Really shameless. She even lied to me about buying food for her daughter-in-law. I knew she wouldn't be so kind. Yi Xiaohui also told the truth. Qin Shi heard from Feng that her mother went to see Han Jiyun for a checkup. Grandma Feng told you all she was going shopping, but she was clearly lying. So, what did she really go to do? It seems like something bad. Feng is worried we might find out. If Yingzi didn't hear wrong, is Han Jiyun being beaten? Chen Xiangju is a fiery woman. We must make sure nothing happens. If needed, I'll go find Feng and ask him to handle it. Don't rush. You should also tell Director Ding. She's in charge of women's work. What if Feng is an expert at keeping things calm, relying on him to solve problems? My mother has made such a mess, and she still keeps her in the army. That Feng is complicated. If Feng doesn't handle it, Yi Xiaohui wants to, and she causes trouble. Feng just entered the cafeteria when a soldier outside shouted, Feng.
Feng.
Where are you? Captain Qin is looking for you. Qin Shi was waiting around the corner. Qin Shi, you want me? Come, follow me home. Feng frowned. Qin Shi, my mother and wife went to see the doctor. No one is home. Can I just eat in the cafeteria? Someone's back, maybe. There's a problem. You better go home and check. Feng's head was buzzing. His mother was like a sword hanging over him. Every day, he worried it might fall and cut him. They hurried back home at a fast pace. Feng took a deep breath and started knocking on the door. No, he was actually smashing it. After a long moment, he heard Grandma Feng say, Stop smashing. Go play somewhere else. Everyone's so bored coming to other people's house. Feng's face darkened. Mom, it's me. Grandma Feng almost fell to the ground. How did he come back? Stop, I told you before. You should go back to your hometown. Your wife and I are just here to get some things. We'll leave soon. On the way, Chen Xiangju already explained the situation inside. Feng knew his mother well and was worried she might do something reckless. Feng leaned against the wall and pushed the door open. Grandma Feng blocked the main room door. You can't go in. Someone's taking a bath. During heavy snow, taking a bath, are you crazy? Only fools would believe that. Mom, move aside. I'm not a fool. Really, her body isn't clean. She got everything wet and soiled her pants, so she just took a bath. Chen Xiangju suddenly asked, Why don't I hear the water running? Just a quick wash. What water sound are you expecting? It's fine now, there's nothing more. Everyone go ahead. Your face is too thin to stay here. Standing around makes her more embarrassed to come out. Chen Xiangju leaned in and called out, Younger sister-in-law, just say a word, so we can hear you. Officer Feng is worried about you, and hasn't even eaten. Feng's maid pushed Chen Xiangju aside, looking unhappy. Besides my son, there are other men here. How can she just make a sound? Has her brain been kicked by a donkey? As Feng's maid kept blocking, Officer Feng grew more suspicious. She's my wife. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Step aside. Men are strong, and not just old women like Feng's maid. Young women can't resist either. Feng's maid was pushed away, and Officer Feng went into the main house. Qin Shi and Chen Xiangju waited outside. Mom, what's going on? Officer Feng's voice was clearly angry. Feng's maid hurriedly patted her thigh, and her temper flared at Chen Xiangju. Did you send for my son? You're really persistent. Can't stand us having a good life. Officer Feng called out again, Mom, what exactly did you do? I didn't do anything. Qin Lianzhang, you all should leave now and go about your business. Feng's maid shooed them away. She wanted to admit her mistake to her son. Her daughter-in-law was easy to manipulate, and this matter would pass. It was best if outsiders didn't find out. Ding Xianghong hurried into the yard. As a woman and a cadre, her coming inside was perfectly justified. Chen Xiangju, go call Dr. Yang quickly. Feng's maid blocked her again. No, you can't go. I'm not listening to you, you bad old woman. You're so mean-spirited. Seeing Feng's maid get put in her place was Chen Xiangju's greatest pleasure. How could she let it go? Yang Roland soon arrived with a medicine box. Only then did everyone see Han Ji-yoon. She was leaning on Officer Feng with a bleeding wound on her head, still bleeding. Yang Roland put down her medicine box and hurried to treat her. Oh my, who did this? Feng's maid glared at Qin Xiangju. She hit herself. Who else could it be?
Could it be you?
Qin Xiangju suddenly spoke quickly, asking directly. She hit herself? You're pushing and blocking, not letting anyone see? The more you hide, the more suspicious it looks. Feng's maid was furious. I'll tear your mouth apart. Don't boss me around, or you'll die.
Stop arguing.
Officer Feng turned to look at his mother, eyes blazing. What others say is right. If you hurt yourself, won't it heal? What are you afraid of? At this moment, Han Jian slowly woke up. Officer Feng held her hand. Don't move around. You still have a head injury. I'm not moving. De Gang, can you give me a chance to live? I feel like I'm going to die.
What are you talking about? You won't die.
Dr. Yang has already treated your wound. Han Jian closed her eyes. Your mom wants to kill me. She's not satisfied until she pushes me to the limit. Look, Han Ji-yoon, no longer shy, turned to lift her shirt. There were scars from whips on her back, shocking to see.
Mom.
Give me an explanation. If you don't, I'll ask the police station to handle this. Madame Feng still argued. She's lying. She's framing me. She's full of bad intentions, just wants to drive me away.
Don't be fooled.
Are you saying you did this to yourself? Let me see you hit yourself. Fine, fine. Madame Feng picked up a whip and started pretending to punish herself. I'll beat myself to death, okay? Anyway, you have no mother. You're like a monkey born from a stone. She pretended to be stopped by others, but no one came to stop her. She played her part and really struck herself. Wow. Madame Feng jumped in anger. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Qin Xiangju couldn't hold back anymore. The whip doesn't hurt if you don't hit yourself. You're really a heartless old lady. Yang Roland took her medicine box and left. Feng Dagong persuaded Qin Xiangju to leave, leaving Qin Shi behind. Ding Xianghong had to stay. It was her duty. Mom, wait outside. Don't come in. Feng Dagong sat next to Han Ji-yoon and asked, Did my mom hit you? Han Ji-yoon hugged her shoulders and curled up. I don't know. I forgot. Ding Xianghong was a leader. Her awareness was high. Today's incident was a good example. How could you not know? Just tell the truth. The Women's Federation will support you. Remember, this is the army. You're a military wife. Who dares hurt a military wife? Our unit won't agree. Madame Feng, eavesdropping at the door, shivered in fear. Things had gotten serious. Han Jian looked at Feng Dagong. Yes, he was her husband, but more importantly, he was her son. She couldn't believe it. Ding Xianghong was a woman. Women officers didn't have much power, and some people ignored them. Finally, her gaze fell on Qin Shi. Captain Qin, can the army really support me? Yes, as long as you speak up. This is serious physical harm. It was my mother-in-law who did it. She used a rolling pin to hit him on the head. Ding Xianghong sighed that Madame Feng was very cruel and also felt that Feng's actions showed she kept poison close. No wonder Han Jian begged him to let her go. Sigh, the other one is also useless. Is he too weak to fight or too cowardly to die? Even if a fairy came, she would shake her head and walk away. Han Jian felt like he had touched the face of the king of once before. In the past, he cared about reputation and women, but he was timid and obedient. His mother-in-law kept controlling him, and he didn't get anything good. He almost lost his life. Now, she has become shameless and doesn't care about men anymore. Only her life matters. This is truly a dramatic show, full of twists, human nature, and ethics. Han Jian always felt insecure.
Why?
Because he was just a common rural guy, while the men were officials. Besides being tall and good-looking, he was just an ordinary person who could easily be overlooked in a crowd. He felt like he had hit the jackpot, thinking he had climbed high by marrying into this family. So, after marriage, he tried to please his mother-in-law. Whatever she arranged, he would do it even if he didn't want to. Not being able to have a child made him even more ashamed. One day, his mother-in-law, who had always spoken harshly to him, suddenly seemed like a different person. She took his hand and said, "Sit down. I have something to tell you."
Han Ji-yeon did not sit.
"Just say what you want."
I'm listening.
"It's like this, the gang caught a bad guy and got hurt. He might not be able to have children anymore." Although Han Ji-yeon felt uncomfortable, he also felt relieved that his grievances might be cleared. "Mom, don't worry.
이번에 dislike
If he can't have children, then so be it. We can adopt later." Madame Feng's face darkened. "Our Feng family has only 3 generations. We must pass it on." Han Ji-yeon was a bit confused. Wasn't the problem not with her? What could she do? Madame Feng then proposed a bold plan. Han Ji-yeon's face turned red with embarrassment, and he kept waving his hands. No, this is not something a person should do. I'll have to live under a dog's skin if I do that. I won't let the Feng family die out. Either you listen to me or get a divorce. We'll find someone else willing to have children. With my son's status, it's not impossible. Everyone knows about this, heaven, earth, you and me. No one else needs to know. Women are meant to have children. It doesn't matter who they have them with. It's just how it is. Madame Feng had already chosen a candidate, her second son-in-law. He looked decent, which was one reason, and her family was easy to talk to. Recently, Madame Feng had been working on this plan. Her daughter, wanting to have family support, could only agree. Men are always willing to do what they want, so everything was ready except Han's approval. Madame Feng pressured and tempted, not divorcing, being kind to her, helping with the children, spoiling the princess, and finally, Han Ji-yeon agreed. The second brother-in-law from the countryside came with a backpack. With money, he could persuade anyone. Renting a room nearby was easy to do. Today, Madame Feng told her son she wanted to visit her hometown. She was still not satisfied. She heard there was an old doctor there, a former imperial physician, who treated the emperor's women. She wanted to take her daughter-in-law to see him. She planned to stay about 4 or 5 days, enough time for what was needed. She dreamed big, but in the end, everything fell apart at the last moment. When she entered the house, Madame Feng wisely stepped aside and went outside to look around and get some air. "Haha, sister-in-law, you're here?" Second brother-in-law Lu Zhu's admiration for his mother-in-law suddenly skyrocketed. He was grateful she chose him among the 3 brothers-in-law. Even he didn't expect that at over 30, he could still find love.
Han Ji-yeon said awkwardly.
Lu Zhu, eager and impatient, quickly hugged Han Ji-yeon and started to make moves. Han Ji-yeon found him more and more disgusting. She couldn't get past her inner feelings. She had a man, and with this person, she was always close. Love who you want, do what you want. That's no different from animals. Han Ji-yeon suddenly pushed Lu Zhu away and stood up, running out without looking back. Madame Feng blocked her at the door. "What are you going to do? We agreed to be nice. You can't just trick someone into coming and then refuse to give up. Mother, does your son know about this?" "How can I tell him? He doesn't know anything. He's only a child. As long as he's my own, that's enough. Why do you care so much?" "I have no objections. I don't want this. I'll ask Depang if he's willing to send his wife away. I want him to tell me the truth." Madame Feng saw trouble brewing. If that shameless woman really told her son about this, it would be the end. "Lu Zhu, what are you doing in the room? Come help quickly." Madame Feng had a good plan. Her daughter-in-law was shy and wouldn't dare to confront her. Once she did everything she could, maybe she'd even enjoy it. With her mother-in-law backing her up, Lu Zhu grew brave, bold enough to reach out and grab. Han Ji-yeon was so scared she shouted, "Thief." In this era, harassing someone could land you in jail. More serious cases could keep you there for life. Lu Zhu, unless he was tired of life, wouldn't dare to be so bold. Seizing the moment, Han Ji-yeon ran out quickly. Mrs. Feng was very angry. She came back and scolded Han Ji-yeon for not keeping his promises. She said the second daughter-in-law was not used for nothing, and the second daughter wanted 100 yuan, plus 20 yuan for her husband's nutrition. She said even the pigs at the breeding station were treated better. Every time she met him, she paid money, which was a loss for her. Han Ji-yeon first spoke firmly, Ask your son to tell me himself. Mrs. Feng didn't dare to persuade her son, let alone mention it. She couldn't threaten her daughter-in-law, who was stubborn and uncooperative. Mrs. Feng couldn't help but get very angry. Han Jian acted as if nothing was wrong. He picked a pancake from the pot and ate it with hot water. I'll ask again, do you agree or not? Ask your son to tell me. I won't do such embarrassing business. Mrs. Feng's anger grew, and she became very brave. She grabbed a rolling pin and threw it at Han Jian from behind. Han Jian was unprepared. He felt dizzy, saw black, and couldn't stand up. He fell to the ground with a thud. The room was surprisingly quiet. Ding Xianghong looked around and thought, if she had known it would be so awkward, she would have stayed away. Sigh, money is hard to come by. Qin Shi got up and said to Feng Dagong, I'm going home to eat. You and your wife should talk. Director Ding, let's go together. Okay, I'll come again another day. After leaving, Ding Xianghong started sighing. This matter is causing trouble. With us here, Comrade Feng is too embarrassed. Qin Shi stopped and whispered to Ding Xianghong, Director Ding, Lao Feng was injured on a mission. We are soldiers and officials, so our awareness is different. It's enough for us to know. Personal privacy shouldn't be spread. I understand. Don't worry. Feng Dagong opened the door and shouted, Mom, come here. But no one was there, not even a shadow. Feng Dagong pushed open the room where his mother lived. Her clothes were gone. She had run away. She caused trouble and ran away when things looked bad. Feng Dagong was furious and returned to his room. My mom is gone. I guess she went back to her hometown. Han Jian said, I've also figured it out now. Let's divorce. Let your mom find someone willing to have all kinds of children with you. Feng Dagong almost spat out his old blood. He wanted to be a father, but not a cheap one. When I was injured, the doctor told me I might not have children. I haven't given up yet. I kept thinking I might, so I didn't tell you. If you want to have your own child, I suggest we get a divorce, so I won't bother you. If you don't mind me, we can just continue like this and maybe adopt a child someday. Han Jian didn't expect Feng Dagong to say such a thing. She didn't care about a man's pride. He should be angry. I can't eat with your mother. Honestly, I hate her from the bottom of my heart. I hate her so much that even if she died, I wouldn't shed a tear or cry. I wish she would just die now. This good woman was pushing her to the limit. Feng Dagong sighed, I know my mother can be too much, but she's still my mother. I am her son, and I can't change that. Anyone can ignore her, but I can't. If you just can't accept her and leave everything to me, then don't go back. Han Jian was silent for a moment. I don't want to make things difficult for you, and I don't want any more ties with your mother. Let's just get a divorce and be done with it. It's better for everyone. Feng Dagong felt uncomfortable, but no matter how unreasonable or difficult his mother was, she was still his mother. He couldn't erase that. He held Han Jian's hand and said, I don't want a divorce, but I can't give you a child. That's my fault. If separating makes you happier, I respect your choice. I will be the one to suggest the divorce, so it's easier to handle.
Han Jian nodded slightly.
Yes, I will move into that room and live alone. Before the divorce, I have nowhere to stay. She didn't know why she was so stubborn. This marriage didn't take her life, but it stripped her of her dignity, tearing her apart physically and emotionally. She could live without her own children, but she couldn't let the main culprit stay in her home. Separation was the best option. For the sake of the man's reputation and future, she decided not to pursue the old woman anymore. Somehow, news about Feng Gon's situation spread, and the women started gossiping. They wondered if it was true that Feng couldn't have children. Yi Qiaohui told Qin Shi about it. Qin Shi was very angry. Are they all so idle? Are the women who protect the country supposed to be so easy to tease?
Do they think their men are so special?
Put a yoke on a cow, and any cow can plow the field. Yi Qiaohui suspected he was joking, but his serious look didn't seem like he was joking.
Why are you shouting at me?
I'm not teasing anyone. I just wanted to tell you. Qin Shi coughed and said seriously, Did I shout at you? I was talking about those women in the residential area. Their lives are a mess, and they keep staring at others. Yi Xiaohui still took things personally and angrily threw Nanan's diaper onto Qin Shi's face. I'm a woman too. If you don't want a woman, just stay single, that's fine. Qin Shi was not angry. His daughter's diaper smelled nice, even after being changed. All right. It's not worth arguing over someone else's matter. Family comes first. I'm not stupid. Yi Xiaohui looked at him blankly several times, seeming a bit less angry. Let me tell you something. What is it? Qin Mu didn't write me a letter, did he? The investigation results are out, and he's falsely accused. And what about him? Doesn't he get punished for false accusations? Yes, I insisted on pursuing it. He was publicly criticized and transferred from his job. He's got a backup now, so he's probably hiding from the trouble. He might be transferred back later. That's just how things are. Not everything in the world is fair. I got the letter back. Qin Shi took out several letters from his bag and handed them to Yi Xiaohui. Just throw them away. Why bring them back? They are your things. I have no right to handle them. Yi Xiaohui didn't think much and put the letters back into her bag. Qin Shi's eyes looked dark and unclear. After giving birth, Yi Xiaohui forgot about promising Ding Xianghong, but Ding Xianghong didn't forget. Nanan was almost 40 days old now, changing every day. In the blink of an eye, she was a pink, chubby little girl weighing 9 jin. When gently teased, Nanan would open her little mouth and smile, sometimes dropping a string of pearls, which couldn't be stopped. Just looking at her was enough to feel satisfied. Chen Xiangmei started making shoes for her son again. She was either making shoes or on her way to do so every day. I have to do it. Qingshan's shoes were out quickly. After a few days, he wants to go out at the door. He's naughty, kicking stones and getting blood and dirt on himself. His father scolds me, calling me a stepmother. The couple didn't take it seriously, but Qingshan remembered. When he argued, he would go find his biological mother. I told him he wouldn't find her even if she left. Guess what he said? Yi Xiaohui played along. What did he say? He asked if his real mother was the one who made me harm him, and he wanted the police to arrest me. I was so angry. I carried him for 10 months, raised him for years, and he said his real mother was dead. Yi Xiaohui chuckled. Even scared Yingzi. She asked me more than 10 times if I was her real mother. Yi Xiaohui stroked Yingzi's hair and smiled. Your mom is definitely your real mom. Stepmothers are never as good as real moms. Yingzi blushed and hid behind her mother. While they were joking, someone outside the door spoke. Mediator, is the mediator home? Chen Xiangju was puzzled and asked, What mediator? Did I come to the wrong door? Yi Xiaohui remembered she had promised to be a mediator, and so quickly someone came looking for her. 2 women, both in their 20s or 30s, entered one after the other. They sat apart without talking to each other. Chen Xiangju pulled Yi Xiaohui aside and whispered, Are you the mediator?
Ye Xiaohun 어땠?
Chen Xiangju quietly said, Neither of them is easy to deal with. Be careful. I'm leaving. Her tone was a mix of warning and confidence, but the 2 women didn't hear her first words. Yi Xiaohui immediately focused on her task and looked at one of the women. What's the matter?
Tell me.
The woman pointed at the other woman. She hit me. The other woman quickly argued. Who started it? I was the one who scolded her first. You're lying. When did I scold you? They started arguing back and forth, not giving Yi Xiaohui a chance to speak. Yi Xiaohui quickly interrupted. Stop. One at a time. She pointed at the woman who spoke first. You go first. Why did you fight? The woman explained what happened. It turned out that their children were playing, and one of them fell, scraping her knee badly. It looked quite scary with blood and dirt. The mother was very upset, thinking her child should be cared for more. When her child didn't speak, she knew she was crying. The other child said it was Meng Ji who pushed her. So she came to find Meng Ji. One mother was sure, the other denied it. They argued back and forth and even fought. Yi Xiaohui felt regret. How could she agree to do this? It was thankless work, just a neighborhood committee, auntie. Both of you, if I'm not mistaken, your relationship has always been bad. Using the kids as an excuse, just wanting to fight out your anger, right? I can't handle this kind of trouble, and there's no need to. You should go back. The two women turned on her and started arguing with Yi Xiaohui. Who says we don't get along? You can't just say anything. Exactly, we don't know anything. Are you trying to set us up with a false charge and dismiss us? That's what others are saying. Are they lying to me? Yi Xiaohui looked troubled, frowning slightly. Are you really close? Fighting and scolding all the time? I can't see it. We both joined the army 2 years ago. Our kids play together. They're about a month apart in age. We go to markets and into town together. We always go back together. You can come to my house for meals, and I can come to yours. Yi Xiaohui smiled and said, that's because of good feelings. Why are you fighting over the kids? Do you believe that when you argue and scold each other, those two kids are playing together? Do you believe that? As soon as she finished speaking, the two boys ran inside. They looked about 5 or 6 years old, chubby and lively. Mom, hi Bo, and I caught a bird. We decided to cook it and share it equally. The two women stared at each other, one scolding and arguing, while the younger one fell on her, and then they became friends again, with their faces red from the scolding. Yi Xiaohui laughed and said, see, kids are different from us adults. They don't hold grudges. If you push me, I might hit you back. Didn't we do the same when we were young? Didn't we forgive each other? When we meet again, do we still argue about it, or do we just smile and talk? One woman looked puzzled and asked, are we wrong to worry about this? Yi Xiaohui pointed at the two children and asked, what do you think? Another woman spoke up willingly, I tend to be impatient and argue a lot. I take responsibility for that. Xiufan, let's stop arguing. The woman called Xiufan also grew more understanding and said, it's partly my fault. I speak harshly, and you also get annoyed easily. The mediator had been working for about half a month, and Yi Xiaohui was gradually becoming more confident. It was both fun and work. Some conflicts were resolved through her efforts, which made her feel accomplished. Yi Xiaohui complained to Qin Shi, you don't even know what they're arguing about. Once, 3 of them went to the market. One went to the bathroom, and the other 2 waited on the roadside. When the one who went to the bathroom returned, she saw the 2 talking. She stopped when she saw them and insisted they were arguing about crickets. Qin Shi asked, were they really talking about crickets? They said they were just chatting while waiting for someone. When she came back, she wanted to leave quickly. She said, what's the point of eating or drinking if you keep arguing? Are you always mediating these things? Not every day. Usually I chase them away. Isn't that paranoid? If I handle it, people might think I favor one side. If these people had jobs and worked hard every day, they wouldn't have time to act out every little thing. Qin Shi poured hot water and placed it on the chair, helping his wife wash her feet. I can do it myself. I'll wash them for you and give you a massage. Surprisingly, Qin Shi had strong hands, and massaging her feet felt very comfortable. Nan is also growing up. The leader has assigned me a task. Yi Xiaohui's heart skipped a beat. Could it be happening so soon? When exactly? Which day? During a foot massage, Qin Shi said, the specific task hasn't been assigned yet. Qiu Tuan asked for my opinion. If I get assigned a task, will it cause trouble at home? I said no. Yi Xiaohui had already tested Qin Shi before, trying to see if he could be a little more selfish, but it was too hard. If I'm not at home, let my mother-in-law come instead. She won't go out in winter, and she can keep you company and help take care of Nuan. Then it's just my brother home? He'd really be a bachelor. Don't think of my brother as so fragile. Besides, Mom will only stay for 10 days or half a month. When I return, I'll send her back. All right, you've made your decision. Yi Xiaohui still wanted to try, because she couldn't just do nothing. Watching someone she cared about disappear from her life was unbearable. She had a chance to do something. If she didn't, she would have to accept the ending from her previous life. She remembered that Qin Shi's real reason for sacrifice was not being killed by criminals, but because his wound wasn't treated in time and got infected. On Qin Shi's day off, Yi Xiaohui asked him to stay home and watch Nuan while she went to the city. If you want to buy something, just tell me. I'll go buy it. Qin Shi was worried about his wife. In his memory, since Yi Xiaohui joined the army, She had never been to the city, so she was not as familiar as he was. Stop talking nonsense. I haven't been there, but I have a mouth. I won't ask. It's been almost 2 months, and I haven't even been out of the military gates. I feel suffocated. With that, Qin Shi had no reply. Then hurry back. Wanwan is hungry, and I can't do anything about it. Wanwan had extra milk, so there was no need to worry. Yi Xiaohui took the money, grabbed her cloth bag, and went outside to catch a short-distance bus. The road was bad, and the bus swayed for nearly an hour before stopping at the station. Yi Xiaohui got off, first crouched in a corner to rest because she was a little dizzy from the ride and felt nauseous. Feeling a bit better, she asked around and went to the hospital to register. The doctor asked, "What's your name? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" "I want to get some external and internal anti-inflammatory medicine." Medicine can't be prescribed randomly. You need to tell me where you're uncomfortable. The doctor was annoyed with patients who self-medicated and didn't follow proper procedures. If everyone could treat themselves, what would doctors do? Yi Xiaohui could only tell the truth. The child's father is in the army. Sometimes he goes on missions, and there's always a risk. Sometimes the situation is complicated, and he can't get timely treatment. As a family member, I hope he stays healthy and safe, so I want to prepare some emergency medicine for him. When explained this way, the doctor understood that soldiers, especially our country's soldiers, are the most selfless and lovable people. Besides anti-inflammatory medicine, Yi Xiaohui also prepared medicine for fever, stomach upset, and insect bites. After leaving the hospital, Yi Xiaohui went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some soft cloth for Nanai to make a bib. Her mother was coming, so Yi Xiaohui bought a can of malted milk and 2 packs of snacks. Her mother had suffered most of her life and had little happiness. She was thin and frail, so Yi Xiaohui wanted to give her good nourishment here. It was cold, and Qin Shi thought it would be nice to bring a bottle of wine for warmth during missions. She also bought toothpaste, a toothbrush, and clean underwear. Yi Xiaohui was actually attracted to a small bottle of wine, tiny enough to fit in a pocket. "Girl, please have mercy on me. Give me some food." A dark, dirty hand reached out just as Yi Xiaohui stepped out of the supply store. It was an old woman, about 60 or 70 years old, with messy hair and a face full of life's hardships and years of suffering. Yi Xiaohui was kind-hearted. She had a hard life in her past life too, and was very empathetic. She took out 2 pieces of snack from her bag, bought earlier, and handed them to the old woman. The woman gratefully accepted the snacks and kept thanking her, saying, "I haven't eaten in 2 meals, girl. You're so kind and look so fortunate. Broad forehead, high cheekbones with flesh, a high nose, big eyes, red lips." Yi Xiaohui smiled, thinking, "Fortunate? My daughter was kidnapped, and she became a widow at a young age. Is that called fortunate?" The old woman said a few flattering words, but Yi Xiaohui didn't take them seriously. "Ma'am, this is the new society. Why aren't you at home? Why are you wandering the street?" She was even begging for food now. "My old man is sick, and we don't have money for treatment. I have a sister here, and I was thinking of borrowing some money for her illness. On the way, my bag was stolen, and the note with the address was inside. I'm completely lost now," she explained. Yi Xiaohui decided to help her. Since the old woman was elderly and the weather cold, it wasn't good for her to wander the streets. "The police can help you go home and maybe find your sister," she said. "Okay. Girl, I'll go with you," the old woman replied. By the time Yi Xiaohui got home, it was quite late. Qin Shi had fed the pre-stored milk to Nanai. The first feeding was finished, but the second was gone. The child couldn't wait even a moment. If she waited too long, she would protest by crying. Qin Shi clumsily held Nanai and jiggled her, but that didn't work. For Nanai, hunger was a big deal. If her stomach wasn't full, no matter who tried, it wouldn't help. Chun Xiangju leaned against the wall and asked, "Qin Shi, what's wrong with Nan Nan? She's hungry. And your younger sister? She went to the city and hasn't come back yet. It's not good to keep crying like that. There's malted milk in the house. Maybe I can make some with that." Chun Xiangju helped pour a small bowl. The little girl was clever and picky. She tasted a little and felt it wasn't milk, then curled her tongue and spat it out. This won't do. If she keeps crying, she'll get sick. Qin Shi, please hold Nan for me. I need to get some milk. Several military wives in the family compound were still breastfeeding, so they asked for some milk to help quickly. Chun Xiangju quickly returned and scolded Nan. Qin Shi, what kind of monster did you two have? She won't drink even when put in her mouth. She pointed at Nan's small nose. Is it because your mother's milk tastes different? Nan, hungry and upset, started crying again. Yi Qiahui finally arrived. Her mother's sharp ears caught the crying from afar, so she hurried into the house. Once she fed Nan, the little girl calmed down, tears still in her eyes, watching her mother. Qin Shi felt sorry for his daughter, and also somewhat complained, "Why did you come back so late? It's been half a day." There was an old nanny who lost her bag on the bus. She didn't eat or drink, so I took her to the police station. That's why I was delayed. Chun Xiangju said, "You, look at how upset Nan is, and you're still thinking about others. She looks pitiful, reaching out asking for something tasty. Every family has elders. We'll get old someday too, and I can't bear to see her suffer." Chun Xiangju sat for a while before leaving. Nan had eaten enough, and Qin Shi held her. Yi Qiahui was told to eat quickly. Yi Qiahui was very hungry. She only ate 2 pieces of snacks and couldn't eat much more. Your sister-in-law, take Nan to ask for milk. She won't drink it. She says our girl is clever and tricky. Yi Qiahui found it funny. Can milk and milk be different? Let her be. And you praise her. Clever and tricky is good, but don't let that little rascal fool us. We don't want our girl to suffer. You're proud now, but you need to teach her well. Being smart is good, but she can't go astray. Our girl won't go wrong. I'm here. Yi Qiahui tidied up the dishes and put away today's groceries. Tomorrow I'll leave. You and Nan should stay home more. I called Mom, and I think my brother will bring her here. If you have time, take them to the city for a walk. Just now you said I should stay home with Nan. More people can go out for a walk, but fewer people shouldn't go out. I never thought this day would come so soon. Before Qin Shi left, Yi Qiahui kept making delicious food for him. Dumplings, scallion pancakes, boiled ribs. Anything she thought of, she wanted to prepare for Qin Shi. This man is the father of her child. This man is not easy to deal with. This man passed away young. Qin Shi wondered, why are you making such a big fuss? We should stay low-key and not attract attention. Yi Qiahui, propping her chin, looked a little playful. I want to fatten you up so you have strength. When you go on missions, you'll have energy. She quickly looked down, afraid Qin Shi might see tears in her eyes. This is a one-time thing. If you gain weight, it just becomes a burden.
That night, Ye Qiahui 主动靠近男人的怀里，伸手抱住了他的腰。
Qin Shi sensed something was wrong.
Although their relationship had improved, it was nowhere near Ye Qiahui 主动投怀送抱的程度。
What's wrong? Nothing, I just want to hug you.
Oh.
Yi Qiahui clearly felt Qin Shi's body tense up. She hugged him for a while, then loosened her arms and started unbuttoning Qin Shi's shirt. Qin Shi held her hand, his voice hoarse. What are you doing? I know you don't like me, but we are married. I want to do what married couples do. Yi Qiahui just didn't want Qin Shi to have any regrets. She was nearly 30, and she probably had forgotten what it felt like to be a woman. Qin Shi still didn't agree. He swallowed hard. Wife, wait for me. When I come back, I want you to wait for me.
Don't do anything to yourself now.
Yi Qiahui looked up at him. Why? He clearly didn't like her anymore. Now he was refusing her. How did she have a child with him? If he wouldn't touch her, then never touch her again. You said that after having a child, it takes 3 months to recover. It's less than 2 months now. Also, every mission we go on is dangerous. I don't want to burden you with another child right now. Wait for me to come back. Yi Qiahui felt relieved. I bought some medicine for you. Pick the right one and take it. I also have a small bottle of wine. Drink it in winter to warm up. Be very careful. Think of Xiaono. You must come back alive. Qin Shi hugged Yi Qiahui tighter. His wife and child were his greatest weakness. I have one more request. Yi Qiahui asked. What is it? After I come back, throw away Qin Mu's letter. Yi Qiahui pushed Qin Mu away, put on her shoes, and took a cloth bag from the small cabinet corner. 1 letter, 2 letters, 3 letters. Yi Qiahui quickly grabbed them in her hand. Look, there are 5 letters in total. I will burn them all. In front of Qin Shi, Yi Qiahui lit the letters and threw them into the stove. The smell of burning paper filled the room. I admit I was foolish before. I didn't realize I had become a stumbling block for others. Since I got married, I saw through your stepmother's family. I forgot to throw away those letters in my bag. Luckily, I didn't, or Qin Mu would have spread rumors about us, and it would have been hard to explain. Qin Shi also understood now. No matter how Yi Qiahui was before, she married him and had a child for him. That made her his. Qin Shi hugged Yi Qiahui tightly, feeling like his ribs might break. Wait for me to come back. Yes, you must come back. Qin Shi kissed Nan Nan. Because of his stubble, Nan Nan shivered a little. I'm leaving. Qin Shi strode away without looking back, quickly disappearing around the corner. Yang Wolin held a few bottles of medicine, waiting in the corner for Qin Shi. I have medicine. My wife bought it. Yang Wolin sneered. Don't be so proud. Don't suffer in vain. She's not a doctor. What medicine can she buy for you? Just fool yourself. Don't let your prejudice affect your judgment. For almost a day, Yi Qiahui couldn't summon her energy. It was as if her spirit had been drained. She ate 2 leftover meals and, that evening, forced herself to get up and make some porridge with dumplings. If it weren't for Nanan's meal, she might have just endured 1 more meal. After eating, she didn't even wash the dishes and simply hugged Nan Nan to sleep. The hardest day had passed. In the morning, Yi Qiahui got up early, giving herself a day to process her emotions. She couldn't stay in despair forever. She cooked millet porridge with 2 eggs. Nan Nan had also slept well and soon started to whimper. After changing her diaper, Yi Qiahui held Nan Nan and fed her milk while busy tending the fire. Nan Nan stared at her mother with her 2 small black eyes, watching her pick up firewood, split it, and stuff it into the stove. Little one, what are you looking at? Nan Nan couldn't smile out loud but could make a happy face. The door opened, and a little soldier ran in. Sister-in-law, someone is outside looking for you. They say it's your mother and brother. Yi Qiahui quickly put Nan Nan on the Kong bed, dusted herself off, and followed the little soldier. Nan Nan protested a few times but was ignored, so she stopped and started to her fingers. Lu Damei and Yi Hongcheng looked tired and dusty. The elder brother carried a bag that was bulging at his side. Mom, brother. Li Damei complained, it's really hard to find this place. I thought living in the city, the roads would get more and more remote, leading to the mountains. Yi Qiahui nudged her mother, and only then did Li Damei stop talking. Military families need to have the right attitude and shouldn't complain about tough conditions. After registering at the guard post, Yi Qiahui took them home. As soon as Li Damei entered the house, she went straight to see Nanwan. Being relatives from different generations is not just empty talk. Oh, Nanwan, you've grown so big. And you're so handsome. Yi Qiahui smiled and said, Mom, we shouldn't brag about ourselves. Nanwan gave her grandmother a toothless smile. Yi Hongcheng started packing the things they brought. Wild mushrooms, black vegetables, 2 rabbits without internal organs, a wild chicken, and a pig's head, which was bought secretly from the team that slaughtered pigs for the winter solstice. That's too much to bring. It's not too much. With 4 of us eating, your brother eats like a horse. He can eat twice as much. No worries about how much we bring. Yi Hongcheng was used to his mother criticizing him, which showed no mother-son affection. Of course, she only criticized him in front of close family, and in front of outsiders, she would defend him. Yi Qiahui also bought more rice and cut a piece of pig's head to cook with mushrooms. They had a hearty breakfast like this. If they had time at noon, they planned to make dumplings. The 3 of them sat around the table eating when Ding Xianghong arrived. Qiahui, why are you eating such a late breakfast? Is there a guest? My mom and my brother, they're not guests. Yi Qiahui introduced her mother to Ding Xianghong. This is Director Ding, my leader. What's wrong with the rural family? Li Damei was sharp-eyed. She didn't know what her daughter was doing, but a leader was an official, someone who managed her daughter. It's right to praise him. Just now, Qiahui was saying that the director is very kind and takes good care of her. So it's you. Compliments well given and received make everyone happy. Ding Xianghong was pleased and modest. Taking care of Qiahui is what I should do. She's also helped me a lot. That's why I came again. Li Damei hurriedly urged Yi Qiahui to discuss work. She didn't need to wash pots and dishes. There were 2 idle people at home. Yi Qiahui and Ding Xianghong went inside to talk. Director, do you have something for me? Yes, I do. I want you to go to the city with me. Here, there are too many single men. Helping solve personal issues is our responsibility. The leader asked us to organize a social event with some factories and government departments. Why choose Yi Qiahui? She thought Yi Qiahui was straightforward and supportive, never holding her back. Director, I also have something to tell you. Ding Xianghong became interested. Quick, tell me, what's going on? Yesterday, I went to the city. Some street offices are getting finished clothing products from factories, cutting threads, and ordering buttons. I was thinking many military spouses are unemployed. Maybe we can, in the name of the Women's Federation, talk to the clothing factories to help our sisters earn more income and promote stability and unity. Ding Xianghong is a women's officer and loves to show her dedication. Instead of saying that, it's better to say she loves her work and seeks progress. That's a good idea. I'll ask the leaders for a letter of introduction, and we can handle both things together. Director, Nan is still too young, at most 4 hours. If it takes longer, I won't be able to leave her. Ding Xianghong insists that Yi Qiahui must go, no matter what. I will arrange it. We'll take the shopping cart from the canteen and try to keep it within 4 hours. Yi Qiahui can't refuse now. After discussing the details, Ding Xianghong went to contact the shopping cart. Qiahui, what exactly do you do for work? Don't you have to work today? Like the women's director in our village, I'm just a little helper under Director Ding, running errands and doing chores. I earn about 10-something yuan a month. Lu Damei was very happy. My daughter is promising. 10-something yuan isn't little. From now on, I'll watch over Nan. You work hard. Lu Damei's idea of valuing boys over girls isn't too serious. She's happy if her daughter is doing well. They packed dumplings for lunch and big buns for dinner. Yi Qiahui also took her mother shopping around the family compound, the service center, and the army elementary school. The shopping carts from the canteen left early in the morning. Without a bus, it was faster to pick up people on the road. The 2 women decided to go to the clothing factory first. Victory Clothing Factory isn't small. It has about 70 or 80 workers, mainly making men's and women's clothes. It was just starting work and few people were moving around, making it look a bit quiet. Under the guidance of the guard at the reception, they found the workshop director in charge of production. Are you Director Liang? Director Liang was in his 30s, looking very capable and sharp. Yes, I am. And you are? Ding Xianghong showed the introduction letter and explained her purpose. The army has many military spouses without jobs. We hope your factory can give us a chance to cooperate. Director Liang looked official. We have a stable partner already. Sorry, it's not possible. He turned down the request, showing he wasn't interested in doing business. Ding Xianghong complained to Yi Qiahui, such a good opportunity. If this works out, everyone will have jobs, and the atmosphere in the family compound will improve, making management easier. It would be great if I could meet their factory director in person. The director doesn't even bother to talk to us, so I can't expect the factory director to help either.
Vigi?
A hesitant voice called out. As Yi Qiahui turned around, a red shadow ran over. It's really you, Huijia. Yi Qiahui recognized her immediately. Wasn't this Mizisi, the girl they met on the train? Yi Qiahui asked, do you work here? Mizisi nodded. My boyfriend insisted I work here, so I stayed. Huijia, why are you here? Are you here to see me? I just wanted to see you. I didn't know you worked here. To be honest, today we came mainly to see if we could get some extra work from your factory. Many military wives are unemployed and need extra income. But Director Liang refused. Mizisi asked, "Do you want to meet our factory director? Can I meet him? I can help with that." The factory director has a bigger vision than the director. Supporting the military is traditional here, and he welcomed them, then took them on a tour of the production workshop. Director Liang looked very upset. Ding Xiangheng was very satisfied with the workshop environment and workflow. She asked about some details of potential cooperation. Yi Xiaohui focused on the workers' working conditions and skills, thinking that the jobs here are really suitable for women. After some discussion, both sides reached a preliminary agreement. Once the military side arranged everything, they could deliver supplies at any time. Ding Xiangheng also invited the factory's single young women to join. The military and local authorities are planning a social event. We hope the young women from the factory will participate to promote understanding and make friends. Definitely. I'll give them a day off so they can go, and their wages will still be paid. Next, they went to the city government to discuss organizing the social event. This event will give single young people a chance to meet and communicate. They prefer military uniforms over makeup. Military marriages are tougher, but more respected. Everything was arranged perfectly, just in time, and they returned to the family housing before Nan threw a fit. In the next 2 days, Ding Xiangheng and Yi Xiaohui were very busy. They had to set up the event venue and prepare 2 factory buildings for materials and workspaces. Yi Xiaohui also asked her brother for help. Lu Damei complained that earning only a few dozen yuan a month made her feel as exhausted as a high-ranking official. "Mom, didn't you say I was promising that day? Why do I feel so different after just a couple of days?" You see, earning 10 yuan is not a big deal, but working hard just for 10 yuan isn't worth it. Is it really that serious? Actually, Yi Xiaohui is mostly thinking about herself and Nan. Only if she makes the clothing factory successful and leaves the residential area will she have a place outside. The social gathering was held. Yi Xiaohui helped Ding Xiangheng with the reception. 2 buses brought over 50 young women. Being young is great. Although their clothes are not as flashy as in later times, their natural faces without heavy makeup look better. Youth is an advantage. The leader gave a welcoming speech. Yang Wolin hosted the event. At the venue, there were speeches, comedy acts, singing, and performances on harmonica and eru. It was a lively show with everyone showing their talents. This was a good way for others to get to know each person quickly. With so many people watching, maybe her prince or Snow White was among them. No, a hero coming on colorful clouds. Guozaheo walked up to Yi Xiaohui and whispered, "Sister-in-law, the girl singing Pure Spring in the Frontier left a good impression on me. Can you help me? I want to get to know her." Yi Xiaohui smiled. "You're a soldier, never afraid in battle. Now you're nervous? Just go talk to her and say you want to be friends. Isn't that better than me doing it?" Guozaheo scratched his head. "I really feel shy. I can't even speak properly when I see a girl. It's better not to say anything. All right, I'll find a chance to introduce you to." "Thanks, sister-in-law. Wait until I have good news to hear." Yi Xiaohui carried a thermos and poured water into cups. Guozaheo's crush was sitting in the middle. As she was about to arrive, a flash of green appeared in front of Yi Xiaohui, and a soldier sat beside the girl. "Hello, my name is Luan Qingchuan. Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too."
Ye shao husiket.
Guozaheo's luck was a bit bad. He was a step late. The water still needed to be poured. The girl held her cup with both hands and said, "Thank you. No need to thank me. You're all guests, and it's our fault if we didn't serve well." Luan Qingchuan also expressed thanks. Guozaheo watched everything from the side. When Yi Xiaohui returned, she saw him with a sad face, looking like he was heartbroken. Guozaheo was a soldier under Qin's command, so Yi Xiaohui felt no pressure giving him advice. "Look at you, so useless. There are plenty of beautiful girls in the world. There are over 50 young women here, and she's not the only one."
"Thanks, sister-in-law.
I just like her." From Guozaheo, Yi Xiaohui truly saw the connection, and it seemed that such a bond really exists. When Yi Xiaohui delivered water for the second time, the girl was alone, and Luan Qingchuan was not there. Yi Xiaohui sat down beside her. My name is Yi Qiahui. May I ask your name?
I'm Shen Yu.
Deputy Wan is very outstanding too. Shen Yu hesitated for a moment and then realized, you mean the person just now? He is very good. I think every soldier is excellent. We can be friends and just talk about work, nothing more. In this way, Guazaheo still has a chance. It's fine. A friendly gathering, young people getting to know each other, making friends, and improving together. That's our goal. Shen Yu looked at Yi Qiahui with curiosity and asked, are you a staff member or a military spouse? Neither, I'm both. Being a military spouse must be hard? How should I say it? I think those like me, who are family members accompanying the troops, have it better, because we are with our husbands and children. Those who are not together face more hardships. They have to take care of children, and without in-laws helping, they have to handle everything on their own. Just thinking about it is tough. But then she turned the thought around and said, they're defending our country. If you choose this person, you have to support his work. Supporting his work means you'll take on more responsibilities. The saying that you can't have both, family and career, is not entirely true. Balancing both is very difficult. Shen Yu was silent for a long time before saying, if I decide to join, I'll think about all this first. I admire soldiers and military spouses. Seizing the moment, Yi Qiahui said, my husband's comrade is also very outstanding. Among all these girls, he noticed you right away. He's very good at training and competitions, but when he's around girls, he gets shy and can't speak. I can help connect you two. Maybe you can become friends? Shen Yu looked at Yi Qiahui. Sister, are you serious? I wouldn't joke about this. I may not have much sense, but I wouldn't lie in such a situation. Shen Yu nodded. Then let's meet. Making more friends is never a bad thing. Yi Qiahui waved to Guazaheo, who hesitated for a moment, adjusted his military cap and uniform, and confidently walked over. Older sister-in-law. Let me introduce you. This comrade is Shen Yu. Shen Yu, this is Guazaheo. Shen Yu reached out and shook Guazaheo's hand. My name is Shen Yu. I work at a grain shop, just an ordinary worker. The social gathering ended. Some people looked very happy, clearly having exchanged contact information, and could write letters to stay in touch and get to know each other better. There is a sense of loneliness, probably because they haven't met someone they truly like, and it's not a mutual effort. Some people are happy, others are worried. Yi Qiahui has always wondered if Guazaheo and Shen Yu might spark something special, or if it's just one-sided affection. From Guazaheo's expression, it's hard to tell. What's going on with you? I'm not sure either. We had a good conversation. She even introduced her family members and asked about mine. I want to get her contact info to write to her, but she didn't give it to me. She said she works at a grain shop and it's easy to find her. Yi Qiahui smiled and said, no need to ask. Writing on paper, no matter how nice, won't move people. Just support you in visiting her at her workplace. Guazaheo smiled slightly. That's what I think too, but I'm not sure. I'm afraid I might be overthinking. After hearing Yi Qiahui's words, Guazaheo felt more confident. A few days later, on an afternoon break, Guazaheo went to the grain shop. He was dressed neatly in his military uniform and looked a bit nervous at the door. He entered the shop, and Shen Yu saw him, her face lighting up with a happy smile. Guazaheo gathered his courage and confessed his love to Shen Yu. She was touched and teared up, gently nodding to show she was willing to date him. Of course, that's a story for later. The clothing factory's processing station also started operating, mainly sewing buttons, attaching labels, and trimming threads. Later, a few sewing machines were added, and they took on some simple sewing tasks. The small processing station employed 14 military wives, including Chen Xiangju and Han Jiyun. To make management easier, troublemakers and those who like to stir up trouble were not accepted at the processing station. The goal of setting up the station was good, but it shouldn't turn into a place for big fights. Therefore, Yi Qiahui and Director Ding often got scolded. They avoided arguments face-to-face and only argued behind their backs, but they couldn't do much about it. Director Ding was responsible for management, while Yi Qiahui handled communication with the clothing factory, including quality, quantity, and transportation issues. To understand the process better, Yi Qiahui even interned at the factory for 2.5 days and learned the procedures. Mu Sisi's boyfriend was the factory salesman, a lucrative position, and the factory director was his uncle. Mu Sisi was assigned to the office, working with the finance team. Having more friends meant more options. Yi Qiahui gave her some mushrooms and a jar of pig head meat, and she would share any inside news related to the processing station. It was a pretty good working relationship. Qin Shi had been gone for 5 days, and only now did Yi Qiahui calm down and realize how much time had passed. She didn't know if he was safe or not. Desperate and helpless, Yi Qiahui knelt on the ground, clasped her hands together, and muttered a prayer. Heaven, please protect my husband Qin Shi. He is a good man with a big destiny. Please keep him safe and help him through this difficult time. Qin Shi and his team had been tracking for 5 days. When they reached Huangshi Mountain, they finally found some clues. Huangshi Mountain is not just a single peak, but a group of 4 or 5 peaks within a 10-mile area, all called Huangshi Mountain. The elevation is less than 1,000 meters, but the terrain is complex with many strange rocks and dozens of known and unknown caves. The area is lush with plants, and it is said that wolves, wild boars, and other large predators live there. According to a herdsman from the production team, he went into the mountain to graze sheep and saw 4 men from a high vantage point. They looked and walked differently from local people. Local residents have grown up here and know the mountain well, so they wouldn't look around so obviously, as if they had never seen the sky before. The 4 men also disguised themselves, wearing raincoats and grass rings on their heads. If the herdsmen hadn't been close, it would have been hard to notice them. These 4 men matched the description of the criminals Qin Shi and his team are after. A few days ago, 4 dangerous prisoners being transported were involved in a car breakdown and, taking advantage of guard shortages, injured a guard and escaped. The police quickly organized teams to track and stop them but found nothing. So, Qin Shi and his team were called in to assist. The temporary command divided the 6 members into 3 pairs, each heading up the mountain to search. After a quick restock of supplies, all 3 teams set out simultaneously. Qin Shi and Deputy Squad Leader Mu Pinji from the 2nd Battalion formed one team. Both are reconnaissance soldiers. They moved cautiously, but the criminals left few clues, making their search difficult. Qin Shi, maybe we should split up to increase our chances, Mu Pinji suggested. Qin Shi firmly refused. We can't split up. It increases risk. If we encounter them alone, the chances are small. They are not fools. They are ruthless and cunning. Mu Pinji was a bit annoyed. He thought, these 2 aren't fools, so does that mean he's the fool? If they split up and go in different directions, they might completely miss the criminals. Does Qin Shi understand this? After a quick drink and rest, they set out again. The terrain became steeper. Qin Shi unfolded the map, noting they were less than 200 meters from the location the herdsman pointed out.
Mu Pingye?
There was no sound behind him. Qin Shi instinctively shouted out. There was no Mu Pingyi behind him. Qin Shi looked back at the path he came from, only trees and rocks, no one in sight. Qin Shi was very alert. He checked around and found nothing unusual. He walked a bit further along the same path, but still saw no sign of Mu Pingyi. He had to give up. Without comrades nearby, he couldn't stop moving forward. On a rock, Qin Shi found some food crumbs and a cigarette on the dry grass. Someone had stopped here briefly. It was definitely not a local. The cigarette was from a filtered cigarette, which locals don't use. They prefer dry tobacco. The weather was dry and windy, so there weren't many clues left by the suspect. Ahead was a steep cliff. Qin Shi peeked over and saw it was about 20 meters deep, with no small path in sight. At this point, Qin Shi started to doubt himself. Could it be that they made a fake scene to mislead him? Suddenly, he caught the smell of cooking smoke. This place was far from the village, so it probably wasn't from a local family.
Besides, it wasn't mealtime.
Qin Shi crouched down and looked carefully. About 7 or 8 meters away on the cliff wall, he saw a pine tree growing out of the rocks, and faint smoke was rising from it. He quickly judged that there must be someone below. Suddenly, Qin Shi jumped up and threw a sharp punch. The opponent dodged to the side, blocking with his arm, then kicked out. The attacker stepped back and avoided the kick. Watchdog, you're pretty good, but today you ran into us. Leave your life behind before you go. Qin Shi sneered. Leave my life? Come and take it if you're brave. If you're not, don't expect to escape. The man, with a fierce face and a muscular build, rolled up his sleeve, revealing a dagger. He bent down and stabbed at Qin Shi. Qin Shi sidestepped and grabbed the dagger from him, then stabbed it into his shoulder. The man fell to the ground in pain. Seeing this, another person grabbed a wooden stick and rushed over. Qin Shi kicked him down, quickly picked up the dagger from the ground, and pressed it against his neck. Tell me, are those two hiding below? Qin Shi asked softly. Humph, don't dream. If you're so brave, kill me. Don't expect me to say a word. Qin Shi slapped him twice. Whether you talk or not doesn't matter. I've already found out. During the Qin era, he found a rope and first the hands and feet of the person. Just as he was about to string them up, a sharp flash of cold light suddenly appeared. It turned out that the injured had pulled out a dagger from his leg bindings and, taking advantage of Qin Shi's lack of awareness, stabbed him fiercely in the stomach. Qin Shi was indeed a bit careless. He should have searched the immediately. He turned around passively and endured the stab with his arm. He got up with a flying kick. The strong man, weighing nearly 200 pounds, dodged quickly and grabbed Qin Shi's backpack. Qin Shi had an injury on his arm, which made him more vulnerable. The strong man sneered and said, Go to. He kicked Qin Shi's injured arm. On the sloped ground, Qin Shi couldn't keep his balance. Below was a deep abyss, about 10 meters deep. Even if he was going to die, Qin Shi wanted to take someone down with him. Otherwise, both of them would have to run. Qin Shi pushed off the ground with his foot and leapt forward, falling on the strong man. The two of them tumbled down together. Zhang Yuying was released after 2 months of serving her sentence. On the surface, Zhang Yuying returned with her face covered, and the government had educated her well. She had turned over a new leaf and was ready to start fresh. In reality, knowing that Qin Shi and his wife had moved away, and learning that her second son had been punished, and recalling her own imprisonment and the over 400 yuan she had paid, she was filled with hatred. If Yi Qiahui had been there, she wouldn't have survived. She would have been skinned alive. In the end, Zhang Yuying cursed Yi Qiahui for half an hour, using very harsh words. Those who didn't know better might think she was digging manure. Zhang Yuying asked Qin Yuanshan, You said your mother had jewelry? Where is it exactly? I don't know. When my mother died, there were dead bodies inside and outside the house and even on people. Didn't you check everything? It's strange. Do you think she handed it over to Qin Shi? Old Madame's favoritism is so obvious. Qin Mu isn't even her grandson anymore. Previously, Yi Qiahui had brainwashed Zhang Yuying. Except for the things in the bed, she hadn't hidden anything else from her. If the jewelry was really with Qin Shi, would Yi Qiahui have kept quiet? Zhang Yuying asked. Then where do you think the jewelry is? I have no idea. Zhang Yuying racked her brains and finally thought of a place. She decided to go look for it. Avoiding the village spies, who all had bad intentions and waited to see her make a fool of herself, Zhang Yuying couldn't understand why everyone was so bored that they spent their days watching her. From the foot of the West Mountain to the middle of the hillside, it was the ancestral tomb of the two main clans of Qin Wang. Qin Shi's grandmother was buried halfway up the mountain. Zhang Yuying looked around and saw no one, so she quietly went to her mother-in-law's grave. Spring and winter passed, and the grave was covered with withered grass. Zhang Yuying carefully examined the area, checking for softness or signs of disturbance, but she couldn't figure out where her mother-in-law might have hidden her jewelry. When her mother-in-law was seriously ill, Zhang Yuying sent Qin to participate in a water management conference, claiming she supported national development and that loyalty and filial piety are hard to balance. In reality, she was mainly after her mother-in-law's jewelry. She guarded the bed tightly, searched the entire house multiple times, checked everyone's belongings, bribed with good food, and refused to feed anyone if her demands weren't met. She spread rumors that others were spreading, but as a servant girl, how could she possibly have jewelry? Zhang Yuying firmly believed the jewelry was there. Since the ground was frozen, digging was difficult. She hammered and used tools to break the ice layer, managing to chip away about 10 centimeters of frozen soil, but she found nothing. She cursed loudly, saying, "Your heart is so biased that you treat your own son like a stranger. Why do you hate him so much? Even after death, you didn't leave anything for your descendants." Tired from the effort, Zhang Yuying finally gave up and went home. It was broad daylight when she left, but by the time she returned, it was getting dim. The green cypress and pine trees looked like people from afar. During the day, she believed she had done nothing wrong, so she wasn't afraid of ghosts at night. But Zhang Yuying had done many wrong things, and strictly speaking, she was responsible for her mother-in-law's death. The northwest wind was howling, and its sound was amplified in the quiet environment, frightening Zhang Yuying into a frantic run. Feeling panicked made her more prone to mistakes. She tripped over something unknown and fell uncontrollably. The mountain path was narrow, with ditches or thorny bushes on both sides. It's hard to say which, as they were tangled together. As she fell, she lost control of her body. Zhang Yuying was found late at night, caught on some thorny bushes, then fell into a water ditch. The ditch was about 3 meters deep, carved out by rainwater, and her body was badly injured. She couldn't sit up or lie down properly, couldn't stand or squat, and could only groan in pain. A barefoot doctor was called, but he left soon after. With nowhere else to go, it was suggested she be taken to the hospital. Going to the hospital would cost money, and her family only had a few hundred yuan saved for her biological son. Zhang Yuying refused to go, saying she would only go once Qin had asked for the money. A telegram crossed over 1,000 miles, flying to a unit of the People's Liberation Army. Qin Shi was awakened by the cold. When he opened his eyes, everything was dark, with only a crescent moon hanging in the center of the sky. Getting used to the darkness, Qin Shi looked around and understood what had happened. He fell together with the bandit. Luckily, he was caught on a tree in midair, but the other person was not on the tree, probably at the bottom of a ditch. Qin Shi guessed it was late at night. The air in the valley was very cold. He touched himself and found his backpack was still with him. He couldn't make any loud movements. Carefully, Qin Shi took off his backpack and found a small bottle of wine. Was his wife a divine rescue sent by heaven? He took a few big sips to warm himself. Once his body warmed up, Qin Shi put his backpack back on and knew he had to leave quickly. No one knew how long the tree could hold. Qin Shi followed the rope, sliding down along the cliff wall. The rope wasn't long enough. He slid about halfway, 2/3 down, and got stuck. There was a small stone nest that only one person could fit in. Qin Shi swung hard and managed to jump across. He explored the stone nest and found carved marks. His fingers dug deep, and he could move freely. Qin Shi was excited. He slowly dismantled the opening, which was big enough for one person to enter and exit. He inserted his dagger into his leg strap and crawled inside. After climbing about 7 or 8 meters, the space in front of him widened, allowing him to stand upright. The light was dimmer, almost pitch dark. Qin Shi identified the direction and continued forward. Suddenly, he heard a trickling sound. He quieted down. Was it water? But the smell was wrong. It was a foul odor. "Fourth brother, can't you farther away? It's so close. It's bothering the brothers." "Big brother, don't bother. Living in this dark place is good enough. If I move farther, what if I get caught?" Qin Shi hid in the darkness, observing the two men. Under the faint light, a tall man was cursing and complaining, while the other lay motionless on a pile of grass. If they weren't talking, he might think they were dead. "Fourth brother, calm down. Everyone has their own life. Don't be so aggressive. Old second and old third don't know what's happening. Be content." Despite their numbered names, they seemed like sworn brothers, but in reality, they were a group of reckless bandits. Fourth brother went back to lie down and turned off the light. Qin Shi leaned against the wall to rest, eating a few bites of dry food to regain strength. He thought for a moment and took 2 more anti-inflammatory pills, then closed his eyes to rest. He wants to capture these 2 people without fighting directly. He needs to be clever. Since it's the middle of winter, the 2 bandits haven't been caught and there are no cooking facilities, so their food is a problem. Not long after they went to sleep, the person called the boss woke up. "Big brother, what are you making trouble for?" "My stomach hurts, I need to go to the bathroom." "Go far away. Smells worse than." Opportunities always favor those who are prepared. Now, the chance Qin Shi wanted has arrived. Qin Shi hid nearby, watching the boss walk out with a lantern. After taking a big dump, the boss cleaned himself up, then rubbed his stomach, feeling uncomfortable. Suddenly, an arm reached from behind and tightly grabbed his neck. The boss struggled violently. Qin Shi endured the pain and held on tightly, not letting go. The 2 changed positions several times until the boss's backside made a complete circle on the ground and the person in his arms stopped moving. Only then did Qin Shi release him, tying his hands behind his back. He took off the boss's dirty socks, crumpled them, and stuffed them into his mouth. After a short rest, Qin Shi took the lantern from behind and returned to the previous spot. The 4th person was probably very tired and sleeping deeply, snoring loudly. Qin Shi took out bandages from his backpack and carefully wrapped the wound on his arm, tying it tightly. During the fight with the boss earlier, the wound was torn again, and the pain was intense, causing cold sweat. Meanwhile, the other 2 groups searched without success and gradually left the mountain, returning to the village. "Has Qin Shi and Mao Pinji not returned yet?" asked the commander, Huolian. "No," replied someone. At first, they thought they'd just returned a bit late. But as it got completely dark and they still hadn't come back, the comrades realized they had been too optimistic. "Search for them. Let's go." The teams had divided the search directions, so their efforts were not aimless. They found Mao Pinji, lying among weeds with blood underneath him. He was unconscious. It took a lot of effort to carry him down the mountain and rush him to the hospital that night. He had multiple injuries and was still being treated. At dawn, 4 people set out again, mainly to find Qin Shi. At this moment, a shepherd reported that they found a dead body at the bottom of the cliff, looking very frightening. Considering Mao Pinji's injuries and Qin Shi's delayed return, Huolian felt nervous. "Let's go. Lead the way." At the bottom of the cliff, there was a pile of loose rocks. Someone was lying among them, with a severely deformed head, bloodstains nearby. From their clothing, it was clear they were not from the Qin era, and the comrades finally relaxed a little. Huolian turned the person over, and a few people saw his face. "Is that Wang Zhongshi? One of the 4 wanted criminals." 2 people go to the cliff top to look, and 1 stays to protect the body. Huolian assigned tasks and was also checking the surrounding terrain. Normally, no one would fall off a cliff without reason. Could it be related to Qin Shi? "Team leader, there's a cave over there." About 10 meters above the ground, there was a dark cave entrance. Huolian asked the herdsman, "Do you know this cave?" Someone used to go in to avoid the rain, but later a person fell and died, so they blocked it with stones. They call it the Deadly Cave. Huolian wanted to investigate the cave, thinking Wang Zhongshi might be connected to it. Soon, the people on the cliff top returned, bringing another wanted criminal, Li Fei. Li Fei had spent the night on the cliff top, freezing and scared, unable to walk properly. They had to drag him back. "Captain, this kid was caught by Qin Shi. He's and can't move." "And Qin Shi?" "He fell down together with Wang Zhongshi." Li Fei asked the local elders and learned that the deadly cave had another exit on the east side of the cliff top. When the group went to look, they saw Qin Shi tightly choking Old Four, and Qin Shi's arms were already bloody and mangled. Old Four was dead, and Qin Shi was unconscious. It took a lot of effort to pry his arms open. He single-handedly fought 4 enemies, which was truly impressive. "Quick, get him to the hospital." Yi Xiaohui had another nightmare. In her dream, Qin Shi's face was covered in blood and dirt, standing in front of her. It was clearly him, but his face always seemed shrouded in fog. "Are you hurt?" Yi Xiaohui was frantic. Blood was still flowing from his wounds. She tried to cover them with her hand but couldn't stop the bleeding, and she shouted for help but no one heard. I'm leaving now, wife. I can't bear to leave you. I'll come back to see you. Yi Xiaohui hurriedly asked, Where are you going? I'm going somewhere very far away. I sacrificed myself so I can't take care of you and our daughter anymore. No, you can't die. You promised to protect yourself well. I gave you medicine and you took it. You can't die. Don't scare me. Her nightmare grew heavier. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, and every breath was filled with heartbreaking pain. Qin Shi's figure gradually became clearer in the dimness. His eyes were gentle, yet full of endless sadness. On his blood-stained face, he barely managed a smile, hiding many unspoken feelings in that smile. He slowly reached out his hand, wanting to touch Yi Xiaohui's face, but stopped halfway. Yi Xiaohui desperately grabbed that cold hand, tears falling like broken beads. She felt powerless and could only cover her face and cry loudly. Xiaohui, don't cry. I'm fine. Qin Shi's voice was deep and hoarse, as if coming from a distant place, full of reluctance. Remember to take care of yourself, and Nuan. I will find a place to watch over you, and Nuan. Qin Shi's voice grew fainter, and his body gradually stepped back. His face blurred until it disappeared completely. Qin Shi, why can't I save you?
Why?
Yi Xiaohui was frantically hitting herself. She knew the result of Qin Shi's sacrifice, understood why he sacrificed himself. She had bought medicine in advance, and done everything she could think of. Why couldn't she save his life? Yi Xiaohui couldn't accept that her efforts were useless, and she couldn't accept that Qin Shi had truly left her. Xiaohui, what's wrong with you? Yi Xiaohui was shaken awake by a sudden movement. When she saw Lu Damei, she was still a bit dazed. Are you silly? Why did you shout and scream just now? Did you see a ghost in your dream? Yi Xiaohui wiped her tears and lay quietly for a long time. The aftershock hadn't passed, and she cried again happily. What happened? Did someone bully you? Lu Damei was worried seeing her daughter crying so hard. Mom, I had a dream. I saw Qin Shi dead, covered in blood. Lu Damei spat several times. Dreams are the opposite. Qin Shi is definitely safe and sound. Yi Xiaohui believed more that Qin Shi was in danger and sent her a dream. Yi Xiaohui turned over and knelt on the cold ground, clasping her hands together. Qin Shi is a good person. I can't be without my husband. Nuan can't be without her father. Please protect him. Because of this dream, Yi Xiaohui couldn't lift her spirits all day. She didn't even go to the workshop and just stayed at home, wasting time. Lu Damei couldn't persuade her anymore, so she let it go. She handed Nuan to her. Having the child fussing around was somewhat comforting. In the afternoon, a young soldier came with a telegram from their hometown. Urgent, send money to save a life. Having heard many false alarms about the wolf is coming, Yi Xiaohui was immune and casually threw the telegram aside. Did it say whether it's your father-in-law or your mother-in-law? No one is reliable. Before, Qin Shi's remittance home was all in Grandma's hands. She kept her own money and refused to give me any. She dares to ask me for money? Even if she really needed money, she has her own son. He's not even a fist away from her, so I shouldn't be the first to get it. Qin was urgently taken to the hospital. After surgery, his vital signs remained unstable, and he had a persistent high fever. His wound was exposed for a long time, showing signs of infection. He reported the situation to his superiors, and that night, he was transferred to the provincial military hospital. An excellent medical team was assembled to consult on his condition. Meanwhile, interrogations of the criminals were ongoing. Although these men were reckless and ruthless, they all surrendered quickly once caught. They were terrified of Qin. One had witnessed his accomplice fall off a cliff and die, while another had soiled himself when caught, feeling suffocated from being choked. Having experienced that once, they didn't want to go through it again. Furthermore, they knew that if caught, they would only die faster. It was also confirmed that Mao Pinji was responsible, along with the second and third men. Mao Pinji was usually outstanding in training and had performed well in military competitions. However, he had a fatal flaw: arrogance. He refused to listen to others and disobeyed orders. Initially, he wasn't on the mission list, but he strongly requested to join. During peacetime, it's hard to make achievements, and going on missions was one way. After persistent efforts, the organization agreed. But once there, he was upset to see the team leader wasn't him, and even more annoyed that he had to work in pairs with Qin. Although they were equals, Qin always outperformed him in competitions. Mao Pinji was holding a grudge. To make quick progress, he demanded that he and Qin split up at the start, but Qin refused. His refusal was reasonable. Facing 4 enemies, working in pairs was already risky. Splitting up would make them vulnerable and less safe. Plus, the enemies were hidden while they were visible. But Mao Pinji, eager to prove himself, ignored this and secretly went in another direction. When Qin discovered him, Mao was hiding behind a rock, watching Qin's every move. Meanwhile, the second and third men went down the mountain to find food, stealing a chicken and some eggs from an old man. They returned quietly, keeping a distance from Mao Pinji. They quickly spotted Mao and hid in the grass. When he approached, they jumped out together, catching him off guard. Outnumbered 2-1, Mao Pinji was no match and was knocked down after a few rounds. He refused to surrender and was beaten again and again. Under the threat of a knife, Mu Pinji admitted his identity and revealed the whereabouts of his comrades. This is why the second and third brothers found Qin Shi so quickly. Hulian was very surprised. Qin Shi and Mu Pinji hadn't woken up yet. They thought the two had encountered bandits, never imagining Mu Pinji acted on his own, putting Qin Shi in danger. Hulian, the leader of this operation, was responsible for summarizing the experience and lessons learned. He also reported Mu Pinji's issues. The next day, Zhang Yuying's whole body was swollen, especially her face, looking like a freshly steamed wheat bun, with dents that could be pressed in. Qin Xiaolan kept urging her mother to go to the hospital. Zhang Yuying was ungrateful. Her money hadn't been sent back yet, and she was reluctant to spend her savings. She was worried because it was money meant for Qin Mu's wedding. How can you still complain? As your daughter, I can't even contribute a penny? You eat my food, drink my water, and raise pigs that can turn a profit. What's the use of raising you? Qin Xiaolan had experienced more and grown bolder. She believed her mother was now just a paper tiger, powerless and unable to act. It was you who told me to come back. Now you complain I eat and drink too much? I work in the fields for credits. I didn't eat for nothing. My fatigue is because of second brother. He doesn't send a penny home, and big brother has to cover for him. That idiot and you. Why are you protecting him? Your second brother is your real brother. Big brother is also my brother. He always helps me out when there's trouble. Where is everyone else? I haven't seen them. If Zhang Yuying could get up, she would slap this money loser twice. Unfortunately, she couldn't get up. Zhang Yuying waited and waited. 2 days, 3 days passed. She looked forward to the mailman like waiting for stars and the moon, but she didn't receive any mail. She cursed loudly, exhausting herself, but her anger had little effect on Yi Qiahui. She couldn't keep waiting like this. On the 4th day, Zhang Yuying was admitted to the hospital. The doctor diagnosed large area soft tissue bruising, a fractured thigh bone, and severe inflammation. Qin Yuanshan was so scared he couldn't speak properly. Will she die? She won't, right? Why didn't you come earlier? I really admire how you let the illness worsen to this point. Now we need to treat her first. I can't guarantee how much she can recover. Okay. Qin Yuanshan also called his second son at the post office. The call wasn't answered by Qin Mu, only a message to pass on. Qin Yuanshan repeatedly emphasized that he needed to tell his mother to come back soon because she was ill. That night, Zhang Yuying developed a high fever and was given a critical condition notice. Things are chaotic here, but Qin Shi has received full treatment and finally recovered from the infection. His body functions are gradually stabilizing and improving. The leaders, relieved, are now considering informing the family. Since the dream, Yi Qiahui has been in a bad mood. She asked the company commander, and also had Xiao Weijie inquire, but there was no news about Qin Shi. She keeps telling herself that no news is the best news. Today, Xiao Weijie and his wife came over. Qin Shi was not at home, and Xiao Weijie had never come before. All messages were relayed through Qin Xiangju.
Today.
Yi Qiahui felt very anxious. Young sister-in-law, I have something to tell you. Please don't get too worried. I'm not worried. Just tell me. Yi Qiahui had prepared for the worst, so she had mentally prepared herself. Qin Shi was injured. Is it serious? He broke his arm, and the rest are just surface wounds. His condition is stable. He really made a big contribution this time. Only a few people can do what he did. Actually, Qin Shi's injuries were more serious. 3 ribs were broken, and he also had leg injuries. Yi Qiahui didn't care much about these details. Where is he now? Can I go see him? At the provincial military hospital. Lu Ying will go tomorrow. Yi Qiahui wanted to visit Qin Shi, but Nan still needed to nurse, so she would go with her. If Nan went, Lu Damei would also have to go. Her brother was in charge at home. Recently, she had been helping at the processing plant. Besides Lu Ying, there was also a young soldier responsible for taking care of Qin Shi. Yi Qiahui held her still nursing baby tightly. The little one seemed to sense her mother's tension, grabbing her clothes nervously and occasionally crying softly. Lu Damei followed closely, holding a worn cloth bag with some items for the trip and a few boiled eggs for emergencies. She kept glancing at Yi Qiahui with concern. Qiahui, don't worry. We're going to see Qin Shi now. He is blessed and will be fine. Lu Ying also comforted her. Young sister-in-law, Qin Shi's condition is stable. You don't need to worry too much.
예샤오 훈어땠.
She felt both happy and distressed, this feeling no one else could truly understand. A few hours later, the car arrived at the military hospital compound. In the ward, Qin Shi was lying quietly on the bed. A nurse-like person was using a cotton swab to wipe his lips. During the Qin period, his left arm was in a cast, and apart from his rising and falling chest, he had no other movements. The nurse stood up and asked, "Who are you?" "We are Qin's comrades. These 2 are his family members. They are here to visit him. Is his condition stable now?" The nurse picked up her tray. Today is better. He finally passed the infection stage. The past few days were the most dangerous. Why are you still holding a child? The patient needs quiet now. Xiao Hui's mind was fully on Qin. She asked about care tips, but didn't mind the nurse's stern expression. Lu Ying said, "Sister-in-law, you talk to Qin. We'll go find the doctor." "Captain Lu, I can't leave right now. Could you help find a room?" "I brought money." "Okay." Only the 2 of them remained in the room. Xiao Hui moved a stool and sat by Qin's bed, helping him wipe his lips while talking to him. "I'm so worried I might scare you. Tell me, with a wife and kids, can't you think of us more? Just 1 string of 4, can't you leave 1 for others? Why push yourself so hard?" Qin had just woken up and heard his wife say this. He squeezed her hand gently.
I'm
fine, don't worry. Xiao Hui was surprised and happy. "You're awake? Are you hungry? Want to eat something? Just tell me, I'll go buy it." Qin shook his head. "Not hungry."
Sit down and talk.
"Why did you come? What about Nuan? She won't drink someone else's milk." Xiao Hui scolded him lightly. "You only care about your daughter, right? Let me tell you, Nuan and my mom are both here. When could I ever leave the kids behind?" Lu Damei was outside holding Nuan, who was sunbathing. The sun made her squint her eyes and pout her little lips, looking very cute. She was also quite funny. "Nuan, who did you learn that from? Such a clever little girl." "Nuan?" An elderly woman passing by stopped and couldn't help but pause. "Your child is also called Nuan?" The woman looked kind and gentle. Lu Damei was happy to chat with her. "Yes, we call her Nuan. She's my granddaughter. I'm a grandma now. I know someone whose daughter is also called Nuan. I met her on the train. When Qin heard Nuan was here, he couldn't wait to ask his wife to bring the child over. After surviving the danger, He cherished the days when the family was together very much. Okay, I'll go. People already dislike her being a girl, but you don't mind. Nonsense. If she were a boy, she wouldn't be better than my daughter. My daughter is mine. Ye Xiaohui left the ward to find her mom and Nuan. Lu Damei was chatting with someone else. Mom, Qin Shi has woken up and wants to see Nan. Please bring Nan to me. Lu Damei and the elderly woman looked up together. Xiaohui, is that really you? It was Grandma Yang, whom they had met on the train. Grandma Yang, you're here too? Yi Xiaohui was very happy. She thought they had only met once, just strangers on a journey, but now they had met again.
MUCC and Grandma Yang.
The director asked me to discuss some things. Xiaohui, I heard your mom say Qin Shi was injured? Yes, he was hurt. He just woke up and wanted to see his daughter. Grandma Yang smiled and said, that's his little girl. When she's old, she'll want to be close to him. Come on, I'll go with you to see him. Qin Shi couldn't even sit up. He could only rest in bed. He nodded to Grandma Yang and his mother-in-law, eager to see Nan. Nan was still looking around curiously because she didn't know this place well. When she saw Qin Shi, she stared at him without blinking. Call Dad. Nan didn't understand but kept watching intently. Yi Xiaohui moved Nan closer so they could be face to face. Qin Shi gently touched Nan's small face with his finger. Nan has been through a lot. She sat on a train before her first month, and now she's almost 100 days old, and here again. Qin Shi felt uneasy inside. After all, Nan was just a little baby. If you feel you owe Nan, you should recover from your injury and spend more time with her in the future. He composed himself and asked, is your living arrangement settled? Yi Xiaohui said, that's not your concern. Captain Liu and others are here too. I asked him to find a nearby place to stay, close enough so I can take care of both sides. Grandma Yang chimed in, I live alone in the staff housing area nearby. You don't need to find a place. Come stay with me. It's important to have boundaries. Yi Xiaohui politely declined, Grandma, Nan is still a little girl. She cries easily, and it might disturb your rest. Let's wait for Captain Liu to arrange something. At my age, I don't sleep much anyway. Living alone is lonely, and having a child to take care of is nice. So, Yi Xiaohui couldn't refuse anymore. I'll talk to the director and come back to see you after I finish. Please wait for me. Since it was like that, Yi Xiaohui found it hard to refuse. Lu Damei couldn't help but gossip. Who is she living alone? Doesn't she have a husband and children? Mom, unless she chooses to tell us, don't ask. How many people are willing to share all their personal matters openly? I am asking you, not someone else. In front of her son-in-law, causing her daughter to argue, Lu Damei couldn't hide her embarrassment and kept talking. Qin Shi and Yi Xiaohui exchanged a look and sincerely said, Mom, thank you. You've worked hard with us. Both Qiuhui and I understand. Lu Damei felt a little proud. It's good that you understand. Your son-in-law is a good person, but this daughter of mine is really annoying. After saying that, she couldn't help but laugh. She's a bit careless. Lu Ying couldn't stay long. After expressing his condolences to Qin Shi, he prepared to leave for the army. I'm leaving now. Qin Shi, you need to rest and recover. As for your younger siblings, it's better they stay at the guest house for safety, and there are rooms available. He also left 50 yuan for their expenses over the past few days. Grandma Yang, whose real name is Yang Yinghong, came over after finishing her work to call Yi Xiaohui and the others. I have a stove and pots at my place. If you want to cook some nourishing food for Qin Shi, you can use them. The market is right at the gate, and you can buy chicken, duck, meat, or fish. Yi Xiaohui told Qin Shi and Xiaoyu that she would first take her mother and Wan there, and also go to see the place. In the old apartment building, more than 10 families lived on one floor, mostly retired officials, very quiet. Yang Yinghong's place was like a dormitory, with 2 rooms about 40 square meters, and the kitchen was outside, shared with others. Living alone felt quite spacious. Yang Yinghong then showed Yi Xiaohui the kitchen. The other families were nearby, which made it a bit crowded. I try to keep my place separate. Sometimes I cook early, sometimes late. When everyone gathers at the same time, it's hard to move around. Yi Xiaohui nodded. I understand. That way, it's easier. Someone passing by greeted Yang Yinghong. Old Yang, got visitors? Yang Yinghong responded naturally, not visitors. My granddaughter from my hometown. Your granddaughter from your hometown? I thought there was no one left there. Where does she come from? There was a kind of annoyance, being unfamiliar but without boundaries, which was irritating. You're more clear about that than I am.
When did I tell you anything?
Are we that close? Then why haven't you gone back in years? I thought there was no one left in your hometown. Don't interfere too much. I have an older brother there. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll scold you. The woman turned and left. Are you getting annoyed? Not letting others speak? Yang Yinghong then took Yi Xiaohui to the market. They bought some cabbage, white radishes, carrots, and also slaughtered a chicken. Yi Xiaohui planned to cook some chicken rice porridge for Qin Shi. Yi Xiaohui paid first for the money and tickets, but Yang Yinghong took the money back. It wasn't because she was reluctant or just pretending. She simply didn't want Yi Xiaohui to feel too much pressure. When Yi Xiaohui returned from the market, she washed the chicken, opened the vent of the coal stove, and started cooking. It needed to cook for a long time. There's no need to wait here. The water is enough. Come back in a couple of hours to check the pot. Grandma, thank you so much for considering us so thoughtfully. Yi Xiaohui's gratitude was sincere. It was just a brief acquaintance, but how many people could do this? You're welcome. I like lively places, and I feel connected to you and your husband. After feeding Manon, Yi Xiaohui returned to the hospital. Comrade Qin, I must tell you seriously that the ward needs to stay quiet and no more than a few visitors at a time. Not just anyone, my wife, my mother, and my daughter. That's not allowed either. You need to rest. I'm not criticizing your family members, but your beard is so long. Doesn't she know to trim it? It's too careless. Don't you think you're being too strict? Yi Xiaohui paused outside the door. Through the glass of the ward, she saw a female nurse sitting by the bed, criticizing Qin Shi. The nurse's scope of management was really broad. Yi Xiaohui pushed the door open and entered. Qin Shi clearly relaxed a bit. You're back? Yes. Grandma Yang took me to the market. I bought some vegetables and a chicken. They're all cooked now, so you can have a good rest. Yi Xiaohui pretended to just notice his stubble. It's only been a few days, and your beard has grown so long. Yi Xiaohui picked up the basin under the bed, ready to fetch water. She glanced at the nurse still standing in front of her and softly asked, Nurse, is there anything else I need to know? I've done it all. But I want to defend myself a little. I just arrived today, so I need some time to be serious. The nurse's face changed slightly upon hearing this, her gaze shifting between Qin Shi and Yi Xiaohui, finally settling on Yi Xiaohui's gentle yet undeniable face. Comrade, I'm just concerned about the patient's recovery and reminding the family to pay attention to details. The nurse's words sounded stiff. Whether she felt guilty or not, only she knew. Yi Xiaohui smiled slightly, her expression warm but appropriate. Nurse, we appreciate your concern. But as his wife, I care about his health more than anyone else. As for the beard, I just arrived and couldn't pay attention to everything. It was my oversight. I will take good care of him. So please rest assured. We will strictly follow hospital rules and not disturb his rest. She gently patted Qin Shi's hand, and their eyes met so intensely it seemed like they were silently telling the nurse that their relationship was unbreakable. Some people are simply unnecessary. The nurse tactfully left. It's not that Yi Xiaohui is being overly sentimental. The nurse indeed has her own thoughts. After such a serious injury, and struggling on the brink of life and death a few days ago, with no family outside the operating room and ward, she thought that was enough explanation. What she didn't know was that the military leaders kept this matter secret until Qin Shi was out of danger, then informed his family. The nurse is older now, not quite young but not old either, and her age seems to drag her down. She looks decent, has a good position, and perhaps no wife. Or if she does, their relationship is poor. This made her develop some small feelings. Yi Xiaohui wet her face with a towel and began to shave carefully. Don't move randomly. If you cut yourself, don't blame me. You're the one who cut me. Who else should I blame?
Ye shao hupo said.
Maybe we should ask the nurse from earlier to help you shave? Qin Shi suddenly lost hope. I'd rather grow a beard than ask her. Yi Xiaohui was joking. She wasn't that perceptive. Seeing a woman with a bit of charm, she thought she was here to steal her man. If someone can be stolen away, he was never truly yours. After shaving his beard, she also trimmed Qin Shi's nails. Xiaoyu just came back from outside. Qin Shi had sent him to buy fruit, apples, and bananas. Bring some back. Living in someone else's house, don't be too distant. Before Yi Xiaohui could act, Qin Shi took the initiative, and she was happy to accept. She guessed the chicken was almost ready, so Yi Xiaohui went home to cook. It wasn't dinner time yet, and the corridor was empty. Passing by the kitchen, she saw a woman holding a pot lid in one hand and using a spoon to scoop chicken soup with the other. It was her own chicken soup. This woman was the old aunt who kept asking questions until she got an answer. The woman was surprised, quickly withdrew her spoon, and took her bowl to a corner of the kitchen. Shouldn't you be able to find your own pot and lid with your eyes closed? How did you get it wrong? The woman said nothing, afraid of embarrassing herself if she spoke out. Yi Xiaohui took the pot away. She cooked rice, added some chicken and vegetables, and poured in chicken soup. Her chicken and vegetable porridge was ready. Quick, take it to Qin Shi, then come back for dinner. Grandma Yang, I'll just bring it from the cafeteria. No need to make it. Yang Yinghong is only one person, but her family has 4 members, which doesn't seem right. Yang Yinghong said, just come back to eat. Otherwise, when will we finish all these things I bought? I'm just an old widow who likes lively company. You don't want to, huh? Really? It's hard to find a reason for Yi Xiaohui to refuse. Yi Xiaohui fed Qin Shi most of a bowl, but Qin Shi shook his head and refused to eat more. The doctor said eat small meals often. I'll leave this here, and in an hour, Xiaoyu will bring it to you. Xiaoyu quickly promised, sister-in-law, I promise to do my best. Today was tiring from the trip, so Yi Xiaohui returned just after sunset. Yang Yinghong made chicken soup with cabbage and cooked another pot of rice. After dinner, Yi Xiaohui went to wash the dishes. There are 2 bedrooms. The master bedroom was given to Yi Xiaohui and her grandparents. Yang Yinghong voluntarily moved to the second bedroom, which only has a single bed. Yi Xiaohui didn't know what to say. Human relationships have always been the hardest to manage. Don't say anything. I'll sleep alone. The room is bigger than your beds combined. Yang Yinghong loves children very much. Half the time, she spends with Nan. Yi Xiaohui was helping Nan loosen her clothes because her padded jacket was too thick and Nan couldn't even reach her mouth. Is this a longevity lock? Yes. Yang Yinghong held it in her hand, examining it carefully. She looked at the front and back, then said, really beautiful. It looks like something from the Republic era. Who gave it to you? Grandma Qin Shi left it. I heard wearing this is good for children, so she kept wearing it. Only wealthy families have things like this. Grandma Qin Shi. It was a gift from an old friend. Qin Shi's condition was gradually improving each day, and the neighbor, Mao Pinji, was about to be discharged. The army vehicle came to pick him up and also brought a letter for Qin Shi. Who wrote this? Yi Xiaohui picked it up and looked at it, feeling nothing special inside. Your father or stepmother probably dictated it, and your sister wrote it. Let's see what it says. Yi Xiaohui didn't rush to open the letter but talked to Qin Shi about what had happened before. As soon as you left on your mission, a telegram arrived at home with just 5 words. Urgent, send money to save lives. No name, no signature, so I didn't pay attention. That family, besides the person called father and Qin Shi's blood relatives, had no other connections. Don't worry. If something serious happened, Grandfather Third would tell us. If not, it means everything's fine. Yi Xiaohui finally opened the letter. Sure enough, it was written in Qin Xiaolan's handwriting, with Zhang Yuying's tone. Why did your stepmother go to the grave of Grandma Shishan? Pretending to be filial? It definitely isn't because of that. We weren't home. So, who is she pretending for? On the way home, I fell into a water ditch and got badly hurt. I have no money for treatment. The reason I have no money is because I didn't send any money home. I stayed at home for 3 days, and then I was taken to the hospital. The wound got infected, and I have a high fever that won't go away. Wait, this process feels so familiar. It's just like how Qin Shi's life was in the previous world. In this life, Qin Shi was saved, but Zhang Yuying was unlucky. Is this just a coincidence? The doctor said the chances of saving you are slim. It's good if you can keep your life. Your father is reluctant, but he will do his best to save you, and will try to spend at least 400 yuan. Your father is quite bold. He divided the family assets into 400 and 500 yuan. Now he needs to send back 400. It's really not much to ask. The money sent back is all in Grandma's hands. You don't want to take it out yourself and only focus on us. Has your own son been dead these past few years? His own mother is dying, and he's not doing his part? Qin Shi looked grim and said nothing. Why don't you say something? If you want to pay, use your salary or borrow money. The money I have now is for raising Nanhua. The money you give should be for Nanhua's upbringing. The rest is for taking care of your father, stepmother, and younger brother. Yi Xiaohui seemed a bit stubborn and angry. Qin Shi looked at Yi Xiaohui with firm eyes and said with clear resolve, Xiaohui, your words are just angry words. I understand. From now on, I will take half of my father's retirement money. But Zhang Yuying, she has never fulfilled her duty as a mother. I was raised by Grandma, not her. I won't take a penny for her medical expenses. Qin Shi then urged Yi Xiaohui to write a letter to the family. Yi Xiaohui asked Xiaoyu to borrow paper and a pen from the nurse's station. She spread them out on the small bedside table, and the pen tip touched the paper, making a faint scratching sound. Qin Shi dictated, Xiaolan, I hope this letter finds you well. My brother was injured here and narrowly escaped death. He is now resting in the hospital. Our family has many things to deal with, and Nanhua is still young and needs care. We hope you can find time to come and help us. Looking forward to your early visit. Wishing you good health. Yi Xiaohui tried to hold back her laughter. Who is the real fool here? Xiaolan is a straightforward person. Aren't you afraid she'll really come and take things? I won't let her come. If Zhang Yuying was really badly hurt, she would stay at home to take care of him. If her injury isn't serious and she just wants money, she'll pretend to be hurt but won't let her come. Thinking about it, that makes sense. When you send the letter, send it to Grandpa San so he can deliver it. If it doesn't go through a third person, I'm worried they'll make up stories. Some words are hard to say nicely, but since they're just claiming the mother's role, it's a moral stick to hold over them. Yi Xiaohui sent the letter immediately. Qin Shi was resting with his eyes closed when he heard footsteps. He opened his eyes. You're here. Yang Yinghong sat in the chair beside him and said, Nanan has a cold stomach, and today was a bit noisy. Xiaohui is busy soothing the child, so I came instead. Yang Yinghong opened the lunchbox, which contained ribs with potatoes and 2 steamed buns. Every day gets better. You should eat more. Qin Shi was able to sit up and eat by himself now. Yang Yinghong asked casually, Qin Shi, did you grow up with your grandmother? Yes, my mother died when I was a little over 2 years old. I had a stepmother then. No one wanted to take care of me, so I stayed with my grandmother. Qin Shi didn't see the need to hide his family issues. He had a terrible father who left to find women even when his mother was alive. After she died, he married Zhang Yuying seamlessly. Your grandmother is really kind. When she gets old, you should take good care of her. My grandmother has been gone for 15 years. Yang Yinghong sighed. It's really sad when you want to care for your parents, but they're no longer here. It would have been so good if she could see you marry and have children. Qin Shi felt very uncomfortable inside. When he finally had the ability to support his grandmother, she was no longer alive. Your mother's family, your uncle and aunt, don't they take care of you? My mother was adopted by my grandmother. She has no family of her own. Because he had no maternal family support, his terrible father became even worse. Your mother is quite pitiful too. Aside from this, Yang Yinghong didn't know what else to say. She packed up her things and left, then met Yang Wolin on the way.
Aunt.
Yang Yinghong looked at her niece and asked, "Are you here to see your parents or to see me?"
Both.
"I came today to see a comrade." Yang Yinghong asked suspiciously, "You're not here to see Qin Shi, are you? And do you know Qin Shi too?" Yang Yinghong took her to a quieter place and asked seriously, "Your mom said you like a soldier. Is it Qin Shi?"
Yes.
Yang Yinghong was very angry. "Qin Shi has a wife and children. Are you really brave enough to say that? Aren't you afraid of making mistakes? Qin Shi's wife is his brother's fiancée. His brother went to college and didn't want her anymore, so they broke off the engagement. Then Yi Qiahui tried to commit suicide. Qin Shi was forced to marry her. Anyway, the two just got together, and besides having a child, their relationship is not good at all. You don't care whether their relationship is good or not. Military marriages are protected by law. Our old Yang family behaves honestly and doesn't interfere in others' marriages." Yang Roland, holding Yang Yinghong's arm, acted a bit coquettishly, "Aunt, I think my feelings for him are in the past. Today, I was just looking at a fellow soldier. Besides, Qin Shi didn't like me before, and when Yi Qiahui wasn't around, he didn't agree to me either. That's good. You, as a young woman, shouldn't get involved in other people's marriage matters.
Go now.
After visiting, come home for dinner." Yang Roland playfully said, "Of course, we're already at the door." The aunt and niece parted ways. Yang Roland went to find Qin Shi, while Yang Yinghong went home. Actually, Qin Shi really didn't want to see Yang Roland. "Isn't it better to keep some distance? Don't overthink. I'm just visiting my parents at home, and as a fellow soldier, I came to see you." Qin Shi squeezed out 2 words through his teeth. "Thank you. You should say sorry. You're the most clueless, not friendly to me. I still don't understand today where I went wrong. The more you say that, the more you're belittling Qiahui. I can only stay away from you to avoid misunderstandings. I also want to tell you that I married Yi Qiahui not because I was forced. I knew Qiahui before Qin Mu, so don't look for grievances in me or try to justify yourself. That would only comfort you." Yang Roland was very surprised. "What do you mean? Yi Qiahui is the one you want to marry, and you weren't forced. Is that what you're saying?" Qin Shi didn't say more. "Yu Guqing, I need to go to the bathroom." His obvious attempt to chase her away was clear. "Let's go." "Qin Shi, so you've long coveted your brother's fiancée. That's really shocking." Yang Roland, twisting words is a skill of yours. If you keep talking recklessly, I'll go talk to the leader. I am fighting for the country's safety. Who's stabbing me in the back? Yu Guqing also urged her. Our company commander is still recovering. Dr. Yang, please don't make things worse. It's only bad for the commander's recovery. If it reached the leaders, Yang Roland was still afraid. Qin Shi was married, and there was no proof of his coveting. He only said he knew Yi Qiahui earlier than Qin Mu. Yang Roland felt a bit humiliated and left angrily. Sometimes, she hated herself for not being able to let go. But that wasn't entirely true. What she couldn't let go of was her pride. She, a woman with a good career, had lost to a rural woman who hadn't even finished elementary school. What made Yang Roland even more upset was that Yi Qiahui and her family, 3 generations, were living openly and shamelessly in her aunt's house. Yang Yinghong quickly pulled her inside. "Come in quickly and warm up. It's been very cold these past few days." Yang Roland entered the house blankly and greeted Yi Qiahui. "Is Dr. Yang here?" Yi Qiahui offered her a seat. "This is my aunt's house," Yang Roland said reluctantly, clearly feeling uncomfortable. "Yes, Grandma Yang takes good care of us. Our family has caused her some trouble." "Not at all. These days, I haven't had to cook at all. I just eat ready-made food." Seeing her aunt and the outsider being so polite and responsive, Yang Roland felt a sharp pain in her heart. She turned and went to the second bedroom. It was even more painful there, her decorations on the bed, her summer clothes. She opened the door and asked Yang Yinghong, "Auntie, where are my clothes?" "My things on the bed?" Yang Yinghong was playing with the little girl. The girl was familiar with her and giggled happily, showing her cute little crescent-shaped eyes. "Keep your voice down. Don't scare the girl. I've folded your clothes and put them in the wardrobe." I also packed up the things on the bed. You're grown up now, you should tidy up a bit. Those are just for decoration. Yang Yinghong didn't take it seriously. I'll help you arrange them again in a couple of days. Angrily, Yang Wolin started packing her clothes, roughly stuffing each piece into her bag, as if each act was a way to vent her frustration and dissatisfaction. Her eyes wandered around the room, finally settling on the warm interaction between her aunt and Yi Qiaohui's mother and daughter, and she smiled bitterly. She was clearly Yang Yinghong's niece. "Auntie, I really don't understand how you can treat me like this," she said with a mix of grievance and confusion, her eyes turning red. Yang Yinghong heard this, gently put down the little girl in her arms, and came over to Yang Wolin, trying to comfort her. "Wolin, you've misunderstood. Qiaohui and them were invited by me. Living together has helped me a lot. I've kept your room just as it was, just trying to help you organize it better." Yang Wolin tightly zipped her bag, the harsh sound echoing. She turned around, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She didn't say anything more. She grabbed her luggage and strode toward the door, not looking back. Yang Yinghong watched her determined back, feeling a mix of emotions. She wanted to go after her and say a few words, but in the end, she hesitated. Where did she go wrong? She could only sigh helplessly and give Yi Qiaohui a look of apology. "It's all because the family spoiled her. My brother and sister-in-law are almost 50 and just adopted this child. They want everything, like stars without the moon. They're too extreme and self-centered." Yi Qiaohui knew that the room and clothes were just triggers. The real reason was that they came for her. "It's our fault. If we hadn't disturbed you, nothing would have happened. This is my home. I can decide who stays and who doesn't. It's my freedom. Besides, you aren't permanent residents. She and Qin Shi are comrades. You're narrow-minded and petty. Forget it, just go if you want. We won't mention her anymore." Manhwa's 100-day celebration was supposed to be after the New Year, but customs usually don't hold such parties in January, so they did it early. Qin Shi also took half a day off and was allowed to leave the hospital to go to the family courtyard. The 100-day celebration was simple, 4 dishes cooked, and a few people gathered to eat together. Grandma hung a copper coin charm, and Yang Yinghong gave a baby stroller, which could be used once the weather warmed up. The stroller was quite rare and expensive, no need to ask. "Grandma Yang, this is so precious, it's not expensive. Manhwa and I are destined to be connected, and so are you all. Giving a gift is what I should do. I treat Manhwa like my own grandchild. People met by chance and could do this." Yi Qiaohui was very touched. "Grandma, when spring warms up, you're welcome to visit my home," she said. Yang Yinghong was very happy. "I'll definitely come to see Manhwa. Maybe by then, Manhwa will be able to call me grandma, right?" Manhwa wore pants and tiny socks for the first time, feeling new and constantly kicking and squirming. Yang Yinghong and Lu Damei unexpectedly drank 2 glasses of wine. They lost track of their age differences, sometimes calling each other sisters, sometimes aunt and niece. As the new year approached, Qin Shi's health was good enough for discharge, and he officially left the hospital. A military vehicle came to pick them up, and Yi Qiaohui and her grandson and granddaughter went together. The trip went smoothly. Manhwa didn't fuss much. Lu Damei drew flowers on the car window and played with Manhwa all the way. Sitting for long was difficult for Qin Shi because his ribs hadn't fully healed. Yi Qiaohui asked Qin Shi to lean on her and rest, and if he was too tired, he could lie on her lap. Around 12 o'clock, they returned to the military base. Lu Damei carried Manhwa and ran home quickly, while Xiao Yu helped carry things. Yi Qiaohui supported Qin Shi and walked behind. Finally home. Yes, finally we're back. For Qin Shi, it was a rebirth. For Yi Qiaohui, it was her effort and persistence. She won her husband and a father for her daughter. At home, Lu Damei tidied up the Kong bed and started adding firewood to the stove. In the cold weather, the house felt like a freezer. Chen Xiangju heard the noise and came to help. Great misfortune brings good fortune. Your family will get better and better. Everyone can say good words, but Yi Qiahui still worries whether her sudden wish will fade away quickly. That 2nd Battalion guy also got hurt. It's strange, after he healed, he didn't get promoted but transferred out. Everyone knows this refers to Mu Pinji. After Qin Shi returned, that night, a leader came to visit. Only then did Qin Shi learn the reason behind Mu Pinji's transfer. He acted without permission and even exposed his comrades back to the enemy. His superiors also praised Qin Shi for his efforts. It's the end of the year. Lu Damei helped pack up the house, and the mother and son went back to their hometown. As the saying goes, a nest of gold or silver isn't as good as one's own doghouse. Once her mother and brother left, Yi Qiahui became very busy. There was work at the processing plant and family gossip from the Zhang and Li families, all rushing to finish before the new year. Fortunately, Nanwan was obedient. The two grandpas could lie side by side and talk for a long time. Next door, Granny Feng saw the attention shift away and shamelessly ran back from her hometown, planning to stay with her son for the rest of her life. Recently, Feng Dagong and his wife had been living peacefully. Han Jian said they were divorced, but it was just a temporary anger that kept them apart. Afterward, they didn't mention it anymore. When Granny Feng arrived, she disrupted this peace.
Han Jian hates it here deeply.
Since Grandma Feng liked this home, she should leave. Han Jiyun asked Yi Qiahui to write a divorce petition, which was basically a statement of reasons for divorce, requesting the organization's approval. Feng Dagong was overwhelmed. After a few peaceful days, chaos was about to start again. I've finally understood. If I divorce, then so be it. I'll suffer alone. There's no need for both of us to endure it. Feng Dagong visited Qin Shi and couldn't help but talk about his family. He couldn't tell others, but he and Qin Shi had been comrades for over 10 years and knew what kind of person Qin Shi was. Old Feng, you're not responsible or proactive in family matters. There's no reason to feel wronged. I stand with my sister-in-law on this. Feng Dagong was actually seeking comfort. Hearing Qin Shi say this, he was a bit shaken. How am I irresponsible or inactive? You sleep in the same bed with your sister-in-law. Do you know if she's been wronged or beaten? Shouldn't you be the clearest? Last time your mother beat her so badly that it almost caused a legal case. Did you do anything? Your mother ran away, and you never mentioned it. Now your mother is back. Knowing her nature, you accept her as if nothing happened, letting her dominate the house and cause trouble. If I were your sister-in-law, I would have left 100 times. Feng Dagong was speechless. After a while, she said, "She is my mother. What can I do? Is your mother unable to take care of herself?"
How could she hit her daughter-in-law like that?
Qin Shi stopped just in time, knowing that in the world, nothing is difficult if you have determination. Yi Qiahui also had her own reasons. She didn't want Aunt Feng to stay in the army, nor did she want her as a neighbor. Han Jian spent all her free time hiding in her room, cooking her own meals with her small stove, and not caring about others. This made Aunt Feng suffer. Before, she only managed the family, and her daughter-in-law did everything well. She just relaxed and ate. But now, she had to cook herself, wash her own dishes, do her laundry, and tidy up. If she didn't, she would go hungry. Feeling upset, she went to knock on Han Jiyun's door. Han Jiyun suddenly opened the door without even glancing at Aunt Feng. "What are you doing? Do you have a daughter-in-law like you? You don't take care of your own husband or mother-in-law, only showing off that mouth of yours. I'm not your mother-in-law. Your real daughter-in-law died long ago. If she were alive, I wouldn't be here. Why should I cook for you?" Aunt Feng was furious. "Just wait, I'll go talk to the leaders and tell them you're mistreating the elderly." "Go ahead. I've already told them about you hitting me. One person, one matter. Let's handle it together. Also, I'm divorcing your son. You're no longer my daughter-in-law."
You.
Aunt Feng pointed at Han Jiyun. "Are you possessed by a ghost? How dare you?" Aunt Feng stayed home for more than 20 days, and during that time, Han Jiyun seemed like a different person. She really couldn't get used to it. Better turn into a ghost and take your life. If I were still the same as before, I wouldn't mind dying 100 times. Now I'll tell you directly. Stop bossing me around. You have nothing to do with me. There are people who, when bullied, become weak and submissive, but when they stand up for themselves, the bullies back off. Aunt Feng complained to her son. Feng Dagong said nothing. Are you mute? I think you deserve a beating. Just hit her once, and she'll be obedient. The divorce certificate is almost ready. She's no longer a problem. Why should she serve you? Also, you've caused a bad influence in the army. The leaders talked to me about it. Aunt Feng didn't believe it. Your leaders really have too much authority. I've already applied to transfer to a remote area. If you're willing, pack your things and come with me. Only then did Aunt Feng start to believe. Of course, she was willing to follow her son, but she didn't quite understand where this remote area was. Guarding the border, not very wealthy, living in a tough area with poor conditions. Grandma Feng felt her heart grow cold. Then, why are you going? You don't have to go. Because of you. You've annoyed everyone in the family compound. I have no choice but to go. Grandma Feng hesitated and decided to stay, preferring to enjoy life with her son rather than suffer hardships. Finally, she forced a weak smile, but her eyes sparkled with scheming.
Son, I'm old now.
I can't stand the wind and rain at the border. I think I should go back to my hometown, where I know more people and feel more comfortable. She gently patted Feng Dagong's hand, as if showing warmth. Feng Dagong looked at his mother with mixed feelings, both helplessness and acceptance. Mom, it's good if you go back. But I have limited ability. I can only give you 5 yuan a month for your retirement. I can't give more. I need to live my life. When Grandma Feng heard this, her face turned dark. You get about 70 or 80 yuan a month. Can't I save some for you? When there's a good opportunity, I'll find you a wife. My salary has always been given to you. How much did you save? Just take it out. When I have a chance, I will marry. Grandma Feng couldn't save much. She had spent it all. When she was in the countryside, her life was even better than the village chief's. Then she forced a small smile, dismissing the topic. 5 yuan is 5 yuan. I don't mind. As long as I can get by. She took an old handkerchief from her pocket, carefully wrapping some crumpled bills, beginning to act pitiful. Son, remember to send the money. Mom is waiting back home. Qin Shi was already able to walk around outside. The new year had arrived. This was Yi Qiaohui's first new year in the army, and it was much livelier than in the countryside. The army organized a celebration. Military wives helped in the kitchen making dumplings for the festival. Wanwan was still young, and Yi Qiaohui didn't want to join the festivities. After making dumplings, she went back home to do her own. Qin Shi also didn't attend the celebration. After Wanwan went to sleep, the couple worked together, one rolling dough, the other wrapping dumplings, working in perfect harmony. The first and second days of the new year were children's holidays. Besides setting off firecrackers, they received small red envelopes with a few cents or a dime inside. Little by little, it added up and they could save for a while. No one expected that on the third day of the new year, an uninvited guest would arrive. Qin Mu wasn't married, so he planned to go home for the new year. Qin Xiaolan was chopping firewood in the yard. Her father was a lazy man who did nothing, and her other family member was lying on the Kong, heated bed. She had to do all the chores around the house. Seeing second brother, Qin Xiaolan's eyes turned red. Where are our parents? Father doesn't know. Mother is lying on the bed. She's become paralyzed. Qin Mu was startled. How can she be paralyzed? What happened? Why didn't you tell me? When mentioning this, Qin Xiaolan had strong feelings about second brother. Father called you, but your colleague answered. Isn't that obvious? You're just pretending not to know. When? No one told me. Qin Mu insisted that his colleague never told him. If he had known, he would have come back. His colleagues felt wronged. Qin Mu was very selfish. Good things came to him easily, and he avoided trouble. Zhang Yuying held her son, tears and runny nose, while scolding her stepfamily. Heartless people. They don't want to take care of him, and they won't even send some money. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be paralyzed. Qin Xiaolan thought it was necessary to explain for her older brother. Big brother is also hurt. Sister-in-law is still taking care of a child. She can't even look after herself. Zhang Yuying swung a feather duster at Qin Xiaolan, applying quite a bit of force. Qin Xiaolan winced in pain. What kind of nonsense did that beast feed you? Always defending him? I'm telling the truth. He's my brother, and we all have the Qin surname. Angrily, Zhang Yuying tried to hit her again. Xiaolan, go outside. Don't make mom angry. Qin Mu helped Zhang Yuying lie down. Don't be upset. Suffering is your own. Others can't see it. To her own son, Zhang Yuying had nothing to hide. She told him everything about what she did and how she fell. Did my grandmother leave anything valuable? Yes, I heard your father say so. I haven't seen it myself. The old thing, and your father said it was for the eldest grandson, but Yi Xiaohui had a money-losing child. She's not the eldest grandson. Qin Mu stayed silent, already planning something. Qin Mu spent the new year at home. On the first day of the new year, he took a train to the army. He had two goals. His mother Qin Shi had to be taken care of, either with money or effort. The other was to check if those good things were really in Qin Shi's hands. Right after the new year, everyone was free. Qin Shi and Yi Xiaohui stayed home with Nan. Nan should have a proper name now, right? Not yet. It's still early for school. I need to get up slowly and choose a nice one. We should also become more cultured. They still had a few years before that, so Yi Xiaohui didn't worry about it for now. The gatekeeper came to report. Someone was looking for Qin Shi, claiming to be his younger brother. Younger brother? He really is relentless. Qin wore a coat and a military cap, then stepped outside. Yi Xiaohui advised, don't bring anyone back. Let him stay at the guest house. Qin had no intention of bringing anyone home. They were all parasites pretending to be family. Sure enough, it was Qin Mu, wearing glasses, a black wool coat, and black shoes, looking quite presentable. Brother.
Come with me.
Qin led the way toward the guest house, and Qin Mu had no choice but to follow obediently. His older brother was tough and spoke little. He had been beaten many times as a child. At the guest house, Qin took out his work ID and booked a room. Qin Mu asked, my younger brother is here. Don't you think he deserves to stay at your place? Qin simply replied, no. Qin was too lazy to pretend otherwise. In the room, Qin sat down and got straight to the point. Tell me what you want. You're my brother, and I'm your real brother. Why act so distant? Not going to say it? Fine, then I'll leave. Qin hurriedly stopped Qin Mu. Do you know that mom is paralyzed? No. How did she get paralyzed? Honestly.
Even your mom is involved now.
Qin was truly not pretending anymore. Qin Mu explained everything from start to finish, slightly changing the story about digging in the ground during winter, replacing it with mountain work. In the end, Qin was blamed because he didn't pay, which delayed her condition. Qin shot a glance at Qin Mu. What you do? Are you good-looking? Your mom is paralyzed, and where are you? Qin Mu lied without blinking. I paid too, but it's not enough. I've been in the army since I was 17, sending over 1,000 yuan home to support you all. You've spent quite a bit too. How dare you ask me for money when something happened? If you have the ability, contribute more. I just started working, and I'm not married. Qin Mu, you're shameless. That's your mom. My mom died long ago. Qin Mu pushed his shamelessness to the limit. Stepmothers are still moms. As long as that word is there, you must fulfill your son's duty. Don't be too happy. Stepparents aren't obligated to support stepchildren, and stepchildren can refuse to support them. We can go to court. I'm not afraid of you suing. Qin Mu thought he just didn't want to make a big fuss. Clear conscience. He wouldn't be the fool for a false reputation. His surname is Qin, not Sunday brother. Are you really going to be so extreme? As the saying goes, brothers in war, fathers and sons in battle. Stop. I wouldn't dare entrust my back to you. Qin Mu's school started on the 16th of the first lunar month. He wasn't in a hurry, he'd wait and see. Qin Mu was dressed like a scholarly young man with a plain face, which easily made girls feel friendly toward him. When passing the service desk, the staff member took the initiative to talk to him. Comrade, is there anything we can help you with? Can you bring hot water? There's no hot water in my room. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Not long after Qin Mu returned to his room, the staff brought him water. Aren't you from here? Your accent doesn't sound local. I'm from Zhaoxian County, with a Zhaoxian accent. Qin Shi is my older brother. I came to see him for something. The staff was puzzled. Why don't you stay at your family's house? Qin Shi is married, and the army provided him with a house, so there's no reason not to stay there. It wouldn't be right to stay with relatives at the guest house. My sister-in-law hates my mother so much she refuses to take care of her. She's paralyzed and doesn't care. How could I stay at their house? Besides, my brother listens to her. Feel free to imagine the rest of the story. Once Qin Shi was free to move around, the family of 3 went to Liu Ying's house to visit and also paid a visit to Chu Tuan. In the study, Qin Shi was talking with Chu Tuan, while Yi Qiahui was holding Wan Wan and chatting with Chu Tuan's wife. Lin Xiuyun is a middle school teacher and an intellectual. Little sister-in-law, I heard from old Chu that you helped settle many military wives when you first arrived. Old Chu even praised you, saying heroes are not judged by their origins. Yi Qiahui didn't want to take credit, it was just a coincidence. But, little sister-in-law, I want to warn you, as a wife, we should protect Qin Shi's image and maintain good family relations. In the study, Chu Tuan was also discussing this. You've made a big contribution this time, and it's been reported. It's likely you'll be promoted. At this important moment, don't let anything happen that could damage your reputation. Qin Shi immediately thought of Qin Mu. Qin Shi told Chu Tuan everything about his family, how his irresponsible father and stepmother never raised him, how they got addicted to taking money from him, and how he didn't need to ask for money because he had savings. He told him everything. It's that younger brother of yours, spreading false rumors at the guest house. He brought it on himself, so don't blame me. I will report him for damaging the military's image and request an investigation. Qin Mu didn't get the cooperation he hoped for from Qin Shi. Instead, people from the Public Security Bureau came. Qin Mu was a bit nervous, but tried to stay calm. What law did I break? Why are you arresting me? Someone reported you. You're suspected of defaming soldiers and damaging their reputation. We're here to investigate. Qin Mu raised his voice. I didn't lie. Everything I said is true. Then come with us. The Public Security Bureau is the place to explain yourself. If only there were a way to undo mistakes, Qin Mu would like to try, but unfortunately, there isn't. After Qin Mu was taken away, this incident caused a big fuss in the residential area, with all kinds of rumors. Where there are people, there are stories. Where there are stories, there are conflicts. When Chen Xiangju came to visit, she asked if that person was really Yi Qiahui's brother-in-law. Actually, Chen Xiangju was being polite. Outside, the rumors were even more exaggerated. People said Qin Shi and his wife deliberately harmed the younger brother-in-law, but that was not the same person. He was the fiancé of someone who was stolen away. Things are really messy. Yes, he's Qin Shi's stepmother's son. Qin Shi sends money home often because he has a foolish wife, and all the savings are controlled by my grandmother. She's saved over 1,000 yuan just for her son. When Qin Shi was injured and hospitalized, we received a letter from home saying grandma had fallen and needed money to go back, and Qin Shi also needed care. I didn't have time to send money. I was saving my money but was reluctant to spend it. Then he became paralyzed, and his own son came to blame him and spread rumors at the guest house. If not him, then who? Chen Xiangju and Yi Qiahui were close, so her feelings naturally leaned toward Yi Qiahui. The rumors outside are really nasty. No one knows where they came from, saying that someone is trying to steal her brother's girl, and 2 men are fighting over 1 woman. Yi Qiahui firmly believed someone was stirring up trouble. Qin Mu was staying at the guest house. How could he have contact with so many military wives? Qin Shi reported to the military group, which then reprimanded some officials at meetings, telling them to control their women's words. When others give guns, they rush in. A bunch of foolish women, not knowing right from wrong. They were also secretly investigating where the rumors came from. Qin Mu's situation needed to be reported to the unit leaders, but he panicked immediately. He already had a criminal record. If they found out again, it would be terrible. His own brother was about to ruin him. Qin Mu directly reported his future father-in-law's name. When Su Yanni received the call, he was furious. Just focus on being a good teacher, enjoy your parents' love, and don't go bothering others for no reason. You're just looking for trouble. A rotten wood cannot be carved into a fine sculpture. Yanni, think about separating. Qin Mu is only petty and not very smart. He won't be useful in the future. Look at Uncle Lu's son. Uncle Sun's son. Aren't they better than Qin Mu? Su Yanni was upset. Dad, you don't understand the situation. You're just talking about others without knowing the facts. Uncle Lu's son. Uncle Sun's son. What do they have to do with me? Qin Mu is my fiancé, and I want to marry him. Qin Mu is a person I know well. My daughter is determined to marry him, so I need to understand him clearly. Do you know why I only allowed you to get engaged but not to marry? I didn't interfere last time. People with some status usually want to marry into a better family or match their own. Few seek out those with lower status. It's not charity. Marrying a daughter high and taking a wife low is common. Su Yanni is no exception. Su Yanni is very disappointed. Dad, do you mean you don't want to get involved? Yanni, look at the situation. Qin Mu is involved with a soldier, and he brought this on himself. You should see clearly early. There are many better than him. Don't be blinded by one thing and miss the big picture. Su's mother agrees. Yanni, listen to your dad. Qin Mu has no status or backing. He looks okay, but he's not someone you can't forget at first sight. What do you like about him? Mom, you've also changed. I tell you, besides being from the countryside, Qin Mu is good everywhere. I won't marry anyone else. I'm no longer the original version. No one else wants me. Su Yanni is so angry, he wants to slap his daughter, thinking she's disrespectful and unworthy of respect. Su's mother quickly stops him. Old Su, if you hit her, you'll regret it. Yanni isn't scheming. Qin Mu is just stirring trouble. There's nothing more to say. Do you want a son-in-law with a stain on his reputation? For Yanni, we have to support her, even if he's not perfect.
You should go and talk to him.
Meanwhile, the official who was criticized at home also criticized his wife, and eventually, all signs pointed to one person, Yang Roland. Someone went to see a doctor and got medicine, and it was gossip that she spread. This caused a big fuss. Unsurprisingly, after being publicly criticized for breaking rules, Yang Roland was transferred away, and the person spreading rumors was also disciplined. The next day, Su Yanni arrived. He urged Qin Mu to apologize to Qin Shi and Yi Qiahui to eliminate the bad influence and offered 50 yuan as compensation for emotional distress. He also imposed 6 days of administrative detention. The case was finally settled. In the eyes of outsiders, Qin Shi and Qin Mu are still brothers. There's no need to be harsh. Recently, the family compound's atmosphere has improved a lot. The gossipers and busybodies are noticeably fewer. This is how it should be. Things needed to be cleaned up long ago. The family has plenty of New Year supplies. Over the past few days, Yi Qiahui has been finding ways to boost Qin Mu's nutrition, so he can recover quickly. Qin Shi's main job is to take care of the little girl. Whenever she opens or closes her eyes, she sees her dad. The girl is very familiar with her father and will smile when called. Qin Shi is practicing strengthening her arms by lying on her stomach and trying to lift her head. Yi Qiahui is making dumplings filled with cabbage and pork, with plenty of meat. Nian looks like a little toad sitting on a pot. Teasing her daughter, Yi Qiahui is ruthless and quite harsh. Qin Shi lifts his daughter up. After holding her for a while, he feels a bit sad. I'm not a little toad, I'm Snow White. Right, Nian? Nian doesn't understand, but she knows her dad is joking. She happily gives a big smile and dances around. While playing, Nian shifts to the side, flips over her small body, and uses her hands to support herself, pretending to be a little toad. Wow, Nian is so clever. Yi Qiahui kisses Nian and says, "Why are you so amazing, Nian?" Happy from her parents' praise, Nian drools a little and feels very proud. Qin Shi worries about watching over Nian. I think you should stop working and stay at home to take care of the kids. My salary is enough to support both you and your mother. Yi Xiaohui has different thoughts. You're striving to improve yourself, and I want to do the same. Just taking care of the kids isn't enough. If I only do that, I'd be like those women gossiping on the street. I dislike those people, and I dislike becoming like that myself. But what about the kids? It's not easy to do both well. Yi Xiaohui sits in front of Qin Shi and asks, "Do you know anyone here who can help?" Qin Shi asks back, "What do you want to do?" "Don't worry, I'm not asking you to make mistakes. If you can find my brother a job, even a temporary one, he and my mom can move here. My mom can help take care of Nian, and I can keep working." Yi Xiaohui isn't just thinking for herself. Her brother is quite old for rural standards, and it's not easy for him to get married. But in the big city, having a job gives him a fresh start. He still has options. Qin Shi thinks for a moment and says, "I'll try." Every position needs a person, so it's not easy to arrange. Yi Xiaohui nods, "Just do your best. If it doesn't work out, I won't blame you." Qin Shi holds her hand and says, "If you say that, I really want to succeed. If I don't, I won't blame myself. But if I do, tell me what you want to eat, and I'll cook it for you." Qin Shi holds his daughter's small hand, leans his head against the wall, strokes his neck with one hand, unbuttons 2 buttons of his shirt. Anyway, Yi Xiaohui is a bit love-struck and thinks her man is very handsome. Even if he didn't marry her because he liked her, she's happy to hold on to the present and future. "I'm not a glutton, so don't just ask about food. I remember someone wanted to dedicate themselves." Yi Xiaohui's face turned a little red. Although she had a child and became a married woman, she only had one intimate moment with the man in front of her. Both of them had some unresolved feelings. After their wedding night, there was no further progress. Yet, they only had that one time, and she got pregnant with their daughter. The chances of that happening were quite remarkable. Nothing is more important than health. First, take good care of yourself. Yi Xiaohui turned and walked away. Qin Shi felt relieved, no denial, which was a good start. Next door, Feng Dagong's transfer order came through. They were doing a handover of work. Although the divorce certificate hadn't been issued yet, Han Jiyun had already packed his bags and was ready to go home. Yi Xiaohui and Han Jiyun weren't very close. Before leaving, he came to say goodbye. "Are you going back to your parents' house?" "Yes, I can only go back to my parents' home. They're angry, but they haven't forbidden me from entering. I can support myself. If I meet someone who doesn't mind me in a few years, I might consider remarriage. Don't underestimate yourself. There's nothing to look down on. You're very good." Yi Xiaohui disliked being belittled. Was it such a big achievement for him to want to marry her? Did she need praise? "I made a pair of shoes for our daughter. It's a small gift from me. We probably won't see each other again. I hope she'll think of me when she sees these floral shoes." The shoes had a red sole with black spots, made of small, delicate fabric, really pretty. "Thank you." "You're welcome. It's just a little gift from me." Feng Dagong's house was a bit bigger than this one. Qin Shi asked Yi Xiaohui if she wanted to move, since he had the right to make such a request. "No, this place is fine." They had lived there for over 3 months and had developed feelings. From despair to hope, everything had happened inside that house. After dinner, Yi Xiaohui finished her chores, scooped 3 large ladles of water into the pot, and set firewood to heat the calm, a traditional heated bed. She soaked her feet. The clock pointed to 9 o'clock. Yi Xiaohui dried her feet and went to sleep on the Kong. As soon as the lights went out, the man moved closer. Xiaohui used her hand to keep some distance. "Are your wounds healed? Don't move around so much." His breath was warm and ticklish on her face. "It's okay now. Don't say that so easily. I don't trust it." "Okay, sleep now." Qin Shi turned her body around. "Trying to cheat?" "I didn't." His body leaned down, just a few inches away from her. "You can still do it if you want." Yi Xiaohui wanted to cover his mouth, but Qin Shi gently took it away, and then he lowered his head. Yi Xiaohui rubbed her waist, feeling a bit uncomfortable, as if she had been tired all night and hadn't recovered. It was indeed very tiring.
Y Xiaohui blushed.
Honestly, men are really strong in this area. Who can last half the night? She was injured, and if she wasn't, would she still be alive? Qin Shi pushed the curtain open and put Nan Nan into Yi Qiao Hui's arms, whispering, I was hungry long ago. I saw you were still sleeping, so I didn't wake you. Oh, Yi Qiao Hui replied vaguely, but she didn't dare look at Qin Shi. Qin Shi stood in front of her. Yi Qiao Hui felt a little uncomfortable, so she said, You go ahead with your work. Qin Shi suddenly asked, Does it still hurt? Yi Qiao Hui's mind exploded. What kind of question was that? Could he ask such a thing? Who would ask that? Qin Shi, can you be a bit more normal? Qin Shi smiled. It's good that you're okay. Last night was a bit reckless. She was worried about hurting her wife. She was about to cancel this benefit out of anger, which would be a big mistake. After breakfast, Qin Shi planned to visit some acquaintances in the city, mainly about his brother-in-law. While preparing for the new year, he and Chen Xiangju bought a pig's head. Yi Qiao Hui marinated it, and there was plenty left, so Qin Shi took some. Qin Shi said he would go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 2 bottles of wine and 2 packs of snacks. Be careful. Don't bump into anything.
Got it.
After Qin Shi left, Yi Qiao Hui took advantage of Nan Nan not crying or making trouble to tidy up the house and wash the diapers Nan Nan had taken off. There was talking coming from the next door. The wall was low, so she could see people's heads. It seemed that after Feng Dagong left, someone moved in. She didn't know what kind of neighbor it was. Having had a neighbor like Mrs. Feng, Yi Qiao Hui really hoped for a more normal one, someone easy to get along with, not someone acting crazy all the time. Chen Xiangju came to visit and mentioned the neighbor next door. I heard old Xiao say that section chief's son's wife followed the army. She's from the city. Before, she didn't want to follow, because her work was hard to arrange. Yi Qiao Hui didn't expect to meet this family so soon. After Chen Xiangju left, Yi Qiao Hui got up to see her off. A little girl about 3 years old was peeking through the door, looking inside. Little friend, what are you doing here? Who are you looking for? Papa said your family has a little sister. I want to play with her.
Does your mom know? No.
Then you need to tell your mom. If you want to visit Annie's house to see the little sister, you can only do so after telling her. The little girl turned around and ran home, shouting, Mommy, I want to visit Annie's house to see my sister. The neighbor's lady came out, with 2 low ponytails, tall stature, and pretty features. She gave off an aloof and cool feeling, making her seem hard to approach. Yi Qiaohui said, the child wants to see her sister. I told her she must get permission from her parents first. The woman asked her daughter, do you really want to see your sister? Yes, the little girl nodded firmly. Go ahead, but don't be naughty. Having received permission, Yi Qiaohui squatted down gently, softly touched the girl's fluffy hair, her eyes full of warmth and a smile, and reached out her hand. Let's go. Annie will take you there. The girl blinked her big eyes, curious and shy, and reached her hand into the larger one. Come, Annie will take you inside, but you have to promise to be gentle. Your little sister is still sleeping, Yi Qiaohui whispered softly. The girl nodded eagerly, her face full of excitement and anticipation. Yi Qiaohui gently pushed open the door, turned sideways to let the girl go in first. She carried her daughter to the edge of the kong, a traditional bed. The girl tiptoed over to the bed, wide-eyed, looking at her sister with curiosity. Wow, your sister is so small, just a little. She'll grow up and be as tall as you. The girl didn't make a fuss. She watched her sister sleep, lying beside her. When her sister woke up, she held her hand and played. What's your name? Auntie, I'm called Jiyuan. The pretty neighbor, Jiyuan's mother, came over after a while. Jiyuan, aren't you done playing yet? Jiyuan ran over and snuggled with her mom. Just a little longer, my sister is so cute. Yi Qiaohui moved a chair so Jiyuan's mom could sit down. Jiyuan's mom was named Su Yanni, and she worked at a newspaper. Jiyuan has been with me since she was little. She has no playmates, so she's especially close to other children. Same with Nuan Nuan. When she sees older brothers and sisters, she just stares happily. Feel free to bring Jiyuan to play.
Sure.
The 2 women didn't seem very friendly at first. Soon, Su Yanni took Jiyuan and left. Qin Shi came back in the afternoon, first drinking half a bowl of cold water. There's hot water, but I prefer cold. No worries about hurting myself. It's not that serious. When I was on a mission, I drank all kinds of things. Lunch was still in the pot. Qiaohui added some fire to reheat it, urging Qin Shi to eat something to fill his stomach. It was still early for dinner. I have eaten at Li Peiji's house, but I couldn't get used to his wife's cooking. It was too salty, and I didn't get full. Good thing I saved you some food. At this moment, Yi Qiaohui no longer seemed awkward like in the morning. People do need time to get used to things. During the meal, Qin Shi sat nearby and couldn't help but ask, "How is it? Is there hope?" Qin Shi took out an acceptance letter from his pocket, which was for a job at a flour factory. It's just a temporary position. To become a full-time worker depends on performance and opportunity. Coming out of the mountains, Yi Qiaohui was already very satisfied. People shouldn't be too greedy. That's already very good. Thank you, Qin Shi. Qin Shi had never seen Yi Qiaohui so polite before and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you thanking me?" Qiaohui grabbed his short hair and whispered, "You rascal." In the afternoon, Qin Shi called He Chao and asked him to visit his mother-in-law's house to pass on the work information. "Our mom takes care of Manhwa, and we also pay her salary every month. It's hard for the elderly to raise children, and they are not obliged to help us with childcare." Qin Shi's values are correct. "How much is the salary?" "I'll give all the salary to you. You decide how much to pay me." "I don't care."
Okay.
Yi Qiaohui's personal bank account already had over 1,000, almost 2,000 yuan. Qin Shi, our new neighbors moved in next door. They say it's director's son? His partner is really impressive, working at a newspaper, wielding a pen. Yi Qiaohui still wore the label of someone who didn't finish elementary school, but she admired educated people very much. "You're also very capable. No need to envy others." Yi Qiaohui didn't believe it. "What am I capable of? Getting pregnant with Manhwa in just one night, starting a processing shop when you just arrived, and even becoming a women's federation officer. Isn't that impressive?" Yi Qiaohui punched Qin Shi lightly on the back, thinking about his injury. She opened her fist and quickly helped him massage it. "It's okay. That little strength of mine is stronger than that itch." Yi Qiaohui felt she was once again being looked down upon. As long as a couple breaks through that barrier, their relationship becomes more natural. Qin Shi wasn't a womanizer, and he was enough to handle for Yi Qiaohui. After another passionate night, sweaty Yi Qiaohui and Qin Shi agreed on 3 rules, a maximum of 4 times a week, and if it exceeded that, she would stop. Qin Shi held Yi Qiaohui in his arms and chuckled softly. "I'm the one putting in effort. I don't feel tired." If it weren't for Qin Shi's injury, Yi Qiaohui would have cursed him to recover quickly and train hard to vent her frustration. But it was impossible. Qin Shi would need at least 3 months to recover. Lu Damei and Yi Hongcheng arrived on the 3rd day after receiving the call. Their family was poor and couldn't bear to part with them. The mother and daughter packed many belongings, taking everything they could carry. The son-in-law found a job for his son, which made Lu Damei very happy. The only thing she couldn't let go of was her son's marriage. Having a job meant there was hope for his future wife. Qin Shi took Yi Hongcheng to register at his workplace. Since it was far from the military, living there was inconvenient, so Qin Shi helped apply for a dormitory. Because his mother was still at home, he applied for a single room. At first, it might be a bit hard and tiring, but you'll get used to it. After a year or so, people will remember you. I'll ask around to see if you can become a permanent employee. Yi Hongcheng was not a delicate person. Is it more tiring than working in the fields? Don't worry, I'm not young anymore. I've been through tough times, and I've never complained about being tired. After leaving the flour factory, Qin Shi went to the supply and marketing cooperative. His wife asked him to buy 3 feet of floral fabric for their daughter to sew 2 aprons. In 5 or 6 months, she would need to add complementary foods. Washing aprons was easier than washing clothes. Seeing a handsome wool coat at the women's clothing section, Qin Shi was tempted. His wife would look even better in it. The female clerk blushed shyly. Anyone would feel moved being stared at by such a handsome soldier. She thought Qin Shi was interested in her, believing her handsome prince had arrived, but Qin Shi's words quickly brought her back to reality. Comrade, where did you buy this coat? The clerk was happy and spoke cheerfully. It's nice, isn't it? Everyone says it looks good. You can see it's right here. My wife would look even better in it. The clerk's smile suddenly froze, and a hint of disappointment and awkwardness flickered in her eyes. She forced a smile and gently brushed her fingers over the soft fabric of the coat, feeling a bit wistful and unwilling. You really have good taste. The style and color of this coat are quite particular.
Does it suit your wife?
If it does, it would definitely add some gentle charm. Qin Shi didn't notice the subtle change in her expression. He was focused on examining the coat, imagining how Yi Qiahui would look wearing it. A smile unconsciously appeared on his face. How much is it? I'll buy it. If my wife doesn't look good in it, then there's no other suitable one. You look better in it than she would. His straightforward words hit the clerk hard. She quickly announced the price, packed the coat, and handed it to Qin Shi to pay at the counter. The clerk's eyes, already disappointed, drifted elsewhere, unwilling to stay any longer. Qin Shi took the package without noticing the subtle change in atmosphere and turned to leave. Behind him, the female shop assistant looked at his back, feeling both envy and frustration. She was quite attractive, but was there someone prettier? Oh well, bragging doesn't cost anything. Qin Shi bought some brown sugar and malt extract, enough to make a drink for anyone hungry. After shopping, he went to the meat shop, bought 2 jin of pork belly and 3 bones. He also bought 2 jin of apples and 1 jin of oranges. Yi Qiahui didn't actually ask him to buy so much. Her plan was just to get some cloth and bones. She quickly took the items and complained, "Aren't you tired? You're injured, but you're not careful. Don't say I'm useless. I bought you a wool coat. Try it on and see if it fits. Waste of money. I don't go out, who would I wear it for? Wear it for me. Who says men have low emotional intelligence?" She also loved hearing cheesy romantic lines. Yi Qiahui tried on the coat. It fit well, and the color was nice, like a new bride. Maybe a different color would look better? Looks good. I told you, no one looks better than you in that. There was more to the story. Yi Qiahui asked, "Who did you tell that to?" The shop assistant. She also said it might not suit you, that it's picky about body shape. Was she wrong? She's never seen you, so she's just making assumptions. Isn't that enough? You probably said something, right? I told her my wife would look better than you in it. Ahem. Yi Qiahui silently apologized to the shop assistant. Lu Damei also said she looked good. Clothes are good, but beauty depends on the person. Maybe a different color would look better.
Red is fine.
Why wear something old-fashioned at a young age? Lu Damei's taste matched the era. Qin Shi also talked about his brother-in-law's living situation, living alone, not wanting to eat at the canteen, so he cooks for himself. Lu Damei arranged to bring over things from her hometown. No matter how good this place is, it's not her home. Her son's house is her home. During festivals, she plans to go and visit her son. Still saying you don't favor boys over girls. I admit I favor boys now. What's wrong? Did I not take care of you when you were little, or didn't I show you the kids? Qin Shi interrupted, Mom. Qiahui doesn't mean that. She just hopes you'll treat this place like home too. I know she means well, but I believe that my son's family is my own family. You young people might not understand, but the older generation thinks this way. Anyway, you should start thinking about having a second child soon. Qiahui was startled. Mom, Nan is still so young. You really dare to say that? Lu Damei retorted. Isn't that how it is? If you get pregnant, you should have the baby. The pregnancy is yours, and no one can control that. This statement was honest, but it could also be very frustrating. Yi Qiahui isn't against having more children. She had a lonely life in her past, with no children around her. She doesn't want to live days of waiting and no hope anymore. If possible, she would like to have 3 children, preferably both a son and a daughter. But having more children can't happen right now. Nan is less than 4 months old, and if she has 2 children close in age, Nan will be neglected.
Y Qiahui fil reluctant.
But given her husband's ability, if she doesn't interfere, it might be possible. So, she has to find her own way. Once again, Yi Xiaohui went alone to the city for some business, and she visited the hospital. Ding Xianghong is a good leader, genuinely caring for her staff. Xiaohui, are you feeling unwell? Yi Xiaohui used Nan as an excuse. No, I just want to ask about Nan. I don't understand some things about my first child. Then we can go together. No, Director Ding, I can't bother you. My family has things to take care of. Ding Xianghong enjoys being praised, and her words made her feel very important as a leader. It seems she can't do without her. Then I'll go first. Drive safely, Director Ding. As she turned around, Qiao Hui gently patted her chest, thinking that if Ding Xianghong insisted on accompanying her, she would have to make up lies. After registering and getting her appointment, she went to the obstetrics and gynecology department. Just outside the door, she heard people talking. Doctor, I want to get some contraceptive medication. Are you not planning to have children for now? I recommend the intrauterine device. It's easy to insert and remove, very effective and cost-efficient. I've already had 2 ectopic pregnancies and don't want to go through that again. My husband agrees. For long-term contraception, the intrauterine device is the safest and most economical. At this moment, there was no appointment number called yet. Since they were all women, Yi Xiaohui pushed the door open and went inside.
Qiaoyu?
Su Yanni, what a coincidence. Su Yanni was confident and pointed at the doctor's hand, which held a. I want to get some of these. Women need to take care of themselves, you know. Same here. Yi Xiaohui explained her situation. Her daughter is only 3 or 4 months old, and she doesn't want to get pregnant again now. She said she would wait for a year or 2 before trying again. The doctor recommended an intrauterine device, IUD. However, Yi Xiaohui was worried about its side effects and didn't want to be a test subject, so she refused. Condoms are available for free, but any extras cost money. 1 pack contains 2 condoms, and Yi Xiaohui took 40 packs at once. Compared to her, Su Yanni bought only 25 packs. After leaving the hospital, Su Yanni smiled and touched Yi Xiaohui, asking, how long will this last? Is Captain Qin really that strong? Since they are both women, Yi Xiaohui didn't feel embarrassed. She said, we're about the same, no need to compare. We've been married for a year and 1 month, and only 4 months since joining the army. We're practically newlyweds. Our home is 3 years old, and you and Captain Sun are doing quite well too. She suddenly got sidetracked. Anyway, I need to go to the post office to send some articles. Do you want to come along? Since it was on the way, Yi Xiaohui went with her. A thick stack of manuscripts was packed and sent out. You're really impressive, Yi Xiaohui said sincerely. What's so impressive? It's just a job, Su Yanni replied. Making money with your brain isn't impressive? Without inspiration, you'll see. Your hair will turn white from stress. There's nothing to envy. Yi Xiaohui wasn't naive. She understood. Sister-in-law, about me going to the hospital and not wanting to have children, just keep it to yourself. Don't tell outsiders. I can only promise not to say anything. If anyone else finds out you don't want children, I won't know. Yi Xiaohui couldn't guarantee that. Forget it. If you know, you know. It's not a big secret. Su Yanni had been married for 7 years. She had an ectopic pregnancy before her family was established, and another after. Her health wouldn't recover quickly. What worried her more was whether her next pregnancy would be healthy. Neither Su Yanni nor Captain Sun dared to take that risk. So, they decided not to have children. But her mother-in-law didn't think the same. She still wanted a grandson. It wasn't her son's problem. Why shouldn't she have a child? If a woman can't have children, why did her son marry her? Su Yanni didn't want to follow the army. Conditions here couldn't compare to the city. She was annoyed with her mother-in-law and only took the child with her to avoid conflict. She kept her distance from her mother-in-law to avoid trouble. This was Qin's first time seeing this thing. She looked at it repeatedly, but couldn't understand what it was. Balloon? Try blowing it up and see. In this part, the overly simple-minded Lieutenant Qin was really boastful when teasing his wife, but the more he talked, the more strange it seemed.
What is this all about?
Qin looked at Yi Qiaohui and suddenly grabbed her, asking coldly, "Explain clearly. What is this? What's the purpose?" Yi Qiaohui struggled but didn't dare make too much noise, or she might be falsely accused again, thinking they were always watching. I said Nan is still young. I don't want her to get pregnant now. I can't stop you from touching me, so I have to find my own way.
This thing is called a.
It doesn't affect anything. If used, she won't get pregnant. There's a manual on how to use it. Just read it yourself." Qin seriously read the instructions. After reading, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Got it. Shall we try?" Qin's experience was not good. "It feels like you're far away from me." Yi Qiaohui quickly covered his mouth. "Stop talking. Do you still want to be shameless? How does that relate to my face? I'm just telling the truth. Do you want Nan to be an older sister before she's 2? Do you want her to be ignored at such a young age? Can you take care of both children? Or," Yi Qiaohui glanced at Qin, "can you control yourself for 2 years?" Not to mention Qin, any man would find it impossible. It's easier to go from simple to luxurious than from luxurious to simple. All right, just get used to it slowly. The man changed his tone. During a winter holiday, the children didn't go to school, and both the older and younger played together, causing quite a few problems. For example, throwing stones on the roof and into the yard, breaking tiles and glass, and sometimes hitting people. There were tears, scolding, and even kids pulling ears to complain to Yi Qiaohui. At such an annoying age, Yi Qiaohui was also tired, trying to reason but to no avail. Qin looked at Yi Qiaohui and pointed to himself with his thumb. "Ask me if you want. Your man will definitely help you unconditionally. But don't say unconditional. She had been threatened several times. I don't ask for anything. If you want to laugh at me, go ahead. I won't stop you." That kind of talk really cuts deep. Listen, I'll tell you, setting a good example is powerful. Do you mean to set an example first? Where can I find such an example? By inspiring your eyes that see beauty.
Get lost.
Qin was right. These kids are really annoying, but they are also truly adorable when they are cute. There was a military wife who was not in good health and developed asthma. When she went to pick cabbages in the garden, she would rest after a while, her face turning blue and purple. A few elementary school students saw what was happening and willingly helped by pulling, pushing, and carrying things back home. The military spouse was so touched that she praised the 3 children to everyone she met. Isn't that a good example? Yi Qiaohui and Ding Xianghong reported the situation, and Su Yanni wrote a radio script with a bit of emotional appeal. That evening, it was broadcast in every household through loudspeakers. It was played repeatedly. The Women's Federation also gave prizes to the 3 children. Each received a notebook, and each received a pencil. These prizes had special meaning. The publicity worked well. Since then, the children became more sensible. Those who were praised worked even harder, and those who weren't praised also wanted to be on the loudspeaker once. Everyone was competing and encouraging each other, creating a lively atmosphere. Now, hardly anyone complains about the children anymore. After the 15th day, the processing plant also started working again. Yi Qiaohui went to handle the handover, checked the inventory, and told a few workers to quickly move their things to their workstations. Someone chuckled softly. Yi Qiaohui looked up at that person, who pointed at the person squatting in front of her moving things, and smiled again. At this time, women's pants had a different opening than men's pants. The opening was on one side, and when squatting it would reveal the inside lining or thermal underwear. If the color was different, it wouldn't be a problem, but bright red, green, or purple would be very noticeable. The person who was laughed at was wearing bright red thermal underwear and had just managed to escape from the opening. Yi Qiaohui didn't laugh. She believed that, as women, everyone had experienced such awkward moments at some point. She decided it needed to be changed. By the late 1980s and early 1990s it was indeed changed, but Yi Qiaohui wanted to change it now. She secretly shared her idea with Mizisi. As a young woman, Mizisi also felt this embarrassment. She didn't dare to squat, nor wear brightly colored underwear, and she had to match the color inside and out. How should it be changed? Open at the front. Mizisi's face turned bright red, and she shook her head quickly. No, no, we're women. How can we be the same as men? People will laugh at us to death. I'd rather wear it like this. Those who don't change the front opening are fine, but change it to this. Yi Qiahui rolled up her shirt to reveal her waist. Switch to this style. It's elastic, easy to put on and take off. Musisi accepted this style because the elastic band had a waist-cinching function and didn't look bulky. Director Liang almost misunderstood. Can I pass your idea to the factory director? Sister, this counts as an improvement. If they adopt it, there might be a reward. I don't care about rewards or not. I just don't want my sisters to feel embarrassed. With Musisi's introduction, Yi Qiahui smoothly met factory director Wang. To hold the position of factory director, one must have a broader view than most people. Those with narrower vision have already fallen or been transferred away. Yi Qiahui explained the reasons and methods clearly. If someone needs it, it's reasonable. The factory director thought it was worth trying and arranged for Yi Qiahui to go to the cutting workshop to give direct guidance. She cut 2 pairs of pants herself. After completing the edge locking, ironing, and sewing process, an experienced worker finished everything in just over an hour. The female workers measured and compared, and 2 of them even took the initiative to buy these 2 pairs of pants. Since the response was good, factory director Wang immediately urged Director Liang to start production. In the cutting workshop, Yi Qiahui stood beside the director, both focusing on the 2 newly cut fabric pieces. They were arranged in an unprecedented way. Side slits replaced with elastic bands, and a small front opening design was added. This kept the elegance of women while solving the awkwardness of squatting. Director Wang gave the order. Spring clothing production should be accelerated, with women's pants prioritized. A batch should be made first for market testing. If the response is good, mass production will follow. Director Wang felt a bit excited. He sensed that this could start a new trend, like the fabric called Dingqiuyang. He waved his hand and promised to reward Yi Qiahui, with the amount depending on the profits. Yi Qiahui was very satisfied. Since she was in the city, Yi Qiahui decided to visit her brother. Yi Hongcheng had never been back home. His mother had mentioned it several times. Sunlight slanted across the open ground of the flour mill. Dust danced in the beams of light. Yi Qiahui walked past heaps of wheat bags and finally saw her brother, Yi Hongcheng. He was bending over, sweat sliding down his forehead and dripping onto his dusty shirt. He held a burlap sack tightly, throwing wheat into the conveyor belt with effort. The team leader stood nearby, hands on hips, frowning, constantly urging him in a sharp, harsh voice. Speed up, Yi Hongcheng. Are you not eating or what? You're not working for free. No one will keep you if you slack off. Yi Hongcheng silently quickened his movements without a word of complaint. At this moment, a worker nearby couldn't stand it anymore. She vigorously clapped the flour off her hands, strode over to the team leader and spoke clearly. Team leader, you should have some conscience. Since Yi Hongcheng came, our work has become much easier. Don't you realize that? Don't just rush him. Don't burn bridges. You should also see how hard it is for him. If there's an award for being outstanding, I'd be the first to give it to him. After speaking, she glared at the team leader, then turned back to her work with a head-down attitude, her eyes full of sympathy for Yi Hongcheng. This scene warmed Yi Qiahui's heart. Yao Sume, I am in charge here. If you don't want to do it, just say so early. It turned out it wasn't him, but her. Yao Sume wasn't scared by the team leader. I'm not recruited by you. What I say doesn't count. The factory director said I can leave when he tells me to. Yi Qiahui didn't want her brother to feel so oppressed. She had to scold the team leader properly and then take her brother away. Where there's no respect, there's no peace. Comrade, wait a moment. A man in his 30s called out to Yi Qiahui. I'm the factory director. I'll handle this. Yi Qiahui didn't recognize him either. She thought she could wait until he finished handling things before losing her temper. The team leader's attitude changed quickly. He stopped pinching his waist, lowered his voice, and walked over with a drooping look and lowered eyes. Director Zhang, the progress is quite smooth. I've been urging them. Director Zhang, however, waved at Yi Hongcheng. Come here, come here. Yi Hongcheng wiped his face with his sleeve and hurried over. Director Zhang then pointed at the team leader. You go, handle the conveyor. The team leader was confused. Director, what do you mean? It's simple. Yi Hongcheng is working too slowly. Just show him how to do it, learn from him. There was nothing wrong with this. It was the power of being a role model. The team leader reluctantly stepped up. He had never done such rough work before. The previous team leader had been transferred away, and his brother-in-law had arranged for him to take the position. He couldn't even reach 70 or 80% of Yi Hongcheng's speed, let alone half. He was exhausted like a grandpa. The director didn't call a stop, so he dared not stop, no matter how embarrassing. Finally, Director Zhang called a halt. The team leader's tongue was about to hang out, and if he didn't stop now, he might collapse. Come here. The team leader trembled, losing all his previous bravado. From now on, I am reassigning roles. Yao Sumei as team leader, Yi Hongcheng to take over Yao Sumei's work, and Wang Tixi to replace Yi Hongcheng. Wang Tixi's legs went weak. Director Zhang, I don't feel well. Can I take half a day off? Then start tomorrow. Yao Sumei and Yi Hongcheng, is there any problem?
Yao Sumei answered loudly, No.
Yi Hongcheng's voice was much softer. No problem. The team leader's face turned pale and then green, like a painter's palette. In the end, he could only slink away with his tail between his legs, looking particularly lonely and embarrassed. Yi Hongcheng looked at his sister, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He whispered to her, Don't worry, I'm fine. You go back first. Don't make Mom worried. I'll slowly get used to this place. After speaking, he turned and left. His steps were not light, but much steadier. Director Zhang learned that Yi Qiaohui and Yi Hongcheng were siblings and apologized to Yi Qiaohui, saying, Comrade Yi, I am really sorry. I didn't expect such things to happen. As the factory director, I have a responsibility. My management oversight caused you and your brother to suffer unfair treatment. Please rest assured, from now on, I will listen and observe more to ensure every worker can work in a fair and just environment. Director Zhang's sincere apology made most of Yi Qiaohui's anger disappear instantly. That person is too mean. My brother worked very hard, even sweating in the cold winter. Can't that prove his effort? If Director Zhang doesn't come, I plan to take my brother home. We haven't cheated or cut corners at work. Every penny we earn is honest. Do you think bullying us makes you look noble? Getting angry, Yi Qiaohui even saw Director Zhang as an opponent. He is the head of the factory. Wasn't that trash appointed by him? That trash really wasn't appointed by Director Zhang. Director Zhang was recently transferred here, and that team leader was the younger brother-in-law of the old factory director, who got promoted because of family connections. They say a new emperor brings new officials. When Director Zhang was transferred here, he wanted to support his own people. If the old director's people all stayed, his position as director would be undermined. So, Director Zhang wasn't that noble either. Everyone had their own goals. The people he promoted again were basically his own. Yi Qiaohui waited until her brother finished work, then they went back to the dormitory together. You're so frustrated. Why didn't you tell Qin Shi instead of hiding it from me? The brother and sister grew up together. Yi Hongcheng truly protected his sister. Aside from their poor family, Qiaohui hadn't suffered much unfair treatment. All her grievances were at Qin's family. She was betrayed and hurt for many years in her previous life. Her brother was upset, but she didn't know. She couldn't share his feelings, which made Yi Qiaohui feel very sad. Yi Hongcheng comforted Yi Qiaohui instead, saying, The team leader isn't there every day. He just hides away and drinks tea so I can relax. But you do the hardest and most tiring work. Qin Shi too. He used connections to get you this job? Yi Hongcheng turned around seriously and said, Don't be unreasonable. Even the street office has many unemployed young people without jobs, yet they arranged this for me. Do you know how hard that is? If you go back and complain to my brother-in-law, it would be really disappointing. I think it's good. I work hard in the fields all day, but I earn less than what I make in half a day. I am content. Yi Zhihui knew that finding Qin Shi was not the right choice. She just cared about her brother. Sigh. Why hasn't there been reform and opening up yet? With her brother's quick hands and feet, doing some small business would be better than now. Just go back, honestly. Nan is still waiting at home for you.
Don't tell the family.
Tomorrow I will change jobs, and it will be easier. Yi Hongcheng insisted, not letting her speak. That night, alone with Qin Shi, he couldn't help but tell him, I'll go see tomorrow, or maybe find my old comrade to see if I can change jobs.
It's my fault. I should have gone a few more times.
Wait a few days. The factory director already fired that person, and my brother has also changed his work, no longer on the conveyor belt. Oh, then I'll go another day. Yi Xiaohui snuggled closer to the man, leaning on his strong right arm, finding a more comfortable position. Now, these actions are all instinctive, and she no longer hesitates. I was still blaming you. You should blame me. I didn't think things through. You could tell Qin Shi was in a bad mood. Yi Xiaohui gently scratched his palm, and he quickly caught her.
How old are you?
Anyway, not as old as you. I was just angry at you back then. I don't blame you now. My brother said that unemployed young people in the city haven't been arranged for, but he was.
He's content.
He even argued with me, saying I don't know how to be grateful, which made you feel cold-hearted. Qin Shi's head rested on his wife's head, soft and gentle. Even her hair was soft. My older brother is overreacting a bit. Xiaohui changed her position, facing Qin Shi, and hugged him voluntarily.
I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have blamed you. Qin Shi smiled, lifted his hips, and kissed her. Nanan hasn't been a heavy sleeper lately. She wakes up first every day. Qin Shi, half asleep, quickly took Nan away. Lu Damei was cooking in the kitchen. Mom, good morning. Lu Damei whispered, Is Xiaohui still not awake? She's quite tired every day. Nan woke up twice at night. Let her sleep more since she stayed up late. Lu Damei is quite satisfied with this son-in-law. He is capable, cares for the family, and loves his wife and children. It's hard to find someone like him even with a lantern. The only thing she's unhappy about is that his work is dangerous, which is frightening. Qin Shi, now you can also command yourself. Nan listens to you too. I want to stay at your brother's place for a few days. I haven't been back for over half a month of work, and he hasn't come home once. Qin Shi said, Send a message to my brother so he can come back for a visit when he has time. No, I can't go back because I have nowhere to stay. I will go myself. I will return in a few days, because I want to see my daughter. After Yi Xiaohui woke up, Qin Shi told her Lu Damei's decision. My mom cares about my brother, so let her go. I won't go to the factory these days. I will stay home and look after my daughter. After breakfast, Qin Shi took his mother-in-law to the flour mill. Yi Xiaohui knew about her brother's situation. As a grown man, he didn't care much about clothes or food, and his room was very empty. Yi Xiaohui brought her mother some steamed buns and pickled vegetables, along with Qin Shi's old clothes. She also asked Qin Shi to buy some meat when he went to the city. Qin Shi agreed to everything. Once they left, Yi Xiaohui felt lonely. Only she and her daughter were at home. The baby stroller given by Yang Yinghong was now useful. She put a small blanket inside and let her daughter lie down, then pushed her around the room. Su Yanni came to visit with Zheyuan. Didn't you finish your writing? Su Yanni sighed. When I have no inspiration, what I write is terrible. I need to find some ideas. Yi Xiaohui smiled and asked, Do I look like I have inspiration? Quite a bit. Yi Xiaohui boiled some hot water to make tea. It wasn't that she liked tea. The water here always had a muddy taste, so she added something to make it drinkable. Zheyuan pushed the stroller and played with her daughter. Su Yanni warned, Zheyuan, be careful not to bump into anything. My sister is still small. If she gets hurt, she will cry. Mom, I see, Zheyuan said. Yi Xiaohui brought a cup of tea to Su Yanni. It's not good tea, just some picked from the mountains. I don't know if you're used to it. Su Yanni took a small sip. Since it's from the mountain, I have to try it. Not bad, smooth taste, with a sweet aftertaste and saliva-inducing. If you like it, drink more. Su Yanni looked around the room and asked, Where's Auntie? I didn't see her. Thinking about my brother, she went to see him. Qin Shi took her.
No wonder.
It's natural to care about family. Since I came here, my mom has called Sun Xiangyang at least 5 times, just asking how I am, how my health is. Yi Qiahui felt deeply. Children traveling far away, mother's worry. Su Yan was a bit self-deprecating. My mother-in-law would be different. It's like I've married into a wealthy family. I feel like I've delayed her son. If Sun Xiangyang hadn't been so kind to me, I'd want to live here with Zhang Yuying and my mother. It wouldn't be worse than now. The problem is, Su Yan didn't think she was marrying up. Sun Xiangyang was from the city army, and his father was a small factory official. They couldn't compare to Su Yan's parents. Su's father is a leader in the housing and construction department, and Su's mother is a university teacher, who is actually trying to climb higher. These words are just meant to complain about Yi Qiahui. Su Yan wouldn't dare say such things to others, for fear that her husband might find out, and it would affect their marriage. She feels wronged for herself. You are the biological mother-in-law, but my stepmother-in-law is even worse. She wants to send Nan away, but I was the one who took her by force. Really? The stepmother-in-law is so arrogant? Who gave her the courage? It's me. I am dutiful, and let her play tricks on me. My father-in-law is influenced by women, and behind his back, women are supporting him. I say Qin Shi is unlucky, and his stepmother and her own daughter-in-law have caused him a lot of trouble. Su Yan asks with a smile, "Are you criticizing yourself? But it's good that you've realized. In the future, stay away from her. People and trees can die if they stay in the wrong place." The situation with the stepmother-in-law that both women talk about is not good. She eats, drinks, and sleeps on the kong, a traditional bed, and the smell is very bad. Qin Yuanshan's true nature as a scoundrel is now showing. Besides eating, he hardly ever comes home. Qin Xiaolan helps Zhang Yuying with cleaning and caring for the children, but he never helps. How Qin Yuanshan treated his ex-wife before, now he treats Zhang Yuying the same way. What can we say? Is he a deeply loving scoundrel? That's a joke, right? Qin Xiaolan has opinions about her father. Her mother has suffered so much, and he doesn't seem to care at all. Qin Yuanshan asks Qin Xiaolan for the key to the eldest son's house. "Dad, what do you want the key for?" "I'm going to live there." "You should see for yourself. Can anyone still live at home?" Qin Xiaolan feels disappointed for her mother. This is the man she married even if it meant fighting with her family, a second marriage, married as a young woman. Yi Qiahui, you can't find the word innocent in your mother. Have you finished tidying up? Does it still smell? No matter what my mother says, she has been with you for over 20 years, bore you 2 children, and taken care of you all these years. She may not have gonglao merit, but she has kulao, hard work. Qin Yuanshan looks impatient. "Stop talking nonsense. Give me the key." "No, I won't. My eldest brother said I can stay if I have difficulties. Others can't." Qin Yuanshan's face turns cold. "I am his father. I only listen to my brother. If he says no, then no." Qin Yuanshan angrily looks around but can't find the key, then prepares to pry the door open. Qin Xiaolan quickly calls her third grandfather, and Qin Yuanshan finally gives up. "Brat, if you dare to pry the door, I will report you. There's no scoundrel like you in the Qin family. Are you trying to block all your escape routes and wait for death?" Qin Yuanshan still speaks confidently. "I just want to stay. The house is full of filth and stench. How can anyone live there? Is Xiaolan not a person? Why can't you live here if she can? Don't forget, that woman is the one you stubbornly wanted to marry. Your mother almost made you furious to death. You've already crossed the line once, and you still want to do it again?" Qin Yuanshan's dissatisfaction with third grandpa had reached a boiling point. He was fed up. "Third uncle, you don't need to interfere in my family matters. Just take care of yourself." The Qin family was a big family, and third grandpa was very respected. Immediately, some people gathered around and said, "Qin Yuanshan, try calling out again and see what happens." Several people looked at him angrily. Qin Yuanshan didn't dare to shout anymore. All right, I won't cause trouble." Qin Xiaolan had already lost hope in her father. Even if he didn't break in, he still didn't care about what was happening at home. Zhang Yuying also scolded him a lot. The only difference was that Qin Yuanshan used to listen to her, but now he ignored her completely. When I was young, I was a big girl. You were a drunkard. You said things that sounded better than singing. Where are the jewelry you promised? Zhang Yuying lay on the bed, staring blankly at the peeling wall, feeling not quite wronged, but not happy either. Back then, you said the family heirloom silver bracelets and earrings would be worn on my hands, and you'd marry me in style. I was naive, believing your lies. I entered your house with hope, and within 10 months, I gave birth to Qin Mu. I endured so much scorn and mockery. Now I can't move, and I look like this. Yet you even dislike the smell in the house. Why am I paralyzed? It's because you lied to me about jewelry. She turned her head painfully, glaring at the man in front of her. She had been so foolish back then, thinking he would protect her forever, believing their love was unbreakable. But it was just a soap bubble, ready to burst at a poke. Can you blame me alone? Who goes after someone else's wife and kids knowing the truth? Isn't it just for money and stuff? We're both the same. Neither of us can say anything. Qin Yuanshan was a scumbag, and that was undeniable. But what he said was also true. Who would give a chance to a married man with children? It's just that scoundrels attract scoundrels, an inevitable match. Zhang Yuying was so angry she threw everything off the bed, including a soaked mustard seed. Qin Yuanshan disliked it so much he kicked it 3 meters away. Dad, stop scolding my mom, okay? Do you think she's not miserable enough? Qin Xiaolan was about to break down. What did she do in her past life to end up with such parents? It's her fault. I just can't stand the smell of. I don't want to go into that room. How can she still force me? Qin Yuanshan, wait. I will tell Qin Mu to see his foolish father. You got hurt but didn't come back, and you won't pay a single cent for the medical bills. You ran faster than a rabbit when paralyzed. Can you rely on him when you're old? Qin Yuanshan rarely spoke plainly. He's also your son. I have another one. But I can't say if he's reliable. You definitely can't trust him. He graduated 2 years ago, and I haven't even seen a steel spring from him. Qin Yuanshan, you son of a dog, you beast, I curse your mother. Qin Yuanshan, are you itching to fight, huh? Do you want a beating? Qin Xiaolan stepped in as a shield, stopping them from fighting. Before, her mother wasn't hurt, and Qin Yuanshan listened to her. Now, what's wrong with him? Yi Xiaohui doesn't know about what happened back home. Even if she did, she wouldn't say anything. Dogs fight, and outsiders just watch. None of them are worth feeling sad over, so why pick sides? Qin Shi earned a second-class merit and got promoted, now called Deputy Battalion Commander Qin. When others congratulated him, both he and his wife showed little emotion because Qin Shi deserved it. That night, Yi Xiaohui cooked 2 dishes and let Qin Shi have a drink. No more drinking, it's bad for you, she said. She poured him a glass anyway. You're not working now, a little drink won't hurt. We need a celebration. Lu Damei usually visits her granddaughter from Monday to Friday, and the other 2 days she spends with her son. Today, she wasn't there. Yi Xiaohui poured herself a glass too. Thank you, both of you. Publicly, you're protecting our country. Privately, you're helping us build a better future. Qin Shi corrected, it's for our family's future, mainly for our granddaughter. Only when we, as parents, are strong enough to protect her, can she avoid being bullied. Yi Xiaohui looked at the baby in the stroller. You're right, our granddaughter shouldn't be bullied anymore. She doesn't understand her parents' words, but she loves to smile. Yi Xiaohui kissed her on the cheek. The father also wanted to kiss her, so he did. But his beard was a problem. After the kiss, the little girl's face twisted, and she started crying. Yi Xiaohui picked her up to comfort her. Beards hurt. From now on, don't kiss our girl so much. You're different from me. I think you're treating her differently. Your dad is tall, handsome, and charming. Why does she not like you? Yi Xiaohui pushed him. I told you your beard hurts. Stop causing trouble here. When I kiss you, why don't I see you hiding? You're so childish. Yi Xiaohui kicked him and scolded. Nanan's skin is tender. Can she compare to us adults? Just wait. Qin Shi quickly apologized. I'm sorry. From now on, I only kiss the older ones, not the younger. Yi Qiahui wasn't really angry, and Qin Shi wasn't truly apologizing. This is just playful teasing between spouses. Yi Qiahui had a drink with her husband but found it too strong, so she put it away and focused on eating. Nan Nan, still so small, started to crave food, staring at her mom's mouth and swallowing saliva. Little greedy cat, you can't eat my food, you have your own rice. Nan Nan was easy to please. Once she was full, she went to sleep. Captain, sister-in-law, are you at home? Qin Shi said, I'll go open the door, and it sounded like Guazaheo's voice. Sure enough, it was Guazaheo. Yi Qiahui asked, have you eaten? Or, do you want to eat a bit more? I've already eaten. Yi Qiahui tidied up the table and poured water for both of them. Guazaheo sat on the bench, looking a bit nervous and restless, rubbing his knees with his hands, appearing worried. Qin Shi scolded, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't act like a woman, whining and fussing. Yi Qiahui glared at him. Can't he speak properly? What does whining and fussing mean? Why did he upset her? Guazaheo then explained his purpose for coming. He and Xinyu had been dating for a few months and felt good together, wanting to make their relationship official. But Xunyu's parents didn't want their daughter to marry a soldier, so they kept opposing. Guazaheo wanted to visit them, but was unsure how to proceed. Hearing this, Yi Qiahui sat beside him and softly said, Zaheo, don't be nervous. Xinyu is a good girl. It's not easy for you two to be together, so don't give up at the first setback. Guazaheo looked gratefully at Yi Qiahui and explained his purpose. Sister-in-law, thank you. Actually, I came to ask you and the captain to go with me to Xinyu's family. With you there, I feel more at ease. I know being a military wife isn't easy, but I will prove with my actions that I can give Xinyu happiness. On his day off, Lu Damei stayed home to look after Nan Nan, and Qin Shi and his wife went with him to visit Xinyu's parents. The sun was shining brightly, and the breeze was gentle. Guazaheo stood at Qin Shi's door, holding a carefully chosen gift box of nutritious items, looking both nervous and hopeful. Yi Qiahui came out of the house, holding a clean towel, gently dusting off a little dirt from Guazaheo. Seeing Guazaheo looking so nervous, Yi Qiahui smiled and said, Zaheo, you look so tense. We're here to celebrate good news, not go to battle. Qin Shi also came out from inside and said, why not? Today, you must overcome all obstacles and win over your future parents-in-law. Yi Qiahui replied, stop causing trouble. Can't you see that your soldier is nervous? Qin Shi patted Guazaheo's shoulder firmly and said, let's go. We'll meet Xinyu's parents and show them our soldier's pride. The family courtyard where Xinyu's family lives isn't big, but very tidy. Xinyu was already waiting outside. Captain, sister-in-law, you're both here? Yi Qiahui and Xinyu walked ahead. Yes, look at how nervous Zaheo is. What worries do your parents have? First, they worry that a military wife might have a hard life. My family is average, but I've never suffered much, so they feel sorry for me. Second, since Zaheo is from another place, if he retires, I might have to move far away, and they don't want me to go so far. Understanding the situation helps in responding properly. Standing outside Xinyu's house, Guazaheo took a deep breath, adjusted his collar, but still felt nervous. Qin Shi gently patted his shoulder to encourage him. Remember, sincerity is most important. You're a good soldier, and they will see that. Xinyu's parents didn't expect their daughter to secretly find a partner without telling them. They only disagreed, but still called the military officers to come. Since they were guests, they couldn't be turned away. Xinyu's father politely invited them inside. Xinyu introduced, Dad, Mom, this is Captain Qin, Zaheo's leader, and this is Qin Captain's partner, Yi Qiahui. Qin Shi and Yi Qiahui shook hands with them.
Sorry to bother you.
No trouble at all. Your visit is an honor. Xinyu's father was very polite. But despite the politeness, they excluded Guazaheo. Taking advantage of the good atmosphere, Guazaheo quickly handed over the gift. Xinyu's mother simply said, sit down, and casually placed the gift aside. Qin Shi started first. Guazaheo has been under my command since he joined the army, so it's been about 7 years. He's young but promoted quickly, and among his peers, he's very outstanding. Shen Yu's father agreed with a few words, but didn't say much more. Women are often good at persuading others. Yi Qiahui said, I'm probably the matchmaker for Shen Yu and Zhehao. They are truly destined. At the matchmaking event, some liked Guo Zhehao, and others wanted to be friends with Shen Yu. But these two only liked each other.
神母笑了笑，笑得有些勉强。叔叔阿姨，郭子豪很真诚，我和秦时也很看好他和沈月。我们直说吧，你们如果对他有什么不满意的地方，尽管提出来，我们会努力改正。沈母和丈夫交换了一下眼神，然后说，我和他爸只有沈月一个女儿，从小就宠着长大，没吃过苦。军人很光荣，但他们也照顾不到家里，以后大小事都得靠沈月了，反正我们舍不得他受苦。沈月急了，插话说，妈，我哪里像你说的那么没用？我虽然没吃过苦，但不代表我不能吃苦。我已经工作了3年，也要干活，不是去坐办公室的。沈父瞪了女儿一眼，说，大人说话，你别插嘴。这是我的事，我是当事人，为什么不能说话？叶巧慧笑着说，我是军嫂，在这个问题上我有话说。拿我和秦时说吧，他下班后可以回家，也有休息日，柴火都是他上山割的，不喜欢做饭可以吃食堂。除了外出执行任务，他们还能照顾家庭。你是随军的，小郭应该还不符合随军条件吧？郭子豪老实的承认，我的职位还不够随军的，我还年轻，还有升职的机会。我对沈月是真心的，也请叔叔阿姨给我一个机会。沈母还是表达了担忧，部队每年都有退伍和转业的人，要是郭子豪转业了，沈月也得跟着走。女儿那么远，谁舍得？郭子豪保证说，如果有一天我转业，我会努力留在本地工作。我的老家还有2个哥哥，父母也不一定非让我回去，只要我能为父母养老，少出点力，钱不能少。沈母眼中闪过一丝担忧，她轻轻叹了口气，未来的事谁能确定呢？郭子豪见状，坚定地说，阿姨，我理解您的担心，军人确实有不同的使命和牺牲，转业的事我会慎重考虑，确保我们在这里扎根，让沈月不用远离家乡，也不用为生活奔波。我会更加努力，不仅为了我自己，也为了给沈月一个安稳的家。
Mother Shun's eyes softened a little, but she still looked worried. Zhehao, we understand what you're saying. But you see, life in the army is very unpredictable. Every year, there's a wave of soldiers leaving, like an unknown rain that comes suddenly. Yue is the girl we've raised with care, and my heart feels like it's being pinched painfully. I understand. I'm not asking to get married right now. I just want you to try to accept me and Shen Yu being together and get to know me slowly. Father Shen finally relaxed a bit. All right, you two can date. But marriage will have to wait until I and her mother agree. That's already half the success. In today's world, very few couples break off after dating. Father and Mother Shen were very warm and insisted on having a meal with the 3 of them. Guo Zhehao, who hadn't yet become a full member, was at a crucial stage to show his worth. He and Shen Yu were cooking in the kitchen. Mother Shen was curious. Aren't they all training every day? Little Guo can cook too? Yi Qiahui whispered. Qin Shi can cook too. It seems he can do almost everything except have children. This made Guo Zhehao feel even more confident. When they parted, Qin Shi told Guo Zhehao, participate in missions often and try to earn merits. Aim to stay in the army. Captain, I understand. I will work hard. Before entering the house, they heard voices inside. The loudest was Lu Damei, and the other voice they couldn't recognize. Yi Qiahui pushed the door open and said, Mom, we're back. Lu Damei asked, Qiahui, look who's here? Curious, Yi Qiahui asked, who is it? Yang Yinghong poked her head out and said, it's me. Yi Qiahui was very happy. Grandma, why did you come? Why didn't you call us? I asked Qin Shi to pick you up. Yang Yinghong asked, is Qin Shi feeling better? Qin Shi moved a bit, saying no strenuous activity, but it's getting better. That's good. I came by military vehicle. Don't forget, I'm a military doctor. I can still shine and contribute. After Yang Roland left, the new military doctor was inexperienced. The army leaders were borrowing staff from elsewhere. When Yang Yinghong found out, she volunteered to come. She's only in her 60s, so training young military doctors is still possible. Seeing Qin Shi's family made Yang Yinghong very happy. Around her, her gifts were piled up, a delicate cloth doll with eyes that seemed to speak, like big modern eyes. Hard not to like. There were also calcium milk biscuits, loved by both adults and children. The golden packaging looked especially tempting. There are a few sealed packages of bread and dried meat that look very appetizing. Yi Qiahui feels a bit embarrassed. Since they met, it seems Yang Yinghong has been kind to their family alone, but they haven't reciprocated. Grandma, please come visit us. Our whole family welcomes you. Please don't bring anything in the future. Qin Shi and I. Yang Yinghong interrupts Qiahui. It's just that I feel a special connection with your family. I like children. If I've caused you any pressure or trouble, I won't come anymore. No, that's not what I mean, Qiahui quickly explains. You've helped us so much. We're very grateful. Of course, we want you to come. It's just that you always spend money. Yang Yinghong understands that she has no real ties with his family, yet she keeps entering their lives. She really needs a reason. I'm older now and just like children. When I saw Nanai for the first time, I liked her. If you don't mind, can I be her honorary grandma? Qiahui and Qin Shi discussed this request and agreed. The family ceremony was simple. Yang Yinghong gave Nanai a bracelet with a peachwood sword as a token of their bond. Once they recognized each other as family, even if Yang Yinghong didn't come for meals, Qiahui would call her, sometimes sending Qin Shi instead. They didn't see Yang Yinghong as a stranger, and she didn't see herself as one either. When Lu Damei went to the city for a couple of days, she would voluntarily stay behind to help look after Nanai. Qiahui could do other things without worry. Qin Shi rested for 4 months and then started working again, but he didn't participate in training. He worked 8 or 9 hours a day and came back after work. Life went on smoothly. One day, Qiahui went to pick up a shipment. After completing the handover, she went home to feed the baby. Just as she reached the door, a child ran straight toward her. If she hadn't dodged quickly, he might have bumped into her. The child ran to his mother, startling the military wife. Taiju, what's wrong? Taiju was choking himself, desperately pointing to his neck with one hand, his face turning blue. What's wrong? Say something. Are you mute? The mother was very worried. Someone nearby asked, is he choking? The mother remembered and slapped her son's back. You little rascal, did I let you sneak eat the big bone soup I cooked? A person earns money to support the family, and their parents and relatives back home also need help. The military wife lives very frugally. Eating meat once every 10 or 15 days is considered good. Iron Pillar is already 7 years old, dark and thin. His mother bought a big bone to cook soup for him. But eating should have limits. He can't eat it all at once. Since her son might sneak some, Iron Pillar's mother placed the bone on top of the wardrobe before leaving, thinking it was safe and he couldn't reach it. However, there are always ways around problems. Iron Pillar stacked a small chair on a big chair and a stool on top of that and managed to reach the bone. The bone had meat, tendons, marrow, and crunchy cartilage. Iron Pillar tore off small pieces and ate them one by one. The trouble was with the crunchy cartilage. It got stuck in his throat. He couldn't cough it out or swallow it, and he felt like he was about to suffocate. Iron Pillar panicked and quickly called for his mother to save him. He nodded wildly, admitting he ate it. Iron Pillar's mother tried to pat his back and then finger his throat, but nothing worked. Someone urged her to hurry to the clinic. Others worried because the clinic was at least 300 meters away. Would she make it in time? I'll try, said Yi Qiahui. She didn't want to show too much, being a rural woman who didn't read much, but the situation forced her to act. Do you know how? Iron Pillar's mother asked skeptically. I'll try. It can't be worse than now. Yi Qiahui stood behind Iron Pillar, cupped her hands, and placed them just above his belly button. She quickly and forcefully pressed on his stomach 3 times in a row. Iron Pillar's mother hurriedly stopped her. "What are you doing? Can't you see he's in pain? Stop. Stop. We need to find a doctor." At this moment, she was just causing trouble. "Hold her back. I'm trying to save Iron Pillar. There's no time to go to the hospital." No one moved until Qin Shi stepped forward and pulled Iron Pillar's mother away. In just a few moments, the cold February weather made Yi Qiaohui sweat on her forehead. Some women whispered among themselves, "Does this method work? Won't it kill him? Does it look like it works?" Iron Pillar's lips are turning blue. If the boy dies, Iron Pillar's mother will go crazy. Qin Shi couldn't stand it anymore. She thought, isn't this just causing trouble? Why risk your life? Did Xiaohui put the bone in? The 2 women fell silent. Suddenly, an object dropped from Iron Pillar's mouth with a thud.
Done.
Thank heavens, Xiaohui really saved him. And some people are still gossiping, Qin Shi said first, showing her disapproval. Iron Pillar's mother quickly pulled her son close, wanting to hit him but feeling too emotional to do so. She hugged her son and burst into tears. Yi Qiaohui wiped away her sweat and went home. At noon, Yang Yinghong pushed the baby stroller outside to let Nan Nan enjoy the sun. The stroller was covered with a cloth to protect the baby, so she wouldn't always be like a delicate flower in a greenhouse. Yang Yinghong saw the longevity lock again. Qiaohui, afraid someone might see it, sewed it into a soft cloth bag. She couldn't help but take out the lock and look at it carefully. Her fingertips brushed over the characters engraved on it, repeatedly examining them. "Long life and happiness, not even half a century," the inscription read. She wasn't sure if it was the same lock, but she turned it over and found a small character Yang at the bottom. Yang Yinghong's nose felt sour. It was just as she thought. "Nan Nan, Mom is back." Yang Yinghong quickly put the lock away and watched Xiaohui walk closer step by step. "You're back?" Yang Yinghong handed her a towel. "Wipe off your sweat. It's not hot today, is it?" It wasn't even warm, more like cool. "Are you feeling sick?" "No, just tired." "Nan Nan isn't hungry yet, no need to rush." Just then, the door was pushed open. Mom Tai Zhu pulled her son into the room. "Sister-in-law, it's all thanks to you. If Tai Zhu had been lost, I wouldn't know how to live. You saved my daughter and me." Xiaohui didn't dare take credit but sought peace of mind, promising in her heart, "If I see someone in trouble, I have to help. If it were someone else, I'd do the same."
Yang Yinghong listened, confused.
"What happened? What's wrong with your child?" Mom Tai Zhu explained how her son almost choked on a bone and was saved by Xiaohui removing it. She was so anxious she couldn't do anything, but Xiaohui managed to get the bone out and saved him. Mom Tai Zhu was now smiling and talking as if she had been there herself. Yang Yinghong, a doctor, was naturally interested in medical details. She was curious how Xiaohui did it. The mother and son demonstrated on the spot, explaining like this, like that. After they left, Yang Yinghong asked curiously, "Xiaohui, how did you know this method? Could she really be reborn? Was this technique well known in her previous life?" "Of course not. I think I saw it in a book before. Today it was urgent, so I used it. I didn't expect it to work." Yang Yinghong asked her to demonstrate again. If it was effective, she wanted to promote it to hospitals to save many lives. Xiaohui smiled slightly, thinking carefully about how to phrase her words, truthful but natural. After feeding Nan Nan, Xiaohui slowly stood up and went to an open space in the yard, signaling Yang Yinghong to stand in front of her. Then she clasped her hands together and placed them above Yang Yinghong's abdomen. She quickly moved her hands downward and inward with a firm and swift motion, as if each strike could push out the blockage. Since it was a practice session, she used only a little force, which Yang Yinghong could feel. "This method is very good. I should write a letter to Director Yen so it can be shared widely. How many people could benefit each year?" Yang Yinghong is a person who always keeps her promises. She immediately started writing the letter. Her wife's great achievement was something Qin Shi had heard about long ago. When he came home from work, he asked, "Wife, Who did you learn from? Can you help people with medical problems? His wife wasn't from the sky. She was just an ordinary rural girl. She didn't know much about medicine. Yi Qiahui explained to Yang Yinghong the same way she explained to Qin Shi. I saw it in a book. A medical book? You've read medical books? I told you. A fairy told me. Do you believe it? As long as it works well, that's enough. Why ask so many questions? Look at you, so capable. You even believe in fairies. If you're a fairy, then I'm the Jade Emperor, who's in charge of you. Since giving birth to Nan, Yi Qiahui had changed a lot, but Qin Shi was sure she was still his wife. Qiahui disagreed with him, saying, I'm not your soldier. You can't control me. Of course, you're the best in our family, Qin Shi said, pulling a stack of 10-yuan bills from his pocket and handing it to Qiahui. It's payday. Hand it over. Why so much? Did you get a raise? Not just a salary, there's also a bonus. The raise will come next month. Yi Qiahui counted the money carefully, and it seemed quite a lot. Thinking about how her husband earned this money with his life, she didn't feel as happy. How about I sell a bicycle ticket and we buy a bicycle? Without a bicycle, traveling was really inconvenient. Since they had the means now, Yi Qiahui agreed. They went shopping for a bicycle together. She mainly wanted a lighter one because she was worried she couldn't handle a big bike. At the supply and marketing cooperative, bicycles were rare and in high demand. Having a ticket and money wasn't enough. There was no stock. Everything was useless without the goods. They were told to wait for notification. They heard there were about 100 people in line. Would they have to wait until the year of the monkey or beyond? They bought some essentials. Nan needed supplementary food, small spoons, and small bowls. Yi Qiahui sighed. We have to make another trip for nothing. Wait here. I'll call a comrade and ask if he has any ideas. There is kindness everywhere. After returning from Qin's time, he could go see the director of the supply and marketing cooperative. Upstairs, the director's office was located here. Qin lightly knocked on the door, and a deep voice responded, Come in. When he pushed open the door, a musty, slightly moldy smell greeted him, sharply contrasting with the noisy outside. A married couple entered the room. They saw a middle-aged man reading documents, his hair slightly messy, glasses slipping down his nose, giving him a scholarly look. This was the director of the supply and marketing cooperative, Director Li. Director Li, are you busy? Qin greeted with a smile. Director Li looked up, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Then a gentle smile appeared on his face. He pushed up his glasses and joked, You're Qin, right? I'll write you a certificate. Show it to the clerk, and you can go directly to pick up the vehicle. The cooperative usually reserved a few spots internally. They handled it within, and those without connections had to wait. Qin nodded gratefully. Thank you, Director Li. My abilities are limited, but if you ever need help, just ask. I'll do my best. Qin wasn't naive. Resources were tight now, and having Director Li's connections made things much easier. As long as it didn't break any rules, he was willing to help. Good, I'll remember that. Small issues aren't too hard to handle. You can come to me if needed. He liked straightforward people who spoke honestly. The two went downstairs. After handing over the certificate and paying with more than 10 industrial coupons, they smoothly chose a Phoenix brand lightweight bicycle, slightly shorter than the typical 28-inch model, but otherwise fine. After Qin waited for his wife to get on the back seat, he pushed off with his long legs, and the bicycle started moving. Of course, they were heading to see Hongcheng. Yi Hongcheng could cook. With his mother not around, he felt cooking wasn't worth it alone. He was tired from work, and instead of working more, he preferred to rest. In the morning, he brought 2 flatbreads and 2 large scallions for breakfast. After eating, he could find a spot in the workshop to doze off for a while. Moved to the side, Yao Sume knocked on the table. Yi Hongcheng shifted his seat. Yao Sume brought lunch, 2 small flatbreads and half a bowl of pickled radish strips. She pushed the radish strips toward the middle. I can't eat all this myself. You should have some too. Yi Hongcheng raised his hand holding a large scallion. I'll just eat this. Yao Sume looked at him, then scooped a handful of radish strips onto the bread Yi Hongcheng was eating. Yi Hongcheng didn't know what to do. Yao Sume stared at him with a bit of pride. Let's see if you eat or not. Yi Hongcheng moved a little closer, forgetting the length of the stool, almost falling. I'm not eating people. What are you afraid of? Where am I afraid? Yi Hongcheng said confidently, but inside, he was already nervous and didn't dare look over. Then why are you stammering when you talk? Yi Hongcheng realized he couldn't win the argument, so he focused on eating. Yi Hongcheng, I often see your mother, but I haven't seen your wife.
No.
Huh, I didn't hear clearly. Is it that she isn't here, or she doesn't come?
No.
Yao Sume asked out of curiosity. You're not bad-looking, not sneaky, so why don't you have a wife at your age? Don't ask anymore.
Why?
Because I'm poor. Yao Sume deliberately asked. They've been colleagues for over a month and often see Lu Damei, so she knew about this. Then I can help you find someone, is that okay? Yi Hongcheng's face suddenly turned red. Could she be so direct? Is she from the city? Yes, she's a formal worker. Yi Hongcheng shook his head. Her conditions are good. She wouldn't like me. There's no need to bring it up. She only cares about a good person. As long as her character is good, that's enough. By the way, she's a widow with a daughter and a son. Unlike you, she has no burdens. Yi Hongcheng didn't have any prejudice against widows, and having a child was fine, but 2 children, he found hard to accept. A stepfather is hard to be. Having 2 children stepfather is even harder. I think I should forget about it. Are you rejecting her because she's a widow or because having 2 children is a burden? Being a stepfather is hard. Yao Sume wanted to say more but suddenly heard a voice shout, Brother. Yi Qiahui came in, followed by Qin Shi. Why are you here? Yi Qiahui replied, We bought bicycles and came by to see you. Yi Hongcheng bought a bun with cabbage and tofu filling from the state-run restaurant, which was just right to eat. Yi Hongcheng ate one. It was indeed delicious. Yi Qiahui and Yao Sume had only met once, so she nodded at her. Lu Sume packed her things, planning to go outside. You all chat, I'll leave first. Yi Qiahui, always curious, asked directly, Brother, what were you talking about just now? Why was she so close to you? Yi Qiahui asked very directly. Qin Shi coughed politely. Why are you coughing? This is my brother. I don't need to beat around the bush with him, it's tiring. Qin Shi stopped coughing and found a distant place to sit quietly, without disturbing others. Yi Hongcheng couldn't help but look a bit annoyed. Brother-in-law is an official, be a bit more polite. Yi Qiahui tilted her head to glance at Qin Shi. The man stood straight, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. She wondered how she hadn't realized before. He looked 100 times better than a pretty boy. I have nothing more to say to him. I'm asking you, brother. She introduced me to someone. Yi Qiahui immediately became excited and leaned in to ask, what are her conditions? She's a widow. Yi Qiahui didn't think it was a big deal. Although she usually saw her brother through rose-colored glasses, she had to admit he was at a disadvantage age-wise, 27 years old. It wasn't easy to find a young girl willing to marry a man that age. Are you annoyed that she's a widow? What right do I have to complain now? That woman has 2 kids, a boy and a girl. I have concerns because they're not my brother's children. It's not right to interfere, but not to interfere isn't good either. It's complicated. After raising them hard, she might not even take care of him when he's old. There were examples like that, some with 1 son and 1 daughter, others with no children, who turned their stepchildren out after raising them. Yi Qiahui also found it tricky. She hoped her brother would settle down soon but wasn't desperate. Brother, think carefully. I can't decide for you. We're leaving now. All right, ride a bit slower on the way. Yi Hongcheng really liked his bicycle. He patted the seat, rang the bell, and said he wasn't jealous. This thing was as good as luxury cars in later generations. Qin Shi said, Brother, if you like it, I can help you buy one. Forget it. It costs 160 yuan. How many months would I have to save without eating or drinking? Besides, I don't go out much, so I don't need it. His temporary worker salary was only 25.5 yuan a month. With little money and coupons, he wasn't thinking about it now. Qin Shi, pretending seriously, couldn't help but ask about his brother-in-law while walking. Aren't you not supposed to ask me? Why are you asking now? I just want you not to be so direct. When did I say you couldn't ask? That person introduced me to someone. That's a good thing. Isn't it true that your mother-in-law is always thinking about your marriage? Yi Xiaohui wrapped one arm around Qin Shi's waist and leaned on his back to block the wind. The woman is dead, and she has 2 kids, 1 boy and 1 girl. My brother is worried he won't be a good stepfather, so he didn't agree. Qin Shi replied, her conditions aren't great. But my brother doesn't need to rush. He's not bad-looking, so he can take his time. I think the same way. There were many ups and downs on the road. The new car is just new, and it's quick. Yi Xiaohui suddenly remembered something from a few days ago. She nudged Qin Shi. What's wrong? Why do you think Grandma Yang is so kind to us? Qin Shi also felt something was off. They met by chance, and in the provincial city, she took good care of them. Now that they are in the army, even if she truly liked Nan, it wouldn't be to this extent, right? But he couldn't be sure what exactly was wrong. Why do you ask? Yi Xiaohui said, it was the day Iron Pillar had an accident. I went back to feed Nan, and as soon as I entered, I saw her looking at Nan's long life lock. When she saw me, she quickly put it away. Qin Shi suddenly stopped his bike. Yi Xiaohui was caught off guard and bumped her nose against his back. Ouch, that hurt so much. What are you doing? I was startled. Do you think she was looking at Nan's long life lock? Yes. Isn't the long life lock supposed to be hidden? She took it out of the cloth bag. At this age, if someone found out about silver jewelry, it could be confiscated or worse. Qin Shi was also a soldier. Once the long life lock is worn, it can't be taken off easily. In the provincial city, Yang Yinghong saw Nan's long life lock before. Back then, they thought they wouldn't meet again, so they didn't hide it on purpose. But now it's different. Yang Yinghong is right beside them, and most importantly, she's interested in the long life lock. Qin Shi quickly made a decision. You and Mom take turns watching Nan. From now on, don't let her get close to Nan, and don't talk about work in front of her. I'm worried she has other motives for approaching us. It all happened suddenly and felt very strange. Okay, I understand. Anyway, she always felt that Yang Yinghong was being overly kind to them. It took nearly 3 hours to walk back to the family compound. Captain Qin, did you buy a bike? Someone greeted Qin Shi. Yeah, I bought it. It's more convenient for errands. Lu Damei was already waiting outside with Nan. Nan, look.
Who are those 2 people?
Nan recognized them early and happily kicked her legs. Qin Shi rang the bell for Nan to hear. Nan was completely focused, not blinking at all. Come, Daddy will carry you to play. Nan already wanted to be held, opening her arms for a hug. Go play in the yard. Yi Xiaohui moved the bike into the yard and then closed the door. Why are you closing the door? Lu Damei asked curiously. Yi Xiaohui took her into the house and said seriously, Mom, from now on, don't let Granny Yang touch Nuan. When you talk to her, be careful not to say anything that could be used against us. Lu Damei was nervous. That was sudden. What exactly happened?
Ye Qiaohui explained about Yang Yinghong secretly checking Nuan's longevity.
Yang Yinghong is very kind to them. Too kind, which seems suspicious. Relying only on a good feeling isn't convincing. Yes, we must be careful. Don't worry, I will watch over Nuan. No bad person will get close to her. To be thorough, Lu Damei didn't go to the city to see her son this week. Her son is more important than Nuan at this time. Yang Yinghong, at her age, works 9 to 5 every day, and after working for 30 days straight, she feels exhausted. She assists military doctors, working only 2 or 3 hours a day, with weekends off. Her work schedule lines up perfectly with Lu Damei's. This has been the case for 2 weeks. But today is different. Yang Yinghong asked, Damei, why didn't you visit your son today? Seeing Nuan is more important. I won't go anymore. If I miss my son, I can call him to come over. Yang Yinghong smiled. Just go if you want. Isn't there me? Nuan is obedient, and I can take care of her. Xiaohui and Qin Shi both said that children should be well cared for by their own family, not always relying on others. Her words weren't very pleasant, but Yang Yinghong didn't take it seriously. Rural women often lack education and speak without much thought. Soon, Yang Yinghong realized that Lu Damei wasn't just speaking carelessly, she was guarding against her. Whenever Yang Yinghong got close to Nuan, Lu Damei would hold her and move away. Yang Yinghong wanted to hold her, but it was impossible. Damei, what's wrong with you today? Did I do something wrong? No, Nuan recognizes people and doesn't want to be held by you. Let's not make her cry. Nuan does recognize people, but if she doesn't want to be held, what do her outstretched little hands mean? Yang Yinghong is a decent person. She wouldn't cling or push. Communication is the key. Yang Yinghong noticed that Qin Shi and Yi Qiaohui's attitude toward her was polite, but not as natural as before. She couldn't understand why. She couldn't just stop caring about Qin Shi and the others, so she decided to communicate and resolve any conflicts. After dinner, Yang Yinghong left her dormitory and went to Qin Shi's house. Inside, the lighting was warm and cozy. Lu Damei stood up, holding her daughter, and went back to her room. Her figure disappeared behind the door, leaving the room silent. Xiao Hui heard the noise and came out of the kitchen, holding a steaming cup of water, wearing a polite smile. Grandma Yang, have some water first. The weather is really dry. Qin Shi wanted to go to the military camp, but Yang Yinghong stopped him. Qin Shi, wait a moment. Qin Shi paused, turned around, and a look of surprise and confusion appeared in his eyes, but he quickly returned to his usual calm.
What is it?
Do you need something? Sit down, both of you. It won't take long. I have something I want to ask you. Qin Shi and Yi Qiaohui looked at each other and sat down opposite her. Did I do something wrong? If I made a mistake, I hope you tell me.
Don't hide it from me.
I will fix it. Since talking around in circles was pointless, Yang Yinghong asked directly. Qin Shi frowned. Then I'll ask you, why are you so interested in the things that Nan wears? We know it's not right to wear this. It was left by my grandmother, a blessing from the older generation to the younger. We only wear it because of that. I also told her to wear it. I didn't plan to take it off. I will take responsibility for any consequences. It has nothing to do with others. Yi Qiaohui took the initiative to shoulder the responsibility. It was me who told her to wear it. What's the point of taking off a longevity lock? Qin Shi couldn't argue with me. It's all my fault. Yang Yinghong was stunned for a moment, then realized what was going on. You thought I approached Nan with a purpose? Actually, it's not entirely your fault. Nowadays, people have to be very cautious when they speak. Everyone has to watch their words. I saw Nan's longevity lock. Look carefully at the bottom connection. Isn't there a small character? Yi Qiaohui quickly brought Nan over. Qin Shi examined the lock carefully and indeed found a character.
Did you see what it is? Qin Shi answered, Yang.
Yang Yinghong sighed softly, her tone tinged with a faint sadness. My surname is Yang too.
I didn't want to say this at first.
It might not be good for either of us to say it. But now I have to. The longevity lock Nan wears belongs to our Yang family. Qin Shi couldn't dismiss this as false, but he also couldn't believe it completely. There are many people with the same surname. That doesn't prove anything. Yang Yinghong looked at Qin Shi, feeling a mix of happiness, relief, and complex emotions. One Yang character alone doesn't prove much. I can tell you a few more things. Besides the longevity lock, there's a footprint bracelet and an old silver-gilded bracelet, all with the Yang surname. It's impossible to say everything correctly. If everything were correct, that would be enough to prove the point. Yang Yinghong had only seen the long life lock. She had never seen the other two items. Yi Qiaohui put them away, promising herself she wouldn't show them again. Qin Shi sat upright and asked seriously, since these are your family's belongings, why are they with my grandmother?
Who are you?
Yang Yinghong's gaze drifted away, her thoughts wandering far. Her ancestors were merchants, but because each dynasty valued farming over commerce, they became wealthy later on. Starting from her grandfather's generation, they bought land and property in the countryside, becoming well-known local landlords. They owned over 100 acres of good land, more than 300 acres of dry land, 2 houses, and over 30 rooms in total. They had more than 30 tenant families, over 20 long-term workers, and dozens of short-term laborers. The family had a steward, a laundry maid, a rough maidservant, and a close servant girl. Yang Yinghong grew up with a golden key in her hand. Her grandfather didn't favor boys over girls. The girls in the family learned embroidery and also went to school to read and write. Yang Yinghong was no exception. At 15, she left her family's school to attend a girls' normal school with her older sister. A 13-year-old maidservant accompanied them, taking care of their meals and living arrangements. Her name was Gao, and she had come to the Yang family at age 5, sold by her parents during a famine because they couldn't support her, in exchange for 30 jin of dried sweet potatoes. Yang Yinghong's mother saw Gao's cleverness and decided to keep her close, playing with her and caring for her daily life. On the surface, they seemed like master and servant, but in reality, they were more like sisters. Yang Yinghong would secretly share her good food and supplies with Gao. Gao learned to read and write and was given a new name, Gao Yun, chosen by Yang Yinghong. After entering school, Yang Yinghong embraced progressive ideas, participated in student protests, and later, while still studying, secretly joined revolutionary groups to spread revolutionary ideas. When the leader, Guangtou, betrayed the revolution, chaos and bloodshed followed everywhere. Yang Yinghong sent Gao Yun back home and, together with like-minded comrades, resolutely joined the revolutionary army. She became a military doctor, and after 2 years, she got married. The situation at that time was very dangerous, full of risks. After giving birth, Yang Yinghong couldn't work with her baby, so she had to leave the child in the care of others. At that moment, she thought of Gao Yun. Hearing that she had married and knowing they had grown up together, Yang Yinghong trusted her deeply. When asked why she didn't send her to her family's home, she explained that after joining the revolution, she had become a target for some people. Having a new child suddenly appear in her home would be unsafe. So Yang Yinghong asked her relatives for help. She wrote a letter and sent her child to Gao Yun's home, also telling her family to bring along the long life lock and other jewelry left at home. She planned to reunite with her child after the revolution was won. Life is unpredictable. Many things happened over the years. Her husband died in a battle. During the land redistribution movement, her family handed over their land and house, and some people kept holding on to them. Her parents passed away, and her brothers and sisters found their own paths. Apart from her biological brother, she has not contacted anyone else to this day. After the country was liberated, Yang Yinghong secretly looked for her child again. She had asked her relatives to help, but she didn't know where Gao Yun had married or her husband's name. Women in the countryside often don't have names, or if they do, they're hard to pronounce. Many women in one village share the same surname. Most importantly, her family's background was complicated. Yang Yinghong had kept her own history secret and couldn't openly search for her child. Once, on a train, Yang Yinghong saw Qin Shi and his wife. She didn't have any other thoughts. She simply felt a natural fondness because they were both soldiers. When Qin Shi was recovering in the hospital, he saw the long life lock on Wanwan's neck and asked about his family, which confirmed her suspicions. Qin Shi's grandmother might be Gao Yun, and his mother could be her daughter. That would make Qin Shi her grandson. Yang Yinghong knew she couldn't openly show her affection for Qin Shi. So she just pretended to like children and try to get closer to him to make up for it. Since secretly seeing Wanwan's long life lock, Yang Yinghong was even more certain it was from the Yang family. She had worn one when she was young. The silence was overwhelming, suffocating. Qin Shi and Yi Qiahui couldn't believe how strange their family history was. My grandmother's surname was Gao. In our village, girls from farming families rarely had names. They were called Gao Qin Shi. She told me secretly that her name was Gao Yun. My grandmother really ran away from her hometown to Zhaoxian. I don't know where her original home was. She used to work as a maid for a wealthy family, and someone came to investigate her. Yang Yinghong asked if your mother were alive, how old would she be now? She died when she was 20. I think she's about 46 now. Tears fell from Yang Yinghong's eyes like beads breaking apart, and her voice choked with emotion. She's my daughter. I was too late, my only daughter is gone. Everything seemed to match up. Yi Xiaohui came over to comfort her. Grandmother, don't be too sad. It's bad for your health. Even though my mother is gone, you still have us. Seeing Qin Shi and Wan, they are both descendants of my mother, just like seeing my mother herself.
Yang Yinghong slowly stopped battering.
When I saw your mother off, she was only a few days old. Because the conditions were poor, she was thin and small. I thought about her every day. I wondered what she looks like now. Has she married? Is her husband good or bad? I saved money, thinking that one day I would find your mother and make up for her. If her life wasn't good, I would help her. But I never thought about your mother in that way. I never had a chance to make it up to her before she left. Why am I still alive at my age, while she's gone? Why doesn't heaven give me a chance to make amends? Yi Xiaohui couldn't say anything. Qin Shi clenched his hands again and suddenly hugged his head, crying very deeply.
Grandma.
Yi Xiaohui pointed at Qin Shi. Yang Yinghong gently wiped away her tears and softly held Qin Shi, whose body was trembling with emotion, as if trying to send all her love and comfort to him. Her eyes were full of kindness. She whispered in Qin Shi's ear, "Child, your mother is watching you from heaven. She's happy to see you settle down, marry a good wife like Xiaohui, and see Wan so adorable. Her heart is sweeter than anyone's. We need to look forward. Let's live happily, so she can rest easy in heaven. Come, let's wipe our faces. Let's leave all the hard times behind us and start fresh today. From now on, we are a happy family." As she spoke, Yang Yinghong took out a handkerchief and gently wiped Qin Shi's tears. The tenderness and care in her actions could only come from family. Usually, she held Yang Yinghong's hand and said, "You've suffered. From now on, this will be your home. I will take care of you in old age." This might be difficult. To outsiders, they are not related by blood, just close friends. At this moment, it's not the right time to make it public. Yang Yinghong thought, what if she never recognized him in her life? Finding her daughter, her descendants, was already enough for her. Lu Damei carried Wan out, and the tense atmosphere turned out to be a false alarm.
Auntie, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's nothing. We're family. I shouldn't have worried so much. If I had spoken earlier, it would have been better. Since then, Yang Yinghong often came to help take care of Wan. It was great to have a doctor in the family. When Wan was a little unwell, she could be noticed and treated immediately. Yi Xiaohui discussed with Yang Yinghong about adding complementary food for Nan, as drinking milk alone couldn't meet her nutritional needs. The older generation is very particular. Before giving solid food, they boil lamb meat to warm the stomach. Qin rode his bicycle to buy a pound of lamb and brought some lamb blood as well. Nan's small stomach couldn't hold much, so the rest was eaten by the adults. Nan took a sip of lamb soup, frowned because it wasn't tasty, and Yi Xiaohui quickly brought over some egg custard. The egg custard was smooth and tender, melting in the mouth. Nan liked it very much, eating small bites. When the spoon slowed down, her little body got impatient, and she reached out to grab the food. Being able to eat is a blessing. Yi Hongqing thought that by refusing, the matter would just pass, but unexpectedly, Yao Sumei had no intention of stopping. She casually walked over to Yi Hongqing. "Are you upset that she has 2 children? She's still young, and will probably have more children." Yi Hongqing didn't stop what he was doing and said, "Stop talking. I won't consider it. You're so stubborn? It's not an arranged marriage. It has to be mutual consent. I'm not the only man in the world. Fine, if you don't want it, others can't force you." Yi Hongqing wondered what kind of person Yao Sumei was. She was so eager to help. This month, the task of grinding flour increased, requiring overtime every day 1 or 2 extra hours, so after work it was already dark outside. Women are usually afraid of the dark, so Yao Sumei asked Yi Hongqing if he could give her a ride home after work. He wanted to ask why her husband didn't come to pick her up, but then he thought it might be inconvenient if he didn't. He had nothing else to do after work, so he agreed to give her a ride. After a busy day, Yi Hongqing took off his flour-stained work clothes, wiped his sweat simply, and was about to leave. At that moment, Yao Sume approached from the other side with a faint smile on her face. "Tonight again I'll trouble you." Yao Sume spoke softly, her eyes carrying a subtle tenderness that Yi Hongcheng wasn't used to seeing in her. In his impression, Yao Sume had always been lively and energetic. Although he was curious, Yi Hongcheng didn't show it. He just nodded lightly and said, "Let's go. I'll take you home." The moonlight was faint, and the night outside the factory was dark and unclear. Women shouldn't walk outside alone, especially with the occasional eerie calls of owls, which made one's back feel cold. Yao Sume walked ahead, and Yi Hongcheng followed behind with a flashlight. Their shadows stretched long in the moonlight, sometimes crossing, sometimes separating. Two people were walking and talking. Mostly, Yao Sume asked questions, and Yi Hongcheng answered passively. "Are there mountains where you are?" "Yes, but they are not very tall." "Is there a water shortage?" "Here we have droughts almost every year, and farmers work very hard." "Not too bad. We drink water from the mountain, which tastes better than here." After walking about 2 miles, Yao Sume pointed to the distant lights. "That's my home. Then I'll wait here. Don't worry, I won't leave." Yi Hongcheng handed her a flashlight, but Yao Sume didn't take it. "Turn around and walk back, or you won't see the road clearly." Suddenly, someone rushed out from the side, pointing at Yao Sume and shouting loudly, "You shameless woman! You bring men home, and now you say you can't be without a man?" Yao Sume clenched her fingers and pushed him aside. "This is my colleague. He came to see me off after dark. Don't think everyone is like you, just looking to cause trouble." The message was clear. She was accusing him of being a troublemaker. "I'll tear your mouth apart." Seeing them about to fight, Yi Hongcheng quickly stepped between them, making gestures to calm them down, like a traffic cop. "Stop fighting. Let's talk calmly." The old woman's nails were long. She reached out and scratched, causing Yi Hongcheng's face to feel burning pain. He took a deep breath, feeling angry but trying to stay calm. "Old woman, stop bothering me. If you dare to try again, do you want to lose your fingers?" The old woman buried her face in Yi Hongcheng's chest, muttering, "What can you do? Dare to hit me? Do you dare?" Yao Sume pushed Yi Hongcheng aside and rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight. "You old hag. Before your son died, you encouraged him to hit me. Now that he's gone, you still won't stop. Come on, let's settle this. Who's afraid of whom?" Since she was young and her husband was gone, her mother-in-law was also gone. Standing in front of her was an unreasonable old woman. She decided to fight. Women fought fiercely, scratching faces, pulling hair, tearing clothes. The old woman's face was scratched, and her hair was pulled out, and her clothes were torn. Yao Sume was in slightly better shape. Yi Hongcheng couldn't just watch. He rushed forward again and pulled the two apart. Grandma hugged Yi Hongcheng's thigh tightly and shouted loudly, "Someone's fighting." "The Black Widow is pulling a man and fighting." Late at night, the noise was loud. Several people quickly ran over, holding lanterns and wooden sticks. The first person to arrive picked up a stick and swung it. Yi Hongcheng was caught off guard and was hit on the shoulder. Yao Sume was also fierce. She snatched a stick from someone else and struck the man who had just arrived. That man also got hit, though weaker, but he grimaced in pain. One more for good measure. The man covered his arm and cursed, "You woman, you really hit me? Zhang Benin, I have no patience for a beast like you. Seeing your brother die, you want to chase away your nephew and niece to steal their house? Is that something a person can do?" Yi Hongcheng stayed behind, knowing he would suffer, but Yao Sume kept urging him to leave quickly. Two people cheating on each other and trying to leave? No way. Benin, hurry up and take them to the police station so they can sit in jail. Grandma was very proud of herself. If these two went to jail, the house would belong to her youngest son. As for the two children, they could find whoever they wanted. All the people who came were Zhang Benin's friends, naturally supporting him. Not only did Yi Hongcheng want to leave, but he also couldn't escape now. Fighting against 4 hands was hard enough, but there were more than 4. Yi Hongcheng knocked down 2 people, but was overwhelmed and caught. Yao Sumei swung her stick and tried to help, but she couldn't save him. The family was sleeping soundly when Qin Shi heard a voice. Someone was calling him. Qin Shi put on his clothes, slipped into his shoes, and went outside. A soldier was waiting outside the door. "What's the matter?" The Shuyang Road police station called and said my sister-in-law's brother was taken to the police station. Qin Shi frowned. His brother-in-law wasn't someone who liked to cause trouble.
Why?
They said it was for hooliganism. That sounded a bit exaggerated. Okay, I understand. Qin Shi went back inside and started dressing. Yi Xiaohui, half asleep and dazed, yawned and asked, "It's so late. Where are you going?" Qin Shi kept dressing without stopping. "I have something to do."
Don't worry about me. Just go back to sleep.
Yi Xiaohui grabbed his arm. "Is it another mission? You haven't fully recovered yet. Can't you delay a bit?" Yi Xiaohui knew soldiers protected the country, but she was a little selfish. Her little girl was too young, and she didn't want her father to miss her growing up. Qin Shi comforted Yi Xiaohui, saying, "It's not a mission. I have some personal matters to handle, and I will be back soon." "Are you really not on a mission?" "Really not." Qin Shi still asked Guizaheo to accompany him. The 50-mile journey was risky, as large wild animals might attack, so they wouldn't be alone in facing danger. When they entered the police station, it was a chaotic scene. 3 or 4 people surrounded the police officer, and a woman demanded that Yi Hongcheng be imprisoned. Their arrival made the room quiet. Soldiers are not the type to cause trouble easily. The police officer asked, "Is this Qin Shi?"
Yes.
"I want to know what Yi Hongcheng has done wrong." They said both of them committed a crime. Why do they say that? Are they police officers who can decide cases? Shouldn't it be your job to decide? It's a matter of public opinion. Everyone has their own view. Yi Hongcheng explained, "They're falsely accusing me. Today, the factory was working overtime. Yao Sumei is a female colleague who doesn't dare walk alone at night, so I took her home." Suddenly, an old woman rushed out, hitting and scolding me, trying to accuse me of misconduct.
And
These people are all together, accomplices. The old woman started talking nonsense again. "You two are the ones causing trouble."
we all saw it.
Others nearby also agreed with Zhang Benin. Yao Sumei spat and said, "All of you are heartless. Who spreads rumors about my family? We're watching the children, trying to teach them good morals." Police officer, "Look at her. She's guilty, right? My son left a year ago, and now she shamelessly causes trouble." Qin Shi clapped his hands, and the room became quiet again. "Old lady, I have a question for you. If someone is causing trouble on the street, I find it hard to believe. Look at their clothes torn. If they really committed a crime or did something bad, would they voluntarily tear their clothes? That doesn't make sense. If we judge only by this, then your clothes are torn even more."
Who did that?
"How do you explain?" Sure enough, the old lady's clothes were torn more badly. She was over 50 and didn't want a bad reputation. "It was that broken shoe that tore my clothes." Then who tore these 2 people's clothes? The old woman had to admit she fought with her daughter-in-law. She tore her own clothes. The charge of fighting is stronger than causing trouble. Whether she caused trouble or was caused trouble, spreading this would ruin her reputation. Qin Shi told the police officer, "You should have made a judgment by now. Who causes trouble on the street? Or even right outside their own door?" Yao Sumei tore off the old lady's shameful cloth, revealing her true intentions. Her eldest son died, and she wants to drive away our family of 3, take the house for her second son, and spread false rumors about us. You're talking nonsense. You're the one lying. Don't think just because you have a mouth. My husband is dead, and the house should stay with the children. Why should it go to you? And that treacherous Zhang Benin, he doesn't deserve anything." Zhang Benin was restless, but the police officer shouted loudly, warning him to stay still, which scared him into silence. There were 2 men in military uniforms nearby, unless they wanted to die. Qin Shi pointed at one of them and said, "This person is avoiding eye contact and trembling in his thigh. He's guilty and nervous. I suggest you investigate him." There were many people, so the police didn't notice. "I didn't do anything. You're framing me," the man shouted, but his eyes drifted toward the door as he ran away. Guazaheo was quick. With a sweep of his leg, he knocked the man down and held him under his knee. Tell me, what did you do?
No, I didn't do anything. I always follow the law.
Guazaheo checked him from head to toe and found a stack of money, 180 yuan, from his pocket. He handed it to the police officer. Where did this money come from?
My salary.
Why do you have such a high salary? I've saved it over several months. Who keeps their salary in their pocket for months? At this moment, Yao Sumei spoke up. I wasn't home yesterday and I lost 125 yuan. Did he steal it from me? The amounts didn't match. Is there any mark on the money?
If not, it's hard to say.
The police officer was stating the facts. The old lady interrupted. You're accusing those two of being hooligans. How did it come to this? Let's handle each case one by one. Theft isn't more important than you catching her, the officer replied.
Yao Sumei said, my money has a mark.
I drew a black dot on the corner with a pencil. The police and Qin Shi searched the scene and found 13 bills with black dots. One of the suspects suddenly knelt down and said, it wasn't just me. Zhang Benin and Qiuji were watching the door. Winter and I went inside. No one wanted to take sole responsibility. Everyone wanted a scapegoat. What followed was a chaotic scene of accusations and fights. Several people were arrested. It was confirmed that these people had stolen the money. Zhang Benin was the mastermind, and his friends divided the loot. They had stolen not only from Yao Sumei's house but also from the shop at the street corner, which belonged to Zhang Benin's uncle. This guy only steals from his own neighborhood. Today's events involved someone trying to make a good impression by revealing something. It was a plan. First, the old lady waited by the tree to trap someone, then others rushed out to take sides, confirming the accusation. Yao Sumei admitted to it, using evidence to force her to move out. Yao Sumei denied it and sent her to jail. The old lady's tantrums no longer worked. She changed her attitude too quickly, and even begging didn't help. Yao Sumei firmly refused. Whatever the court decides, that group didn't hold back tonight. Why keep them around? To set her up? After leaving the police station, Yao Sumei thanked Qin Shi and Guazaheo. She held their hands tightly and said, thank you so much. If you hadn't appeared in time, I would have lost my reputation tonight, and I might have also caused trouble for Yi Hongcheng, dragging him into unnecessary problems. You are my benefactors. I will remember your kindness forever. Looking back, she still feels scared. After they parted, Qin Shi asked his quiet brother-in-law, why were you with them? Because it was dark after work, and it's unsafe for a woman to walk alone. She asked me to take her home. Qin Shi couldn't say anything. His brother-in-law didn't do anything wrong. Just be more careful next time. Yi Xiaohui couldn't sleep well. When Qin Shi returned, she heard him. She sat up and asked, you're back?
Yeah.
Qin Shi washed his hands and face, then took off his clothes and went to bed. What were you doing? Your brother's matter. Do you remember his female colleague? The one he was introduced to? I remember. What's wrong? After work, it got dark, and she asked her brother to take her home. But he fell into her mother-in-law's trap. It sounded tense. Yi Xiaohui asked anxiously, what trap? They spread rumors that they were being immoral and trying to take her daughter-in-law's house. What about her son? Did he believe it?
He's dead.
Only the daughter-in-law and 2 kids are left. They want to take the house for the second son. Yi Xiaohui, who was lying down, suddenly sat up and asked, did she mean the girl she introduced to my brother was herself? Qin Shi comforted her and said, it seems so now. But she's not entirely wrong. Your brother isn't bad, and it's normal for someone to like him. But her conditions. 2 kids. Qin Shi hugged her and said, go to sleep. Your brother is an adult. If he doesn't want to, no one can force him. If he does, we can't stop him. Yi Xiaohui shot him a look and said, I don't need your advice. The person who didn't sleep all night was Yi Hongcheng. He kept tossing and turning but couldn't fall asleep. Luckily, it was a single dormitory, or else others might have had opinions. Yao Sumei was originally a widow with 2 children, and that time, her matchmaking partner's information matched her perfectly. Yi Hongcheng's mind was very chaotic. His thoughts were tangled. He stayed awake until dawn, then got up to light the stove, boiled some hot water, and stir-fried some cabbage with pancakes. While eating, Yao Sume came in, carrying 2 cabbages and a small jar of soy sauce. Here, since there are no vegetables now, I'll bring you some when the small vegetables grow. She said she was giving them, but she actually just placed them on the ground without asking Yi Hongcheng. Sorry about last night. I was the one who caused trouble for you. I admit I had selfish reasons. I like working with you, and I've taken a liking to you. I know I'm not as good as you, not a young girl, and I have 2 kids. But I have my good points. I'm not old, just a year older than you, not ugly, strong enough, and I can have children for you in the future. My salary is decent, so raising 2 kids wouldn't be a problem. Yi Hongcheng didn't say anything. He didn't know what to say. I have the right to pursue, and you have the right to refuse. Think about it carefully. Give me an answer. Even if it doesn't work out, it's no big deal. I won't cling to you stubbornly. Finally, Yi Hongcheng spoke. Go away. I don't want to say anything right now. I just want some peace. Yao Sume left. At noon, Yi Hongcheng returned to his dorm after dinner. Yao Sume looked at him, sitting calmly in her usual spot, as if nothing had happened. Today was another overtime night. No matter how dark it was, Yao Sume wouldn't let Yi Hongcheng go home alone unless he wanted to. Yao Sume left feeling terrified, but she still kept a stick in her hand, walking cautiously home. The moonlight was faint, casting mottled shadows on her, stretching her long silhouette and blending with the swaying tree shadows around her, adding a strange, eerie feeling. It was no lie to say she was scared. The wind made the tree shadows look like claws and teeth, like monsters dancing wildly. The flickering green leaves rustled, making a rustling sound that always made her worry there was a bad person hiding behind. To boost her courage, Yao Sume hummed a soft tune. Suddenly, a sound made her jump in fright. She stopped and quietly asked, "Who's there?" No one answered. Yao Sume stared at that spot for a while, then heard a meow. It was just a cat. She was so scared, she patted her chest and quickened her steps to move forward. The brother and sister were already waiting at the gate. "Didn't I tell you to wait inside? Aren't you afraid to wait outside?" The daughter shook her head. "Brother and I are not afraid. We're afraid you'll be scared. Grandma and uncle are bad people. The son, who is 7 years old, is a good big brother and takes good care of his sister. Mom, tomorrow I will go to pick you up with my sister. You don't have to walk alone at night. My sister and I will go with you." Yao Sume was very touched. She took one child in each arm and went inside. "Mom, I have a stick, so I'm not afraid." The clothing factory received more orders, and the processing shop also had more work. Those willing to work overtime were encouraged to do so. Most orders were for women's pants, which became popular quickly after improvements. This product was all about being quick to market, not high-tech, so others could copy it easily. The profit wouldn't last long. Manager Wang kept his promise and gave Yi Qiahui a reward of 180 yuan for 2 batches of goods. It was a decent reward. Regarding her brother, Yi Qiahui subtly asked her mother for her opinion. The main character became someone's brother. As long as it didn't involve their own family, anyone could be generous. It was not a reliable example. Lu Damei was feeding Nanan egg custard. Today was a good day, so Yi Qiahui was busy drying the quilts and bedding. Nanan occasionally spoke up, ah. Yi Qiahui teased her. "What are you saying? Silly girl. Go away, go away. How can we be silly girls? She can turn over and sit up now."
You couldn't do that back then.
"Mom, I was joking. Did you take it seriously?" "Just joking. Can't I praise her? Why call her a silly girl?" All right. Then I'll listen to Grandma. Little Nanan, is the egg custard tasty or not?" Nanan knew her mom was teasing her, so she stopped eating and grinned at her mom. Lu Damei was very annoyed. "Get your work done. You're just causing trouble for us." "Mom, Qiahui." Lu Damei was surprised. "Hongcheng, how come you have time to come here?" Yi Hongcheng handed a piece of meat to his sister and explained, "Finished overtime work." The factory director gave everyone a day off to rest. Yi Hongqing took out a small bundle of money from his pocket and handed it to Lu Damei. This month's wages are here, Mom. I'll give it to you. Lu Damei pinched her saliva and nodded. She earned a little more this month, 28.6 yuan. Lu Damei put the money away. Yi Qiahui asked her brother if he had eaten. Yes, I ate.
Don't worry about me.
Yi Hongqing took a small stool and sat in front of the stroller to tease Nan Nan. Nan Nan stared at her uncle without blinking. She ignored his outstretched hand. What's wrong, Nan Nan? Don't you recognize Uncle anymore? Lu Damei glared at her son. If you don't come back soon, Nan Nan really won't recognize you. She'll think some stranger has come. Yi Hongqing chuckled. That's because I work every day and don't have time. Yi Qiahui noticed her brother brought good meat and planned to cook bok choy and dumplings for lunch. First, prepare the dough. Yi Hongqing scratched his head and asked Lu Damei, Mom, someone introduced a match for me. Do you think I should go for it? Lu Damei was happy. Are you silly? Of course I would.
How old is she?
What does she look like? Yi Qiahui listened quietly, not knowing who her brother was talking about. Maybe that Yao Sume. Yi Hongqing cleared his throat. You've met her. She's the team leader in our group, surnamed Yao. She's the one who calls you auntie. Yi Qiahui looked up at the sky, wishing her brother good luck. That person is quite old, right? Much older than your sister, an older girl? She just looks a bit older. She's only a year older than me. At my age. Do you still expect me to find a young girl? Impossible. She's been married, has children, and her husband passed away last year. Oh, are her children boys or girls? Yi Hongqing answered carefully, one son and one daughter. Lu Damei patted her son's shoulder. 2 kids. Are you going to marry a wife or just help someone out? Mom, don't say it so harshly. We're getting married. Don't judge her because she has 2 kids. They're well-behaved and help Mom. Yao Sume works overtime and her kids come to pick her up. They're very thoughtful. Even if they're thoughtful, she cares more about her own mother, not you. 1 is fine, but 2? I absolutely don't agree. Mom, say it 1,000 times more, but if I don't agree, I don't. I don't oppose you finding a woman who's been married, even with 1 child. But 2? Absolutely not. Forget it. After saying that, Lu Damei hugged Nan Nan and went inside to put her to sleep, leaving Yi Hongqing still stunned. Yi Qiahui came over softly. Last time, you said you didn't agree. Why has it changed now? Because I understand her better now. Even if she has 3 children, I'd still be willing to live with her. You don't know, she's actually a very good woman. This story goes back to a few days ago. The next day, during overtime, someone outside called for Yao Sume. Someone was looking for her. Yao Sume stepped out of the workshop, looking a bit tired. When she saw her 2 children a short distance away, standing on tiptoe and stretching their necks to look around, her fatigue immediately eased. Guanghui, the calm and sensible son who is beyond his years, tightly holds his younger sister Xiaoman's hand. Xiaoman looks innocent and cheerful. Both children are well-behaved and obedient.
Mom.
Xiaoman is the first to see Yao Sume. She excitedly breaks free from her brother's hand and runs into Yao Sume's arms, affectionately rubbing against her as if to send all her days longing to her. Guanghui stands nearby, watching gently. Let's go. Mom isn't off work yet. You 2 wait inside, and don't run around. Guanghui nods. Okay, I'll watch Xiaoman and make sure she doesn't run off. The children sit on stools beside the table while Yao Sume continues working. Xiaoman's stomach growls. Brother, I'm hungry. Guanghui opens their mom's bag, frowning slightly. What should we do? There's nothing to eat in Mom's bag. I'll eat my hand. Your hands are too dirty.
Come with me.
At the end of the conveyor belt, there is a pile of flour bags. Guanghui pulls Xiaoman over, dips his finger into the flour, and then puts it in his mouth. Is it tasty? Xiaoman nods. Yes. It tastes nice and floury. Yi Hongqing notices from the corner of his eye that the 2 children are too close to the conveyor belt, which is dangerous. What are you 2 doing? Shyly, Xiaoman hides her small hands behind her back, as if she made a mistake. Guanghui pulls Xiaoman behind him and says, I brought Xiaoman here. If you want to scold someone, scold me. Why would I scold you too? I just want you to stay farther away. The machine is running loudly, and it's dangerous to be so close. Oh, okay, we'll go. Xiumon's stomach growls twice more. The young girl shyly hugs her belly and doesn't dare to lift her head. Seeing the white powder on the children's fingers, Yi Hongcheng understands. He quickly runs back to the dormitory, takes out 2 small pancakes from the pot, intended for dinner, and tucks them under his shirt. Here, 1 for each. Finish eating and wait over there. The machines are everywhere, so don't run around. Guanghui hesitates but accepts them. Thank you, uncle. No need to thank me. It's not that Yi Hongcheng is overly kind. These 2 children remind him of himself and his sister. Their life was even harder back then. His sister followed him everywhere like a little shadow. He used to find grasshoppers in the mountains and locusts in tree hollows to cook for her. After work, Yao Sumei washes her hands and face, then takes the 2 children home. Guanghui, Xiaoman, are you hungry? What do you want to eat when we get home? Xiaoman pats her stomach. I'm not hungry. Uncle brought pancakes. Which uncle? The uncle who shares a room with Mom. That was Yi Hongcheng. Yao Sumei's feelings toward Yi Hongcheng were complicated. Now, she didn't even know how to get along with him. Come on, stay close to Mom. Yao Sumei held one child's hand in hers, while Guanghui held the other with a flashlight. The flashlight's batteries were running low, and its light was weak, like a firefly's glow, hardly useful. Mom, it hurts. My leg hurts. Xiaoman suddenly stopped, hugging her leg and crying loudly. What's wrong, Xiaoman? On the road, someone had dropped a piece of triangular scrap metal in the dark, and it had pierced Xiaoman's leg without them noticing. Yao Sumei's heart clenched tightly. The wound on Xiaoman's small leg was shocking. Blood was flowing down her delicate skin, leaving bright red streaks. Panicking, Yao Sumei rummaged through her cloth bag, trying to find something to stop the bleeding temporarily, but she found nothing. She was anxious. The hospital was still about a mile away. Would they make it in time? Would Xiaoman be delayed? Just then, hurried footsteps sounded, and a tall figure appeared. Without hesitation, he quickly took off his coat and wrapped it simply around Xiaoman's wound. Then, he took Xiaoman from Yao Sumei's arms and, like a night traveler, hurried toward the hospital. Yi Hongcheng, walk a little slower. Go to the hospital and find me, he said, then disappeared into the darkness. Guanghui's voice finally cheered up. It's Uncle. It's Uncle. Mom, Xiaoman isn't in pain anymore. Yes, let's go quickly, Yao Sumei agreed. When they arrived at the hospital, Xiaoman's wound had almost been treated. She had 7 stitches and, to prevent infection, she needed antibiotics. Xiaoman sat quietly beside Yi Hongcheng, tears still in her eyes. The 2 of them sitting together made Yao Sumei feel like a father taking his daughter out. Xiaoman was a girl. The ghost of her dead husband was a strong supporter of boys, rarely paying attention to girls. Yao Sumei asked Yi Hongcheng how much he had spent and offered to pay him back. 2 yuan 7 mao. I'll pay you tomorrow. Xiaoman needed an injection, and Yi Hongcheng didn't leave. He stayed with them. Why were you just there? Yao Sumei couldn't help asking. Yi Hongcheng replied, coincidentally, I was out buying some things. Lying. You wouldn't pass that way just to buy stuff. Yi Hongcheng fell silent. Did you come to see me? You don't speak, but I know. No wonder I heard sounds that day. I thought it was some cats or dogs, but it was a person. Yi Hongcheng didn't deny. I just think it's unsafe for a woman to walk alone at night. Don't overthink it. I did think too much. I used to consider letting it go, but not anymore. Yi Hongcheng always knew that Yao Sumei was bold and straightforward, but now he felt it more clearly. Yi Qiaohui whispered, Brother, are you really easily taken in? She had no prejudice against Yao Sumei and no issue with her pursuing her brother, but only if her brother agreed. Forced or persistent chasing was not okay. She's a good woman. When men are alive, they listen to their mothers. They often argued, and she got hit a lot. After the man died, her mother-in-law and younger brother-in-law all looked at her, wishing to drive her and the kids away. No one helped her. She raised 2 children alone. It was really hard back then. Yi Qiaohui could imagine this. In this generation, the mother-in-law status was almost equal to the head of the family. Brother, if you marry her, it's for life. We have to be responsible for ourselves. It's not about pitying others. No matter how hard she is, it's not your fault. We can't settle for less. She's a good woman. She noticed which button was missing on his shirt and sewed it up for him the next day. When his shoes were torn, she secretly bought him a new pair within a couple of days. She always brought extra food, joking that she was full, and then gave it all to him. Yao Sumei said, her parents arranged her marriage. She didn't get to choose who to marry. She didn't decide whether to have children. The first 20 years were confusing, but she wanted to live properly in the years after. As long as Yi Hongqing didn't marry someone else, she wouldn't give up. If asked whether Yi Hongqing liked Yao Sumei, not exactly. But if you asked what kind of wife he wanted, the first person that came to mind was Yao Sumei. Brother, you really got taken by her. Yi Hongqing's face suddenly turned red. What are you talking about? Lu Damei put Nan to sleep, then heard her son and daughter talking and laughing, and started to complain. If you want to marry that woman, then don't acknowledge your mother either. I'll pack up and go back to my hometown. From now on, you have no mother, and I have no son. Yi Hongqing was quite helpless. Mom, you should meet her first.
It's not too late to decide then.
I won't meet her. I won't look at her. There are so many women in the world, and none of them are better than her. No matter what, I won't agree. Yi Qiaohui quickly tried to smooth things over. Mom, brother, let's make dumplings. Qin Shi is coming back. Lu Damei said, I won't cook. Seeing you two just annoys me. We've had 2 troublemakers, so I'm going to sleep with Nanwan. Yi Qiaohui stuck out her tongue and whispered, Brother, you've caused me trouble. Mom scolded me along with you. Share happiness and face difficulties together. Don't feel wronged. They ate dumplings. Yi Qiaohui also called Yang Yinghong over. After recognizing each other, the 2 families got along naturally. Hongqing hasn't come for a while. Yi Hongqing explained, I worked overtime for more than half a month and only got 1 day off. Today, the atmosphere at the dinner table felt strange. Yang Yinghong sensed it. Lu Damei is usually very talkative and speaks the most in the family, but today she said fewer than 5 words all evening. Yi Hongqing has to go back to work tomorrow afternoon at the factory. Yi Qiaohui packed all the remaining buns for him and also found a shirt and pants from the Qin era for him to change into. When Yi Hongqing was about to leave, Lu Damei stayed in the room without even showing her face. It looks like Mom is really angry with me. Qiaohui, you should try to talk to her. I can't persuade her. She has to come to her own understanding. If she keeps opposing, what will you do? Yi Hongqing said, I don't know either. I can only take 1 step at a time. Inside, Yang Yinghong was holding the just-woken Nanwan, changing her diaper. Nanwan farted and pooped a little. Lu Damei quickly found some tissue to clean Nanwan. Hongqing hasn't come for a while. You should go see him off. I'm not sending him. He doesn't have me as a mother and I don't have him as a son. What's wrong? Did Hongqing make you angry? Yang Yinghong, not a stranger, saw Lu Damei needed someone to listen. She told her about Yi Hongqing, a widow with 2 children. What's the point of having sons and daughters? Besides making you angry, he doesn't think about anything. After taking care of 2 kids, he'll be like a cow or a donkey, at others' mercy. Yang Yinghong patted Lu Damei's hand to comfort her. Don't be upset. Children have their own lives. He chose this path himself, so don't complain later. No matter what, I don't agree. If he doesn't listen like he's possessed, walking blindly, I might as well pretend I never had a son, just like I did back then. Yang Yinghong, who had no personal issues, couldn't be generous in persuading others. The 2 children indeed added to the burden. Lu Damei's mood slowly improved after a few days. She started talking to Yi Qiaohui again. The son doesn't listen to me, and neither does the daughter. Yi Qiaohui cried out in protest. You say brother, then just say brother. Why did you include me too? Wasn't Qin Shi your favorite? When I told you to marry Qin Shi, didn't you argue with me? That dead woman drank some confusing potion and married happily, as if I were your stepmother trying to hurt you. Mom, hitting someone doesn't mean hitting their face. You're the one pulling me to fight. Everyone makes mistakes. Great people say if you make a mistake, you should fix it. Fixing it makes you a good person. Yes, at least I see that dead woman's true face now, and didn't keep being foolish. It took Yi Xiaohui half her life to see clearly who someone was, sacrificing many years for her daughter. The cost was too high. That night, lying in Qin Shi's arms, Yi Xiaohui felt very passionate. She wanted to love this man she had lost and regained. What's wrong? Yi Xiaohui looked up at him. What's wrong? You're different from before. Yi Xiaohui didn't argue back. Instead, she gently stroked his chest with her hand. Do you like it? How could she not like it? Which husband wouldn't like his wife being loving? Yes, I like it. Don't change in the future. As long as I am still your wife, I won't change. What do you mean, still my wife? Who do you want to be a wife to? His voice was a bit cold. Who dares to say what will happen in the future? I wasn't your favorite to begin with. If you meet someone you like later, just tell me. I'll let you go, I won't hold you back. Qin Shi turned on the light, cupped Yi Xiaohui's face, and looked into her eyes. Who said you're not my favorite? Aren't you cleaning up the mess for Qin Mu? Who said I am? Qin Mu is nothing. It's a lifetime thing. If I don't want to, no one can force me. What do you mean? Do you like me? I don't like you.
Could I marry you?
Have children with you? Do what we enjoy together?
How did she not know?
When did he start liking her? That year at the riverbank I went home to visit family. I knew you before Qin Mu. Back then, Yi Xiaohui was shy and quiet, even shy around strangers. She was beautiful, which made Qin Mu interested in her, but Qin Shi was a step behind. Yi Xiaohui wrapped her arms around Qin Shi's neck and buried her face in his chest. Is this fate? Is Qin Mu her unavoidable disaster? After going in circles, she married Qin Shi in her previous life, but unfortunately, Qin Shi died early. Back then, she didn't love him yet. Qin Shi, let's live a good life from now on. I know you have missions to complete. That's your responsibility.
I won't stop you. Just think more about me and the children.
Be careful and cautious when things happen. You are my and Nanan's support, do you understand? Qin Shi held her tighter. Okay. One more Sunday, Yi Hongqing returned, bringing someone with him. Yao Sumei. Lu Damei was angry and threw Nanan aside, then turned and went into the house. But Yi Xiaohui couldn't just stand by. She grabbed a stool and asked Yao Sumei to sit down. Yao Sumei handed her something and said, Sister, I didn't bring much.
Don't look down on me.
My brother isn't stopping you. Why buy things when you come to see your sister? Yi Hongqing smiled and said, It's not my fault. I can't stop her. The three sat together. Yao Sumei quietly said, Sister, help me with an idea. How can your brother and I make your mother forgive us and agree? It's true I have 2 children. Their father is gone. I can't leave them with their grandmother. I have to take care of both. Yi Xiaohui smiled and said, Sister, please don't make things difficult for me. My brother has already hurt my mother's feelings. I can't do it. Yi Xiaohui lowered her voice again. Sincerity is the best way. Saying 10 words isn't as good as doing one honest thing. Their biological mother didn't agree, and Yi Hongqing still wanted to bring Yao Sumei along, showing he was firm. Yi Xiaohui respected her brother's choice. Yao Sumei smiled at Yi Xiaohui. You're right. Yao Sumei asked Yi Hongqing to find her mother's cotton clothes and pants. She helped wash and clean them. Yi Hongqing went to fetch water. Yao Sumei took apart the cotton and the padded parts, soaking them in a big basin. Lu Damei saw this and got angry. She carried the wet padded pieces out. Yao Sumei was quick and careful. Afraid Lu Damei would get soaked, she quickly stood up, gently pressed her hand on Lu Damei's back, and carefully took the wet cotton clothes from her hand. She spoke softly, Annie, don't be angry. I'll do this work. Look, your hands are wet. Lu Damei rudely pushed her away. Why am I angry? Don't I know? Stay away from me and my son. If you're good, I'm good, everything's good. Yao Sume looked at Yi Hongcheng with a hint of a plea in her eyes. Seeing this, Yi Hongcheng quickly put down the water bucket, walked over, took the cotton clothes, and patted Lu Damiai's back to comfort her. Mom, rest first. Sume and I will handle it. Lu Damiai was still angry and pushed him away hard.
Get lost too.
Do you think I'm slow to die? Are you teaming up to make me mad?
Yi Hongcheng sighed helplessly.
I'm living my life. I want to live it my way. Whether it's good or bad, I won't regret it. Mom, I'm not a 3-year-old child. Can't you see who is good or bad? You don't even have a girlfriend, and it's easy for someone clever to trick a naive person like you. Yao Sume said, Auntie, aren't you worried that I will use Hongcheng as a beast of burden to raise my 2 children? We can sign an agreement. Hongcheng won't have to raise them. I will earn the money. Lu Damiai looked suspicious. What are you really after? I'm after his honesty, kindness, and ability to handle responsibilities. Yi Hongcheng disagreed. I don't even have a home or a job. What kind of person am I? Since I want to marry, those 2 children are also mine. It's my and Sume's responsibility to raise them. Yao Sume was even more sure she hadn't mistaken him. Yi Hongcheng's words made Lu Damiai very angry. She is a hot-tempered person and easily loses control when angry, which can lead to unintended consequences. There was a pair of scissors in the basket, the one Yao Sume had just used. Lu Damiai grabbed it and threw it at her son. Yi Hongcheng didn't see it because he was turned away. Yao Sume saw it and rushed forward, pushing Yi Hongcheng aside. But she couldn't dodge in time, and the scissors tip pricked her hand, causing bright red blood to flow down her hand. Yi Qiahui saw everything clearly, took some clean tissue, and pressed it against the wound. Brother, why are you just standing there? Go to the clinic and get it bandaged.
Ah.
I understand. Yi Hongcheng helped Yao Sume and went to the clinic. Yi Qiahui told Lu Damiai to take care of Nanan and also went to the clinic. Lu Damiai looked shaken, clearly impulsive and reckless. Qiahui, I didn't mean to do it. I was trying to hit your brother, not that person. Mom, even I can't hit my brother. Anyway, I'm leaving now. Yang Yinghong was at the clinic, pressing on the bleeding and cleaning the wound. You need to rest at home for at least 7 days. Be careful not to infect the wound. The troublemaker was Lu Damiai. Yi Qiahui was very nervous and asked twice if there would be any lasting effects. It's not a big problem. Luckily, it didn't hit any major blood vessels. I guarantee it. How did you hurt yourself with scissors? Yao Sume quickly said, I wanted to take apart and wash my cotton-padded jacket. I got distracted and accidentally pricked my hand. Yang Yinghong wrapped more than 10 pieces of medicine for inflammation to be taken twice a day, 2 pills each time. On the way, Yi Qiahui apologized to Yao Sume. Her mother didn't do it on purpose, and now feels very sorry. I know, I don't blame her. If Guanghui found a wife like me, I would probably be angry too. Yao Sume has only 2 children and really has no other options. Lu Damiai is a strong person. She admits her mistakes if she's wrong, and once she's set on something, she doesn't easily change her mind. Yi Qiahui left Yao Sume to have lunch and went to the cafeteria to buy large buns. She cooked 2 dishes, one with eggs and one with mushrooms. Lu Damiai didn't hide. She was eating at a table. I tell you, I'll pay for the medicine, and I can also compensate you. If you want to sue me, I'll happily go to jail. If you want to marry my son, there's no way. Yi Hongcheng said, Mom, why are you talking about this now? I just want to say, I admit my mistakes. Don't think you can force me to agree, just because of this. Yi Hongcheng got a little angry. Mom, Sume didn't say anything bad. She didn't even complain about you. Is it proper for you to say these things? Yao Sume stopped Yi Hongcheng and said to Lu Damiai, Auntie, I don't blame you. I don't want you to pay money, and I won't sue you. Today, I feel I did the right thing. If you got angry and accidentally hurt Hongcheng, he'd suffer and you'd feel guilty. That wouldn't be good for anyone. If you don't agree with me and Hongcheng, I'll wait. If he doesn't come to me, I won't go to him. I'm not stubborn. If he finds someone better, I'll leave voluntarily. If he doesn't say anything, I'll keep waiting for him. Lu Damiai was furious, but couldn't vent her anger. Ultimately, she blamed her son. He's just not capable enough. Did my brother-in-law come with that woman? Qin Shi went to a meeting at the military office today. He didn't know about this. Yeah, I was surprised too. How dare my brother do that? My mom was still angry. Xiao Hui had just washed her hair and hadn't dried it yet. She was wiping it lazily.
Come here.
What for? Stop talking nonsense, come here. Xiao Hui threw her towel onto Qin Shi's chest, pouting and waving her arms. Have you got guts now? Daring to scold me? Qin Shi turned his wife around so her back was to him and used both hands to dry her hair. My brother-in-law saw her and Mom couldn't stop him. Actually, that girl is pretty good. She has a city household registration and a steady job. My brother isn't young anymore, so options are limited. I know, but Mom has been strong-willed her whole life. Unless she changes her mind herself, no one can do anything. Xiao Hui wanted to wait until her hair dried before sleeping, so she simply climbed onto the bed and sat chatting with Qin Shi. Qin Shi's shirt was unbuttoned at the top 2 buttons, revealing his chest muscles. Handsome and... Xiao Hui didn't expect herself to be so flirtatious. She even wanted to touch him and kiss him. Xiao Hui is a doer. She actually took action. The fire started to spread, and Xiao Hui had to be responsible for putting it out. No, not the...
There's only one left.
Remember to buy more tomorrow. Really? I bought 80 of them. You should trust your man's ability. Qin Shi returned and handed Xiao Hui a letter. Who's it from?
From my hometown.
It's probably your dad or stepmom. I don't know what they're up to this time. Sigh. It's never-ending, so tiring. Don't care what they say. If they ask for money, I won't respond. My money didn't come from the wind. Someone who never gave birth to me or raised me has no right to spend my money. That statement was enough. Xiao Hui opened the letter. Key point. Your dad's house was broken into during the day. Key point. Grandma had 300 yuan under her pillow and the thief stole it. Key point. No money left for medicine. They hope to get 200 yuan to buy medicine. This family has many reasons to ask for money. Qin Shi took the letter and asked Yi Xiao Hui, what do you want to do? Should we send the money? No, I won't send money. I'll report it to the police first. Money is hard-earned. If it's lost, it's gone. Don't let the elderly get too upset or fall ill. Yi Xiao Hui admired her husband. How did his mind work? Qin Shi immediately called Officer Fei to report the case. A theft? No. A home invasion in the area? How terrible. Officer Fei quickly took a colleague and headed to the village. The village secretary was also shocked. There are patrols in the village. How did they not hear anything? The village secretary hurried to call Grandpa San. A few people went to Qin Yuanshan's house. Qin Yuanshan was so scared he didn't dare come out. Why did the police get involved? Qin Shi reported it. Someone broke into the house. We're here to investigate.
Tell us what happened that day.
Qin Yuanshan was very timid. I don't know. I don't know anything. Who wrote the letter to Qin Shi? She should know. Qin Xiaolan forced herself to answer. I wrote it, but the part about stealing money was my mom's idea. When I got home, I saw everything was a mess. Things were thrown everywhere on the bed. My mom said someone stole money. Now, all clues pointed to Zhang Yuying. That person had a mask on. I don't know who it was. I couldn't stop them. Officer Fei took notes. How much was stolen in total? Over 200 yuan. Qin Shi mentioned losing 300, but how much was actually lost? It must be a mix of whole and partial amounts. 265. Are there any signs? No signs. Grandpa said, I think he hides it under the pillow every day. There should be a smell, right? Also, Qin Mu's cousin from the front village needs to be checked. Maybe he's jealous of his aunt's money. Zhang Yuying almost vomited blood. This is blatant discrimination. Third uncle, don't talk nonsense. I can recognize my nephew. Can't I? You said he was wearing a mask. After finishing the report, the investigation began. That day, Zhang Yuying was alone at home. The door lock was intact, and there were no signs of climbing on the walls. Could the suspect have flown in with wings? If her money was stolen, She should have called for help, right? The neighbors were having a celebration that day, with many people inside and outside, yet no one heard anything. Zhang Yuying explained she was so scared she was stunned and afraid the bad person might come back and hurt her. When asked if she argued or struggled with a thief, she said yes, but there were no injuries on her body. Normally, a thief wouldn't tell her where the money was and would search everywhere, but only the bed was searched. This makes it hard not to suspect something. Sir, your clues are contradictory. Please don't make false reports. It wastes police resources. The investigation isn't finished yet. If someone is lying, we will hold them accountable. Let's go to the front village to investigate that, Zhang. The investigation results showed that Director Fei immediately informed Qin Shi that it was a false report. When she heard they were investigating her nephew, Zhang Yuying couldn't hold herself together. Her second brother and sister-in-law might even swallow her whole. Zhang Yuying tried everything to get money from her stepson. Her actions were relentless. This incident was widely promoted by Grandpa in the village, and Zhang Yuying's reputation kept falling. Now, everyone knew what kind of person she was. After Grandma Qin Shi passed away, the couple didn't support Qin Shi. They also claimed Qin Shi didn't want to live with them, but they provided food and money. Now, it turns out they lied. Qin Xiaolan wrote another letter to her brother, apologizing. She didn't know her mother had lied to her. No matter what, she was her real mother, and she didn't want her mother to die early because of lack of money. Yi Xiaohui, who once sympathized with and liked Qin Xiaolan, now changed her mind. She can only be considered slightly better than others, less shameless. Essentially, she is the same. Why didn't she write to her second brother to ask for money? During a moment of comfort, Qin told his wife, "Don't be upset." They didn't succeed either. She and I are not mother and child, so I can't be like Qin Mu. Qin Xiaolan didn't expect her own mother to quickly figure out her plans.
Why?
Qin Mu and Su Yanni crossed the last line of their relationship, and as a result, Su Yanni became pregnant.
Qin Mu's scheme succeeded.
There was no choice but for the Su family to suggest that the two get married quickly. If they delayed, their family would lose face. They needed money for the wedding. Qin Mu wrote a letter to his mother, asking for the savings from their home to prepare for the wedding. Zhang Yuying had spent a lot on her illness, which was partly taken by Yi Xiaohui. Only about 300 yuan remained, which was far less than the at least 700 yuan Qin Mu required. This led to Zhang Yuying pretending that their home had been robbed, asking Qin Shi to send money. But Qin Shi didn't send money. Instead, he exposed her little scheme and harshly criticized her. Now, only a few villagers speak well of her, and those who do are just like her. When things didn't go well for Qin Shi, Zhang Yuying turned her attention to her daughter. She looked for someone to find a husband for her daughter and asked for a bride price. Qin Xiaolan's husband had died nearly half a year ago. Finding a husband for her was understandable, but as a mother, she didn't take responsibility for her daughter. The men she found were all unsuitable. First, there was a pig butcher who had a son, was often violent at home, and was rumored to have caused his wife's death. Second, there was a petty troublemaker who didn't work and spent his days stealing chickens and doing small crimes. Qin Xiaolan knew him, as she had been close to her previous husband. Qin Xiaolan definitely didn't agree, which made Zhang Yuying very angry. Zhang Yuying's face darkened like she could squeeze water out of it. Her mouth twitched, and she seemed ready to explode if Qin Xiaolan refused. She suddenly slapped her thigh, feeling pain herself, but not caring about others. Her sharp, piercing eyes shot at Qin Xiaolan, and her voice was harsh and shrill. "You ungrateful girl! How can you be so unreasonable? I only did it for your good. That pig butcher, though a bit hot-tempered, has a family business, money for food, and can take care of you. That young man, although lazy, has feelings for you. Everyone in the village knows that. Are you trying to make me die of worry? You're pushing me to the edge." Hearing this, Qin Xiaolan's eyes turned red instantly. Tears welled up, but she stubbornly lifted her head and looked directly at Zhang Yuying. "Mom, you're pushing me into a fire pit. Everyone in the village knows how bad that first man is. As for the second one, I won't even mention it. You know about my past with my ex-husband. Are you just waiting for me to die? If you truly cared for me, you wouldn't be in such a rush to marry me off, always choosing such families. After saying this, she turned to leave, but was suddenly grabbed by Zhang Yuying. Between them, it was like a silent fight, with a tense atmosphere filled with hostility. Choose one. I won't choose. If I marry someone like that, I would rather not marry at all. Zhang Yuying couldn't hit or scold her daughter anymore, but after many years, she still knew how to control her useless daughter with firm hands. One night, Qin Xiaolan woke up in the middle of the night, mostly because she had something on her mind. Suddenly, the door was gently pushed open, and a shadow quietly slipped inside. Qin Xiaolan held her breath in fear. The figure moved toward her bed, whispering, "Honey, don't sleep. Your husband is here." This voice was very familiar to Qin Xiaolan. It was the same rough voice of a troublemaker who often drank and ate meat with her ex-husband at her house. The person lunged forward, and Qin Xiaolan quickly grabbed his hand and bit him hard. You stinky troublemaker." Qin Xiaolan gradually adapted to the darkness. The moonlight cast mottled shadows inside her room, adding a spooky feeling to this sudden frightening scene. The shadows seemed surprised by her alertness. After being bitten, he wailed loudly in the small space. Using the faint moonlight outside, Qin Xiaolan saw the familiar yet terrifying face. It was indeed the troublemaker, a lazy man with a smell similar to her ex-husband. His eyes were blurry, and he was very close, with a strong smell of alcohol in his breath. His face, already frightening, looked even more terrifying now. Qin Xiaolan loosened her grip and swung her hand at his face. Taking advantage of his pain, she pushed him away and ran out of the room. Outside, Zhang Yuying's voice suddenly sounded cold and frightening, trying to pull her back into despair. "Where are you running to? Marrying and having children is your best way out. Otherwise, you won't even have anyone to care for you when you're old." Her own mother was trying to trap her, which made Qin Xiaolan's heart sink into despair. She didn't dare to stay and ran straight to Grandpa San's house, knocking loudly on the door. She was very afraid that the troublemaker would catch up with her. Grandpa San was a bit hard of hearing, but Grandma San woke him up and said, "Someone is knocking. Aren't you going to check?" "It sounds like a woman's voice." Grandpa San put on his clothes and went to open the door. Not long after, he came back with Qin Xiaolan behind him. Qin Xiaolan looked a bit disheveled, wearing dark red autumn clothes and pants, with one shoe on her foot and the other foot barefoot. Grandma hurriedly took Qin Xiaolan's hand and asked, "Xiaolan, what's wrong with you?" Qin Xiaolan spat out a mouthful of blood. Grandma was terrified and kept wiping her mouth, her voice trembling. "Xiaolan, speak up. Who hurt you like this?" "Great-grandpa, great-grandma. I can't go on anymore. You have to decide for me. Sit down and tell us what happened." "My mom asked someone to tell me about my husband's family. One is the pig butcher from Anzhuang, and the other is someone close to a ghost." Great-grandpa puffed on a cigarette and said, "Those two aren't good people. Yeah, I don't want to marry anyone, but if I do, it's better not to marry at all. Tonight, luckily I was awake because I had something on my mind. That troublemaker sneaked in, even though everything was locked before bed. How did he get in? I find it so scary." There's no need to say more. They all thought the same. If you say it has nothing to do with Zhang Yuying, then the name is written backwards. Grandpa asked, "Xiaolan, what do you want to do? Should I stand up for you and go confront that person? Or report to the police and have them catch him?" Qin Xiaolan was deeply disappointed in her own mother and didn't want to stay at home any longer. "I want to find my older brother. Last time, I helped my mom write a letter asking for money, but I'm afraid he and his wife might blame me. Besides him, I don't know who else I can turn to." Grandpa finished his cigarette and said, "Do you really want to go? If you do, I'll write a letter of introduction and send you." Grandma disagreed. "Didn't Qin Shi say it's a 2-day train ride? You're quite old now. Can your old bones handle it? Mostly, if Qin Xiaolan goes, it just adds to Qin Shi's burden." Grandpa even offered to send her, but what would Qin Shi think of him? "I heard Qin Shi was badly hurt last time.
I want to see him.
Last time, Qin Shi even wrote asking about building a monument for Grandma, but unfortunately, this year is a leap year and no monument is built in a leap year. People can't truly understand the bond between Grandpa and Qin Shi. Qin Xiaolan still decided to go to her older brother. She didn't trust any of her family members. All right, you and Grandma can squeeze together for now. I'll go talk to Hongbing. Hongbing is Grandpa's youngest grandson, about 13 or 14, living on his own. Qin Xiaolan ran away, leaving Zhang Yuying very upset. Not only did the bride price she had received earlier get taken back by the troublemaker, but he also took 20 yuan as compensation for this incident. Zhang Yuying secretly cursed, waiting for Qin Mu to come home with money, so she could give her a hard time. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaolan left before dawn, riding with a third grandfather on a short-distance bus to the commune, then taking another bus to the county. She would travel by train for 2 more days. Zhang Yuying felt she couldn't take it anymore and couldn't vent her anger on Qin Xiaolan. Worse, she was in a difficult position because once Qin Xiaolan left, no one was there to cook or help her bathe. On the other hand, Qin Yuanshan kept scolding and only cared about cooking for himself. He accused her of bullying Xiaolan and driving her away, so she deserved it. Zhang Yuying could only eat some leftovers and solve her needs nearby. Yi Xiaohui secretly looked at her mother. Lu Damei, who was always serious, didn't seem to have any particular thoughts about her brother's matter. A person named Wen's wife came in, looking for Yi Xiaohui to complain. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Someone stole half a row of small bok choy overnight. Isn't that annoying? Do we know who did it? Only if we catch them, then it's really frustrating. How should it be handled? All right, sister-in-law, I'll report to Director Ding and see if we can call out over the loudspeaker for everyone to watch out for each other. Growing vegetables isn't easy. Just watering alone is exhausting. It's unfair to take without working for it and embarrassing the men. Wen's wife's anger eased a bit. Exactly. If anyone doesn't have enough to eat, they can tell me, and I'll help them harvest some. But no one said anything, and Cuckoo took half a row away. Among military wives, relations were generally quite harmonious. Sister-in-law, if you don't have enough to eat, come to my vegetable garden and help yourself. Wen's wife smiled. Forget it. I'll just accept my bad luck. Your family has many people, so there's not enough food either. After seeing Wen's wife off, Yi Xiaohui started picking small bok choy. She blanched it in hot water, ready to cook. Su Yanni pushed the door open and Yi Xiaohui smiled. The family played well. Are you still worried about coming here? Don't worry. I came to find you, because I have something to ask. Yi Xiaohui helped her get a stool. What do you want to ask? Su Yanni helped her pick bok choy and whispered, my mother-in-law went to the vegetable garden to harvest some. She brought back a big basket. Do you think the vegetables Wen's wife lost could have been harvested by my mother-in-law? Su Yanni felt helpless. She only followed the army to avoid her mother-in-law, hoping for a peaceful life for her family. But her mother-in-law came along and refused to leave. The small cabbage is too tiny. If the basket were full, it would take half a plot of land. Besides, everyone prefers the larger ones to eat first, leaving the small ones to grow bigger. Who would be willing to carry basket after basket home? Since I didn't hold Grandma Su Yan's hand, it's hard to draw a conclusion. Yi Xiaohui suggested that Su Yan should try to flatter Director Sun, using this chance to turn Grandma against her, preferably sending her back to her hometown. Su Yan really wants to try. The security guard reported that someone was looking for Qin Shi at the gate, claiming to be Qin Shi's third grandpa and his sister. Hearing this, Yi Xiaohui was surprised. She quickly put down her work and hurried to the main gate of the residential compound. Outside the gate, the sunset's glow shone on 2 tired travelers. The third grandpa's face looked very weathered in the shifting light, and his white hair was very noticeable in the sunlight. Qin Xiaolan followed nearby, looking a bit uneasy. Her eyes were slightly red, but she tried hard not to let tears fall. Third grandpa Xiaolan, how come you guys? Yi Xiaohui's voice was filled with disbelief. She hurried forward, took the bundles from their hands. The bundles looked heavy. Clearly, they had been traveling hard. After work, Qin Shi heard from Lu De Mei and hurried out of the house to greet them. "Third grandpa, come inside and rest," he said quickly, gently supporting the old man's arm as they headed home. Qin Xiaolon walked behind, her head lowered, fingers nervously twisting her clothes, walking hesitantly. She wasn't sure if coming this time was right or wrong. For lunch, Qin Shi specially bought a bottle of wine from the service agency. He couldn't drink it himself, so he decided to let third grandpa have some. He poured wine for him. "Third grandpa, I'm really happy you came. After work tonight, I'll take you around. Go ahead with your work. If the family can stay comfortably, I'll stay a few more days. I'm too old to handle much. If we can stay comfortably, I'll set up a bed here, and the two of us will live together. Xiaolon can sleep with her sister-in-law." At the dinner table, third grandpa started by talking about how Zhang Yuying treated her own daughter. He said they couldn't stay at home anymore, so they came to seek refuge with Qin Shi. "I know it's not easy for you, but Xiaolon has such parents. What can I do? There's no such thing as a thief for 1,000 days without defenses.
Please help Xiaolon."
The atmosphere at the table grew heavy. Third grandpa's wrinkled face was full of worry. He slowly put down his chopsticks and looked tenderly at Qin Xiaolon, his weathered eyes full of care for her. Children are good kids, but it's her mother who caused the trouble. Little An is a kind and sensible girl, but unfortunately, she has unreliable parents. They will regret their choices someday. He sighed softly at this point. A brave man doesn't boast about past courage. Now he truly feels helpless. Qin Xiaolan's eyes quickly reddened. She looked up at Grandpa San, and then at her brother and sister-in-law. She clenched her fists and said, "Grandpa San, I will try my best not to worry you and my brother." What could Qin Shi say? "Grandpa San, let's talk more tonight. For now, let's eat." That evening, there were many people. Yi Xiaohui went to the small town to buy meat and large bones. They cooked 2 plates of meat, prepared a cucumber and some dried shrimp, and boiled the bones with bok choy. Qin Shi went to the cafeteria to get some steamed buns and also told his grandmother, "My grandpa San and my sister-in-law are here. Since you're an elder, come join us for a meal." "Okay, I'll go in a little while." Once the relationship was open, Yang Yinghong was very eager to join Qin Shi's family and feel the warm atmosphere only family members share. Yang Yinghong changed into more comfortable clothes, locked her dorm door, and went to Qin Shi's house. She was just waiting for her. Yang Yinghong didn't know Qin Shi's grandpa San and sister-in-law well, so she looked at them a bit longer and was a little surprised. "Sir, you seem a bit familiar. Do I know you?" Grandpa San also felt the same. Qin Shi whispered a few words to Grandpa San. Yang Yinghong is his grandmother, and he didn't hide it from Grandpa San. Grandpa San took Yang Yinghong's hand. "I should call you sister-in-law. I am a soldier under Captain Han." Captain Han, mentioned by Grandpa San, is Yang Yinghong's husband. Yang Yinghong's eyes filled with tears of emotion. "So it's you. I haven't seen you in so many years. Thank you for protecting Qin Shi. Without you, he wouldn't be where he is today. Years ago, Grandpa San was one of the soldiers they trusted. But I didn't protect his mother well. I feel guilty about sister-in-law and Captain Han. He was their only child." Yang Yinghong wiped her tears and comforted Grandpa San. "There's nothing to feel guilty about. It's just that she had a hard life and couldn't see Qin Shi grow up." Qin Shi quickly helped them sit down. Old friends met, and they held hands as they sat. "Old Qin, you should stay longer this time. I'll take you back to the provincial capital to see how much it has changed over the years." Grandpa San shook his head. "Sister-in-law, I won't go anywhere. I'll just stay here at Qin Shi's place for a few days. You don't know, my back isn't good. Once I sat on the train halfway, I wanted to jump off. I've had enough of riding trains." During the conversation, Qin Shi said, "One day when I have a day off, I'll ride my bike and take Grandpa San out to see the outside world. If he gets tired, we'll rest. We decide what to do ourselves. First, let's eat. Grandpa San is tired from riding in the car. After eating, let him rest well and go to bed early." Yi Xiaohui saw the dishes getting cold and hurriedly urged everyone to eat. "Yes, my wife is right. Let's eat first." Yi Qiahui nudged Qin Shi as if he hadn't noticed. Qin Shi sat with Grandpa San and Yang Hong and drank 2 glasses of wine. Since others didn't drink, Yi Qiahui told everyone to start eating. Nan Nan, who seemed to be infected by someone, was especially energetic tonight. Yi Qiahui diluted the cabbage soup with water and fed it to her. Nan Nan ate happily, occasionally making little smacking sounds, and also ate some meat from the bone and meat on top. Then, they visited relatives, first from mom to dad, then from dad to grandma, and finally Grandpa San held her. Back home, she was so small, but now she's a little girl. Yang Hong looked at Nan Nan with love, saying, "That's right.
Kids grow up fast."
She's only 6 months old but understands quite a lot. If I wore a white coat, she'd hide from me. Grandpa San asked with a smile. Did you give her an injection? No. I gave Yingzi next door an injection to stop her from crying. She used to cry whenever she saw me, but she's gotten better these past few days. Everyone laughed. After dinner, Qin Xiaolan and Yi Qiahui cleared the table. Lu Damei went to soothe Nan Nan to sleep, while Qin Shi, Grandpa San, and Grandma chatted outside. Qin Shi, don't blame me for meddling. Xiaolan is your sister. She has no other support and can only turn to you. I know. You don't understand her situation. Her biological mother is paralyzed, but that doesn't stop her from acting out. Would a real daughter throw her into a fire? If Xiaolan stayed at home, she'd be influenced by her mother sooner or later. She's a cadre, so maybe you can help her find some work so she can support herself. Qin Shi replied, I'll ask the cafeteria tomorrow if they need more staff. Old Qin, are you talking about Qin Shi's stepmother?
Yes.
My second sister-in-law is not good at raising children. The Qin family is unlucky, marrying such a clueless and vicious woman. Yang Hong frowned slightly, showing worry. She sighed softly and said, I'm worried about Qin Shi's biological father and his stepmother. Now that Xiaolan has left, no one is there to take care of her stepmother. Could there be trouble? Maybe someone will send her back. While speaking, Yang Hong turned to Grandfather San. Old Qin, you brought her here, so I'll trouble you to put in more effort. Later, you should have a good talk with Qin Yuanshan and make sure he understands whether he can still rely on Qin Shi for his future retirement. Grandfather San nodded seriously, lightly tapping his knee with his fingers, making steady, rhythmic sounds as if he was thinking about something.
Don't worry, sister-in-law.
I'll handle this. I'll go see Yuanshan and explain things clearly to him. If he doesn't understand, I'll use my old strength to make him see who should be in charge of the family and who truly cares for us. Qin Shi said, I'm not worried. After all, she has her own son. Unless Qin Mu messes up and decides to give up his job, then I'd really be at my wit's end. Inside the room, Qin Xiaolan apologized to Yi Qiahui. Sister-in-law, I really have no choice. I'm sorry for troubling you and my brother again. Yi Qiahui tidied up the bedding, made a temporary pillow from old clothes, and patted the bed to signal Qin Xiaolan to sit down. This time you came, I was really surprised. Just come in. After all, Qin Shi is your brother. But I hope that your parents and second brother won't hold a grudge against Qin Shi because of you. I hope you don't let us down. Qin Xiaolan quickly assured her, it won't happen, sister-in-law. I'd be too terrible if it did. Yi Qiahui was silent for a minute before finally saying, just go to sleep now. Traveling for 2 days is tiring. I'll go outside and see if I can set up a bed. The three outside were still talking. Qin Shi, it's time for Grandfather San to rest. Yang Hong returned to her dorm. Qin Shi borrowed some wooden planks from the military camp, placed a few bricks underneath, and could sleep now. Qin Shi also took back his military blanket. Yi Qiahui poured warm water. Grandfather San washed his feet, and they all went to sleep. At Qin Yuanshan's house, everything was in chaos. Qin Xiaolan was missing. She ran out that night and never came back. No one could find her. Rumors spread in the village that her biological parents forced her to leave. Some said Qin Xiaolan had no man and had been taking care of her mother enough, so she ran off with a man. Anyway, there were all kinds of stories. Luckily, Qin Xiaolan couldn't hear them, or she'd be furious. At this moment, Qin Mu returned with money. He had asked twice but hadn't received it yet, and he was really anxious. He just entered the house, covered his mouth, and ran out. What's that smell? It's terrible. Qin Mu, I am your mother. Qin Mu stood far away. Where's my father? And Xiaolan? Your father? He wishes I would die early and doesn't care about me. Xiaolan, that untrustworthy girl, is useless and ran off with a wild man. Someone even saw her. This mother is spreading rumors about her daughter. Son, it's good that you're back. Make some food for mom, wash some clothes, and help me change into clean ones. Your father, that unkind man, doesn't even come near me. He's gone to stay somewhere else. Although Qin Mu can speak politely and act tactfully, deep inside he is cold and indifferent, especially about family. To him, there are no close or distant relationships, only benefits or no benefits. Now, Zhang Yuying is considered to have no benefit for him. Mom, where is the money you saved for me? Zhang Yuying suddenly feels guilty. I was saving to marry off your sister and get some bride price to send to you. I didn't expect your sister to run away. I only have about 300 yuan left. Qin Mu can't handle the shock and feels very disappointed.
Didn't you say you had 1,000 yuan?
That's what you told me. What can 300 yuan do? It's not enough for furniture. Yanni's family is just a simple rural family.
It's true, I had 1,000 yuan.
But that woman from the west room took 450. I also spent over 200 when I fell and needed help. The 300 is what I saved by being careful. Zhang Yuying wants to ask her son how much he has saved after working for so many years, but she holds back. 300 is enough. Let me see it. Zhang Yuying takes the money out from under her pillow. Qin Mu, feeling disgusted, counts it and puts it in his pocket. Mom, I'm going to find my father.
Ah.
Zhang Yuying wants to stop her son and say something, but she holds back. Qin Yuanshan is working outside. With a disabled person at home, if he doesn't earn work points, they won't have enough to eat. Yuanshan, I just went over there to use the bathroom. I think I saw your second brother come by. No way? Are you sure you saw him? His older sister-in-law says I'm not deaf or blind. Even if your second brother changed, he's still the same build, shorter and thinner than his older brother, a little white-faced. I wouldn't mistake him. There's also a sign of arrogance. If you meet him on the street, he won't even greet you as auntie. When work ended, Qin Yuanshan hurried home. The yard was quiet. Zhang Yuying heard the noise and spoke from inside the house. Second son, are you hungry? There's meat on the shelf. You can cook whatever you want. Qin Yuanshan washed his hands, wiped his pants, and then went inside. Where is the second son? Isn't he looking for you? I didn't see anything. I only heard from others that he had returned. You're talking nonsense. He told me himself that he was going to find you. Is he back to get money? Did you give him any? Yes, I gave him some. I was saving it for him. Qin Yuanshan sneered. Good. He took all the money, so he can't bother you anymore. You deserve this ending. Zhang Yuying couldn't believe it either. Are you saying Qin Mu took the money and went back to the city? Yes. If he could still come back, I'd be surprised. Zhang Yuying felt cold inside. Qin Mu was her real son, and her feelings for him had been growing over the years. She kept trying to find reasons to support him. He must have been in a hurry to finish his work and didn't want to delay. I can see he's lost weight. All right, you're right. Qin Yuanshan was furious. He realized that favoritism never works. If only he had been nicer to his eldest son. Qin Shi asked at the army cafeteria. They needed someone to make dough and steam buns. It was tiring work. Usually men did it, but recently the army set up a pig farm and moved some people from the kitchen to work there. Now they were short-handed. The pay was low, only 18 yuan a month, and there was some rest time. Qin Shi asked Qin Xiaolan if she wanted to go. She was willing. She was used to hard work at home and didn't mind. It was free after all. The next day, Qin Shi took Qin Xiaolan to work. The cafeteria had dorms, and she shared a room with another woman. Yi Xiaohui gave her a blanket. The mattress was sewn from wheat straw. She also bought her a pair of pants and a shirt from the processing shop. Yi Xiaohui didn't ask for anything in return, only wanted peace of mind. On her day off, Qin Shi asked Guozaheo if he wanted to go into the mountains. It had been a while since they went. Grandpa San volunteered to come along. Qin Shi advised him, Grandpa San, your back isn't good and the mountain is steep. It's better if you stay here. Grandpa San wasn't convinced. I'm not as useless as you say. I've been running around in the mountains since I was young. Climbing trees is easy for me. Yang Yinghong poured cold water on him. Old Qin, don't forget, you're almost 70. We don't want to trouble the younger ones. I'll go with you. Yang Yinghong was younger, but when she spoke, Grandpa San listened respectfully. All right, you two go ahead. My wife and I will take a walk. Qin Shi finally relaxed. He packed what he needed for the mountain trip and left with Guozaheo. Yang Yinghong and Grandpa San walked and talked. What kind of person was Qin Shi's father? Oh, when second sister-in-law just gave birth to him, second brother passed away. Yuan Shan is her only child, and she spoiled him a bit. He has never been responsible since he was young. Qin Shi's mother isn't someone he wants to marry, and she hasn't been very kind to him. I and second sister-in-law have argued and scolded each other, but he's just not capable. Yang Yinghong knows more and feels more sad. Gaoyan could have kept my daughter from marrying him. Knowing his son isn't capable, why does she still hurt my girl? Sister-in-law, you know too little. I won't say much. I support second sister-in-law's decision. She spoils him, but she has no selfish motives in this matter. The past is over, and Yang Yinghong stops asking. Besides feeling heartbroken, what else can she do? Yang Yinghong took third grandpa to see the clinic. I'm just here to contribute a little of my time. Since we're close to Qin Shi and them, I really hate to leave. You can come often. I and Qin Shi don't have any blood relation on the surface. If we get too close, people might suspect something. You know how easy it is for people to jump to conclusions now. You know my situation. My family background is complicated. If someone digs up old issues, I might be the one to suffer, and it could also affect Qin Shi. Clearly, Captain Han sacrificed for the country. You also dedicated most of your life to the revolutionary cause. Why are you living so cautiously? Parents are parents, children are children. Forget it, I won't talk about this anymore. Yang Yinghong then took third grandpa to visit the processing area. It's thanks to Qiao Hui that she brought the processing station into the residential area. Impressive, right? I didn't expect her limited education to manage so many things on her own. She's also a leader in the Women's Federation. Third grandpa chuckled. She used to be a bit muddle-headed, but she's better now. I see their relationship is quite good. Qin Shi and Guozaheo returned in the afternoon. They each carried a bundle of firewood, both sweating on their foreheads. When they unpacked the firewood, they revealed what was inside. 3 wild rabbits, 3 wild chickens, 2 doves, and Qin Shi's pocket had 6 wild eggs, with a string of mushrooms tied to his waist. A good harvest. Yi Xiaohui was very happy. We'll stew chicken with mushrooms. Qin Shi told Guozaheo, bring back a chicken and a rabbit. No more eating here. Go to your mother-in-law's house for a meal. It's time for you to show your worth. Yi Xiaohui playfully hit Qin Shi, scolding, what are you saying? We just came down the mountain, tired and hungry. We should eat first before going. That works too. After eating, Guozaheo chose 2 smaller ones. Yi Xiaohui said, take a big one. What else is there? All caught by the company commander. I feel a bit embarrassed to take these. Qin Shi scolded, stop joking. Isn't it just to help you get married sooner? Even if I can't do much, I'll try my best. Guozaheo chuckled. Thanks, company commander. I'll work hard. Wrapped in a woven leather bag, Guozaheo borrowed the company commander's bicycle to deliver a gift to the Yu family. Yi Xiaohui asked Guozaheo to bring a wild chicken for her brother. Qin Shi started preparing the rabbits. With this weather, they couldn't leave them out, so they had to be cleaned. Grandpa Sen also came to help. Yi Xiaohui heated some water. Lu Damei said harsh words, but couldn't really let go of her feelings. It would be great if your brother came. He's very frugal, and he doesn't know how long it will be before he can eat some meat. Yi Xiaohui asked with a smile, Mom, Aren't you angry with my brother? You said you wouldn't care about him anymore. Remember, in this world, only unkind children have unkind parents. Mom, what do Qin Xiaolan's parents say? Every tree has its crooked fruit. Yi Xiaohui and Lu Damei told the truth. Mom, I asked Guizaheo to bring a wild chicken for my brother. Then I was just talking too much. Not at all. Even if you didn't say anything, my brother and I would know you're good to us. That evening, they cut the rabbits into pieces to make braised rabbit and boiled the other one. The wild chicken was drained and salted, then left to dry for a day or two. That night, there was a big table of food. Since they got along well with neighbors from both sides, Yi Qiahui only took half a bowl and passed it through the wall. Grandpa San and Yang Yinghong didn't have good teeth, so Qiahui cooked them both separately for about an hour until the meat and bones were tender, and the meat was divided from the bones. Meat still tastes the best. Grandpa San's words made Yang Yinghong smile. Old Qin, you really tell the truth. When I was a kid, I caught frogs and roasted them on bamboo sticks. No oil or salt, but they still tasted pretty good. Lu Damei said, little girl used to catch grasshoppers, find cicadas and fireflies in summer, or go to the riverbank to catch. Once, she caught a longworm that almost scared us to death. Longworms can be eaten. The meat is fine and quite fragrant. Yi Xiaohui's skin crawled at the thought. Let's eat first and not talk about this creepy stuff. Grandpa San stayed for 4 days, saw everything he needed to see, and met everyone he needed to meet. He has a family, including Grandma San. During the Qin dynasty, I should go back now. Tonight, we will have a meal together and I will leave by train tomorrow. Grandpa, stay a few more days. No, your third grandma is alone at home. I don't feel safe. A cozy nest at home is better than any fancy place. Qin Shi said, Grandpa, the army's supply truck will leave tomorrow. I'll ask them to take you to the station and help buy your ticket. They are soldiers, so you can rest assured. All right. Since Grandpa was leaving, Yi Qiahui cooked a wild chicken leg and brought it along to eat on the train. She also asked Xiaolan to knead dough for dumplings to make in the morning. Qin Shi pulled Yi Qiahui aside to discuss. I want to give Grandpa some money. Xiaolan has no money, and he paid for the travel expenses, including the round trip. Grandpa also brought us peanuts, soybeans, and cornmeal. No need to say so much. Am I someone who causes trouble? Yi Qiahui took 30 yuan from the pillow and asked, Is this enough? Yes, it's enough. Maybe because he was worried, Qiahui didn't sleep well. The alarm rang at 4 a.m. quickly. She got up to chop meat and make dumplings. Qin Shi also got up, as did Lu Damei. The three worked quickly, each with their own task, in an organized way. Grandpa also woke up. I'm just causing you trouble. Yi Qiahui said, Grandpa, you treat Qin Shi well. When Nan and I were at home, it was also thanks to your support. You're like our real grandpa. Who would mind trouble if their real grandpa came to visit? Grandpa listened happily to her words. In the kitchen, Yi Qiahui stood at the chopping board, skillfully flipping ingredients with her hands, the knife making rhythmic dong-dong sounds on the cutting board. Qin Shi was kneading dough, cutting pieces, and rolling out wrappers nearby. Lu Damei, who woke up late, was responsible for boiling water and preparing to cook. After breakfast, Qin Shi helped Grandpa carry his bag to catch the supply truck. The bag contained local specialties Qin Shi prepared, along with tea leaves and a bottle of Maotai wine brought by Yang Yinghong. Grandpa was very happy. This trip has been a big gain. Not only do I get served food and drinks, but I also got a bottle of Maotai. I'm just an ordinary person, and this is the first time I've seen such good stuff. I feel lucky. Just live well, and let the younger generation be filial to you. When I have the chance, I'll come back to see you and also visit my daughter. Talking about this made everyone feel a little sad. Older sister-in-law, let's visit again in the future. Just stay at my house, and I'll take you there. Okay. The purchase vehicle was a tricycle that could seat 3 people, including the driver. Qin Shi helped the third grandfather onto it and told the accompanying soldiers to take good care of the elderly. He then took out 10 yuan, asking them to buy a ticket for the third grandfather. The remaining money, along with the ticket, could be given to him. Qin Shi also handed the third grandfather 40 yuan.
I don't want it.
I've been eating and drinking these days. Don't you spend money? My sister also needs to spend money on the way. All these are your expenses. I'm just returning them to you.
Please take them.
Also, 20 yuan was given by Nanan's grandma. The third grandfather only took 20 yuan, then threw the money back out. Your third grandpa isn't greedy for money. Qin Shi felt helpless and took the money back, returning it to Yang Yinghong. Yi Hongcheng plucked the wild chicken's feathers, removed the internal organs, and washed it thoroughly. A colleague asked him, Yi Hongcheng, are you hosting a dinner tonight? Can I join you for some chicken soup and a piece of chicken? Yi Hongcheng ignored him. The man squatted down and whispered, I still don't know you. Are you planning to take the chicken to show respect to your team leader? Yi Hongcheng glared at him. Shen Qing, get lost. Because Yi Hongcheng was from the countryside and a temporary worker, he had always been hardworking and low-key, creating an impression of being good-tempered and easy to deal with. But in reality, who doesn't have a temper? It depends on whether you touch his sore spot. Shen Qing stood up and said with a hint of disdain and challenge, Who do you think you are? Scolding me? You country bumpkin, poor and shabby. Don't look down on others just because they have 2 kids. Recognize your own worth. Shen Qing's voice was full of contempt and provocation. He slightly leaned forward, with a look of disdain in his eyes, as if Yi Hongcheng was just an insignificant ant. Several colleagues around looked on with curiosity. Some looked embarrassed, others secretly giggled. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and awkward. Yi Hongcheng's face darkened instantly. His usually gentle but tired eyes now burned with anger. He pressed his lips tightly, clenched his fists, and his knuckles turned white from the force. But he tried to stay calm. He needed to work. He had no way out. However, Shen Qing's next words completely ignited his fury. What did Shen Qing say? A woman who's been played out after 2 marriages, and you care so much? You fool. They were just teasing you, making you do all the work like a beast or a servant. Do you really think you're special? Yi Hongcheng's hand clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. He couldn't bear it anymore and decided not to hold back. Before Yi Hongcheng could act, a figure rushed over, grabbed a bloodied chicken slaughtering knife from the ground, and headed straight for Shen Qing's face. Oh my! Someone's about to get hurt. Shen Qing now understood what it meant to talk big and then regret it later. He's less than 1.7 meters tall and weighs over 100 pounds, so Yao Sume chased him all around the yard. He couldn't fight back and couldn't run away. Yao Sume wasn't joking. She aimed the knife at his face and back of his head. Shen Qing felt terrible, full of regret and frustration. Why was he so rude? He ran a little slower and the knife almost slipped, nearly stabbing his heel. Yao Sume, stop chasing me. I'm scared. Really scared. Give yourself 3 slaps. This was embarrassing, especially in front of so many people. Yi Hongcheng also saw that Yao Sume was about to lose her temper. He stepped forward to stop her. All right, this trash isn't worth it. Yao Sume finally stopped. Shen Qing sat on the ground, unable to get up. Who was yelling just now? Director Zhang hadn't left the office yet. Hearing the commotion, he came over. Shen Qing suddenly came back to life. He scrambled and crawled toward Director Zhang. Director, she's trying to kill me.
She's going to murder me.
Yes, I want to kill him, this beast. When your mother gave birth to you, was she pulled out of manure? Why are you spitting such filth? Director Zhang was fair. Everyone, calm down. Let's hear what each of you has to say. Shen Qing thought women, especially widows like Yao Sume, had thin skin and wouldn't say such things. Others watching would just enjoy the show and wouldn't help Yao Sume. But he underestimated Yao Sume. Director, if someone insults me badly, isn't it okay to hit or scold him? Shen Qing denied it. Director Zhang, don't believe her. I didn't curse anyone. Yi Hongcheng testified. He cursed me. Yi Hongcheng, don't talk nonsense. What did I say? Even if Shen Qing had cursed, and Yi Hongcheng repeated it, he would find it too dirty to say aloud. I said Shen Qing cursed me. He called me a second wife, said I was used up. Director Zhang, should he be beaten or not? They all worked at the flour factory. Even if the factory director was in charge, internal conflicts and rumors among workers could cause chaos. Was this okay? Qin, did you really curse?
Be honest.
Qin couldn't deny anymore. Yao Sume wouldn't let him go. Director, I was just joking around. I was teasing Yao Sume. It's not like she's going to chase me with a knife, right? If I tell you that your wife has been played with and that you're wearing 1, 2, or even 3 green hats, what do you think? Qin laughed nervously. I talk nonsense. My wife doesn't know anything. Don't involve her. So you do care? As expected, a sharp person doesn't hurt themselves. If I cut you, don't complain. You said something stupid. Now go to the crematorium. Qin, apologize to Yao Sume. Director Zhang spoke firmly. Qin couldn't dodge it, so he said, Yao Sume, I'm sorry. I won't be so rude again. You're a kind person, don't mind my foolishness. Yao Sume didn't even look at him. I'm not forgiving you. I just don't want to talk to someone like you. It's too dirty to look at. Get out. Qin hurriedly rode his bike and left. Today was truly embarrassing. He had made a big mistake. Director Zhang also scolded Yao Sume. If there's a problem in the future, go to the leaders. Don't start fights or cause trouble. Are you afraid it will scare Yi Hongchen? Everyone in the factory knew about their quarrel. Director, when someone's angry, they don't think clearly. Who told him to be so rude? Women just want a good reputation. Yao Sume was right. Because of some people's malicious jokes, rumors spread and became true, leaving a deep mark on you. Gossip can spread easily, and it's hard to defend yourself. Some people can't handle the pressure and choose to end their lives. Director Zhang pointed at others and scolded, Everyone watch your mouths. If you don't, I can't help you. You might get hurt, end up in hospital, or even lose your family. After scolding, Director Zhang left. The others quickly went back to their rooms. When women get angry, men are no match. Yao Sume turned to Yi Hongchen. Are you afraid of me? You're not an unreasonable woman. Why would I be afraid? Yao Sume smiled. That's good to hear. The chicken steak is ready. Take it home. What about you? I'm a grown man. What's wrong with eating? I can fill my stomach. No, that's not right. Your sister gave it to you. How can I take it? Unless you come with me. Yi Hongchen refused. His mother hadn't approved yet, and if he went without permission, people would gossip, and it wouldn't be good for Yao Sume. What's there to be afraid of? No matter what they say, I just ignore it. It doesn't affect me at all. Or, are you afraid it might influence you? Yi Hongchen's eyes were firm. He gently shook his head and smiled bitterly. Sume, I'm worried that my recklessness might cause you trouble. People love to gossip, and my mom is very traditional. If she finds out, she might cause trouble for your reputation. You're strong, but I don't want you to suffer from baseless accusations. But what I fear most is that my hesitation might make you think I'm a coward and not someone you can rely on. Sume, give me some time. I will handle the family matters, and then I can openly come to your house. Yao Sume had no choice but to give up. I'll prepare everything at home and bring it to you tomorrow. No need, just give it to the children. You love the children, that's true, but they should also respect you. I'm not like Qin trying to take advantage of you. Qin's words still hurt her deeply. Qin Mu's phone call came to Qin Shi's office, and Qin Shi personally answered. He said at the dinner table, What's he up to now? Whenever this person was mentioned, Yi Xiaohui felt unhappy, like someone constantly talking about unclean things while you're eating. It doesn't harm you, but it makes you feel sick. He's getting married next Monday. Yi Xiaohui's chopsticks paused. What does that have to do with us? Does he want us to give him a wedding gift? I don't know. He even invited us to the wedding. Pfft, now he's a brother? If we don't go, why should we give him face? Yi Xiaohui truly hated her past self for risking her life over such a worthless person. No need to go, just send a gift. After all, I am his brother. What kind of gift? Giving a gift costs money. Spending a penny on such a scoundrel makes Yi Xiaohui feel heartbroken. buy some bedding or sheets, and send them to his father-in-law's house. His father-in-law is a good person. We need witnesses when giving gifts so it doesn't look like we're just doing it secretly. Honestly, Yi Qiaohui didn't want to spend a penny, but considering Qin Shi's image, not spending any money would look bad and invite criticism. In the end, Yi Qiaohui spent 8 yuan to buy a large red peony bedsheet, which Qin Shi sent by mail. The postage was very expensive. It cost over 10 yuan in total, which made Yi Qiaohui feel distressed for a long time. Qin Shi comforted her. All right, I'll work harder in the future, try to improve, and earn more money. Can it be the same? The one who works hard to earn more money is you. The one who buys things cheaply to give to others is him. My wife is very thoughtful and considerate of others. Now everyone is thinking about him, and Qin Shi likes that. Honestly, I can only blame myself. Bringing you into this family, all your unhappiness and worries are because of me. Yi Qiaohui wouldn't allow Qin Shi to say that. They are their own people, and you are yours. I married you, and I don't regret it. You can't take all the blame for others' mistakes, understand?
Got it.
In half a month, it will be the Dragon Boat Festival. The military wives are starting to get excited about going into the mountains to pick palm leaves. In the south, they use reed leaves and bamboo leaves. In the north, they use loquat leaves, which grow in the mountains, so they have to go into the mountains to pick them. Qin Shi didn't agree. He told her to take good care of the children. On their days off, he would go into the mountains to chop wood and pick loquat leaves while doing so. No, in a few days, they will have already picked what's left. It won't be good to use, and I'm not made of clay either. The man couldn't stop her, so Yi Qiaohui still went up the mountain with Chen Xiangju. Su Yanni also wanted to get some fresh air, so she went along. Standing below, they looked at the mountain, which didn't seem high, but once they started climbing, they realized it was hard. Su Yanni was from the city. She had never climbed a mountain before. When she got tired, she fell behind. Yi Qiaohui wasn't very experienced either. She had been with the army for over half a year, and she wasn't used to working in the fields anymore. She and Su Yanni fell behind together. Chen Xiangju, who was the best friends with these two amateurs, knew the mountain area very well. She couldn't just leave the two of them behind. The three of them ended up at the back. Herbal medicine. This gave Yi Qiaohui an idea. She could make money by digging up medicinal herbs. How could she pass up the chance to pick up some gold and silver? She wasn't stupid. Her eyes sparkled with the excitement of finding treasure. She bent down carefully, parted the weeds gently, and saw the top part of a ginseng plant emerging from the ground. Its leaves were green, and the thick stem looked like a special gift from nature. She gently dug around the soil, then used her small shovel to pry it out, shook off the dirt, and happily put it into her bag. Su Yanni curiously leaned over. Yi Qiaohui smiled and handed her the ginseng she had just dug up, explaining, "This is ginseng, a great tonic for boosting energy. People in the city care about health, so this should be popular." Su Yanni took it carefully, looked at it closely, and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. "Wow, you're really good at recognizing things. I grew up in the countryside. Most kids there grow up in the mountains." The sunlight gradually softened, and a faint herbal scent filled the forest. Yi Qiaohui slowly walked along the rugged mountain path, her eyes sharp. She occasionally squatted down, gently touching the ground with her fingertips, patiently searching. Not far away, a huangqi plant was quietly growing between rocks. Its leaves shone with a glossy sheen in the sunlight, and its roots were deeply embedded in the soil, showing its toughness. A spark of excitement appeared in Yi Qiaohui's eyes. She skillfully inserted a small shovel into the soil, gently loosening it. Carefully, she dug out the plant intact, brushed off the dirt, and put it into her bag. The mountains and fields felt like a long-lost place. Yi Qiaohui's face was full of satisfaction. Next, she found chaihu, huangqin, and dangui, any herbs she recognized, she collected without hesitation. Chen Xiangju followed and asked, "Qiaohui, do you think these herbs will sell well? There are herbal shops in town. If they don't buy, the herbs will just be useless. What happens when they run out? Even if no one buys, they're still useful. Some help with dampness, and some can be used externally. Yi Qiahui replied. Qin Xiangju thought about it and quickly joined the group. Su Yan wasn't interested in making money from herbs, but she was curious about the herbs themselves. She dug up a plant and showed off to Yi Qiahui, saying, I found one too. Yi Qiahui smiled and took out a real Cotinopsis root for comparison. This isn't it. The leaves look similar, but Cotinopsis has purple stems and roots that are red. Yours has green leaves, a slightly white stem, and white roots. Oh, I see, Su Yan said, suddenly understanding. She playfully placed the mistaken Cotinopsis on the ground and said goodbye to it. Turning around, she held up the real Cotinopsis root and focused more intently on her surroundings, searching for the genuine herb. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she had discovered a treasure. She gently parted the weeds and saw a plant with a slightly purple stem and leaf edges tinged with purple. Carefully, Su Yan used her shovel to dig it out. This time, she was right, it was purple and matched her sample perfectly. They continued searching and digging until they reached a large forest of Chinese cork oak trees. The three of them rested briefly before starting to harvest. No one had picked these before. The cork oak leaves were quite good, large enough to match Qiahui's palm. She only chose the big, bug-free leaves. Wow, what is this?
Su Yanni exclaimed.
In the cork oak forest, there were many stones of different sizes. One area was covered with a continuous patch. As Su Yan walked and got tired, she went there to rest. She accidentally stepped on a stone and knocked it over. Unexpectedly, a worm crawled out from under the stone, startling her into a sharp scream. Qin Xiangju and Yi Qiahui ran over. What's wrong? A big bug. Su Yan's face turned very pale. Her legs involuntarily took a step back, and she tightly clutched her clothes. Her eyes were full of fear and unease. She pointed at the stone and tremblingly said, It's still moving. Seeing this, Yi Qiahui quickly stepped forward a few steps and squatted down. She gently moved aside the broken stones around her. There, a small, shiny black scorpion with a slightly raised tail and a faint green glow was slowly crawling out. Though small, the scorpion was venomous and dangerous, showing a wild and risky nature. Don't be afraid. It's called a full scorpion. It's a valuable traditional medicine that can relieve pain, detoxify, and reduce swelling. Yi Qiahui took a clean handkerchief from her bag, carefully and quickly approached the scorpion. She gently wrapped it with a cloth, then tied a careful knot to make sure it wouldn't escape. Su Yan was very impressed with Yi Qiahui.
Qiahui, how do you know so much?
It's not that I know a lot. Ask my sister-in-law. Kids in the countryside spend all day in the mountains. They know everything. Everything is a treasure. Qin Xiangju said, Yes, I've known since I was young what can be eaten from the mountain and what can't. Yingzi and Zhang Yuying were staying at Yi Qiahui's house. With Lu Damei watching over, there was nothing to worry about. The men took care of the meal. Nan Nan could now eat solid food, and her breastfeeding was limited. The three women felt no pressure at all. After picking most of the dates, they started collecting herbs again. Yi Qiahui was about to regret not bringing a can of malted milk or a wide-mouthed bottle. Then the scorpion would be worth more. They could only find another chance later. The sun had gone behind the mountain when Yi Qiahui and the others called out that it was time to go down the mountain. The most disheveled was Su Yan. Her bag was almost empty, her hair was messy, and she didn't know what she had entered. There was chund songer in her hair, and some unknown stuff on her pants. The three of them teased each other, helping and dragging Su Yan along. She fell 7 or 8 times, squatting down each time, resting 5 or 6 times, but they finally made it back home safely. Su Yan and Qin Xiangju stood outside Yi Qiahui's door and called out. Zhang Yuying and Yingzi followed their mother home. Nanan's little mouth curled, and then she burst into tears. Yi Qiahui put down her bag, washed her hands and face quickly, and hurriedly took Nan Nan into her arms. What happened? Lu Damei was full of complaints. She left at 7 in the morning, and now it's already 3:30. When children are a bit older, it's easier to talk to them. But how old is Nan Nan? As soon as she goes out, she doesn't want to come back. Is the outside really that good? It's not. Nan Nan isn't just eating egg custard. She has other food too. It's not like she can't drink milk. But you can't cut her off immediately. It's like those who drink or smoke. They can't just quit overnight. Yi Qiahui really wanted to argue back. Her mother was wrong, but she held back because her mother also cared about Nan Nan. Luckily, Nan Nan was easy to comfort. After crying, she happily drank milk from one foot. Li Damei was packing things into her bag. Why are there medicinal herbs here? Yi Qiahui felt a little proud. Otherwise, how could I come back late? Seeing so many things that can be sold, I just couldn't resist. All three of us dug them. Li Damei sorted everything carefully.
Can we sell these?
Will people think we're just trying to make a quick profit? These are basic things. As long as people are alive, they need to earn money and eat. If we can't make money, what do we eat? Policies also consider human kindness. Li Damei quickly scolded her daughter. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful not to let others hear. Some herbs like ginseng roots need to be dried in the sun, astragalus needs to be sliced, and the roots and leaves of chaihu also need preparation. Li Damei carefully handled each one. There's rice left in the pot. Okay, I'll eat now. Nan Nan was full. Yi Qiahui put her in the stroller and stuffed her with a small drum and a toy car. Play around. Mom needs to eat now. Next door, Su Yan's mother-in-law, Sun Xiangyang's mom, looked at the things the daughter-in-law carried back with a look of disgust. You went through so much trouble for these? You could have bought them for less than $1. Unlike Yi Qiahui, Su Yan didn't have rice in the pot. She had to cook herself. She picked some chives, planning to scramble eggs. Things from the mountain are clean, but even the bought ones are moldy and have fungi. Eating that isn't good. Fake cleanliness. I buy them every year, and I haven't seen anything wrong. Still, I'm doing fine, right? Su Yan was too lazy to argue. She thought there's no point arguing over small things. In the kitchen, Su Yan washed and chopped the freshly picked chives in a nearby basin and started cooking with oil. She took 2 eggs from the cupboard, gently cracked them open, and poured them into a bowl. She looked at her mother-in-law, who was leaning against the doorframe with a look of disdain and suspicion, muttering something about fake cleanliness. Su Yan ignored her, just smiling faintly, secretly thinking, the fresh mountain air and natural ingredients are far better than those packaged goods that have been circulated for who knows how long and are sold on the market. She poured the beaten eggs into hot oil. Soon, a plate of chive and egg dish was ready. Home, dinner is ready. I'm not eating here. I ate at Auntie's house.
Su Yan frowned.
Did your dad not give you food? Dad didn't go. Grandmother's son said, I didn't let her go. It's just one meal. How much can a child eat? You're making a fuss over nothing. Food is rationed based on the number of people. No one's stuff is just blown in by the wind. Xiao Hui's salary isn't high, and Wanwan's grandma is also here. Don't take advantage of others. Su Yan really looked down on her mother-in-law, who acted superior, but was actually selfish and narrow-minded. There was another matter. Su Yan spoke up, Mom, my dad is alone at home. It's hard for him to manage, without care. I think you should go back. Last time, she was embarrassed by the vegetable theft. It would be better to send her away early. If she oversteps, the ones embarrassed will be her and her husband. Grandmother's son had no intention of leaving. Whenever you guys have a baby, I'll leave then. Su Yan was so angry she almost vomited blood. So, it's not you who will give birth? The suffering and near-death experience were not yours? Grandmother's son was like a Buddha, staying wherever she pleased. She didn't distinguish between her fingers, doing all the chores as if she was doing them for her daughter-in-law, which made her feel wronged and unbalanced. She might as well do nothing. Who could like such a mother-in-law? Su Yan tied small bundles of persimmon leaves and hung them in the shade to dry. As for the medicinal herbs, she didn't know how to prepare them and wouldn't bother. She decided to give them to Qiao Hui. Qiao Hui and her mother took good care of the home. They never missed any good food. Qiao Hui and Lu Damei were also working on this. Harvesting was really fun and gave a sense of achievement. Now, it just felt headache-inducing, especially slicing the herbs, which made her arm hurt. They spread out sacks on the ground to dry in the sun. Su Yan brought Jianyuan and pushed the door open, placing the bag in front of them. Qiao Hui, here you go.
I don't know how to do this, and I don't want to. Don't say that.
Climbing a mountain once took a lot of effort and I fell many times.
Think about how hard it was.
Su Yan said, I just wanted to get some fresh air. It's too stuffy at home. Lu Damei handed her a stool. Annie, sometimes I really envy Qiao Hui for being so carefree. Having such a caring mother at home, she can do what she likes. Lu Damei said, she doesn't always do things right. I tell her that too. A few days ago, she even said I was a stepmother. If she makes mistakes, point them out. Just don't nitpick or make trouble for no reason. Su Yan let out a soft sigh, took the stool handed to her by Lu Damei, and sat down beside them. She watched Qiao Hui busy with her work, feeling a mix of emotions in her heart. Qiao Hui was carefully cutting medicinal herbs, while Lu Damei helped organize and dry them nearby. Is Nanan asleep? Lu Damei asked with a smile. She's been looking for her mom all day. When you guys come back, she's too full after feeding and falls asleep without needing to be coaxed. It's a bit sad at home. Nanan snuggles in her mother's arms. My sister is asleep.
Who can I play with now?
She'll wake up soon, no need to worry, Su Yan replied. Sure enough, after a little while, Nanan woke up, crying loudly at first. Lu Damei quickly washed her hands and ran into the house. Nanan was growing more capable every day. She could slide down from the bed now. Here I am, here I am. Grandma is here, she called. Big sister is here too. When no one else was around, Su Yan whispered, Qiao Hui, I'm so annoyed. My mother-in-law keeps pressuring me to have a baby. If I can't get pregnant, she just stays here and refuses to leave. Qiao Hui asked in surprise, why not ask Director's son to talk to her? Since she's your own mother, she should listen, right? It's useless. She just uses her own mother to pressure me. Our family's dad is helpless too. Sometimes I even think about divorcing him, then she wouldn't control me anymore. But I can't bear to do that. We've been classmates since middle school and high school. We've been dating since high school, so it's been over 10 years. He's my first love. Yi Qiao Hui expressed deep sympathy. Su Yan envied Qiao Hui because she had no complicated relatives or messy problems.
You don't know.
My stepmother-in-law is even worse. She lies to get money from us to help her own son, claiming our house was robbed. Qin called the police, but it turned out she faked the report. She doesn't spare her own daughter either. She's trying to find a match for Xiaolon to collect bride price. The man is one of those 1 in 100 types, either a widower who's beaten his wife or a troublemaker full of bad habits. Xiaolon didn't agree. Her mother brought trouble into the house, trying to make it seem like a done deal. That's why Xiaolon ran away. She couldn't stay at home anymore. Su Yan was stunned. Your mother-in-law is really terrible. Worse than mine. Luckily, you don't live together. That's true. Every family has its own problems, but these people cause trouble, and Qin Shi is always blocking them. I don't need to worry about it. Su Yan felt even more upset. Compared to this, men seemed less reliable. After finishing the medicinal herbs, it was almost time for Qin Shi to get off work. Yi Qiao Hui washed her hands and started cooking. Baby bok choy is almost everywhere now. When I was young, I didn't want to pick it, but suddenly it grew overnight. Now I worry about not finishing it all. These days, I keep eating meal after meal, but I don't feel sick. I cook baby bok choy in bone broth. I have no choice but to eat it this way. Qin Shi comes home from work and walks straight into the kitchen. Where's Nanan? Your daughter isn't lost. My mom took her outside to play. If she's at home, she might not eat tonight. Good she's not here, Qin Shi says, putting one arm around Qiao Hui and kissing her on the cheek. Yi Qiao Hui slaps him lightly. I haven't even washed my face. How can you kiss me? Even without washing, I still find you sweet. You're so cheeky, Yi Qiao Hui says, handing Qin Shi a plate of boiled pork bones with soybeans. Take this to the dining table. Qin Shi doesn't leave. Are you tired today?
How can I not be?
My calves are sore. Mom said after tonight, the pain will be worse tomorrow. I'll massage you tonight. I told you not to go, but you didn't listen. Today wasn't a waste. I dug up a lot of herbs. I regret not bringing a tool. There are scorpions under the rocks. We don't catch those things. They're dangerous. Live scorpions can earn a lot. I think it's more profitable than selling herbs. Qin Shi, can you help find a plastic or ceramic bottle? When my brother has a day off, I'll go with him. Do you have any worries? Qin Shi looks a bit surprised. Are we really short on money? Yi Xiaohui says seriously, it's not about money. I want to earn more. Do you think earning money is bad? I think it shows my value. With money, our kids can have a better life, and I'll feel satisfied. Since Yi Xiaohui wants to do this, Qin Shi doesn't stop her. She's been worried about Qin Shi's fate in his past life. Last time, by chance, he avoided the worst destiny. Who can guarantee he'll have a smooth future? Her short-term goal now is to earn more money and learn a new way to make money. In a year or two, she plans to have a second child. Even if Qin Shi is no longer here someday, she will raise the two kids well. Of course, only she knows these plans. No one else. That night, Qin Shi asks Yi Xiaohui to lie down, and he massages her legs. Are you serious? She asks. When have I ever lied to you? Actually, I'm not that tired. Don't pretend. You'll find out tomorrow. Yi Xiaohui finally lies down. Qin Shi's hands are like two big pincers, strong, sometimes painful, but also soothing. Oh, be gentle. Your leg is broken. I told you to be careful. Careful. Qin Shi's large hand landed on Xiaohui's bottom. Quiet. Don't let Mom hear. She might misunderstand. If you don't see it, just listening to the sound can easily lead to wrong ideas. Yi Xiaohui's face was hot. Then be gentle. I just used too much strength earlier. Xiaohui suddenly remembered something. How is Xiaolon doing? Qin Xiaolon rarely comes back, and when she does, she just helps tidy up a bit and then returns to her dorm. Xiaohui turned to ask him, why are you silent now? Qin Shi's face darkened. She has been working for less than a month, and a soldier from the kitchen team asked someone to help set her up. Even the deputy platoon leader is interested. Xiaohui found this hard to understand. Is she that popular? The deputy platoon leader is a bit much, isn't he? He lost his wife and has a son. Both fell silent. Don't think this is a good thing, it's not. It's actually a bit complicated. Yi Xiaohui still said, Grandpa shouldn't have sent her here. I have opinions about that. Grandpa thought too simply. It's not just sending a sister. It's like sending a bomb that could explode at any moment. What do you want to do? I told Xiaolon, focus on your work first when you arrive. No need to rush into a relationship. If she wants to date, she can do so after work. Go home if she wants to date.
Qiaohui chuckled softly.
Is that what you really said? That's pretty straightforward. I'm just worried she might not understand people's words and might blame me instead. Yeah, maybe she's worried Qin Shi meddles too much and blocks her chances at a good marriage. Yi Xiaohui didn't believe it. If Xiaolon didn't respond, no one would just show up uninvited to propose. And sure enough, Yi Xiaohui guessed right. Qin Xiaolon didn't want to go back to the countryside or her family. She had to stand firm here. Qin Shi was only her half-brother, and her real parents were at home. If they ever came looking for her, who could protect her? The best way was to get married. Nothing in the world is difficult if you have determination. Xiaolon was quiet and gentle in her speech. She was fair-skinned with nice features, which caught the eye of the kitchen team leader, who saw few women and was always busy with pots and pans. When he learned she was Qin Ying's sister and still unmarried, he was interested. The kitchen team leader was Li Haitao, who often dealt with cooking utensils. His skin was slightly reddened from the stove fire, but his eyes held a gentle warmth that was hard to notice. In the morning, he was directing a few soldiers to quickly move the fresh vegetables just picked from the field inside. He didn't know why, but he couldn't help thinking of Qin Xiaolan, who always quietly helped by the side and occasionally smiled gently at him. His gaze fell on Qin Xiaolan, who was carefully selecting vegetables. Her hair was simply tied back, with a few loose strands gently falling by her ears. Her fair face made Li Dazhuang's heart beat a little faster. After realizing his feelings, Li Haiba took extra care of Qin Xiaolan. Li Haitao couldn't hold back his feelings and soon confessed to Qin Xiaolan. Qin Xiaolan was a bit panicked. No, my brother said I should focus on working and not think about anything else. Li Haitao felt like he was enjoying her care and was happy to be considered just a friend. I told Captain Qin. Li Haitao was just a squad leader. If Qin Xiaolan married him, she probably wouldn't stay. Qin Shi opposed Qin Xiaolan marrying into the army, believing that camaraderie should be pure and not mixed with other relationships. Yi Qiahui said, like my brother, let her work as a temporary worker outside. That was fine. It wasn't that she opposed Qin Xiaolan finding a partner, but she didn't want her to find someone in the army. They needed Qin Xiaolan's consent first. Qin Xiaolan looked innocently at Qin Shi. Big brother, am I doing something wrong? You should ask squad leader Li. I'm not lazy at all. Qin Shi didn't look at Qin Xiaolan but asked, a temporary worker, isn't she earning about the same outside? Maybe even more. Why don't you agree? I just think I'm doing well here, and I've already gotten used to it. Moving somewhere else and getting familiar again. It's tiring. Qin Shi said. Both of them want to marry you. That means you're doing well? I even doubt if your energy is fully on work. Straightforward words from a man. Yi Qiahui nudged Qin Shi, who then said, Xiaolan, what's wrong with working outside? You can come home to stay on Sundays. Then, why can't I work in the cafeteria? Because two people have introduced marriage prospects for you. It's not like I asked them to. Qin Shi really couldn't stand Qin Xiaolan's stubborn attitude. I don't believe that without your approval, others would come uninvited. If you keep doing this, go back to your hometown. You're an adult, and I don't have to control you. Tears started falling down Qin Xiaolan's face. Qin Shi felt annoyed, hugged Nan and left. Yi Qiahui felt quite helpless. Xiaolan, go back and think carefully. Your brother doesn't have any bad intentions. Yi Qiahui sympathized with Qin Xiaolan, but now she was starting to waver. There is a small playground to the east of the residential compound, about 100 square meters. At night, people often go there to relax. When Qin Shi arrived, Xiao Weijie called him over. Bringing your chubby girl to play again? My girl isn't fat. Nanan is only a little heavier than others. All right, I won't say anything. I don't even know how to praise Nanan without messing up. Qin Shi sat beside him, letting Nanan sit on his lap. Don't say my girl is fat. She is a bit chubby, has a good appetite, and eats happily. Xiao Weijie was talking about something else. Old Qin, Wade asked me again. He wants to hear your opinion. Wade is the deputy platoon leader. I'm planning to have Xiaolan leave the cafeteria and find a job in the city. Xiao Weijie was a bit puzzled.
Why?
Honestly, even Wade probably thought it was a sure thing. Qin Xiaolan is just an ordinary rural woman. Wade has a son, and he's more than enough to match Qin Xiaohong. The cook, Li Haitao, also asked someone to inquire. That's unusual. You know, I despise using nepotism. Xiao Weijie understood. It was hard to say others didn't have such thoughts. Another Sunday, Yi Hongcheng came over. As long as his son refused to keep a distance from Yao Sumei, Lu Damei kept coldly ignoring him. What are you here for again? Mom, this is my sister's house. I came to see them and also to see you. Yi Hongkai handed the bag in his hand to Yi Qiahui. Sent by Sumei's family, 10 salted duck eggs. Yi Qiahui was very surprised. Really? I love eating those, especially the oily ones. Lu Damei glared at her daughter. Just a few eggs, and you're already bought over?
Ye Hongcheng similet honesti.
He looked at Lu Damei and said sincerely, Mom, you know me. I didn't mean to make you angry. Sumei's family is kind, and they thought our family is frugal, so they sent some homemade salted duck eggs. Yi Qiahui carefully unwrapped the eggs. A salty aroma instantly filled the air, whetting everyone's appetite. Mom, look at these eggs. So tempting. I'll heat up too and we can eat together. She turned and headed to the kitchen briskly. Useless thing, just like the family is missing you. Yi Qiahui poked her head out and retorted, Mom, should I throw them away? I will become successful by farming manure? Stop teasing your eggs. I'm just talking, and you keep arguing back. Yi Xiaohui chuckled aloud. You just want to use my status to pressure me. When her brother arrived, Yi Xiaohui started talking about catching scorpions. I know. I saw someone soaking alcohol with them when I was a kid. Relying only on a fixed salary isn't enough. I saw scorpions on the mountain, and we could catch and sell them. Yi Hongcheng was always honest and straightforward. He dared not do anything risky. Isn't that just speculation and illegal trading? Everything is considered speculation and illegal trading. You might as well stop eating and drinking. Relying on that tiny fixed salary, you'll never get out of poverty. Even at noon, you'll still be poor. This statement really upset Yi Hongcheng. He wanted to marry and support children, but with his small salary, he couldn't even afford to raise his own kids. The siblings, along with the tools Qin Shi had obtained, went up the mountain. Finding scorpions was not easy. They turned over stones in shady spots, looked through piles of rocks, and checked behind mud walls. Some stones had more than 10 scorpions underneath, while others had none. They carried special tools, long bamboo tongs. The scorpions raised their long tails, making it impossible to catch them easily. They could only wait patiently to be caught. It wasn't until it was almost dark that the siblings returned, estimating they had caught about half a jin, around 250 grams. Yi Hongcheng finished dinner and rode his sister's bicycle away, taking all the scorpions with him to the city to find buyers and sell them. Qin Shi planned to close the shop and go to bed, but someone reached out and blocked him. Captain Qin, wait a moment.
Wait.
It's me. Speak inside the house. Knowing they had something important to discuss, Yi Xiaohui called Lu Damei to go inside. After exchanging a few polite words, Wei got straight to the point. Does Captain Qin have any opinion about me? Qin Shi leaned back, resting his hands on his thighs. What makes you say that? If you have no opinion of me, why did Ling Mei leave the kitchen? Was it because of me? Qin Shi's first reaction was to think that Qin Xiaolan had complained. He had underestimated his sister before. Let me ask you, Xiaolan has been here for less than a month. Why do you like her? Or, do you even know her well? What do you see in her? Xiaolan has a good personality and is diligent. I think she's very nice. A faint, almost imperceptible smile flickered in Qin Shi's eyes. He spoke slowly. Do you know? There's another person, Li Haitao from the kitchen staff, who also sent someone to matchmake. The Xiaolan he mentioned is just as diligent and kind, even more attentive and caring.